In his previous life, Qin Lang, having been excessively complacent, lost countless opportunities for self-improvement. He helplessly watched his girlfriend perish, and upon awakening, he discovered that he had been reborn to the day before the apocalypse. Armed with the memories and experiences of his past existence, Qin Lang embarked on an unparalleled journey of survival in the impending doom. As colossal monster corpses broke through the atmosphere, humanity realized its insignificance. Chapter 1. Rebirth before the apocalypse. Niz, wake up. Gu Tiandi, I will never let you go even in death. Qin Lang, you were no match for me when you were alive. Do you think I would fear you now that you're dead? Huh. What difference does it make if you can't even protect your woman? You're no better than trash. Gu Tiandi, I swear I will kill you. Die. In the cramped confines of his rented room, Qin Lang abruptly sat up. His shirt and bedding were soaked with sweat, and he gasped for air, his bloodshot eyes brimming with rage. Yet, this fury quickly morphed into confusion. His community had just been overrun by hostile forces. His comrades, friends, and women had all been slain, and he himself had been shot. Why had he suddenly found himself here? Where is this place? Why does it resemble the apartment I lived in 5 years ago? Qin Lang muttered, his gaze landing on an old mobile phone beside him. He activated the device, and upon seeing the date displayed, he froze. July 3rd, 2077. July 3rd. This was the day before the apocalypse began. I had been reborn. Qin Lang felt a mix of disbelief and exhilaration. Outside the window, a steady stream of people and vehicles flowed by, and the air was filled with the sweet aroma of freshly baked bread. It took Qin Lang a full 5 minutes to convince himself that he was not dreaming. In a fervor of joy, he opened a loan app on his phone. Xiao Man Dai, Dog East Gold Bar, Mei Qian Huayan withdrew all of the 30,000 plus credits available to him. With less than 12 hours until the apocalypse struck, at which point human civilization would be utterly obliterated, replaced by the laws of the wasteland, money would soon become useless. Yet, before that moment arrived, these scattered coins would still hold some value. Xiaoqin Gu, heading out? How about trying some freshly baked cream puffs? The owner of the bakery downstairs, Li Ho, greeted Qin Lang enthusiastically. Qin Lang paused, eyeing the seemingly loyal yet inherently treacherous baker, a flicker of steely resolve flashing in his eyes. In his past life, he had nearly been betrayed by Li Ho. I was too naive in my previous life, like a fool. This time, it will be different. With this thought, Qin Lang offered a slight smile. Li Gu, may I borrow your bread van? Li Ho tossed him the keys without hesitation. No problem. Feel free to use it. Qin Lang took a few steps before turning back. Make sure to gather plenty of cards tonight, especially the colored ones. Li Ho, bewildered, wanted to inquire about the cards, but Qin Lang had already driven away. Qin Lang spent 6 hours shopping and then forced himself to rest for another 6. Soon, it was nearly 11:50 at night that he discarded his cigarette, but, extinguishing it with a firm stomp, shouldered his backpack and mounted a brand new mountain bike. The pedestrian street in Star City was the liveliest place in town, but by now it was the early hours of the morning and the streets were nearly deserted. As the clock struck midnight, a sound akin to a distant alarm from beyond the stars erupted, and then torrential rain began to pour down. Unlike previous rains, this downpour consisted of cards the size of playing cards. They fell in a cascade, filling the air with a flurry of colors: white, green, blue, silver, gold card. Qin Lang's eyes locked onto a gold card several dozen meters away, his gaze fervent as he sprinted towards it with all his might. Without any mishaps, he successfully secured the gold card, stuffing it into his jacket pocket. What on earth is happening? Did a plane carrying poker cards crash? I don't see any aircraft. What are these cards for? Residents nearby emerged from their homes, gazing at the card rain with puzzled expressions. That moment, Qin Lang frantically collected cards without any discrimination, shoving every color into his backpack. These were vital strategic resources, without exception. Soon, his backpack was filled to capacity, containing thousands of cards. He hung the stuffed backpack on the back seat of the van, pulled out a new bag, and repeated the action. While gathering cards, he kept an eye out for silver cards, or higher. Those were his priority, as they would significantly enhance his chances of survival in the apocalypse. What's that? Suddenly, Qin Lang's pupils constricted. Amid the rain of falling cards, one card sparkled with a myriad of colors, gently floating toward him. Legendary color card. Qin Lang swallowed hard, dashing toward the legendary card and leaping to catch it firmly in his grasp. The card rain persisted for an hour before finally ceasing. In that time, Qin Lang had successfully filled 13 bags with cards, nearly monopolizing the entire pedestrian street. A rough estimate suggested he had amassed over 10,000 cards. Looking at the bulging storage space in the van, he felt an exhilaration he had never experienced before. As more people ventured out to collect cards, Qin Lang decided to leave the pedestrian street to avoid drawing attention. He drove to the hotel he had booked earlier, transporting the backpacks to the presidential suite one by one. This should be sufficient. Now I just have to wait for dawn. Qin Lang lay on his bed, breathing heavily. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Li Cho calling. Xiao Qingo, where are you? Li Go, is there something you need? What are these cards for? Did you collect many? Yeah, they're colorful and quite beautiful. Qin Lang sat up abruptly, excitement surging within him. You have a color card? Indeed, I have one colorful card, one gold card, 3 silver cards, and 100 or so white and green cards. I'm at the hotel. Bring the cards over to me. I'll explain everything. All right, but it's hard to get a taxi right now. He'll be there as soon as I can. He'll wait for you, no rush. At 3:40 in the morning, Li Cho knocked on the door and entered, all the cards stuffed into an old backpack amounting to several hundred. You certainly gathered a lot. Li Cho chuckled. That's because you reminded me, otherwise I wouldn't have picked them up. Xiao Qingo, what's going on? Qin Lang pondered for a moment. Are you willing to give me the color card? Sure. Li Cho pulled the color card from his pocket and handed it to Qin Lang. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lang carefully accepted the legendary card, his tone turning serious. Li Go, by 8 in the morning, when the apocalypse begins, these cards will reveal their true value. Since you've given me the legendary card, they'll offer you a piece of advice in return while there's still time. Go collect more cards. The more you gather, the greater your chances of survival in the apocalypse, especially the colored ones. Li Cho smiled wryly. Xiao Qingo, your expression is a bit frightening. Are you serious about the apocalypse? I'm not joking with you. Li Cho, catching a glimpse of the numerous backpacks in the corner, said nothing as he turned to leave. Qin Lang, who had observed the glint of greed in his eyes, merely smirked to himself. Time ticked away, and the first light of dawn began to break. T7:30. There were only 30 minutes left until the apocalypse. Li Cho knocked on the door once more, breathless as he exclaimed, Little Qin, I have returned, and these are my 2 cousins. Behind Li Cho stood 2 young men, both around 18 or 19 years of age. Qin Lang nodded, unguarded, allowing the trio to enter the room and casually shutting the door behind them. Little Qin, you have gathered quite a collection, Li Cho remarked cheerfully. Qin Lang offered a faint smile, replying, Indeed. Brother, could you spare us a few packets? We set out late, and many cards have already been collected by others. The young man on the left spoke with a grin, deliberately lifting his shirt to reveal a dagger tucked into his belt. Chapter 2. Abundant Talents. Qin Lang was taken aback, his voice trembling with apprehension. Li Go, what do you mean? Li Cho's smile bore a hint of malice. Oh, little Qin, do not misunderstand. I mean nothing sinister. I merely wish to borrow a few cards from you. The 3 of us have just roamed outside, and our bounty was rather meager. So you intend to rob me? Let us not use such harsh words. It is merely a temporary loan. You possess so many. Surely you wouldn't mind, Li Cho replied, shrugging his shoulders. Very well. I shall give each of you a pack. Qin Lang sighed and moved to retrieve his backpack. As the young man reached out to receive it, a glimmering military knife suddenly lunged toward his throat. The youth exhibited no reaction. His throat was swiftly severed, and blood gushed forth. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, clutching his throat with one hand while the other flailed helplessly in the air. Old 3. Second brother. Li Cho gasped in disbelief, staring at Qin Lang. Did you kill him? Qin Lang seemed transformed, wearing an expression of serene indifference, as though taking a life were as mundane as eating or drinking. I anticipated you would resort to this, he said, carelessly wiping the blood from the knife onto his clothing, his tone unervingly calm. Li Cho gasped in horror, collapsing to his knees. Little Qin, I was wrong. I should not have harbored such wicked thoughts toward you. We shall leave immediately. Here, take these cards we collected earlier. We want nothing in return. Li Ye, do you know why I informed you about the cards? What? Was it intentional? Qin Lang shook his head as he approached, smiling. Of course, for I am aware of your insatiable greed. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the once azure sky abruptly darkened. An unfathomably grotesque visage emerged from the clouds, a colossal face adorned with countless eye sockets blotting out the sun. As panic ensued, each eye socket released a cascade of blood orbs. Thousands of these orbs plummeted to the ground. Strangely, they did not shatter buildings, but adhered like viscous substances to the ground or walls. The sizes varied, some towering 5 or 6 meters, with diameters of 3 or 4 meters, while others were merely 1 or 2 meters high, with diameters of half a meter. Those with audacity approached, prodding the blood orbs with baseball bats, only to discover they were soft, offering no resistance as the bats penetrated. It seemed something within was stirring. How disgusting. Upon realizing living creatures resided within the blood orbs, some attempted to flee, but suddenly, several blood-soaked humanoid beings burst forth from the orbs, tackling the nearest individual and savagely biting into his face. Amidst the screams, the man was torn to shreds. Zombies! Run for your lives! Help! The apocalypse had descended, transforming the world into a hellish nightmare. Yet this was merely the beginning. This creature was formerly known as a blood corpse. Qin Lang silently lowered the curtains, his expression remarkably placid. The scene outside, to him, a survivor of 5 years in the apocalypse, was hardly more than an appetizer. May it grant me talents or skills, he thought, extracting 2 legendary color cards and turning one of them over. Amidst the kaleidoscopic radiance, Qin Lang discerned the inscription affixed to the card. Talent. Super Regenerator. Super Regenerator. This endowment enables the bearer to transform into a super regenerator, allowing wounds to heal within an extraordinarily brief time frame. This talent, Qin Lang mused with exhilaration, caused a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth as he recalled some harrowing memories. In his previous life, his community had been assailed by a holder of the super regenerator talent, nearly leading to their annihilation. Ultimately, after a grievous toll of several hundred lives, they managed to vanquish the super regenerating adversary. With a swift motion, Qin Lang tore the colorful card, and an immediate surge of warmth enveloped him, filling him with an invigorating vitality. He unsheathed a military knife and made a shallow incision on his left forearm as blood gushed forth. The wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. Indeed, this was remarkable. Qin Lang flipped over the second legendary card, rendering him speechless. Item: Safe House. Safe House. Spanning 200 square meters, it boasts a private courtyard with an absolute defensive barrier, capable of withstanding ballistic attacks. The quaint courtyard he had glimpsed at the lake center must be the safe house. During the second year of the apocalypse, while scavenging for resources to evade the pursuit of nightmarish creatures, he had taken refuge in the safe house. Alas, the owner had long since perished. Not from a monstrous assault, but rather succumbing to the extremities of weather, trapped within the confines of the safe house due to a lack of resources. In this post-apocalyptic world, the horrors extended beyond bizarre creatures to encompass extreme weather phenomena such as frigid cold, sweltering heat, toxic rain, and methane gas. Though the strategic item was currently of no use, the safe house, despite its formidable defensive capabilities, bore a significant drawback. It was immobile, and Qin Lang had no intention of establishing a permanent residence at this juncture. He carefully secured the safe house card on his person and opened a backpack, one that had been brought by Li Cho and the others. It contained a considerable number of cards, totaling approximately 600, predominantly white and green, with only a scant few blue and silver cards. The sheer number of cards made organization a cumbersome task, and he sighed, wishing that Niz were present. Classifying the cards had always been the responsibility of Feng, Xiao, and I. Niz, in my past life, I was powerless to protect you. In this life, I shall not allow anyone the opportunity to harm you. Wait for me. I will seek you out soon. Releasing his clenched fist, Qin Lang retrieved 10 golden cards from within his shirt. Talent: Superhuman Stamina. Maximizes the bearer's physical endurance. Talent: Heavy Fist Fighter. Empowers the owner's fist to strike with the force of cannonballs. Talent: Night Vision. Grants the bearer the ability to see clearly even in the darkest of nights. Talent: Governing Meridians. Enables the bearer to open the governing meridians, allowing Qi to flow autonomously. Weapon: Black Blade of Metal Slicing. A blade capable of effortlessly severing metal, with enhanced efficacy when wielded with skill. Weapon: Forest Wolf Sniper Rifle. No creature can withstand a single shot from this weapon. If they do, a second shot is warranted. Resource: A feast of abundance, a table laden with exquisite delicacies that elevate morale. Tool: Advanced power generation device. When paired with a battery, it can generate electricity for an extended duration. Vehicle: Phantom Fire Motorcycle. Phantom Fire faces difficulties, receiving applause from all directions. Vehicle: Sturdy, small van. Wherever it goes, it becomes home. Overall, Qin Lang is highly satisfied, for this batch of gold cards is of exceptional quality. Whether it is the superhuman stamina or the heavy fist warrior, Both belong to the zero talent category among gold cards, proving immensely beneficial in the early days of the apocalypse. The strategic significance of the Black Blade's gold cut and the sturdy small van requires no further elaboration. One enhances offensive capability while the other augments mobility, a perfect combination. Help! Help! Bang! Just as Qin Lang was studying his talents, the door to his room was suddenly flung open, and a tattered woman, nearly naked, stumbled in, followed by 3 blood corpses, one of which was gnawing on the arm of some unfortunate soul. Help! The young woman cried out, extending her hand. Qin Lang approached, delivering 3 swift punches. All 3 blood corpses met the same fate. Their heads exploded, brain matter splattering everywhere. Chapter 3. You are doomed. Huh? Lin Wanner stood frozen in shock, staring at the 3 fallen blood corpses, and it took her a moment to realize her own state of undress, hastily covering herself. Thank you. Lin Wanner expressed her gratitude to Qin Lang, only to suddenly notice 3 male corpses lying less than 2 meters away. The carpet in the room nearly soaked in blood. Do not mind these corpses, Qin Lang remarked with a calm smile, momentarily taken aback by the woman before him. Lin Wanner, what a coincidence to encounter you on the very first day of the apocalypse. In his previous life, Qin Lang had met Lin Wanner half a month after the onset of the apocalypse. It was her assistance that had allowed him to barely survive. Later, their community was overrun by a horde of corpses, and he had not seen her since. Strictly speaking, Lin Wanner had saved his life. One of the few good souls in the apocalyptic environment. Qin Lang casually tossed a white card to Lin Wanner and instructed her to tear it open. Tear it open? Lin Wanner hesitated but obediently complied. The moment she tore the card, it astonishingly transformed into a white shirt. What? Is this magic, or am I dreaming? Lin Wanner pinched herself hard, perplexed by the surreal occurrence. Qin Lang closed the door and, observing Lin Wanner in her new attire, chuckled. Lin Wanner, even if you pinch your leg off, you won't wake up from this dream. Lin Wanner was taken aback. You know me? Of course, you're a big star. Her cheeks flushed, she replied bashfully, what big star? I'm hardly more than a third-rate celebrity. Could you enlighten me on what is happening? Who are these creatures? Lin Wanner's anxiety had begun to dissipate. These are low-level blood corpses, feeding on humans, Qin Lang briefly explained before shifting the topic. You're a star? Why are you alone? Where are your companions? Lin Wanner shook her head. I arrived a night early. My assistant had something come up and said they would arrive later. Upon waking, I was pursued by these monsters, blood corpses. My phone is dead, despite being charged. Do you have a phone? Could I borrow it to make a call? Lin Wanner discovered her phone had transformed into a useless iron block. Useless. All networks, electricity, and water supply have failed. Qin Lang casually tossed his phone to Lin Wanner. Did you not hear the loud alarm last night? Were you in such a deep slumber? Lin Wanner bit her lip, slightly embarrassed. I suffer from migraines. Without sleeping pills, I cannot rest. Last night was particularly painful, so I took 2 extra tablets. Quite reasonable, Qin Lang nodded. By the way, I find myself in need of assistance. Would you consider teaming up with me? Team up? Yes, your task is simple. Assist me in sorting these cards while I ensure your safety and well-being. He gestured toward the pile of mountaineering bags. With tens of thousands of cards, classifying them alone would take an eternity, such a waste of time. Lin Wanner hesitated for hardly a moment. The outside environment was perilous, fraught with monsters, and this man evidently possessed knowledge. Being with him felt decidedly secure. So she promptly nodded in agreement. Lin Wanner was swift and efficient, immediately opening the mountaineering bag and emptying its contents. Under Qin Lang's guidance, she began to sort the cards. Qin Lang glanced outside. The streets were already a scene of desolation. Apart from various bloodstains and corpses, there were scarcely any signs of human activity. Strange, this water does nothing to quench my thirst, Lin Wanner murmured while shaking a bottle of mineral water. Water, like food, is futile. We must rely on the cards to find sustenance. Just locate a water card and tear it open, Qin Lang directed, pointing to the white cards sorted on the bed. Water, 500 milliliters. Lin Wanner retrieved a water card and tore it, and in the next moment, a small bottle of water indeed appeared in her hand. Remarkable, Lin Wanner exclaimed, finishing the contents in one gulp and wiping her mouth. Oh no! If the phones are down, how will the police know we are here? How will they rescue us? You still do not comprehend the situation. This is the apocalypse. There are no laws, no police, and even nations have ceased to exist. Who can you rely on for salvation? Qin Lang tore open a green card, and a bottle of red tea appeared in his hand, which he promptly drank. I still do not know your name. Qin Lang. Oh, Li Vener Lothehit. Continuing to organize the cards. As noon approached, a group of humans suddenly appeared on the previously silent street, led by two muscular men wielding steel knives, followed by a dozen young men and women, each armed. Upon noticing the presence of humans, the surrounding bloodthirsty corpses roared and surged forth. However, the combat prowess of this small team was formidable. The bloodthirsty corpses were shredded into pieces before they could draw near. As the last of the corpses fell, individuals swiftly began searching the bodies for cards. Impressive, Lin Wanner exclaimed from the window, unable to contain herself. We're here. Help us. Qin Lang furrowed his brow. Any attempt to act now was too late, as the gaze of the team had already shifted toward them. In the hotel lobby, Lin Wanner, I'm your fan. I can't believe you're on a business trip in Star City. Zhou Wen exclaimed excitedly, introducing, this is my brother, Zhou Wu, and these are our neighbors. Hello. Where you all headed? Lin Vania politely inquired. Of course, we're going to hunt the blood corpses for cards. Miss Lin, would you care to join us? We are quite formidable. Zhou Wen appraised Qin Lang with a glance, mistaking him for Lin Wanner as assistant, and directed his attention solely to Lin Wanner, earnestly inviting her to join their small team. Lin Wanner hesitated, saying, in this situation, shouldn't we seek a secure place to hide? Why would we provoke those monsters? Zhou Wu chuckled. Did my brother not mention that those blood corpses possess cards? If luck is on our side, we might obtain a blue skill card, significantly increasing our chances of survival. No need for that. We can take care of ourselves. Let's go back, Qin Lang called out, turning to leave. Zhou Wen raised an eyebrow. Hold on a moment, young man. I wonder how many cards you acquired last night. Do you have any blue or silver ones? Qin Lang replied, I do have a few cards. He retrieved a dozen silver cards from his clothing, nearly causing the onlookers to widen their eyes in astonishment. Who would have thought he is such a plump target? Zhou Wu swallowed hard, exchanging a glance with his older brother Zhou Wen, who nodded, his eyes gleaming with greed. You have no use for so many cards alone. Why not give them to us? We can safeguard them for you. Lin Wanner quickly interjected. We can keep them safe. Miss Lin, this is the apocalypse. There are no police or laws. The strongest dictate the terms. Zhou Wen's demeanor shifted from cordial to menacing. Hand them over obediently, or I shall be forced to take action. Oh, Qin Lang nodded. Would you care to guess why I carry these silver cards instead of using them myself? What do you mean? Zhou Wen was momentarily taken aback. It means, Qin Lang clenched his fist, you are about to meet your end. Huh, you've lost your mind. There are so many of us, and you. Zhou Wen's words trailed off as darkness enveloped him, followed by the abrupt cessation of consciousness. From the perspective of the others, the seemingly unremarkable, well-proportioned young man, Qin Lang, had shattered Zhou Wen's skull with a single punch, his corpse crumpling to the ground. Brain matter and blood mingling in a grotesque display. Chapter 4. The Tool. Elder brother. Zhou Wu stood there, stupefied. Qin Lang tilted his head, a smile that was almost a smirk gracing his lips, and delivered another punch. With a resounding thud, the body fell. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Not long ago, this small team had effortlessly dispatched blood corpses. Now, they were shrouded in shock and fear. How could Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu, both possessing silver talents, perish so swiftly, without even a chance to retaliate? Little did they know, Qin Lang was a survivor of the apocalypse for a full 5 years, possessing combat skills of a master level. Even without several high-tier talents, obliterating them would not pose a challenge. It is your turn now. It is time to test the sharpness of my blade. Qin Lang tore open a gold card, and an ominous black blade materialized in his hand. Wait, we mean you no harm. We do not wish to fight. We will leave immediately. More than a dozen voices chimed in, panic rising. Too late, Qin Lang disregarded their pleas, brandishing the black blade and plunging into the crowd. Suddenly, the air was filled with anguished screams, and severed limbs flew through the air, creating a scene reminiscent of hell itself. From the moment Qin Lang struck until the last member of the team fell, a mere 2 minutes had elapsed. Gagging at the sight of the carnage, Lin Wanner could no longer contain herself and collapsed to the ground, retching violently, her bile spilling forth. She could scarcely fathom that the seemingly refined Qin Lang could unleash such ruthless violence. Among the squad were several young souls, scarcely more than 17 or 18 years old. How could he bring himself to commit such acts? After you finish vomiting, don't forget to search the bodies and bring me their cards, Qin Lang commanded, sheathing his blade without a backward glance as he ascended the stairs, leaving Lin Wanner alone in the hall, weeping and heaving. Minutes later, she reappeared before Qin Lang, her face streaked with tears, clutching dozens of cards, the highest quality being blue. Qin Lang gestured towards the assortment of categorized cards laid out on the bed. Continue, he said. Sorry. I promise I won't speak out of turn again. Lin Wanner apologized, her voice still quivering with emotion. If I were to blame you, I would have already taken you down with the others. Qin Lang responded with a dismissive smile. He bore no ill will towards Lin Wanner. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun, and few could adapt so swiftly. Changing the subject, he advised, you must constantly remind yourself that we are in the midst of an apocalypse, where no laws govern our actions. In such absolute freedom, the darker aspects of human nature will be fully unleashed. A beauty of your caliber falling into the hands of those men could lead to the most harrowing of fates. Even in the apocalypse, there are still good people. I can see, but not excessively. Now, let's get to work, Qin Lang said, his demeanor deceptively benign, making it difficult to reconcile him with the earlier bloodthirsty figure. Throughout the ensuing hours, several human teams of varying sizes passed by, and Lin Wanner, having learned from her previous experience, wisely chose to remain silent. As dusk approached, the wind carried the distant howls of the bloodied corpses. The sky darkened, signaling that it was time to stretch their legs. Qin Lang muttered to himself, tossing 5 silver cards to Lin Wanner. What is this? She asked, puzzled. Before we venture out to hunt, you must use these 5 cards, he instructed. Lin Wanner examined each silver card, discovering that they all possessed aura skills. Restoration Aura enhances the healing speed of one's self and allies. Mighty Aura augments the strength of one's self and allies. Agility Aura boosts the agility of one's self and allies. Power Strike Aura increases the damage dealt by one's self and allies during attacks. Protection Aura enhances the defensive capabilities of one's self and allies. Though somewhat stubborn, Lin Wanner was no fool. One could not thrive in the tumultuous entertainment industry without a keen intellect. With a hint of resignation, she muttered softly, I wondered why I was flipping through those silver cards for so long. It turns out you intend to mold me into a mere tool. Her words were barely audible. Yet Qin Lang caught them, chuckling as he replied, You misunderstand. Tools are invaluable. They consume grass and yield milk, providing immense benefits to those around them while also possessing a degree of self-preservation. In the event, mind you, it is merely a hypothetical scenario. Should I inadvertently meet my end and you're captured by another team, they would hesitate to take your life. If you truly wish to avoid being a mere tool, I can provide you with an entirely new set of combat talents, enabling you to engage in close-quarters combat with the blood corpses. However, I would prefer to remain a tool. The mere thought of close combat, let alone the putrid stench emanating from the blood corpses, was enough to induce a sense of discomfort in her. Given her slight aversion to filth, after mastering her skills, she gazed at the neatly arranged cards on the bed and inquired, But what shall we do with these cards if we venture outside? Do not fret about them being stolen, Qin Lang replied, waving a golden card in his hand. We can simply transfer them to the vehicle. Having spoken, Qin Lang hoisted a mountaineering backpack onto his shoulders. He relocated several backpacks to the hotel entrance, tore apart the golden card for the RV, and tossed it forward. With a resounding crash, a medium-sized RV materialized. Its exterior fortified with a robust layer of iron plates and steel nails, and even the tires have been reinforced, instilling a profound sense of security. A sturdy little RV. By this time, the daylight had completely faded, and the city was enveloped in darkness, save for the eerie howls of unknown monsters resonating through the air, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Inside the RV, the lights shone brightly. Lin Wanner sipped her coffee, enjoyed the air conditioning, and methodically continued sorting the cards. With dinner, blue cards, comprising 4 steamed hairy crabs and a platter of spicy crayfish beside her. Are you not going to eat? The taste is truly exquisite. It is the best hairy crab I have ever had, Lin Wanner remarked, taking a hearty bite of a crab leg. Qin Lang merely smiled in response. Eat more, as we shall be quite busy shortly. Lin Wanner, still nibbling on the crab leg, approached the passenger seat and asked, Where are we headed? If you ask me, with so many cards, we could sustain ourselves for a year or 2 without needing to take any risks. It would be wiser to find a safe place to hide. Why do you look at me like that? I have read numerous apocalyptic novels, and the protagonists always think like this. First and foremost, the cards belong to me. Not to us, Qin Lang retorted, flicking his fingers. Moreover, novels and reality are vastly different. To survive long-term in an apocalypse, one must actively scavenge for supplies and arm oneself as much as possible. Merely hiding until the end will lead to inevitable death once resources are depleted. Do you know why I chose to act at night? Lin Wanner shook her head. The blood corpses are more ferocious at night, and the cards they drop are of higher quality. Additionally, a new type of monster emerges after dark. Qin Lang was acutely aware of what information was appropriate to share. What kind of new monster? Lin Wanner felt a tightening sensation in her scalp, a flicker of fear igniting within her. The Night Demon. Chapter 5. The Night Demon. Rose Garden Community. With the activation of the power cards, the community regained electricity, and under the illumination, the sense of security among the residents surged, resulting in a chorus of cheers from hundreds of inhabitants. Truly remarkable, Ah Xiong. You are extraordinary. From now on, you shall be the leader of our community. You must guide us to survive in this world. Brother Xiong is magnificent. Lu Xiong smiled and waved at the crowd. It's nothing, rest assured, as long as I, Lu Xiong, am here. Those blood corpses cannot harm you. Our brother Xiong possesses golden talents. Killing blood corpses is as easy as eating and drinking. Several of Lu Xiong's subordinates chimed in. Li Miao, you never dreamed that the man you have always looked down upon could rise to such heights. Lu Xiong's gaze fell upon a voluptuous young woman, and he smirked. I shall grant you another opportunity to choose. Will you marry me now? Li Miao, with a frosty expression, retorted. Lu Xiong, do put away your smug demeanor. You merely stumbled upon a golden card. Eventually, we too shall find one. What is there to be so proud of? You dare to call me a petty person? Lu Xiong's countenance darkened as he lunged forward, seizing Li Miao by her collar. If it weren't for me, you all would have been devoured by the blood corpses. How dare you speak to me like that? Release my daughter. Lu Xiong, what do you intend to do? Do you truly believe there are no laws? Once order is restored, I will report you to the police. Li Miao's parents rushed forward in a desperate attempt to intervene. Report me? Lu Xiong squinted, a chilling malice surging within him. Without hesitation, he swung an axe towards Li Miao's mother, the sound of a sickening crack echoing as her head was cleaved in two, leaving her no chance to scream as she fell lifelessly. Ah, Lu Xiong, you. The residents stood in stunned silence, and Li Miao and her father were left aghast, unable to fathom Lu Xiong's brutality as he so easily took a life. Mother, wife, Li Miao and her father cried out in anguish. Lu Xiong licked his lips, roughly yanking Li Miao by her hair, dragging her away from the corpse. Do you look down on me? Have you been cursing me behind my back? Today, I shall show you just how honorable I truly am. Someone, strip this filthy woman of her clothes. Watch how I ravish her in public. Ah, Lu Xiong, you cannot do this. We all live in the same community. This is unacceptable. A voice of disapproval emerged weakly from the crowd. Unacceptable? Lu Xiong laughed. Without me, you would all be dead. I am a master of this community now. Anyone who dares to oppose me shall meet the axe. You beast, Lu Xiong. Let Miao Miao go. Release her. To hell with you. Another swing of the axe shattered Li Miao's father's skull. Ah. The trauma of losing both parents in such a short span overwhelmed Li Miao, and she screamed before collapsing unconscious. Fainted? No matter, I shall proceed regardless. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiong laughed maniacally as he unbuckled his belt and stepped forward. Over 100 residents averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight. At that moment, no one noticed a colossal figure racing towards the community at a speed of several meters per second, followed closely by a throng of staggering blood corpses. Inside a sturdy RV, Lin Wanner, upon hearing Qin Lang's description of the Night Demon, was rendered speechless. If the Night Demon is so terrifying, why would we seek to provoke it? With its incredible speed, immense strength, and high defenses, save for its invisible eyes, it was practically invincible. High risks meant high rewards. The Night Demon, at the very least, dropped silver cards, and with good fortune, one could even obtain a golden card or even a legendary rainbow card. But didn't TU say it was formidable? A fully armed squad of over a dozen couldn't T take it down? The Night Demon is indeed powerful, but I'm not weak either. We are nearing our destination. Just stay in the vehicle and activate the halo when the time comes. The RV turned and entered the parking space of Rose Community. Within the community, flickering lights illuminated a vast expanse where dozens of bloodthirsty corpses voraciously feasted upon their fallen kin. Amidst the gruesome scene, a colossal creature loomed, towering at an estimated height of 2 to 3 meters and weighing over 500 pounds, its body a mere composition of sinewy muscle. Night Demon Lin Wanner clamped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers, unable to fathom how humanity could triumph against such a monstrosity. Qin Lang quietly extinguished the car's headlights, removed the key from the ignition, and descended with the black blade, Zhang Jin grasped firmly in one hand. He possessed numerous strategies to confront the Night Demon, the simplest being to utilize a Forest Wolf sniper rifle for a long-range headshot. However, he yearned to ascertain the extent of his combat prowess, for the rewards of close-quarters kills surpassed those of ranged attacks, a conclusion drawn from rigorous testing in a past life. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. As the distance between them dwindled to 20 meters, the bloodthirsty corpses caught the scent of the unwelcome intruder, abandoning their delectable feast to charge forth with a deafening roar. Qin Lang, unfazed, executed a flourish with his blade and struck horizontally, thwack. 6 bloodthirsty corpses were cleaved in two. A further swing dispatched another 5. Over 20 bloodthirsty corpses were slain without so much as a touch upon Qin Lang's garments, though he possessed no swordsmanship skills at present. The lethality of Zhang Jin, combined with his prior combat experience, rendered the annihilation of these ordinary bloodthirsty corpses as effortless as eating or drinking. The Night Demon, exhaling a tongue as thick as a child's arm, slowly turned to face Qin Lang. Unlike the corpses, it possessed a modicum of intelligence. An instinct warned it that this human was formidable and warranted caution. Qin Lang shook the blood from his blade and took the initiative, stepping forward. With a whoosh, the Night Demon sprang into action. It was difficult to conceive that its 500-pound frame could leap 7 or 8 meters, barreling towards Qin Lang like a small hill, its 2-foot-long claws thrashing wildly. Be cautious, Lin Wanner thought anxiously, covering her mouth. In a swift maneuver, Qin Lang slid beneath the Night Demon and thrust the black blade upward with ferocity. Thwack! Without a hint of suspense, the creature was impaled, its blood spraying forth as it collapsed to the ground. Yet it was not dead. It writhed violently, attempting to rise for another confrontation. Qin Lang denied it that opportunity, rushing forward to land a heavy blow upon its grotesque visage. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 10 punches, 20 punches. Ultimately, the Night Demon's head was crushed into oblivion. Qin Lang exhaled a heavy breath, beckoning to Lin Wanner, urging her to approach. Trembling, she exited the vehicle and hurried over, suppressing the urge to vomit as she began to sift through the remains for spoils. Soon, the spoils of this minor skirmish emerged. 9 white cards, for green cards, 2 blue cards, and 3 silver cards, all originating from the Night Demon. A rather meager haul. Qin Lang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, it was only 7 o'clock, and the night remained long. Perhaps a search of the corpses would yield more cards. Qin Lang quietly lit a cigarette, while Lin Wanner began her diligent search amidst the pile of bodies. Perhaps having encountered too many corpses in a single day, Lin Wanner's threshold for disgust was decidedly recalibrated. Initially, she felt a wave of nausea, but soon she began to acclimatize to the foul stench. Her determined search, with her pert backside elevated, stirred an anxious fire within Qin Lang, a young man in the prime of his life. Wow, there are indeed some left behind, Lin Wanner exclaimed excitedly as she brandished a bag filled with dozens of cards. Duck! Qin Lang shouted, and Lin Wanner instinctively moved aside. In the next instant, a bullet struck the ground where she had just stood, creating a deep crater. Chapter 6, The Code to Wealth. Inside the residential building on the 6th floor. Damn it, did I miss? Lu Xiong cursed under his breath, resolutely preparing for a second shot. However, as he peered through his rifle's scope and locked eyes with the young man wielding a black knife, an unprecedented wave of terror surged within him. It felt as though he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. This individual was indeed formidable. Yet, having initiated the ambush, and recognizing the opponent's capability to vanquish formidable foes, Lu Xiong understood that retreating would serve no purpose. He could not afford to appear weak. Bang! At the moment the bullet was fired, Qin Lang darted into the blind spot of the shot. Lu Xiong, his gaze menacing, commanded, "You lot, guard the corridor. No matter who approaches, eliminate them on sight." "Understood, boss." Several henchmen immediately brandished their weapons and exited. Meanwhile, Qin Lang found refuge in the shooting blind spot beneath Building 2, his expression dark and foreboding. Had it not been for his night vision ability and his habit of surveying the battlefield, he would have missed the concealed Lu Xiong on the 6th floor, and Lin Wanner would have perished in that moment. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Qin Lang forcefully extinguished his cigarette, but the apocalypse had barely begun. Yet there were those who could ruthlessly turn against their own kind. Such an antisocial personality, had he not crossed paths with Qin Lang, would likely thrive in the new world, perfectly embodying its survival instincts. Regrettably for him, he had chosen the wrong adversary. Qin Lang, are you all right? Lin Vania, trembling with fear, called from behind a dumpster. I'm fine. Stay here and don't wander off, Qin Lang replied. He possessed the keys to a small RV, which could easily allow Lin Wanner to take refuge inside. However, caution was paramount. All his blue level cards were in the RV, and should Lin Wanner drive off, all his prior efforts would be for naught, despite the odds of such an eventuality being minimal. Qin Lang surveyed the building before him, a standard 6-story residential structure without an elevator, with 3 households on each floor. Climbing from the 1st to the 6th floor would take at most 2 or 3 minutes, yet Qin Lang was not foolish enough to risk it. Should there be a multitude of enhanced humans inside, it would complicate matters considerably. Most importantly, the abilities he currently possessed were ill-suited to withstand the assault of firearms. From the pocket of his inner lining, Qin Lang retrieved a stack of silver and blue cards, smiling as he tore one of the silver cards. In the next moment, a bundle of explosives appeared in his hands. These silver card explosives had been his go-to for dispatching bloodthirsty foes in his previous life, renowned for their immense power. In fact, they were a common method employed by humanity in the early days of the apocalypse to deal with such threats, and their efficacy was well established. After extracting the explosives, Qin Lang discovered a remote-controlled drone within the blue card. He affixed the explosives to the drone, ignited them, and deftly maneuvered the drone directly towards the 6th floor. Lu Xiong's subordinates had long since taken positions with their weapons, lying in wait for someone to ascend and provide them with an opportunity for ambush. However, they could never have anticipated that a drone would suddenly soar through the narrow passage of the corridor. What on earth? Oh my God, explosives? Run for your lives. By the time they realized the explosives were ignited, it was far too late to escape. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered every window in the building, causing the structure to tremble violently. Smoke and dust enveloped the air, blood splattered, and severed limbs lay scattered about. Coughing and gasping for air, Lu Xiong found himself on the 6th floor, separated from the explosives by only a wooden door. Although the explosion did not directly harm him, the deafening roar left him with a momentary ringing in his ears. Struggling to stand, his robust physique was pierced by numerous wooden splinters, bleeding profusely. Through the haze, he barely glimpsed a shadow flitting past. Damn it, come on. If you dare come in, Uve zombies. I'm not afraid of anything. Lu Xiong, his eyes bloodshot, raised his gun and shouted at the doorway. Leaning against the wall, Qin Lang chuckled as he tossed a grenade he had held for a full 3 seconds into the room. A grenade? Boom! Following the explosion, an eerie silence blanketed the room. Qin Lang gazed at the dismembered body by the window, devoid of any elation typically associated with victory over an adversary. War consumes wealth. In this apocalyptic conflict, resources are drained. This skirmish, lasting less than 3 minutes, had cost him 2 silver cards, explosives, and a grenade, along with 1 blue card. To claim it did not sting would be a lie. After all, even the landlord household has its limits. You had better have reinforced your silver card, or I will be at a loss. Qin Lang muttered to himself as he swiftly severed the head from the corpse and quickly rummaged through the scattered cards in the room, clutching the bloodied head as he exited the scene. What has transpired? What exploded? Lin Wanner, upon seeing Qin Lang emerge unscathed, felt a weight lift from her heart and anxiously inquired. Then, Qin Lang casually tossed an object. Lacking Qin Lang's night vision, Lin Wanner was unaware of its nature. Instinctively, she raised her hand to catch it. Upon realizing she was holding a grotesquely disfigured head, she was instantly paralyzed with fear. Lin Wanner's face turned pale. Why you? Qin Lang laughed heartily. You'll need to grow accustomed to this. The head serves a purpose and must be taken back. Driving his small camper van through the Rose Garden community, Qin Lang dispatched a dozen solitary blood corpses along the way, confirming that there was little to salvage in this vicinity before decisively departing. What on earth is the use of this head? Lin Warner looked at the tattered cloth-wrapped head with disdain. It had spoiled her appetite for the leftover hairy crabs and crayfish on the dining table. Qin Lang did not respond to her query, but suddenly slammed on the brakes. Lin Warner sensed something was amiss and hurried over. Through the car window, she witnessed a scene that would be etched in her memory forever. 200 meters ahead, a colossal heart, bloodied and pulsating, stood at a height of 5 to 6 meters, surrounded by countless aimlessly wandering blood corpses. Lin Warner covered her mouth, her eyes filled with terror and astonishment. This was her first encounter with a blood heart. What is that? The key to sudden wealth. Lin Warner was momentarily stunned. Huh? Qin Lang did not rush to destroy the blood heart. Instead, he extinguished the lights both inside and outside the vehicle, then approached the dining table. He lifted the shell of a large hairy crab and tore 2 blue food cards for boiled fish and braised pork, voraciously devouring the feast before Lin Warner. Qin Lang consumed the food with remarkable speed, finishing the culinary delights in less than half an hour, after which he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. How you plan to deal with that thing? Lin Warner questioned, her face etched with concern. Qin Lang glanced at the distant blood heart, tightened the tactical vest he wore, leaned against the window, and closed his eyes. There's no rush. I'll rest for a while, and then take over the night watch. Lin Warner was simultaneously amused and exasperated. How can you sleep at a time like this? Chapter 7. The 7-Person Squad. Qin Lang slept soundly for over 3 hours. When he awoke, it was already past 1 in the morning. He gently tapped Lin Warner, who was dozing off, urging her to rest while he took the driver's seat, observing the enormous blood heart from a distance. Qin Lang had not revealed a single detail about the blood heart to Lin Warner, deeming it unnecessary. Originally, his plan was to head east to Haicheng, where Feng Xiaoni resided, hunt night demons, and clear some minor blood hearts. However, fate intervened when he stumbled upon this imminent transformation of a giant blood heart at the crossroads, making it hard for him to leave. It is known that the drop rate of transformed blood hearts surpasses that of ordinary blood hearts and night demons by more than tenfold. It would be foolish to abandon such an opportunity. The only dilemma he faced now was the uncertainty of how long he would have to wait for the blood heart's transformation. If this blood heart's faction of corpses failed to hunt sufficient humans, not only would it not transform, but it might also degrade. He thought to himself that he should have brought the bodies over to feed it. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Though the RV had ample space, it could not accommodate many corpses, and he had to consider Lin Warner as well-being, not wanting to frighten the young star into distress. No matter, time was plentiful, and patience would suffice. Qin Lang tossed the cigarette but out the window, grasped his black knife, and narrowed his eyes slightly. As time slowly passed, several hours slipped by, and dawn began to break. Lin Warner, rubbing her sleepy eyes, approached Qin Lang, lost in thought. He cast a glance at her, but remained silent. Lin Warner's lips moved as if to ask something, but seeing Qin Lang's apparent disinterest in conversation, she shook off her stupor and returned to the dining table to sort the cards once more. With over 10,000 cards of various types, sorting them was no quick task. Only Lin Warner possessed the patience for such a chore. Had it been Qin Lang, he would have been jumping up and down in frustration. Before long, another half hour had passed, and as the light of day fully illuminated the surroundings, the previously lethargic blood corpses suddenly appeared to notice something, roaring as they dashed towards the right side of the crossroads. In the next moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted, shattering the mass of corpses like tattered rags. At the far end of the blind spot emerged a group of 7 humans, 5 men and 2 women, aged between 20 and 30, clad in blue combat uniforms, brandishing firearms. Qin Lang retrieved a military-grade binocular, blue card, to examine them closely. Upon recognizing the leader of this septet, a peculiar sensation stirred within him. He was acquainted with the captain, Wang Feng, a former auxiliary police officer who had formed a relatively formidable team in the early days of the apocalypse. Qin Lang's memory was vivid, as in his previous life. His community had engaged in fierce conflict with Wang Feng's group over the acquisition of cards, rendering them adversaries of sorts. He never anticipated encountering him here. It seemed that his reincarnation had triggered a butterfly effect. Is the blood heart going to be taken? Lin Warner whispered. Not so easily, Qin Lang replied, lowering the binoculars with a shake of his head. Given the current enhancements of humanity, it would be exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon a high-level blood heart, particularly one on the brink of transforming into a black heart. Any reckless attack would only result in a gruesome demise. At the intersection, Wang Feng remained oblivious to his impending doom as he nonchalantly approached the blood heart with his rifle, exclaiming, "Goodness, this is the largest blood heart I've ever seen. Taking it down will surely yield a plethora of valuable cards." The female team member, Lian, cautioned, "Brother Wang, we don't have much ammunition left. Is it wise to waste it on this blood heart?" Her concern was palpable, for they had recently dispatched a blood heart of ordinary size, earning some silver and even gold cards, but the cost had been substantial, and their ammunition was nearly depleted. While the blood heart appeared to have a thin exterior, its vitality surpassed that of countless blood corpses. It would require hundreds of bullets to obliterate it. "We must conserve our bullets. Let's use this." Wang Feng produced a handful of green cards from his jacket pocket, and the group's eyes brightened upon discerning what they were. What are they doing? Are they drinking at a time like this? Due to the considerable distance and lacking binoculars, Lin Wanner could only vaguely perceive Wang Feng and his companions holding objects resembling bottles. Those who survived the apocalypse and began to counterattack the blood corpses were no fools. "That was a Molotov cocktail," Qin Lang mused in admiration. "Will using a Molotov cocktail against the blood heart work?" Lin Wanner blinked her large, captivating eyes in inquiry. "Against the standard blood heart, a multitude of Molotov cocktails could suffice." Qin Lang paused, but for one on the verge of transformation, even explosives would lose their efficacy. They are likely to meet their end here. A flicker of dread crossed Lin Wanner's face upon hearing Qin Lang's words. "Are we merely going to watch?" she murmured. Qin Lang cast a profound gaze at Lin Wanner, setting aside his desire to intervene and respecting the fate of others. Lin Wanner pressed her lips together, refraining from further commentary. While the two conversed in the vehicle, Wang Feng and his companions had already positioned the Molotov cocktails around the colossal blood heart, over 100 bottles in total, before retreating a safe distance and firing to detonate one of the incendiary devices. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the Molotov cocktail shattered, creating a massive fireball that instantly engulfed the colossal blood heart. The attacked blood heart emitted a piercing shriek, a sound so jarring that Lin Wanner quickly covered her ears, her expression reflecting her discomfort. In stark contrast, Qin Lang remained impassive, as if nothing had transpired. The blood heart's wailing lasted only a fleeting dozen seconds before it ceased. Wang Feng and his companions rose awkwardly, cursing aloud. "Damn it, that startled me. How can this thing still make noise?" Their eardrums nearly ruptured, but then a team member noticed something amiss, pointing at the giant blood heart. "Oh, Wang, look." The Molotov didn't seem to affect it much. It only scorched the outer layer. Wang Feng scrutinized the scene, realizing that indeed, only the outer layer of the blood heart had been charred, with no significant damage inflicted. "What the hell is its hide that thick?" While Wang Feng continued to curse, "Tematalians complexion shifta dramatically." She examined the circular device in her hand and shrieked, "No, this is bad. So many blood corpses. We are surrounded." As her words fell, the previously tranquil intersection erupted with thousands of blood corpses, staggering towards the seven, some stumbling and being trampled into a pulp by their fellow creatures. These blood corpses, drawn by the blood heart's cries, surged forward like a frenzied army racing to the rescue, moving at an alarming speed. "Fire!" Wang Feng and the others, back to back, opened fire, bullets raining down and mowing down the blood corpses in waves. However, the sheer number of foes soon overwhelmed them. A scream echoed as a male teammate was pulled down while reloading, dragged into the mass and torn to shreds in an instant. Chapter 8. Your fate seems quite fortunate. The remaining 6 exchanged terrified glances. While they could confidently eradicate dozens or even hundreds of blood corpses, they now faced a relentless tide of over 1,000. Their ammunition was insufficient, and remaining here felt akin to awaiting death. "Follow me, we must break through." Wang Feng had earned his position as captain for good reason. He quickly pinpointed a direction, decisively tearing open a silver card and wielding a silver katana to slash through the throng of corpses. The frenzied blood corpses had only increased their speed, but their defensive capabilities remained unchanged, yielding to the blade's sharpness as several were swiftly cleaved apart. The second in command, Zhou Weiman, a muscular man with enhanced strength and stamina, discarded his empty rifle and mimicked Wang Feng, tearing open a card of his own. He chose a meteor hammer as his weapon, smashing several blood corpses' heads in his wake. Thus, the 6-member team, led by Wang Feng and Zhou Weiman, carved a bloody path through the horde. Meanwhile, Qin Lang, who witnessed the entire ordeal, found himself both amused and perplexed. with 4 roads branching at the intersection. Why did they choose to break through towards his direction? No matter how sturdy the camper was, it could not withstand the onslaught of the undead. They seem to have noticed us, Lin Wanner remarked anxiously. Hide the carts. Prepare to entertain our guests. Qin Lang calmly offered a word of advice. Wang Feng and his companions, during their escape, naturally noticed the sturdy camper van, an exaggerated vehicle that evidently emerged post-apocalypse, their eyes igniting with excitement. Hurry, open the door. Help us, Wang Feng shouted. Quickly get in. Qin Lang instructed Lin Wanner to unlock the door. Once the 6 of them, panting heavily, scrambled into the van, he pressed down on the accelerator, and the camper van, like a bulldozer, sent a dozen bloodthirsty corpses flying, clearing a path as it sped off in the opposite direction. The significance of vehicles in this apocalyptic world was evident. Ha ha ha. Just when I thought there was no way out, a glimmer of hope appears. I knew it. My life was not meant to end. Wang Feng laughed heartily, celebrating his narrow escape. However, the thought of his comrade Xiao Li's death made him sigh. He surveyed the interior of the van and noticed Lin Wanner, who appeared somewhat flustered. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. You are Lin Wanner? Lin Wanner paused for a moment before responding, yes. The unexpected encounter with a living star surprised her. The others exchanged glances, greeting Lin Wanner, which left her somewhat taken aback, as she considered herself merely a minor actress. My friend, you are quite fortunate to have acquired a camper van card. It must be at least a gold card for vehicles, right? Zhou Weiman eagerly took the passenger seat to strike up a conversation with Qin Lang. Despite his enthusiastic demeanor, his eyes were filled with disdain and greed. Qin Lang replied with a nonchalant adding that he had found it the previous night. Very impressive, Zhou Weiman remarked, his gaze wandering around, and upon discovering cigarettes in the storage cabinet, he could hardly contain his joy and lit one up. Damn, this feels great. Lao Wang, have one. Zhou Weiman, a longtime smoker, had been deprived of cigarettes since the apocalypse began, nearly suffocating from the lack. The men in the group began to share cigarettes, puffing clouds of smoke. Having successfully evaded the horde, Qin Lang parked the vehicle by the roadside. We are safe now, he declared. Wang Feng exhaled a plume of smoke, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes as he signaled to Zhou Weiman, who instantly understood. He suddenly drew his pistol and pressed it against Qin Lang's temple. Kid, thanks for saving us. It's better to send the Buddha all the way to the west. Why not gift us this camper van too? It would be a waste to leave it in your hands. Lin Wanner exclaimed in anger. How can you repay kindness with malice? Wang Feng scoffed. It's the end of the world. What talk of kindness and revenge is this? How childish. Shui Yu, a young man with fair skin and a refined demeanor, sinisterly suggested. Boss, let's get rid of this guy. This woman is quite attractive. Let's keep her. Lin Wanner's face turned pale at once. The 2 women in the group, Li Yin and Zhou Lei, felt uneasy upon hearing this, but remained silent. Wang Feng and his companions held a certain respect for them, but their intentions toward other women were of little concern to the ladies. Besides, the thought that Lin Wanner was so beautiful was merely an invitation for men to toy with her. With this in mind, both women felt a twinge of satisfaction. In truth, even without Shui Yu's suggestion, Wang Feng had already contemplated keeping Lin Wanner for himself. Before the apocalypse descended, he, a mere auxiliary police officer, earned a paltry salary of $2,000 a month, often unjustly taking the blame for others. Approaching the age of 30, he found himself without a wife, nor even a girlfriend. Finally, as the world crumbled, he saw an opportunity to utilize his long-suffering efforts. Now, a beautiful young star lay before him. How could he possibly let such a chance slip away? He must seize it with fervor. Considering you once saved us, I shall spare your life. Depart, Zhou Weiman said, giving Qin Lang a shove. In his eyes, Qin Lang was but a fortunate university student, and killing him would merely be a waste of ammunition. Thus, the safety on his pistol remained engaged. Otherwise, the moment he drew his gun, Qin would have acted, for he could not allow anyone to hold a firearm to his head. You're rather amiable, Qin Lang grinned, fully aware of his control over the situation. Zhou Weiman blinked. What did you say? Just as the words escaped his lips, a military dagger had already severed Zhou Weiman's throat. His eyes widened in disbelief as his body uncontrollably fell backward. Old Zhou! Wang Feng gasped in shock, but before he could rise, a bullet shattered his skull. The handgun had belonged to Zhou Weiman. The instant he was slashed, Qin Lang had seized it, adeptly disengaging the safety and firing with seamless precision. Not good, Shui Yu exclaimed, attempting to flee, but it was too late. Qin Lang lunged forward for a close shot, and the bullet exploded his head, mixing red and white in a gruesome display. The last remaining male member of the group begged for mercy, but uttered a single word before being silenced. In less than 10 seconds, 4 men lay dead. Qin Lang disregarded the corpses, reloading his pistol and gesturing toward Li Yin and Zhou Lei. "Do not kill me. This is not our fault." Li Yin and Zhou Lei trembled in fear. "I have a few questions for you." "Answer honestly," Qin Lang said, a smile playing on his lips. The two women steadied themselves, promising to divulge everything they knew. Through their ensuing dialogue, Qin Lang gleaned some information. Wang Feng's team hailed from the Chunxiang community, where he served as the leader. They had ventured out to scavenge for supplies, having stockpiled a limited number of cards, only about 100 white and green cards, while the blue and silver cards were always on their person, never left behind in the community. Is that all? Qin Lang felt a twinge of disappointment. This information held no value for him, as white and green cards were of no allure. "I know nothing more. Please spare me. I will do anything you ask, even sleep with you." Li Yan's cheeks flushed crimson. Zhou Lei, witnessing this, quickly interjected, "Li Yan, how shameless." "Young man, do not listen to her. She was promiscuous even before the apocalypse, riddled with diseases. If you sleep with her, you will surely contract something. How can you say such things?" Li Yan retorted angrily, shocked that her closest friend would betray her at such a critical moment. "Am I not speaking the truth? Everyone knows how this vixen seduced the leaders at work, causing them and their wives to fall ill. You lie." Bang, bang. After 2 shots, silence enveloped the vehicle. Chapter 9. A Profound Prophet. Everyone had changed. Lin Wanner sat on the stool, her complexion as pale as a ghost. She did not blame Qin Lang for the act of murder. Rather, she found it difficult to accept the current state of affairs. Why? At the very onset of the apocalypse, had her fellow beings turned so malevolent? Is the essence of humanity inherently evil? Sensing the turmoil within Lin Wanner, Qin Lang smiled as he lit a cigarette and took a puff. Humanity's nature is indeed flawed. In times of peace, the law restrains most individuals, preventing them from acting with impunity. However, now, Qin Lang shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Such occurrences would become commonplace. It was something Lin Wanner would have to process on her own. His immediate concern was to devise a method for the Blood Heart's transformation. Qin Lang quickly maneuvered the vehicle back to its original position. What met his eyes was a dense mass of over 1,000 blood corpses. It was certain that within a 3-kilometer radius, all the blood corpses were congregated here. More blood would need to be shed. Qin Lang sighed, grateful for the solid foundation he had built before the apocalypse. He had amassed a considerable stockpile of explosives, grenades, and Molotov cocktails. Were it anyone else, even with knowledge of the Blood Heart's need for transformation, they would find themselves at a loss. After all, tackling such a multitude of blood corpses through sheer force would require a team of dozens. Qin Lang first employed a drone to douse the blood corpses with gasoline, then utilized the drone to remotely deliver Molotov cocktails into the throng of corpses. The moment the Molotov shattered, a sea of flames erupted beneath, engulfing the 1,000 blood corpses in a fiery inferno. The entire operation, from preparation to execution, spanned 2 hours. Most of the blood corpses were eradicated, and the remaining scattered few posed no threat. With a press of the accelerator, they were crushed beneath the wheels of the camper van. What a foul stench! Lin Wanner covered her nose. The immense Blood Heart, just a few meters away, emitted a noxious odor that completely overpowered the charred scent of the battlefield. Qin Lang paid it no mind, extracting the corpses from the camper and tossing them beside the Blood Heart. Once everything was set, he returned to the vehicle to observe. After roughly 5 minutes, tendril-like appendages, thick as a thumb, broke through the soil, piercing 6 corpses and a severed head. These were the roots of the Blood Heart, which absorbed human flesh and blood for transformation or reproduction, Qin Lang explained. After consuming the 6 corpses and the head, the vast Blood Heart trembled suddenly, emanating an indescribable, eerie aura. It is about to transform. Qin Lang's heart raced with excitement, though his demeanor remained calm. Will it not become stronger after the transformation? Lin Wanner inquired curiously. Qin Lang shook his head. The transformed Blood Heart would indeed be extraordinarily powerful. At present, no individual possessed the capability to confront it single-handedly. However, during the transformation process, the Blood Heart would siphon all energy to its core, rendering it vulnerable. In other words, it was at its weakest state now. its defensive capabilities not significantly superior to an ordinary blood heart, making it the most opportune moment for extermination. With a decisive clang, the black blade glinted sharply under the sunlight as Qin Lang strode purposefully towards the blood heart. His extensive knowledge stemmed from a past life spent as a heart harvester, specializing in extracting the cores of blood hearts for Syndicate. The black blade effortlessly sliced through the outer shell, releasing a copious amount of viscous, foul-smelling liquid. Within the sanguine heart lay a clear view of its interior, where over 100 pupil forms were irregularly arranged, most of which were empty. Only a few harbored the burgeoning blood corpses, night demons, and winged monstrosities, none of which were fully developed. Qin Lang ventured into the depths of the sanguine heart and swiftly discovered a fist-sized heart suspended in midair, gradually changing color. The moment the heart turned completely black, he struck decisively, severing the black core and fled back to the caravan without a glance back. Behind him, peculiar sounds erupted. The black sanguine heart, now devoid of its core, disintegrated and instantaneously transformed into a pool of blood as if it had never existed. Inside the caravan, Lin Wanner's face was etched with curiosity. "Is this the black core?" Qin Lang nodded, placing the black core on the dining table and inhaling deeply. This was indeed the black core, the most precious resource at the onset of the apocalypse, unparalleled in value. In his previous life, Qin Lang had acquired numerous black cores, but those were solely for community tasks, akin to a bank teller's duties. Moreover, even as a community leader, it was impossible to monopolize all the cards within a single black core, for such a resource could never be monopolized by an individual or a small group. "Let us see some powerful cards," he exclaimed. With a swift strike from the black blade, the black core instantly turned to ash, revealing a stack of cards in its place, over a dozen in total. From a side view, 2 colorful cards were visible among the rest, which comprised gold and silver tier cards. Double colors, what luck! Qin Lang rubbed his hands together and began to examine the cards one by one. Among the 11 cards, aside from 8 silver cards, there were 2 colorful cards and 6 gold cards. The gold cards included Talent, Dangerous Intuition, grants the owner a keen insight into danger. Talent, Heavy Fist Fighter, empowers the owner's fists to be as formidable as cannonballs. Talent, Surge and Meridian, enables the owner to open the Surge and Meridian pathways, allowing Qi to flow autonomously. Talent, Biologist, endows the owner with biological skills. Skill, Sharpshooter, consumes a certain amount of stamina to lock onto the vital points of enemies within a 200-meter range. Food, Seafood Feast, a table of seafood that boosts morale. Among the 6 gold cards, aside from the food card and the biologist, which were temporarily useless, the other 4 could be deemed exceptional, particularly the Dangerous Intuition, which significantly enhanced survival rates by reducing the likelihood of ambushes. He pondered what the legendary colorful cards might offer. As Qin Lang examined one of the colorful cards, his pupils constricted upon reading the description. Talent, Qi Manipulation Technique, grants the owner the ability to control spiritual energy. Usage condition, must open the 8 meridians. Undoubtedly a divine-level talent among colorful cards. Yet the conditions were rather stringent, rendering it unattainable for him at present. While excitement coursed through him, a tinge of frustration lingered. The requirement to open the 8 meridians meant he must first learn 4 gold card talents, the Ren and Du meridians, the Surge and Meridian pathways, and the Yin and Yang meridians. If the talent were merely challenging to learn, Qin Lang would not be so disheartened. His true frustration stemmed from the fact that the Qi manipulation technique, a godly talent of the illusionary realm, is undoubtedly a developmental type. Even upon mastering it, its initial performance pales in comparison to that of golden card talents, such as Heavy Fist Warriors, Fighters, or Sauna Champions. Only through continuous enhancement with gold and colorful cards in the later stages can its ultimate combat potential be realized, categorizing it as a talent that accumulates strength over time, becoming increasingly formidable. In his recollections from a previous life, many had indeed pursued the Qi manipulation technique, yet only a scant few managed to grasp its advanced forms. Once acquired, it guaranteed dominion over territory. Chapter 10. The Bracelet and the Archer. It was futile to ponder further if he could not learn it. Qin Lang securely stored the Qi manipulation technique and unveiled the second colorful card. Upon discerning the contents of the card, he could no longer suppress his laughter. Indeed, this is for me. Qin Lang's face blossomed with joy. It was not a lack of depth in his character. Rather, the item bestowed was remarkably exceptional and entirely unexpected. Electronic protective bracelet. As long as there is electricity, one cannot perish. A succinct yet crude description. This resonated with the adage from his previous life. The fewer the words, the greater the item. The electronic protective bracelet, which Qin Lang had witnessed in use during his past life, required silver card batteries for charging. Once fully charged, it could withstand 3 lethal blows or several ordinary attacks, depending on the adversary's inflicted damage. Naturally, this was contingent upon the attacks not exceeding the bracelet's protective threshold. Otherwise, it would become ineffective, akin to a passive-triggered super shield. Qin Lang promptly removed the bracelet from the card and adorned his wrist with it. He then retrieved 3 silver battery cards from his tactical vest. Having previously categorized blue cards and above during his leisure, locating them was not troublesome. He was well aware of what he possessed. As the 3 green energy bars on the bracelet filled up, a surge of security flooded through Qin Lang. After a moment's reflection, he handed his handgun to Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner paused. I don't know how to use this. As a citizen of the peaceful era of the Hulong Kingdom, few had ever laid hands on a real firearm. I will teach you. First, do this, then that. Lin Wanner exhibited a remarkable learning ability. After just one demonstration from Qin Lang, she was able to handle it. However, what he said next left her stunned. Shoot me. Qin Lang pointed to his forehead. Lin Wanner looked astonished. What? Qin Lang reassured her. Do not worry. I merely wish to test the protective capacity. I would never jest with my life. Go ahead and shoot. With Qin Lang's insistence, Lin Wanner gritted her teeth and fired. Bang! As the bullet neared Qin Lang's forehead, it was engulfed by a protective membrane, vanishing without a trace. Observing the energy bar on the bracelet, it indeed diminished by 1 segment. He pondered the energy consumption upon impact, realizing he possessed limited silver card batteries, only a handful, making such waste imprudent. Qin Lang murmured to himself, then glanced at Lin Wanner, whose expression was not solely one of astonishment, but also of pain. Upon discovering the reason, Qin Lang could not help but chuckle. It turned out the recoil from the handgun had dislocated her wrist. Quite fragile indeed. Qin Lang assisted Lin Wanner to her seat in the dining area, carefully adjusting her wrist. It appears this firearm is ill-suited for you. Perhaps a crossbow would be more appropriate. Until she acquired the protective bracelet, Qin Lang had no intention of allowing Lin Wanner to engage in combat, primarily due to concerns that arming her might expose him to treachery. However, with the bracelet now in place, his apprehensions dissipated. Encouraging Lin Wanner to shoot at him was not merely a test or display of bravado, but rather a means of instilling a sense of intimidation. In truth, Qin Lang was projecting his own insecurities onto her throughout their acquaintance. Lin Wanner had never harbored thoughts of betrayal. She was acutely aware of her own limitations as a mere actress, understanding that survival in this post-apocalyptic world was nearly impossible alone. Encountering someone as formidable as Qin Lang, she would undoubtedly cling to him for support. Betrayal was an inconceivable notion. Yet, one could hardly blame Qin Lang. After 5 years of enduring the harsh realities of this world, he had witnessed an abundance of treachery, which had inevitably skewed his perception of others. I practiced with a mechanical bow for a while during filming. Do you have one? Lin Wanner inquired, her expression somewhat peculiar as she gently massaged her wrist. When Qin Lang had helped her with her injury, a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within her, though she could not quite comprehend it. Indeed, I possess several, Qin Lang replied, retrieving a silver card. The mechanical bow came with 6 cards, all identical in function and power, the sole distinction being their varying colors. Unsurprisingly, Lin Wanner opted for the pink variant. The more vibrant the hue, the more formidable the strike. Quite reasonable, she mused. Try shooting that utility pole over there to test your strength. Qin Lang gestured towards a nearby power pole. All right, I'm quite skilled, Lin Wanner declared, standing tall and confidently nocking an arrow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth like a streak of light, striking a trash can 3 meters away from the pole with remarkable precision. Impressive, Qin Lang exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Lin Wanner blushed deeply. I haven't used it in so long. Let me try again. Hold on. First, utilize these cards before attempting again. Qin Lang handed her the previously categorized silver cards, which included mastery of archery, precision talent, long-distance shooting, bow, and sharpshooter skill, bow. Are these all for me? Lin Wanner asked in disbelief. Indeed. The creatures you will face will grow increasingly formidable. I need a capable ally. Besides, you have been assisting me all along, and this is rightfully yours. Qin Lang offered his words with an easy charm, knowing that flattery required no resources yet could bring joy to the heart. Lin Vanya is cheeks flushed crimson, rendering her shy to meet Qin Lang's gaze. She was acutely aware of her contributions over the past 2 days, categorizing cards, and once more, categorizing cards. However, the thought of fighting alongside Qin Lang filled her with elation. Thank you for trusting me. I have always trusted you. I just hadn't determined the best path for you to take, Qin Lang replied earnestly. Lin Wanner pouted, thinking to herself how disingenuous that sounded. Of course I understand. With several silver cards enhancing her abilities, Lin Wanner's precision and the potency of her arrows have multiplied several times over, achieving a remarkable hit rate of 95 on stationary targets and 77 on moving ones. Unfortunately, the nearby blood corpses have all been cleared away. Otherwise, Qin Lang would have been eager to witness her combat prowess in action. Before they knew it, dusk descended, and the interior of the RV remained brightly illuminated. To commemorate the day's significant achievements, Qin Lang tore open a silver card for food, revealing a sumptuous Sichuan Chongqing hot pot set that filled the table with an abundance of premium beef and lamb, along with an assortment of vegetables, altogether comprising over 30 dishes. Wow, this is incredibly lavish. Will eating all of this make me gain weight? Lin Wanner exclaimed, drooling with anticipation. The more talents you possess, the greater your consumption. So indulge yourself, Qin Lang urged, shaking his head in disbelief. Is that truly what you're concerned about? While others fret over not having enough to eat, you worry about gaining weight? Suddenly, as they were relishing their meal, a loud knock echoed on the RV door. Qin Lang glanced at the dashcam, initially suspecting it might be a blood corpse, only to find a middle-aged couple standing at the entrance, the woman cradling a 3- or 4-year-old boy in her arms. Please, we are desperate. We haven't had water in 2 days. Could you spare us some food and water? The man implored, his face etched with anxiety. Please, I beg you, the woman added, her voice tinged with desperation. Chapter 11. Community Residence. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Lang opened the door. He surveyed the family before him. The couple appeared utterly haggard, their lips cracked and bleeding. In stark contrast, the young boy seemed to be in relatively good condition, though slightly malnourished. He showed no signs of dehydration, suggesting that the couple had conserved their limited water supply for their child. Wanner, bring over some water and food cards, Qin Lang instructed. Lin Wanner quickly retrieved a small stack of white water and food cards and handed them to the middle-aged couple. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the couple knelt before Qin Lang, exclaiming, Thank you. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Qin Lang nodded, but it's not safe out here. You should head back. He began to close the door. The middle-aged man interjected, Wait, please, just a moment. Qin Lang, firm in his resolve, stated, If you wish to enter the RV, I must make it clear that this is not a possibility. The man faltered, feeling embarrassed. We are grateful for the food and water. We would never entertain such thoughts. Oh, then is there something else you need? My son is 3 years old, and with the outside being so perilous, could you possibly, don't even think about it. Qin Lang cut him off decisively. Well, I'm in a good mood. Please leave. With that, he firmly shut the door, leaving no room for further discussion. Lin Vanya, witnessing the exchange, remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. What is it? Do I have something on my face? Qin Lang inquired, intrigued. Shaking her head, Lin Wanner replied. No, it's just that I didn't expect you to give them cards. You thought I would lure them in and harm them? Qin Lang teased, placing a piece of tender beef into his bowl. Due to the interruption from the family, the meat had overcooked slightly. I never said that. Don't misjudge my intentions, Lin Wanner retorted, pouting. As Qin Lang chuckled and continued to eat, he remarked, Have you noticed how, even though the apocalypse has only just begun, the disparities between people have already grown increasingly pronounced? Lin Vanya nodded in agreement. This is an undeniable fact. Setting aside the monstrous Qin Lang, who could withstand bullets, let us focus on her. Before the apocalypse, she was merely a fragile actress, yet now, given the right opportunity, she firmly believes she could effortlessly eliminate a small squad of bloodthirsty corpses. Only those who dare to fight can survive in this world of desolation. As for the family of 3, it seems implausible that they would endure to the second phase. Thus, I regard them not as human beings, but as mere stray cats and dogs, deserving of a morsel of food if I happen to have some. When Qin Lang spoke these words, he appeared as cold and detached as an emotionless machine. The term second phase echoed in Lin Wanner's mind. But since Qin Lang was unwilling to elaborate, she would not foolishly pry for answers. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Lin Wanner brewed herself a cup of coffee and resumed her task of categorizing cards. Qin Lang, peering through his military binoculars at the monstrous entities in the sky, observed the white frost enveloping their grotesque faces, his heart clear as crystal. He anticipated the arrival of a second rainfall of cards soon. He resolved not to take any action that night, opting to conserve his energy and wait until the card rain concluded before seeking out Feng Xiaoni and Haiqing. Although he trusted in Feng Xiaoni's intelligence and capabilities to thrive in this apocalypse, without his aid, she remained the most significant companion in his life, and he wished to have her by his side as soon as possible. As time slowly passed, the sound of knocking at the door echoed once more. Qin Lang glanced at the dashcam, his brow furrowing in a furrowed line, for dozens of people, men and women, young and old, even a heavily pregnant woman, had inexplicably gathered around the RV. When had so many arrived, and what were their intentions? Lin Wanner, who had already fallen asleep, was startled awake. Begging for food, what else could they want? Qin Lang mused, unfazed, as he opened the door. The middle-aged man knocking looked at Qin Lang with a sheepish grin and said, "Brother, could we discuss something?" Qin Lang chuckled, "Sure, what is it?" The man continued, "We are from a neighboring community, and with those man-eating monsters outside, we've been too afraid to venture out and have been hiding at home. But you know, the water and food we've stockpiled are utterly insufficient. They do not quench thirst or satiate hunger. Only the cards you possess are effective. I saw Wang Gui and others obtain some water and food cards from you. So could you possibly share some with us as well? Of course. We would never take without giving. We are all willing to follow you." Qin Lang could not help but laugh, ruthlessly retorting, "Follow me? To do what? What can you do? You don't even dare to slay a blood corpse, expecting me to play the role of your caretaker? If you seek my cards, you might as well forget it. Youth, how can you speak so harshly? I am of considerable age. How could I possibly fight those monsters? We are simply attempting to negotiate here. What kind of attitude is this?" The elder, who likely held a position of authority before retirement, still exuded an air of condescension. Even at such a time, Qin Lang refused to indulge him, retorting with a smile, "Your age is of no concern to me. Are you living off my existence? How can you beg with such audacity? You, how dare you insult an elder?" Upon hearing Qin Lang's words, the group began to murmur in discontent. Indeed, they had convened prior to their arrival to strategize on how to handle various situations. Upon witnessing Qin Lang's demeanor, several burly young men stepped forward. "Hey, watch your mouth. We merely seek to borrow some food and water. Let us negotiate amicably. Do not overstep your bounds. Should we resort to force, I fear you would not withstand the consequences." They were well versed in the principle of courtesy preceding aggression. Lin Wanner, listening from behind, nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens, utterly appalled by their audacity. Qin Lang could barely contain his laughter. "Oh, how impressive. Unable to confront the bloodthirsty undead, you resort to robbery here. Gulme, show me your strength." "Shoo, everyone be quiet." The middle-aged man, evidently their leader, attempted to mediate, stating their demands. "We require only a week's worth of food and water for 40 individuals. Provide us with that, and we shall depart immediately. Do not presume I possess such provisions. Even if I did, I would never part with them," Qin Lang coldly retorted. "What a farce. A week's sustenance for 40 people? That would amount to thousands of coins. On what grounds do you demand such? Refusal will lead to violence." The middle-aged man bellowed, and several young men surged forward to seize Qin Lang. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. The sound of impact echoed as the young man, weighing over 160 pounds, flew through the air like a mere scrap of paper, landing several meters away, his fate uncertain. This was the terrifying prowess of the heavyweight fighter. He sent someone flying? How could this be possible? A collective shock immobilized the group, instinctively retreating several paces. "I am in a good mood today and do not wish to quarrel with you. If you dare to provoke me further, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you all. Leave." Qin Lang sneered, slamming the car door shut, leaving the community residents exchanging bewildered glances. "What shall we do, Brother Niu? He is formidable. Why panic?" Niu Yution mused. "He is merely attempting to intimidate us. He would not truly kill. The issue is not whether he would dare to kill. If he does not open the door, we cannot enter." Niu Yution pondered, a smile creeping upon his lips as he produced a military knife from his waist. "I have a plan to draw him out. You go and puncture his tire." Inside the vehicle, Qin Lang, Lin Waner, Chapter 12, Wang Gui. Are these people insane? Lin van er fumet, exasperated. To threaten with tire slashing for food is no different from banditry. Qin Lang's expression turned icy. Initially in a good mood, he had no desire to stoop to their level, but given the current situation, he realized that merely scaring off these ruffians without decisive action might not suffice. Although the tires of his sturdy caravan were reinforced, they would certainly not withstand an assault from a military knife. Qin Lang retrieved a handgun from the bedside table, checked the magazine, and reopened the car door. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him, and when some noticed the firearm in his hand, fear spread across their faces. You must be their leader, Qin Lang stated, aiming his weapon at Niu Yutian. Niu Yutian, defiantly raising his chin, responded, and what of it? Do not think that a toy gun can intimidate us. If you refuse to provide us with food and water, do not expect to leave unscathed. It could end with mutual destruction. Oh, then perish. Qin Lang nodded, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet shattered Niu Yutian's skull, blood and brains splattering forth as his lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. Niu Yutian could never have imagined that this young man would actually dare to pull the trigger. Alas, in life, there is no remedy for regret. He is killed. He truly fired a shot. Run! A panicked mob fled in terror, scattering like birds startled from their perch. The young men who had previously threatened Qin Lang fled faster than anyone, their shoes flying off in their haste. Qin Lang, indifferent to their plight, returned to his vehicle without wasting a bullet on them. With Niu Yutian as a cautionary tale, the residents of the community dared not harass Qin Lang any longer, choosing instead to keep their distance. The night passed uneventfully. As dawn broke, the sky brightening with the first light of day, at 7:30 a.m., just as Qin Lang had anticipated, a rain of cards began to fall. Though it was considerably smaller in scale than on the first day, it nevertheless offered a glimmer of hope for survival to the remaining inhabitants, who emerged in droves to jubilantly collect the cards. Stay in the car, no matter who knocks. Don't open the door. I won't be gone long. Call me if you need anything, and I will return within 5 minutes. Qin Lang instructed Lin Waner, a hint of concern in his voice. She nodded gravely. Be careful. Understood. With that, Qin Lang exited the vehicle, tore open a golden card, and casually tossed it ahead. Instantly, a red motorcycle appeared on the ground. This was one of only 2 golden card vehicles he possessed, aside from his RV. The description of this motorcycle was intriguing. Ghost Fire, extremely agile, receives accolades from all directions. Though Qin Lang had always disliked the spirited youths who rode these motorcycles recklessly at night, in this apocalyptic world, such a highly mobile and nimble vehicle could indeed be considered a miraculous tool. With all preparations complete, Qin Lang mounted the motorcycle and sped forward. His gaze fixed firmly on a golden card still floating in the air, yet to touch the ground. His objective was clear. Only the golden and colorful cards held any allure for him. Cards of other hues were of little interest. Meanwhile, within a nearby residence, Wang Gui reassured his wife, "Stay home with Xiao Bao. I won't be long." After a night of rest, both his body and spirit had significantly recovered. "You must be careful." His wife hesitated, reluctant to let him venture out. Yet this was a rare opportunity to gather resources, and missing it would mean enduring hunger. "Don't worry, I know what to do." A former mountaineering enthusiast, Wang Gui easily grabbed a backpack and took a trekking pole for self-defense as he dashed out the door. At that moment, the vicinity was teeming with survivors, all vying for the scattered cards, some even coming to blows over a single blue card. Wang Gui chose not to engage in their frantic scramble. Instead, he veered into a narrow alley and, upon exiting the community, began picking up cards strewn across the streets. Fortune smiled upon him, as within 10 minutes, he had gathered over 30 white and green cards, and even a blue card. If we ration carefully, this should be enough for a family of 3 to eat for a week. Wang Gui felt a surge of joy, but just as he continued his search for more cards, something struck him on the head. Reaching up to touch the source, he discovered it was a vividly colored card. A colorful card. Wang Gui's pupils contracted, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. Without a glance, he hastily shoved the colorful card into his shoe. Even a fool could discern the high value of such a card. "Brother Gui, how many cards did you collect?" Just as Wang Gui stood up, 3 burly young men suddenly appeared behind him. He recognized them as notorious delinquents in the neighborhood, idling away their days and indulging in all manner of vices. Nonetheless, as they lived in the same community, they still exchanged pleasantries when they met. Wang Gui smiled and replied, "It's June. I came out late, and didn't he manage to collect many? Not much, you say? How much is that, then? Hu Dejun grinned as he stepped forward, unceremoniously snatching Wang Gui's backpack. Upon opening it, he let out a strange chuckle. Wow, quite a few indeed. You have dozens here. What are you doing, Dejun? Wang Gui weakly protested, his timid disposition evident. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been cowering at home. Nothing much, just borrowing some cards from you. Hu Dejun stuffed the cards into his own pocket, laughing heartily as he tossed the backpack back to Wang Gui. Wang Zhicheng, Hu Dejun's companion, noted Wang Gui's rising anger and, without a word, kicked him in the face. What else would that look, huh? Wang Gui fell to the ground, trembling in fear. All right, Zhicheng, we can't bully the honest man. Hu Dejun waved dismissively. Let us hurry up and collect the cards while it's still raining. The trio promptly abandoned Wang Gui and strolled away. Once the three had distanced themselves, Wang Gui stood up, covering his face, secretly relieved that he had kept his wits about him. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly robbed. Meanwhile, the trio of ruffians continued their search for cards. Bro, I have something to share, but I'm not sure if I should. Wang Zhicheng licked his lips. We're brothers, just speak your mind. No need to hold back, Hu Dejun replied, curious. Wang Gui's wife is quite beautiful, and after having a child, her figure is even more impressive. Upon hearing this, the trio halted. Hu Dejun's expression turned peculiar, but it quickly morphed into a sinister grin as he clapped his hand on Wang Zhicheng's shoulder. So, what you're suggesting is Wang Zhicheng grinned wickedly. In this apocalyptic world, with monsters lurking about, who knows when we might meet our demise. I wanted to have my way with that woman for quite some time. Zhou Yun licked his lips, smirking. I have no objections. After all, there is no law now, and the police are utterly useless. I'll follow your lead, Dejun. Hu Dejun adjusted himself. One woman would be just perfect for the three of us. I hadn't thought of that angle, but indeed, Wang Gui's wife is quite liberal-minded. But what if Wang Gui finds out? That's easy to handle. We just eliminate him. The three ruffians exchanged knowing glances, their excitement palpable. They abandoned their search for cards and turned back towards the community with malicious grins. The card rain lasted less than an hour before it ceased. Concerned that monsters might soon appear, Wang Gui took a winding route home, deliberately avoiding crowds. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he sensed something amiss. The door was ajar. Wife, why didn't you close the door? I gathered quite a number of cards, which should suffice for us. The voice suddenly fell silent. Wang Gui's throat seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, revealing an extraordinarily tragic scene, akin to a hellish nightmare. Chapter 13, Card Exchange. Welcome home. As Qin Lang parked the ghost flame at the entrance, the door of the RV swung open from the inside, unveiling the youthful and radiant face of Lin Wanner. Qin Lang paused for a moment, feeling as though he had been transported to another era. In a previous life, Feng Xiaoni would often utter the same words to him. Yes, I'm back. Qin Lang smiled faintly, withdrew the key from the ghost flame, and stepped into the RV. Observing the 3 dishes and a soup laid out on the dining table, he couldn't help but chuckle. Were you waiting specifically for me? Lin Wanner replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Qin Lang was no longer the naive youth fresh out of school. He was well aware of Lin Wanner's feelings. However, at this moment, he had no inclination to indulge in romantic entanglements. The early days of the apocalypse were crucial for resource accumulation, directly affecting his survival duration. In the face of life and death, matters of the heart had to be set aside. After hastily finishing lunch, Qin Lang observed the peculiar visage in the sky. Based on his experiences from a past life, he estimated there would be blood rain in approximately 34 hours. Before that, he had an important matter to attend to. I'll step out for a while. Keep an eye on the house, he instructed, shouldering a bag filled with food and water, and swiftly rode the ghost flame towards the opposite community. He intended to make a trade. His previous attempt at scavenging cards had yielded little. Aside from a few resource gold cards, the rest were merely silver, blue, and green. Thus, he aimed to try his luck in the community, hoping to exchange for higher quality cards. For the residents, sustenance was paramount. Upon arriving at the community garden, he found it eerily empty, devoid of even shadow. Yet he knew the residents were hiding in their homes, dozens of eyes watching him discreetly. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek to trade. I possess a substantial quantity of food and water cards and wish to exchange them for green and blue cards, excluding food. If you have silver or gold cards, I'm willing to offer a higher exchange rate. To demonstrate his sincerity, Qin Lang opened the bag, revealing stacks of white cards. Seizing the opportunity, he stated, "I will only wait a short while." At that moment, Qin Lang resembled a humble vendor setting up at the entrance of a university, approachable and down-to-earth. After calling out for a brief period, a cautious young couple emerged from the hallway, appearing to be in their mid-20s. "What cards do you have?" Qin Lang inquired directly. "1 blue and 5 green," the young man replied timidly, his apprehension understandable. Although he had not personally participated in the previous night's dealings, he had heard from neighbors that they had a singular, harsh evaluation of Qin Lang. "I don't want the white cards. Show me the blue and green." Qin Lang examined the cards disdainfully, remarking, "These are of little use. I can offer you 20 white cards, and you can choose any food or drink you like. Do we have a deal?" Upon hearing that they could pick their choice of food and drink, the young man eagerly nodded. Yes, let us trade. We want 5 portions of food and 15 portions of water." "All right, take care of it." Qin Lang was unfazed as he handed over the card. The first transaction was completed smoothly. As the saying goes, one leads to another. Seeing Qin Lang truly engaging in a trade, others ceased to hesitate and hurried downstairs to transact cards with him. Soon, Qin Lang exchanged over 1,000 white resource cards for more than 300 blue and green cards, which held limited utility. At first glance, it appeared Qin Lang had incurred a loss, but in reality, he was reaping substantial rewards. It is crucial to understand that the standard trading ratio for cards is 10:1. One could exchange 10 white cards for 1 green card, and 100 white cards for 1 blue card, and so forth. Had he utilized a trading terminal, he would have been fortunate to trade for a mere 100 green cards. This was undoubtedly a boon for internal testing players. As Qin Lang prepared to depart, a familiar voice called from behind, "How do you exchange for color cards?" Qin Lang was taken aback, recognizing the man from the previous night, Wang Gui, who had sought his assistance. Regaining his composure, he lowered his voice and asked, "Do you possess color cards?" "What type of card?" He needed to ascertain whether the man was attempting to deceive him. "The space ring, 10 cubic meters," Wang Gui whispered. "Ah." Qin Lang inhaled sharply. The space ring was a strategic piece of equipment. In his previous life, one such ring could be exchanged for nearly 2 sets, 20 cards, of golden talents, being one of the few color cards that appreciated to double its original value. "Shall we discuss this in my vehicle?" Qin Lang anticipated Wang Gui would decline. But to his surprise, the man simply nodded and climbed into his motorcycle. "I've concealed the cards. It would be futile to kill me." Wang Gui spoke in a ghostly tone. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback, but he dismissed the notion with a smile. Inside the RV, Qin Lang instructed Lin Wanner to pour a cup of coffee for Wang Gui and prepared a curry beef rice for him. Wang Gui did not refuse and devoured the meal ravenously. Qin Lang remained patient, only speaking after Wang Gui had finished. "Now we can discuss the transaction. What do you wish to exchange for?" Wang Gui wiped his eyes and replied, "I do not want cards. I only need you to kill 3 people." Qin Lang was momentarily stunned, sensing something was amiss. "What happened?" "My wife is dead, and my son is dead too." Wang Gui's eyes glazed over. "Lin Vanner gaspeten astonishment. Det? But they seemed fine last night. How could this happen?" "The ones responsible for my wife and son's demise are Hu Dajuan, Wang Jiqing, and Zhou Yun. They took turns abusing my wife and strangled my son." Wang Gui suddenly grew agitated, pounding his fists on the table in fury, exclaiming, "I want them dead. As long as they die, the color cards are yours. Kill them. Help me kill them. I know you have the capability." Qin Lang gazed at the man, whose overwhelming grief had driven him to the brink of insanity, for a long while, then calmly stated, "I will offer you an additional condition. You may choose their method of death. If circumstances permit, I will allow you to exact your revenge personally." Glancing at his watch, Qin Lang grasped his black blade and rose. "Follow me. Be careful," Lin Wanner whispered. "Understood." 5 minutes later, Qin Lang returned with Wang Gui to the community. Just as he was about to ask Wang Gui to identify the residence of the 3 individuals, Wang Gui suddenly tugged at his arm, trembling, and stammered, "They are right there." As Qin Lang glanced over, 3 young men approached, the very individuals who had besieged the RV the previous night. Although they had not directly participated, they were complicit. Hu Dajuan, with a mocking expression, exclaimed, "Ah, guide, you've returned. It was indeed you who murdered my wife and child. Don't deny it. Someone witnessed it." Wang Gui shouted, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Hu Dajuan chuckled. "Who says I won't admit it? Indeed, I was the one who killed them. What can you do about it?" Wang Gui was taken aback by the audacity of their confession, momentarily unable to process the situation. Wang Jiqing grinned and added, "To be fair, your wife was quite something, particularly alluring. You have no idea how accommodating she was while we were with her. It was utterly intoxicating. I'll fight you to the death." Wang Gui shrieked, frantically attempting to lunge forward, only to be restrained by Qin Lang's firm grip. Chapter 14. The Space Ring. To sleep is one thing, but to kill, even sparing no children, is another matter altogether. Qin Lang's expression remained stoic as he delivered this remark without an ounce of emotion. Hu Dajun shrugged. "We never intended to kill anyone. It was purely accidental. The child's cries were a nuisance while we were engaged in our business, so I instructed old Zhou to silence him. Who would have thought he would suffocate the little brat? Then that woman went mad. I had no choice but to kill her, given how she clawed at me." With an air of arrogance, Hu Dajun provocatively displayed the fresh claw marks on his neck. "You can't blame me entirely. How was I to know that child was so fragile? I barely exerted any force." Zhou Yun looked on, feeling unjustly accused. "You beasts!" Wang Gui's body trembled as tears streamed down his face. The tragic demise of his wife and child, described so casually by them, was unbearable. Had Qin Lang not held him firmly, he would have charged at them in a frenzy. "You brought him here for revenge, didn't you?" Hu Dajun's eyes gleamed with defiance as he fixated on Qin Lang. "That lovely girl in your RV is quite the catch. My brothers have already claimed her. Once we deal with you, we'll take good care of her, ensuring she experiences ecstasy beyond life itself." "Ha ha ha ha. My big fellow is already eager." Wang Jiqing and Zhou Yun laughed heartily, deliberately revealing their handguns at their waists. Fortune smiled upon them, as they had stumbled upon 3 silver handguns on their way back to the neighborhood. This was the foundation of their confidence. Thus, when they saw Wang Gui returning with Qin Lang seeking vengeance, they took the initiative to confront them. 3 men, 3 guns, what was there to fear? "You 3. Qin Lang sneered, "Mere insects. Shut your mouth and die," Hu Dajun declared, drawing his gun decisively. However, before he could pull the trigger, Qin Lang prepared for the confrontation. Shot and shattered his arm in a single motion. "Compare your reflexes to mine? Seeking death. My hand." Hu Dajun screamed as he collapsed to the ground, while Wang Jiqing and Zhou Yun, witnessing this, hastily opened fire at Qin Lang. To their astonishment, the bullets struck Qin Lang and vanished without a trace, causing him no harm whatsoever. Qin Lang did not afford them a moment's respite for contemplation or further attack. He retaliated. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, both Wang Jiqing and Zhou Yun found their gun-wielding arms shattered. Survivors who manage to endure for 5 years in a post-apocalyptic world are often exceptional marksmen, each possessing unique skills. Qin Lang did not even utilize the sharpshooter targeting feature. At such a close range, it was entirely unnecessary. Why did I clearly hit him? Why is he unharmed? It hurts, it truly hurts. The 3 young Guo lay in a pool of blood, wailing in agony, attracting the attention of residents in the community. There are no secrets in this neighborhood. They were already aware of the tragedy that befell Wang Gui's family, hence no one felt sympathy for these 3 scoundrels. Qin Lang patted Wang Gui on the shoulder and handed him a green card, stating, "You can take vengeance for your wife and child with your own hands. I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. Now, where's my reward?" Behind the sewage pipe on the first floor, Wang Gui replied, gripping a machete and slowly advancing towards the 3 men who were desperately crawling backward. Hu Dajun attempted to retrieve a gun, but had his hand severed by a single stroke. "Brother Gui, we were wrong. Please spare us. We are willing to work for you. We will give you anything you desire. We have plenty of cards to return." They pleaded, each blaming their companion, Wang Jiqing, for their current predicament. Moments ago, these 3 had been arrogant, yet now they were terrified, pleading for mercy. Qin Lang glanced at the scene before averting his gaze. His task was complete, and the power of life and death rested with Wang Gui. Whatever unfolded next was no longer his concern. He was solely focused on acquiring the spatial ring. Wang Gui did not deceive him. The card was indeed hidden behind the sewage pipe at the end of the corridor on the first floor, covered in dust and industrial refuse. Qin Lang tore open the card and slipped the ring onto his finger. Instantly, a square space of 10 cubic meters appeared. Seemingly small, yet capable of holding a significant amount, such as his ghostly motorcycle or numerous bodies of average size. With this item, he could expedite the cultivation of blood hearts. The moment he learned of the spatial ring's existence, he had already devised a plan to store bodies. Of course, this was contingent upon finding Feng Xiaoni and establishing a secure long-term residence. Upon exiting the building, Qin Lang surveyed the scene. The three men led by Hu were irrevocably dead, their bodies grotesquely mutilated, while Wang Gui, drenched in blood, knelt in the pool of gore, laughing and weeping simultaneously. Any consolation would have felt hollow at that moment. Qin Lang said nothing as he brushed past him. As for the three handguns, he had initially intended to take them all, but decided to leave one for Wang Gui, feeling uneasy about possessing the card without a share of the weapons. Several hours later, rain fell once more. No, it was blood rain. Lin Wanner's exclamation jolted Qin Lang awake from his reverie at the wheel. Peering through the car window, he witnessed countless blood-like droplets descending, their numbers surpassing the first downpour. He even observed dark hearts streaking across the sky, falling into the distance. As soon as these blood droplets touched the ground, they began to proliferate, with numerous blood corpses emerging to hunt for prey. The RV is parked at the southern end of the intersection, where the traffic is convenient and the view is relatively unobstructed. Most importantly, there are no tall buildings nearby, allowing a clear sight of the surroundings. Come on, let's test your archery skills. Qin Lang pulled Lin Wanner to the rooftop, casually smoking as he spoke. What's wrong? Are you so afraid? Not afraid. Then why are you trembling? Lin Wanner retorted, I'm just too excited. I could only watch you take down monsters before, but now I can finally fight alongside you. Just watch my performance. As she spoke, Lin Wanner drew her bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight and true, piercing the head of a blood corpse. Her movements were fluid and seamless, simply magnificent. Very good, keep it up, Qin Lang praised, giving her thumbs up. Although the crossbow lacked the power of firearms, it had a significant advantage. Its noise was negligible, eliminating the concern of attracting other blood corpses. Firearms, on the other hand, could be heard from several miles away, and more blood corpses would only come pouring in. Who knew how many people would remain in the community after this blood rain? But then again, what did it matter to him? Qin Lang drew his black blade and charged toward a small group of blood corpses in the distance. Chapter 15. Wang Gui's plea earlier, just a few miles away. Wang Gui sat in a daze in his living room. The bloodstains on the floor had been cleaned up, but in the bedroom lay two bodies, one large and one small, covered with blankets. I was useless. I couldn't protect you. Please wait for me. I will come find you. Wang Gui seized the handgun from the table and pressed it against his temple. Just as he was about to pull the trigger and reunite with his wife and child in the afterlife, a series of terrified shouts echoed from the community. He rushed to the window and looked down, his heart sinking in shock. Several bright red blood hearts had appeared, and the putrid, slimy blood corpses were struggling to crawl out. Some had already found their targets, howling as they pursued them. In an instant, several residents exchanging cards in the open space were torn apart. Daddy, I'm scared. A little boy around 3 or 4 years old cried out in the garden, while a blood corpse charged towards him. His father had already been bitten in the neck by a blood corpse. Be careful, my child. Wang Gui, a timid man by nature, had only ever found solace in climbing mountains. Yet, at this moment, he felt an unexpected surge of courage. In a moment of rashness, he leaped from the 3rd floor, landing heavily in the greenery below. Ignoring the pain in his scratched arm, he scooped up the little boy and dashed into the corridor. The blood corpse missed its target and became enraged, pursuing them with a frantic leap, sinking its teeth into the boy's leg, causing him to faint from the pain. I'll fight you to the death, Wang Gui shouted, pulling the trigger. The bullet shattered the blood corpse's head. The gunfire startled the other blood corpses, who turned their heads in unison, their acute hearing and sense of smell alerted. As evening fell, back in the RV at the intersection, Qin Lang called to Lin Wanner. Let's take a break. There shouldn't be any blood corpses nearby. In merely 2 hours, he discerned that Lin Wanner possessed an extraordinary aptitude for combat and an impressive ability to learn. From her initial trepidation to her subsequent prowess in dispatching blood corpses with consecutive headshots, her rapid improvement left him in awe. It was no wonder that Lin Wanner, this young actress, could carve out a bloody path in her previous life to find him, trembling in fear at home. I have slain 61 blood corpses, Lin Wanner exclaimed joyfully as she hopped into the RV to commend Qin Lang. Impressive. Now let us change clothes, take a shower, and have a meal, Qin Lang replied with a smile. Having been under prolonged tension, Lin Wanner's outerwear was thoroughly soaked with sweat, her undergarments clearly visible, and her every movement exuded a certain allure, nearly overwhelming the youthful Qin Lang in his 20s. After refreshing herself, Lin Wanner emerged in a crisp white shirt and snug shorts, radiating a unique fragrance that mingled the scents of shower gel and feminine allure. "Are we leaving tonight?" she inquired as she blew her hair dry, having already adopted the RV as her home. Qin Lang nodded, planning to venture forth under the cover of darkness. With the recent downpour of blood, it was an opportune moment to gather resources, as the city was likely teeming with blood hearts and corpses. And if they could also slay a few night demons, that would be even better. As for the black-hearted foes, Qin Lang had no intentions of confronting them just yet. Mature black hearts were not to be tackled without a well-experienced team. "Qin Lang, are you there?" A voice called from outside. It was Wang Gui. Qin Lang paused, surprised that this man had survived, cradling a barely conscious boy in his arms. He opened the door and asked, "Who is this boy?" Before the apocalypse. His mother was on a business trip and could not be reached. His father was recently killed by a monster, Wang Gui explained, his face etched with concern. "He was bitten by a blood corpse. Do you have a way to save him?" Qin Lang furrowed his brows. Wang Gui appeared significantly better than he had a few hours prior, evidently finding a new source of hope in the boy. However, the silver card blood serum was exceedingly precious, and he possessed only a handful. "I have cards. I can trade with you," Wang Gui said, rummaging through his pockets to produce a collection of blue and green cards. "If this isn't enough, I can get you more. Just give me some time. But first, let us save the boy." After a moment's contemplation, Qin Lang accepted Wang Gui's cards and retrieved a silver card blood serum from his belongings, a special injection designed specifically for treating bites from blood corpses. After administering the serum to the young boy, Qin Lang inquired curiously, "How did you manage to fend off the blood corpses? How many people are left in the community?" Given Qin Lang's understanding of the residents, he suspected that they would likely meet their demise in the blood rain. Wang Gui sighed. "I suggested that everyone defend together in the building. Otherwise, death was merely a matter of time. Fortunately, they were willing to heed my advice. However, it's regrettable that we are too weak. We lost a significant portion of our numbers just to manage to clear the blood corpses. Only about 30 or 40 of us might have survived, though I haven't counted precisely. Are they all young and brave?" Qin Lang's remark momentarily stunned Wang Gui, but realization soon dawned on him, and his expression brightened. Yes. All those who fought alongside me were young and courageous. A few have even enhanced their talents." "You mean to?" Qin Lang chuckled softly. "Please don't be so agitated. I merely asked out of curiosity." Wang Gui immediately felt a tinge of disappointment. "It's unsafe at night. Allow me to escort you home. Wanner, please prepare a cup of cappuccino for Brother Wang." "Certainly." Lin Wanner hurriedly searched for the food card. Qin Lang then started the RV, transporting Wang Gui and the young boy back to the community. Their residence was a semi-open complex, with the barriers seeming almost feudal. However, the large iron gate had been ajar during Qin Lang's earlier visit, and now it had been securely closed, reinforced with several stout chains. And a security guard was on duty at the booth. "I'll accompany Brother Wang inside for a moment. Please keep an eye on the house," Qin Lang informed, stepping out of the vehicle and following Wang Gui. The young man at the security booth displayed excitement upon seeing Wang Gui return with Qin Lang. They were unaware of the full extent of Qin Lang's strength, but they had witnessed him effortlessly dispatch 3 thugs earlier that afternoon, confirming his formidable combat prowess. "Brother, are you here to assist us?" The young man speaking was someone Qin Lang recognized. He was the first to exchange cards with him that afternoon, with his girlfriend trembling beside him, both covered in grime and blood, emanating a rather unpleasant odor. This was no fault of theirs. In a world where resource cards were scarce, anyone possessing a water card would naturally reserve it for drinking, rather than indulging in bathing. "I can't take a look," Qin Lang remarked, surveying the area, which bore the aftermath of battle. Bloodstains, dismembered limbs, and corpses lay scattered, carelessly strewn about. While some survivors mourned silently for their lost loved ones, and many others wandered like soulless husks, dazed and forlorn. "It seems you are all that remains," Qin Lang sighed, realizing that Wang Gui had not exaggerated. More than half of the population had perished. "I shall be leaving shortly. What are your plans?" Qin Lang inquired casually. "Mr. Qin, where are you headed? Can you take us with you?" As soon as Wang Gui uttered these words, Qin Lang maintained a stoic expression, though inwardly he smiled faintly. Wang Gui hastily continued, "If we remain here, we will inevitably be slain by the monsters. Only by following you do we stand a chance of survival. Please, brother, take us with you. We beg of you." We do not wish to die. The young couple fell to their knees in tears, with one initiating the plea. Others soon followed suit, and before long, 20 to 30 individuals were kneeling around Qin Lang. Please rise, he commanded gently. Once they were on their feet, Qin Lang gestured with his hand. If you wish to accompany me in search of a path to safety, it is certainly feasible, but we must establish some ground rules. I prefer to lay everything out plainly from the start. Chapter 16. The formation of a team. The night was deepening, and the city, shrouded in darkness, was intermittently pierced by the growls of monsters. If one were to gaze down from above at this moment, they would discover that the entire city had succumbed to an eerie silence, illuminated only by sporadic flickers of light. At the end of a ravaged road, an RV moved forward at a leisurely pace, and, amusingly, it was trailed by a bicycle brigade of over 30 individuals. They silently followed the RV through the darkness, and whenever they encountered a slain body, they would dismount to extract cards from within, while the RV would pause in unspoken accord, waiting patiently. This evening, the Qin Lang convoy experienced both fortuitous and unfortunate circumstances. The fortunate aspect was that they encountered only a little over 20 bloodthirsty corpses. The unfortunate aspect, however, was that they encountered only a little over 20 bloodthirsty corpses. Ultimately, their vehicle halted at the entrance of a large shopping mall. Wang Gui, take a few individuals inside to investigate. Retreat at the first sign of danger, Qin Lang instructed. Wang Gui quickly gathered 5 young men and cautiously made his way into the mall. One of the 3 regulations established was to unconditionally obey Qin Lang's commands. A few minutes later, Wang Gui emerged, his face beaming with joy, announcing that the first floor of the mall was quite secure. It appeared someone had previously used it as a refuge. The shattered glass around the area had been barricaded with merchandise, with access limited to the main entrance. Yet, for reasons unknown, the original inhabitants had abandoned this place. We shall rest here today, and you should collect the cards, he continued. Another regulation mandated that all cards must be surrendered to Qin Lang for distribution, with any hoarders expelled from the group. I have already gathered them. They are right here. Wang Gui handed a sizable stack of cards to Qin Lang. Although the vast majority were white and green cards with only a few blue ones, it still brought a glimmer of surprise to Qin Lang's eyes. He had not anticipated such a bountiful harvest from their journey thus far. Distribute these supplies among everyone, along with the clothing and weapons. Let them take the time to bathe and change into fresh garments. Qin Lang presented the cards he had prepared earlier to Wang Gui, which included all manner of provisions, from food and drink to personal items, even thoughtfully including shower gel and shampoo. After Wang Gui brought these cards into the mall for others to use, the group was moved to tears, especially the few women among them who discovered sanitary products and new clothing within the supplies, nearly overwhelmed with gratitude towards Qin Lang for providing what they desperately needed. Once they had dined, bathed, and donned their new attire, the weariness from their long night of travel dissipated in an instant as they reclined on the soft bedding that Qin Lang had prepared for them. Everything felt worthwhile. They no longer had to live in fear during the night. They were safe. Yet, safety was not guaranteed. As Qin Lang lay on his bed, resting his eyes, he reflected on the agreement he had made with them. Under normal circumstances, he would ensure their safety. Yet, if confronted with a danger beyond his capacity to withstand, he would not hesitate to abandon them. If they could not accept this reality, he would not take them along. Then Vanya, her gaze drifting back from the depths of the mall, gently remarked, "You, with your cold demeanor and warm heart, always project an air of aloofness. Yet your kindness surpasses that of anyone. I am not. I do not. Do not speak such nonsense." Qin Lang internally dismissed her thoughts. In this world ravaged by monsters and the erosion of humanity, kindness only hastened demise. He merely was not as malevolent as others. Yet if Lin Wanner thought so, what harm could it bring him? You are so eager to reach High City. Is there someone important awaiting you there? Perhaps your parents? Lin Vanya inquired curiously. Throughout their time together, Qin Lang had never shared details of his personal life, only expressing his intent to journey to High City. My parents divorced when I was very young, and I have long since forgotten what they look like, Qin Lang stated with a melancholic tone. He was not an orphan. Yet his life bore a striking resemblance to that of one, having been a left-behind child in the countryside until the age of 10. I can relate, Lin Wanner replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My father struggled with gambling, accruing substantial debts, and creditors came knocking at our door every day. Eventually, my mother could no longer endure it and chose to divorce him. When I was in middle school, she left to work in another city with a man, and we lost contact. I lived with relatives until I was accepted into an art school. Qin Lang turned his gaze towards Lin Wanner, advising her, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. It is best to rest early, for we must continue our journey tomorrow." Lin Wanner wiped her eyes and nodded in agreement. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after 5 hours of rest, everyone's physical condition and spirits had been remarkably rejuvenated. Some even bore smiles that had been absent for far too long, as if they had been transformed overnight. Observing all of this, Qin Lang silently approved. What he required were capable subordinates, not a group of cowards who cowered and wept at the first sign of adversity. This was precisely why he had inquired whether all the members were young and if they dared to fight. "Boss, we are ready. When shall we depart?" Wang Gui approached him with a light jog. "Boss." Qin Lang found this title somewhat unfamiliar. Wang Gui, slightly embarrassed, replied, "It wasn't my idea. That's how they all refer to you. I think it suits you well. After all, you are our leader." The title mattered little. Qin Lang had matters to address. "Speak your mind, boss," Wang Gui urged. Qin Lang stepped out of the RV, stretched, and produced 7 silver mechanical bow cards. Initially, he possessed 6 cards, but after Lin Wanner used one, 5 remained. However, he had collected 2 more during the card rain event yesterday. Distribute these 7 cards among the women in the team and ensure they train diligently. Given that women possess inherently weaker physiques, it is unrealistic to send them into the fray. Thus, mechanical bows and crossbows are the most cost-effective weapons, providing substantial long-range support. Wang Gui inhaled sharply, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. "So many silver cards, boss. You're truly investing heavily this time. Without investment, there can be no returns." Qin Lang replied with a knowing smile. He then produced another stack of silver and blue cards and handed them to Wang Gui. "Here are the blast shields and police-grade electric batons. Swords and knives are to be given to the stronger men in the team. Tell them that to survive, they must fight with all their might. Anyone who dares to slack off with what I have provided should not expect leniency." Wang Gui nodded vigorously, assuring him, "Rest assured, boss, I will be the first to deal with anyone who slacks off. How is Xiaobao's health?" Qin Lang shifted the conversation after addressing the important matters. Wang Gui's face immediately softened with warmth. "Thanks to your special medicine, boss, Xiaobao is much better. He slept through the night and woke up this morning complaining of hunger. Children are growing. These cans of milk powder and bread are my personal offering to you. I would not even allow myself to use them." Qin Lang concluded by handing Wang Gui 10 green cards. Wang Gui's eyes brimmed with gratitude, his voice thick with emotion. "Your kindness, boss, speaks volumes. I cannot thank you enough. Now go and attend to your tasks," Qin Lang replied. As Wang Gui departed, Qin Lang let out a sigh. Even a family with vast wealth could not afford such extravagance. He was left with merely over 100 silver cards and needed to be frugal. Chapter 17, Shadows Under the Nightfall. After ensuring Wang Gui's affairs were in order, Qin Lang drove the RV away from the shopping center to patrol the vicinity. Why opt for a vehicle instead of riding on the motorcycle? The answer was simple. First, Lin Wanner had utilized numerous talent cards, significantly enhancing her combat prowess, thus providing substantial assistance in battle. Second, Qin Lang did not fully trust Wang Gui and his group. Should they betray him, he would lose both the RV and Lin Wanner as an ally. Qin Lang was never one to hesitate in considering the worst in human nature, even though he understood the likelihood of Wang Gui's betrayal was quite slim. As he meandered through the nearby streets, Qin Lang observed clear signs of prior visitors. The blood hearts that had fallen just yesterday afternoon could not have been cleaned up so thoroughly, and throughout his journey, he had not encountered a single survivor. Does this imply there exists a powerful community nearby? Having spent considerable time alongside Qin Lang, Lin Wanner had acquired much knowledge and developed her own judgments. Whether the community was indeed powerful remained uncertain, but its numbers were undoubtedly significant. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze from the multitude of bloodied corpses strewn ahead, aiming to avoid an encounter with them, deciding it wise to return. If that community truly boasted a considerable population and robust strength, their chances of survival would undoubtedly increase by banding together. Lin Wanner innocently inquired, fully aware that Qin Lang could not linger here, as he needed to head to Haicheng to find someone. Qin Lang shook his head at her remark. The greater the number, the higher the consumption. The 30 or so individuals Wang Gui had brought required at least 100 white cards daily for sustenance. High consumption meant they would be compelled to continuously hunt blood corpses for resources, which was not a sustainable strategy. Under the current circumstances, maintaining a community or team of fewer than 10 individuals was the most sensible approach. Oh, I see. Lin Wanner blinked her large eyes, uncertain if she truly comprehended his reasoning. With such a formidable community in proximity and the absence of blood corpses and blood hearts to hunt, Qin Lang found himself idle throughout the day, eventually succumbing to a deep slumber. As dusk approached, Qin Lang summoned Wang Gui and his group to set out. Following their experience from the previous night, the residents of the community had grown less fearful of the darkness when encountering blood corpses along the way. They often managed to surround and dispatch them without needing Lin Wanner's intervention. This was all thanks to Wang Gui, who had organized the 30 individuals into various teams, ensuring each squad possessed both melee and ranged combat capabilities. Additionally, a mobile unit consisting of 10 young men was designated to protect the front and rear of the convoy. Unexpectedly, they had stumbled upon a gem in Wang Gui. He was indeed a talent. Qin Lang observed everything with keen interest, silently commending Wang Gui. If his subsequent performances continue to shine as brightly, he would not hesitate to mold another capable ally. The convoy journeyed north for over 3 hours, and just as they were about to enter the highway, Lin Wanner furrowed her brow, gazing at a fleeting shadow in the sky. Was it an illusion? Why did it seem to her that something was flying above? Lin Wanner rubbed her eyelids, drawing her body back into the vehicle, uncertainly inquiring, can blood corpses fly? Suddenly, Qin Lang slammed on the brakes, and Lin Wanner nearly lost her balance and fell. What did you see? Qin Lang, focused on driving, had not noticed the situation above. I'm not sure what it was, but if it were bats, they shouldn't be that large. Lin Wanner described the creature she had glimpsed. A shiver ran down Qin Lang's spine. Winged demons? How could they appear so soon? While winged demons themselves were not particularly terrifying, their presence signified the nearby existence of a black blood heart. Winged demons were the sentinels of the black blood heart. We need to return the way we came. Qin Lang seized the radio to notify Wang Gui. Wang Gui, sensing the urgency, swiftly gestured for everyone to turn the vehicle around. A piercing scream echoed from afar, a sound unmistakably emanating from the blood heart, the harbinger of doom. We've been discovered. Qin Lang retrieved his rifle card and steadied himself atop the vehicle. With his night vision abilities, he was unfazed by the dim surroundings, and upon raising his gaze, he spotted 7 or 8 winged demons soaring overhead. These creatures, only 1/12 the size of the blood corpses, were grotesquely reminiscent of large bats. Their primary advantage lay in their incredible speed, though their defensive and offensive capabilities were rather ordinary. Seeking death, Qin Lang activated his sharpshooter skill and repeatedly pulled the trigger in quick succession. With a series of sharp reports, all 7 winged demons fell, their heads bursting, plummeting into the nearby wheat field. What is happening, boss? Wang Gui's expression was tense. He could see nothing, and the unknown always breeds fear. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Battle is imminent. Qin Lang tossed his rifle and some ammunition, along with a Molotov cocktail, to Wang Gui, tearing off another rifle card for himself. Protect your people. Understood, boss. Wang Gui affectionately ruffled the hair of the little boy beside him, who trembled with fear. Uncle, I am scared. Wang Gui responded gently. Do not fear. I am here, and I will protect you. An eerie silence enveloped the area, as if the world held its breath before the storm. Lin Wanner's body trembled with anxiety until a warm hand gently patted her back, providing her some solace. You should return to the car. It's not safe here. Qin Lang smilet sur ingli. No, I want to fight alongside you, Lin Wanner insisted, shaking her head resolutely. If it becomes too much, I will retreat. Having learned several silver card-level aura skills, she could bestow enhancements to all allies within a 10-meter radius. Please, don't force yourself to stay. Qin Lang's eyes sharpened as he beheld a massive throng of blood corpses at the end of the road. Dense and innumerable, they emitted eerie cries, surging forward in a chaotic wave. Among the blood corpses, several night demons lurked, seemingly their leaders, following the horde with a leisurely pace. How on earth are we supposed to fight this? Wang Gui, peering through a military telescope, couldn't help but curse. However, upon seeing Qin Lang atop the vehicle, undaunted and gripping his heavy rifle, his fear began to dissipate. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. He had a gun. What was there to fear? Come, I shall vanquish all of you. Wang Gui licked his lips with fervor. Suddenly, A piercing scream echoed. A man in his 40s from the team was ambushed by a winged demon, his skull brutally shattered and his brain extracted. They were so focused on the front that they neglected the sky, where a dozen winged demons lay in wait. Fire! Wang Gui shouted, raising his weapon to shoot, while the women equipped with mechanical bows in the team also aimed at the ominous figures above. Chapter 18. The Horde of Corpses. The winged demons posed minimal threat. Under the vigilance of the group, they found it challenging to close in. Yet, their flight speed was astonishing. Even Wang Gui, after expending an entire magazine, managed to bring down only one. You assist, Wang Gui. I'll handle the front, Qin Lang instructed Lin Wanner, lifting his rifle as the horde of corpses approached within effective range. He paid no heed to what lay behind. From his elevated position, Qin Lang pulled the trigger, and bullets rained down like a tempest, dropping a multitude of bloodied corpses instantly. However, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. A single rifle could hardly suffice to stem the tide. Yet, he was prepared, extracting grenades and explosives from his spatial ring and hurling them into the fray. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, and amidst the flames, hundreds of bloodied corpses were sent flying, creating vast crimson gaps in the relentless horde. Truly remarkable. The leader is fierce. Wang Gui inhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze with determination. With Lin Wanner, the sharpshooter, at his side, they swiftly repelled the winged demons, attempting to launch surprise attacks, redirecting their fire towards the front. 2 rifles, 8 mechanical bows, complemented by Qin Lang's sporadic grenades, explosives, and incendiary devices, held the horde at bay, preventing them from advancing even a step closer than 50 meters. Suddenly, 2 night demons surged forward through the gunfire and arrows, lunging at Qin Lang atop the vehicle with blinding speed, akin to 2 racing cars. Watch out, Lin Wanner exclaimed. Come at me. Qin Lang showed no fear, drawing his black blade with lethal grace. With a swift strike, he cleaved one night demon in 2, torrents of blood gushing forth, its limbs twitching momentarily before falling still. Seizing the moment, Qin Lang advanced a step and delivered a horizontal slash. The night demon sensed danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. Qin Lang's speed was unparalleled, and half of the creature's head was severed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched 2 night demons, his expression devoid of emotion as he reclaimed his rifle, skillfully reloading a fresh magazine and unleashing a barrage upon the horde. The 2 sides remained locked in a standoff for another 7 or 8 minutes. It seems the horde is retreating. People observed as the undead began to pull back slowly. Cease fire. Do not waste ammunition. Qin Lang raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. He surveyed the rear, a wave of relief washing over him. Aside from the initial victim of the ambush, Wang Gui's team had suffered no further casualties and had decimated over 100 bloody corpses. Such is the advantage of numbers. Had it not been for Wang Gui's team accompanying him, Qin Lang would undoubtedly have chosen to flee at the first sight of such an extensive horde of corpses. He leapt down from the roof of the vehicle and commenced his search for cards on the bodies of the night demons. Each of the 2 night demons yielded a golden card for Qin Lang, an unexpected fortune. He carefully stowed the golden cards away, and before he could issue any commands, Wang Gui had already rallied several young men to assist him in clearing the battlefield. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Wang Gui returned, presenting Qin Lang with a substantial stack of cards, numbering around 200 to 300. Recognizing the precariousness of their situation, Qin Lang turned the vehicle around and retraced their route. They drove for over half an hour, ensuring they had distanced themselves from the influence of the Black Blood Heart before finally coming to a halt. Everyone was fatigued, and they decided to rest at this location for the night. Despite the exhaustion from the encounter, their spirits were notably brighter compared to the previous day. In stark contrast to the earlier skirmish in the community, tonight's battle was on a vastly different scale, yet the casualties were negligible. Wang Gui's decision proved to be astute. Only by following their leader did they have a chance of survival. They had vanquished hundreds of blood corpses, an achievement almost too surreal to comprehend. Being with the right people makes all the difference, one of them marveled. Did you see that? The boss was incredible, taking down such colossal monsters with a single stroke. Wang Gui had informed them that these creatures were known as night demons. The atmosphere was lively as they gathered around the campfire, preparing meals and sharing stories, with discussions naturally centering around Qin Lang. To commemorate their victory, Qin Lang generously distributed numerous green resource cards, offering treats such as ham, canned meat, instant noodles, and marinated eggs, delicacies they had not tasted since the onset of the apocalypse. Many were moved to tears as they savored these so-called junk foods, a mere week after having been deprived of them. "I can't believe I'm finally eating meat again. Who would believe this if I told them?" exclaimed a burly man, tears streaming down his face as he devoured a can of luncheon meat. "Eat up. I'll manage with some soup," a young man affectionately offered as he pushed a bowl of noodles towards his girlfriend. She wiped her eyes and stubbornly shook her head, insisting, "No, Alay, we'll share." Inside the RV, the atmosphere was warm and bright. Qin Lang sliced off a piece of tender beef and placed it in his mouth, his brow slightly furrowing, revealing a hint of concern. Indeed, while they had triumphed in this skirmish, the threat of the Black Bloodheart loomed ahead. Unless they eliminated this menace, he would have to navigate a lengthy detour to escape the city. While he had the RV to shield him, Wang Gui and the others would undoubtedly struggle. Moreover, alternative routes might not necessarily be safer. Lin Wanner, perceptive as ever, refrained from interrupting his contemplation. After finishing her meal, she dutifully organized the cards in silence, occasionally stealing glances at Qin Lang, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. A man engrossed in his thoughts is truly captivating. "What is the matter?" Qin Lang, snapping back to reality, noticed Lin Wanner gazing at him. "Nothing. Oh, I just wanted to inform you that we have confiscated a total of 317 white cards, 33 green cards, 5 blue cards, and 1 silver card tonight. All accounted for here." "Not bad." Qin Lang nodded in acknowledgement. "We've gained, albeit not significantly. By the way, what about those 2 golden cards?" He recalled the 2 golden cards he had found in the spatial ring, taking them out for a closer inspection. One is the bloodstained gun, and the other is innate keen scent. The bloodstained gun, a cold weapon, proves useful only to those who have mastered the corresponding skill. For now, it remains beyond his reach. Interestingly, the keen scent talent is fundamentally akin to danger sense, both serving as passive abilities to detect imminent peril. However, since he already possesses danger sense, there is little need to acquire this talent, which carries considerable side effects. "What side effects?" Lin Wanner inquired with a curious expression. Qin Lang replied with a smile. "An overly sensitive nose is seldom a boon for humans, especially in the apocalyptic world. It can severely degrade one's quality of life." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wanner conceded the validity of his point. Amplifying the stench of corpses to unbearable levels would indeed be intolerable for anyone. However, utilizing this talent to suppress appetite and maintain one's physique could prove to be a wise choice. The following morning, Qin Lang summoned Wang Gui to distribute the day's supply cards. While they were idly chatting, a deep green military truck approached from a distance, halting about 100 meters from the camp. Chapter 19, Card Trade. 5 fully armed men leapt from the truck, and the speaker, a burly man in his 40s clad in camouflage, introduced himself. "Do not be alarmed. I bear no ill will. We are a search team from the United Community. My name is Li Jingqi. Who is your leader? I wish to speak with him." "What brings you here, sir?" Qin Lang greeted him with a smile. "Are you the leader?" Li Jingqi asked incredulously, noting that a mere young man in his 20s could hold such a position, hinting at some merit. Li Jingqi continued, "You see, my camp is fortified and well supplied. You are aware of the current environment outside, teeming with monstrous threats. Only by banding together can we survive. Would you consider bringing your people back to my camp so we may collaborate against these creatures? Of course, if you find it unsatisfactory upon arrival, you are free to leave. I impose no constraints. I merely believe that the more individuals we have, the greater the chance of survival." One must admit, Li Jingqi's words carried sincerity and reason. In the face of unexpected monstrosities, any rational person would choose to unite. "Where's your camp located?" "Qin Lang in Qvilet. Behind the Jingxiwa Garden at the Si-Hai restaurant." "Oh, that place." Qin Lang nodded, realizing that Li Jingqi's camp was indeed not far from their previous residence, merely a 20-minute drive away. "Let me confer with my friends first." At this moment, Qin Lang appeared rather naive and indecisive. Li Jingqi, maintaining a cordial demeanor, encouraged him to discuss it, mentally categorizing Qin Lang as a fortunate, sunny young man. "Boss, are you truly considering returning to their camp?" Wang Gui approached to ask. "Visiting could incur no loss. Have everyone prepare, and we shall depart in 10 minutes." Qin Lang had survived in the post-apocalyptic world for many years, having encountered countless individuals. With his keen intuition, he could easily discern the nature of a person, and it was clear that Li Jingqi was not a villain. His cheerful demeanor and inherent charisma were unmistakable. Wang Gui had no objections and unconditionally obeyed Qin Lang's judgment, promptly rallying the others to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Delighted by Qin Lang's affirmation, Li Zhengyi expressed his joy as they set out in a military truck and a recreational vehicle, followed by dozens of bicycles, making their way toward the city center. Boss, I just observed that this group is quite well equipped. Even their least formidable weapons are blue cards, and the women are armed with silver car mechanical bows. Their combat capabilities should not be underestimated, remarked a bespectacled man in the passenger seat. His name was Chun Chi, Li Zhengyi's deputy. Li Zhengyi chuckled. What's so surprising about that? In this apocalypse, with monsters rampant, only the strong survive. The weak have long been eliminated. I am somewhat concerned that they might covet our camp's resources, Chun Chi admitted. Li Zhengyi laughed heartily. You are overly cautious, always worrying unnecessarily. Do you think their weapons are mere decorations? He patted the rifle hanging from his chest. Moreover, their standard of living seems rather decent. Have you noticed? Their clothing is new, and they're all quite clean. This alone is a testament to their superiority over our camp. Upon Li Zhengyi's reminder, Chun Chi nodded in agreement. Indeed, this team of over 30 individuals appeared far more presentable than the survivors they had encountered previously, exuding vitality and vigor. As noon approached, the convoy arrived at the entrance of the SSS-He restaurant. Surrounding the establishment were electric fences, wooden stakes, and walls designed to impede the advance of the undead. Qin Lang refrained from commenting on the defensive capabilities of these barriers. However, having some form of protection was certainly better than none, as it provided a modicum of psychological reassurance. Within those walls were several tents, housing a number of disheveled survivors reminiscent of refugees. In stark contrast, the group, led by Qin Lang, resembled a well-organized military force. Their arrival inevitably attracted envious glances from the other survivors. Boss, you're finally back. A young man armed with a firearm rushed over to greet Li Zhengyi, his expression frantic. What is the matter? Why the urgency? Li Zhengyi frowned. Shang-Gu has had an accident. He was severely bitten and managed to return alone. What? Where is he? In the medical department. Take me to see him. Li Zhengyi exclaimed, hastily following the young man into the restaurant, leaving Qin Lang and the others behind. Chun Chi, feeling somewhat helpless, addressed the group. I apologize, everyone. There's an emergency at home. Please make yourselves comfortable here, and let me know if you need anything. It's fine. You attend to your matters. Qin Lang waved his hand, gesturing for Chun Chi to go. Once Chun Chi departed, Qin Lang began to scrutinize the 9-story building. In the early days of the apocalypse, occupying such a high-rise would have effectively repelled attacks from the undead. However, if the assailants were human, the situation could turn dire. A few bundles of explosives placed against a load-bearing wall could lead to catastrophic collapse. Certainly, in the early days of this apocalyptic world, with attack cards so scarce, it is unlikely that any human group, besides those driven by deep-seated hatred, would engage in such foolish acts that harm themselves as much as their enemies. A few minutes later, when Li Zhengyi appeared again, his expression was somber as he apologized to Qin Lang, expressing regret for neglecting everyone. Our community's other search team was attacked by a horde of corpses, and the team leader was injured. I just attended to his situation. Is the injury severe? Qin Lang inquired, following Li Zhengyi inside. Li Zhengyi sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. Yes, it is quite serious. Out of 8 people who went out, only Lao Huang returned. The dire situation is that we no longer have any serum left. If we leave this unattended. He paused for a moment and then tentatively asked, you wouldn't happen to have any serum on hand, would you? Qin Lang met Li Zhengyi's hopeful gaze and replied with a smile, I do have a silver card serum, but I must reserve it for emergencies. As you can see, my team comprises over 30 people. What if someone gets bitten? What then if I cannot provide the serum? Li Zhengyi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Qin Lang's reasoning. You are right. Saving lives is paramount. To be frank, Huangshan is our camp's second strongest fighter. If something were to happen to him, it would be an unbearable loss for our camp. So, what conditions would you require to part with the serum? Qin Lang spread his hands and said, since you prefer straightforwardness, I shall be direct as well. Let's make a trade for cards. Do you happen to possess any talent-type gold cards? Talent gold cards? Li Zhengyi was momentarily taken aback. You wish to trade a silver card for a gold card, and it must be a talent card? Are you taking advantage of my predicament? Qin Lang replied earnestly. The silver card serum is quite a unique entity. Its value is comparable to that of a gold card. Li Zhengqi hesitated at this. Boss, it's bad. Shangu is in dire straits. A young man on the stairs exclaimed. All right, let us proceed with the exchange. I do indeed have a talent gold card. Li Zhengqi gritted his teeth and pulled a gold card from his pocket. Chapter 20, Internal Strife. Talent. Yang and Yin channels. What? Qin Lang's pupils dilated. This was a crucial card for opening the 8 channels. With this, as long as he could find the Yang and Yin channels, he could learn the Qi manipulation technique. To achieve opening the 8 channels and learn Qi manipulation technique. In the early days of the apocalypse, how powerful would that be? He could hardly dare to imagine. This talent card seems rather useless, he remarked, though he wore a troubled expression. Nevertheless, saving lives is of utmost importance. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the card. Qin Lang returned to the vehicle and pretended to linger for a few minutes before finally handing the silver card serum to Li Zhengqi, which amused Lin Wander greatly. Li Zhengqi hurriedly took the card and rushed upstairs to administer the injection to Huangshan. After a while, when Li Zhengqi emerged, his demeanor was visibly more relaxed. Fortunately, Lao Huang's life is saved. Thank you, young man. No need for thanks, sir. We are merely engaging in an equitable exchange. If you have any cards that are temporarily unnecessary, I would be happy to trade them for other cards. Thank you. That is entirely unnecessary. Li Zhengqi's lips twitched slightly. From the onset of the apocalypse until now, his team had managed to acquire only 5 gold cards, of which 2 were designated for a vehicle, the military truck, and food, meaning that only 3 were truly usable. Moreover, one had already been exchanged by Qin Lang, making it impossible to claim that he felt no pang of regret. Nevertheless, the fact that he had saved Huangshan made it all worthwhile. As time passed, Qin Lang accompanied Li Zhengqi on a thorough exploration of both the interior and exterior of the camp. Even in the crucial command center, Li Zhengqi had displayed no reservations, clearly not perceiving Qin Lang as a threat. After completing the tour, Li Zhengqi suddenly inquired, "What do you think of my camp?" Not particularly impressive, he thought privately, but he refrained from expressing such sentiments aloud. Qin Lang was not a person of low emotional intelligence. Instead, he offered a mild smile and replied, "It's decent." Indeed, Li Zhengqi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I chose this location for the camp after careful consideration. The visibility is expansive, and it is interconnected, making it easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. As long as you are willing to join our camp, we can undoubtedly eliminate those monsters and hold out until the rescue team arrives." "Uncle, do you truly believe there will be a rescue team?" Qin Lang's expression turned peculiar. It seemed rather naive for someone in his 40s to hold such hope. Li Zhengqi's demeanor shifted, and he muttered deep down, "I understand that the likelihood of a rescue team is slim. However, one must always hold onto a glimmer of hope. Don't you think?" Qin Lang chuckled softly, "Apologies. But I must head to Haichang to find someone, so I won't be staying here for long. There's something I am unsure whether to mention." "Please, feel free to speak your mind," Li Zhengqi encouraged. Upon hearing that Qin Lang intended to leave, Li Zhengqi's expression bore a hint of disappointment. However, they had agreed beforehand that if either party felt uncomfortable, they could depart at any time. So he quickly composed himself. "This camp of yours has fewer than 30 armed personnel, while over 100 others lack combat capabilities. At least, they do not appear to be inclined toward combat," Qin Lang observed. Indeed, Li Zhengqi nodded. "Many among them are elderly, weak, or women and children rescued by the search teams during their foraging missions. How many resources does it consume daily to feed over 100 people? You might endure for a day or 2, but what about 10 days or half a month? Relying on 30 individuals to sustain over 100 will ultimately lead to your downfall." It was only because he found Li Zhengqi to be a decent person that Qin Lang was willing to engage in further discourse. Had it been anyone else, he would have been indifferent to their fate. This statement struck Li Zhengqi to the core. There was no denying it. As the number of camp inhabitants increased, he had felt immense pressure within just a few days. If that were not the case, why would he have been compelled to split 2 search teams into 4? All to maximize resource collection? Yet, what else could he do? Surely, he cannot simply stand by and watch these people be devoured by monsters. Suddenly, a beep emanated from the communicator at Qin Lang's waist, followed by Wang Gui's voice. "Boss, there's trouble below." Taken aback, Qin Lang leaned forward to glance downstairs, where dozens of individuals were distinctly divided into 2 factions, seemingly embroiled in an argument. What is happening? Qin Lang asked as he and Li Zhengqi made their way to the open space on the first floor, where Wang Gui hurried over to relay the details of the situation. Just moments ago, members of Wang Gui's team began to feel a pang of hunger and decided to prepare a meal. Their fare primarily consisted of uneaten green card food from the morning, such as ham sausages, canned goods, and instant noodles. The enticing aroma of instant noodles was a veritable assault on the senses for the indigenous people, who had endured a week of bland rice and pickles. Consequently, a few representatives from the indigenous group approached to request food, only to be met with refusal from Wang Gui, which sparked a heated argument. "Why are you so stingy? We're merely asking for a few packets of instant noodles." "Before this, I wouldn't even glance at such junk food," one of them exclaimed. "I used to be the owner of a publicly traded company with a fortune of several hundred million. How can you hesitate to share a bit of food with us? It shows a complete lack of vision." Another chimed in. "I have 600,000 followers on Douyin. If you give me 2 cans, once the apocalypse is over, I can help you make a fortune." The crowd buzzed with their grievances. Hearing their nonsensical chatter, Qin Lang nearly burst into laughter. This group had clearly been brainwashed by Li Zhengqi, naively believing that the apocalypse would soon pass and that rescue teams would arrive. Little did they know that even the country itself had ceased to exist. "Xiaohu, you're the nurse from the maternal and child hospital, aren't you? I'm your sister Wang. Do you remember me? I took care of you a lot back at the hospital," a young woman from Wang Gui's team interjected. "Of course I remember you. You made my life miserable," Xiaohu retorted. "Why do you speak like that? I was only helping you grow, for your own good." The woman's expression changed, bewildered by the younger generation's lack of gratitude. "Enough. Stop the bickering. Didn't I distribute food to you this morning?" Li Zhengqi interjected, feeling mortified as he had boasted to Qin Lang about the camp's plentiful resources. "Once again, it's just plain congee with pickles. We haven't even caught a whiff of meat for several days," someone lamented. "Yes, Li too. At least provide us with a few cans. At this rate, we will inevitably suffer from malnutrition. When you brought us here, you assured us that food and drink would be plentiful. Had we known this would be our treatment, we would have preferred to remain outside," another added. Li Zhengqi's face contorted with frustration. His deputy, Chun Shi, snapped, "You all should be grateful. We're providing you with food and drink unconditionally, and yet you're not satisfied? To secure resources for you, Brother Sean nearly lost his life outside, and he's still in a coma. How can you say such heartless things?" Seeing the quarrel devolve into infighting, Qin Lang exchanged glances with Wang Gui, who signaled for everyone to step aside and watch the spectacle. "Rest assured, I will resolve the issue of food. I only ask for a little time," Wang Gui assured them. Exhausted and regretting his decision to bring such burdensome individuals along, Li Zhengqi was at his wit's end. "Stop with the delaying tactics, Li too. They have ready-to-eat food." A woman pointed towards Wang Gui's group. "Let's improve our meals first." Others quickly echoed this sentiment. "Utter nonsense. What do their cards have to do with me?" Li Zhengqi shouted, attempting to silence the crowd. Qin Lang chuckled. If they sought to enhance their meals, it was as simple as venturing out to slay the blood corpses. Every blood corpse contained cards within its body. "My people are able to feast upon meat because they have fought alongside me with unwavering determination. What gives you the right to complain? A bunch of beggars. And yet you dare to whine about the food being spoiled?" Upon hearing these words, Wang Gui and his companions straightened their chests, for there was no denying the truth. Last night, they had indeed joined forces with Qin Lang to combat the horde of corpses, and this was their rightful reward. "Mind your tongue. Who are you calling a beggar?" A middle-aged man in tattered suit stood up, glaring fiercely. "You will hand over that card, whether you want or not. That is my decree." Qin Lang, uninterested in further discussion, drew his gun. With a resounding bang, crimson and ivory splattered, and the world fell into silence. Chun Shi was taken aback, unable to believe Qin Lang's sudden decisiveness in taking a life. Instinctively, he reached for his weapon, but was halted by a rough hand. "Boss?" he inquired, puzzled. Li Zheng, without uttering a word, simply shook his head. The group of survivors before Qin Lang had retreated several steps, their eyes wide with fear. They had never anticipated that this seemingly cheerful young man would exhibit such ruthless determination without so much as a flicker of hesitation. Only Wang Gui and his companions were aware that Qin Lang's amiable facade masked a steely resolve. "Who else dares to chatter? Step forward and let me see you." Qin Lang waved his gun, and upon seeing no one respond, he sneered. "I reiterate, if you desire better provisions, then go hunt monsters. If you wish to steal from my people, that is permissible too, It's simply a matter of whether your lives are tougher than my bullets. Wang Gui. Wang Gui hurriedly approached. Boss, keep a close eye on your people and your supplies. Anyone who dares to steal, kill them outright. I will stand behind you. Understood. Wang Gui snapped, glaring at the survivors. What are you staring at? Get back. The survivors, sensing the tension, quietly retreated. Sir, my apologies. I acted impulsively. Qin Lang holstered his weapon and smiled at Li Zhang. Li Zhang's lips twitched. What nonsense about being a cheerful young man. He was clearly a murderer. This is all my fault for failing to manage my subordinates, and I apologize for the embarrassment. With a sigh, Li Zhang continued. It has become apparent that our teams struggle to integrate. I plan to rest for a while longer before departing. Understood. Li Zhang nodded. Boss. Just then, a man emerged from within, his skin darkened and his robust form wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. Old Huang, you're awake. Why aren't you resting properly? What are you doing up? Li Zhang hurried to support him. This man was Huang Shan, the second strongest fighter in their camp. With an excited expression, Huang Shan exclaimed, I have important news. We must leave here immediately. It's not safe. Qin Lang, who had been about to enter the RV, paused in his tracks at this revelation. Are you delirious? How could it possibly be unsafe here? Li Zhang was baffled. They had successfully defended against several waves of small corpses in recent days due to the camp's defensive systems. Huang Shan, panting heavily as he sat on the steps, looked at them with fear in his eyes. I'm not lying. It truly isn't safe. During our resource scavenging, our team was besieged by a horde of blood corpses. As you are well aware of our capabilities, even a mere dozen of these blood corpses should pose no challenge. We could easily dispatch even several dozen. However, today was different. These blood corpses possess bodies as hard as stone, impervious to bullets. How could this be possible? Li Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, we emptied our magazines without managing to eliminate a single one. By the time I realized something was amiss, it was too late to call my brothers to retreat. Huang Shan, tears streaming down his face, lamented that if not for my athletic talent, I would have perished alongside my comrades. Boss, I am not afraid of death. I must convey this information to you. I hold no grudge against you. But what on earth are these blood corpses? Why can't bullets kill them? Li Zhang pondered in confusion. If that is the case, we must abandon this camp. Qin Lang's voice resonated from behind. Young man, do you know what is going on? Li Zhang turned his face towards him. Qin Lang nodded and explained. It is well known that individuals can enhance their abilities through cards. However, if someone acquires skills such as stone skin or bullet resistance and is subsequently consumed by a blood corpse, that corpse may have a chance to inherit those traits. Based on Brother Huang Shan's description, I suspect they possess the bullet resistance aura, rendering conventional firearms nearly ineffective against them. Sweat trickled down Li Zhang's forehead. If we encounter such blood corpses, how do we combat them? Quite simply, with cold weapons or bows and crossbows, Qin Lang responded. Brother Huang, where did you encounter that group of blood corpses? To the west, approximately 10 kilometers away, Huang Shan replied, severely injured and gasping for breath. As Chun Chi urged him back to rest. Uncle, I would like to discuss something with you. Qin Lang called Li Zhang aside. I wish to borrow your truck. Li Zhang's expression turned peculiar. You are aware of the blood corpse's abilities, yet you still wish to take that risk. Fortune favors the bold. Besides, 10 kilometers is neither too far nor too close. Can you genuinely allow such a group of bulletproof blood corpses to roam nearby? Or do you intend to abandon this camp entirely? Li Zhang contemplated for a moment before nodding. Borrowing the truck is acceptable, but I have one condition. Speak. I will drive and bring Qin Chi along with us. Qin Lang's expression grew curious, as he had initially thought Li Zhang sought collateral. He did not expect him to want to join the group to hunt the blood corpses. I have no choice, Li Zhang sighed. The camp supplies are dwindling. Rest assured, I will only take what I am owed. Qin Lang chuckled, and they made a joyful agreement. Time was of the essence. They needed to deal with the blood corpses before nightfall. Let us go. A few minutes later, Qin Lang's small van led the way, followed closely by a military truck filled to capacity with 30 individuals. Little Bao and 2 other non-combatant children were left behind at the camp, and Wang Gui and their parents offered no objections. If we had this military truck, Brother Wang and the others would need to cycle behind us, Lin Wana remarked, having remained by Qin Lang's side in the vehicle without straying an inch. Are you suggesting we take the opportunity to eliminate Li Zhang and seize this truck? Qin Lang responded casually. I did not. Lin Wana, in a state of panic, exclaimed, That's not what I meant. Qin Lang merely chuckled, remarking that she took his jest far too seriously. I am not a murderous fiend. At least, I wouldn't commit homicide for something as trivial as a gold-tier vehicle. If I were to kill, it would be for a colorful card or above. However, during the initial phase of the apocalypse, dark gold cards have yet to emerge. Qin Lang mused silently. Before long, the two vehicles arrived at the scene. Through his military binoculars, Qin Lang surveyed the area ahead and could not help but smirk. Chapter 22. You are quite adept at hiding, my friend. Lao Huang's words were somewhat ambiguous. He had not spoken so much. Li Zhengqi, also equipped with military binoculars, jumped out of the vehicle and joined Qin Lang, grumbling about the situation. Several hundred meters away lay a horde of blood corpses, densely packed, numbering no less than 300. Perhaps we should use Molotov cocktails or explosives, suggested Qin Lang. But if we can avoid it, that would be preferable. He shook his head. While incendiary devices, explosives, and grenades could effectively destroy the blood corpses, they would also obliterate the cards within them, ultimately diminishing the drop rate. Qin Lang had taken the initiative this time with the intention of personally eliminating the radiant blood corpse, hoping to extract the bullet resistance aura, a colorful legendary card. With such a card in his possession, he would no longer fear being attacked by firearms. It's a bit challenging to eliminate so many blood corpses without explosives. Li Zhengqi muttered, still unaccustomed to such a vast horde. In contrast, the Wang Gui team, having just battled a tide of corpses the previous night, maintained a much calmer demeanor. The women had readied their mechanical bows, while the men grasped shields, electric batons, and daggers prepared to fight at a moment's notice. This is the difference, Li Zhengqi mused, genuinely impressed by Qin Lang's leadership skills. Do you see that bridge? We can lure the blood corpses to the bridge for elimination. Qin Lang pointed to a bridge spanning the lake, wide enough to accommodate several vehicles and over 100 meters in length. Strewn with corpses, both human and blood corpses, alongside abandoned cars rendered immobile by the apocalypse. After relocating their position to the bridge, Qin Lang dismounted his ghostly motorcycle from the RV. Aside from Lin Wan'er and Wang Gui, no one knew about his spatial ring, and he had no intention of revealing it to outsiders. Who among you will ride this contraption to lure the blood corpses? Qin Lang inquired, glancing around. Wang Gui stepped forward. Boss, I'll do it. I've ridden before. Let me handle it, Li Zhengqi interjected, waving his hand. You are bound to exert the most effort. At least allow me to contribute in some way. Chen Shi stepped in to stop him. Boss, your talent are suited for close combat. If you get surrounded, it could be disastrous. I should go if I fail. I have a means to escape. Li Zhengqi frowned, acknowledging the truth in Chen Shi's words. But are you certain? It is quite perilous. Not to worry. Chen Shi replied with a smile, handing his weapon to Li Zhengqi. You know my survival skills surpass even those of Brother Sean, albeit slightly. With that, Chen Shi mounted the ghostly motorcycle. After Qin Lang offered him a few words of caution, he sped off toward the opposite side of the bridge. Everyone braced themselves for battle, for whether they would enjoy a feast that night hinged on the outcome of this confrontation. Prepare yourselves, Qin Lang shouted, drawing his black blade. Ready to strike. The distance between the two parties was not significant. The ghostly motorcycle not only boasted remarkable speed, but also emitted a thunderous roar, making it nearly impossible to avoid attracting the attention of the horde of corpses. Their horrifying howls echoed as they surged towards Chen Shi, following Qin Lang's instructions. Chen Shi deliberately slowed his pace, maintaining a safe distance of approximately 20 meters from the bloodthirsty corpses, leading the horde onto the bridge with an unhurried demeanor. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. Just as everyone sighed in relief, an unforeseen incident occurred. Chen Shi's focus had been solely on the pursuing corpses, neglecting the scattered bones and wreckage on the bridge. His wheel inadvertently struck a protruding piece of metal, sending the ghostly motorcycle into a chaotic spin. Although Chen Shi possessed experience riding motorcycles, he found himself unable to control the terrifying swaying of death, ultimately deciding to abandon the bike after a struggle of 5 or 6 seconds. He tumbled onto the ground, but sprang back to his feet, racing forward without a backward glance, his legs visibly entwined in a transparent whirlwind. The whirlwind legs? Qin Lang instantly recognized this as a golden card skill capable of enhancing speed for a brief period, a remarkable ability for self-preservation. Li Zhengqi nodded in agreement, stating that this young man could outrun even a dog. Qin Lang chuckled, thinking that he owed him a ghostly motorcycle. Li Zhengqi unsheathed his machete, deeming it inappropriate to discuss such matters now. They would address them after vanquishing the monstrous horde. Preparations to confront the enemy commenced. Qin Lang communicated via the intercom with Lin Wanner, who was stationed atop a military truck. Ready for action. The Halo blood corpse must possess distinguishing features compared to other blood corpses. Your task is to identify it and relay its location. Understood, she replied, activating the strong strike halo. As they spoke, Chun-Chi sprinted back, while the horde officially entered the range of the mechanical bows. The women perched atop the military truck unleashed a barrage of arrows, raining down upon the front line of bloodthirsty corpses. After several rounds of shooting, dozens of blood corpses lay vanquished. Qin Lang shouted, "Wang Gui, got it, boss. Brothers, follow me." Wang Gui responded loudly, leading the charge with a blast shield held high at the forefront. The other men in the team mimicked him, forming a wall of shields with over 20 individuals, firmly obstructing the advancing corpses. "It is my turn to strike," Li Zhongqi declared, rubbing his short knife against his clothing before leaping into the air, vaulting over the shield wall and plunging headfirst into the horde. "What on earth just happened?" Wang Gui exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Qin Lang was equally stunned, unsure of Li Zhongqi's reckless decision. The next moment, he witnessed limbs flying wildly around Li Zhongqi, who resembled a human meat grinder, carving a bloody path through the horde with sheer strength and a machete. "This is my boss's talent. Barbarian, impressive, isn't it?" Chun-Chi remarked with pride. Qin Lang chuckled, pondering that the destructive power of a golden card talent could not be so exaggerated. Li Zhongqi was evidently holding back, likely having learned a talent that amplified his damage capabilities. "I've spotted it." Lin Wanner's voice crackled through the earpiece at the rear of the horde. "There is a white-haired blood corpse." Received. Qin Lang signaled with his black blade and plunged headlong into the throng of corpses. As the saying goes, every profession has its own expertise. In close combat, Qin Lang indeed pales in comparison to Li Zhongqi, his speed in dispatching the blood corpses far inferior. However, his focus was not on these ordinary blood corpses, but rather on the haloed blood corpses in the rear. With Lin Wanner as precise guidance, Qin Lang swiftly approached the white-haired blood corpse. Aside from its white hair, its body was indistinguishable from that of a normal blood corpse. Qin Lang struck with his blade, severing the head of the white-haired blood corpse, which soared into the air before he deftly caught it and stowed it away in his spatial ring. Howl, howl, howl. Suddenly, Li Zhongqi's monstrous roar erupted nearby. He seized a car wreck and swung it horizontally, instantly toppling over a dozen approaching blood corpses. He then hurled the wreck far away, crushing yet another group of blood corpses into fragments. Was it Overlord or super strength? Qin Lang envied him fiercely. This was clearly a card ability. How he longed to possess it. With the benefit of the haloed blood corpses gone, Wang Gui and Chun-Chi began to sweep the horde with rifles. In less than 5 minutes, the blood corpses on the bridge were completely eradicated. Panting heavily, Li Zhongqi collapsed onto the ground, having single-handedly taken down over 100 blood corpses, utterly exhausted. "Uncle, you've been hiding quite a bit." Qin Lang pulled Li Zhongqi up, teasingly remarking, "Had I known, I would have brought you along. What would my people eat and drink tonight?" Chapter 23, The Halo in Hand. Li Zhongqi chuckled. "In the apocalypse, one must always keep a backup plan, right? Don't just pick on me. You've been hiding things too. I only just found out you were concealing a stunning beauty in the RV. She must be Lin Wanner. I've seen her in dramas." Qin Lang laukitatili. His spirits lifted. With the corpses cleared, the next task was to scour the battlefield for cards. Wang Gui naturally took charge of this, leaving Qin Lang free from worry. But for Li Zhongqi and Chun-Chi, it was a laborious task they had to undertake themselves. Yet, both wore smiles, for this outing was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. "Boss, here are the cards." Wang Gui presented them, revealing 2 silver cards among a collection of nearly 200 white, green, and blue cards. "Very well." Qin Lang accepted the cards, glancing at Li Zhongqi and Chun-Chi still occupied with their work, then said, "Give them a hand." "Understood." Before long, the battlefield was cleared. Li Zhongqi and Chun-Chi walked toward the military truck, chatting and laughing, when Qin Lang mischievously remarked, "Uncle, you've made quite a haul." "Indeed. Over 200 cards, what a delight. With more than 100 people in the camp. How long will they last?" Qin Lang grinned as he climbed into the vehicle. However, Li Zhongqi's smile instantly faltered, and Chun-Chi's expression soured. "That's tough, my friend." Inside the military truck, Chun-Chi's face darkened. "Boss, I appreciate your good intentions, not wanting to see them devoured by monsters, but these cards were earned through life and death struggles. Are you truly planning to share them with them? Look at Qin Lang's subordinates, who among them ISNT, a seasoned warrior. If those in the camp could genuinely assist us, I would willingly part with the cards. But they enough of that. Stop grumbling. Li Zhengqi sighed, lamenting that this predicament was indeed his own doing. In this apocalyptic era, he questioned the wisdom of embodying a compassionate figure. Yet now, he found himself ensnared in a dire situation. What could he possibly do? Was he to resort to violence against them? A wave of frustration washed over him, as his lack of experience in team management had resulted in a shaky foundation, leading to their current plight. It was clear that he needed to seek counsel from Qin Lang regarding effective team management and operations. Overall, this had been a resounding victory. Upon learning that Li Zhengqi and his group had vanquished an entire horde of corpses and seized a considerable cache of cards, the inhabitants of the camp rejoiced. Li Zhengqi was not one to hoard resources. He promptly distributed more than half of the cards among the group, ensuring they could enjoy a hearty meal. Qin Lang, however, chose to observe with a detached demeanor. As night descended, the tavern, now with running water and electricity, offered a semblance of home. Li Zhengqi found himself on the rooftop, sipping wine when he spotted Qin Lang approaching. He waved cheerfully. "Come, young man, have a seat. Care for a drink?" Qin Lang, with a grin, settled beside him. "Surely. You didn't invite me merely for the pleasure of sharing a drink?" "Of course not. I just felt a bit overwhelmed and needed someone to converse with." "Oh, you have cigarettes as well. Do share one with your uncle." Despite being in his 40s, Li Zhengqi's demeanor resembled that of a carefree youth in his 20s, clearly unburdened in the days of peace. Qin Lang lit Li Zhengqi's cigarette and tucked the remaining half-pack into his tactical vest pocket, advising him to conserve. "Thanks a lot." Li Zhengqi chuckled heartily. As the wind carried away the nicotine-laden air, Li Zhengqi gazed at the sprawling, shadowy cityscape and suddenly asked, "If you were in my position, what would you do?" Qin Lang extinguished half of his cigarette, responding cryptically, "Uncle, I should have taken him away last night, but alas, we were obstructed by the Black Blood Heart. Shall we join forces to eliminate it?" Li Zhengqi, perplexed, inquired, "What is this Black Blood Heart?" He was unaware that it was a creature tenfold stronger than an ordinary blood heart, possessing a degree of intelligence. Each Black Blood Heart spawned numerous blood corpses, night demons, winged fiends, and even new monstrosities. "Can we defeat it?" Li Zhengqi pondered, intrigued. The more formidable the creature, the greater the potential rewards. Indeed, risk and reward were intertwined. However, the possibility of heavy casualties in battle loomed large, necessitating mental preparation. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, speaking with gravitas. "I cannot speak to your methods of team leadership, but my personal principle is that a team does not accommodate idlers. One reaps what one sows. Now, uncle, it's getting late. I shall return to rest. Reflect on this, and provide me with your answer by morning." Once Qin Lang departed, Li Zhengqi's countenance darkened. He was no fool. He discerned the deeper implications of Qin Lang's words. Yet, he questioned whether such an approach might be overly ruthless. He found himself in a quandary. "Shao Qi, where are you?" "Oh, I'm with old Huang." "Don't move. I need to discuss something with you both." Li Zhengqi set down the walkie-talkie and made his way downstairs. Inside the RV, Qin Lang retrieved the white blood corpse's head from his spatial ring. Lin Wanner had long since grown accustomed to this, though her gaze was tinged with curiosity, wondering why Qin Lang placed such significance on the white-haired blood corpse. Carefully, Qin Lang drew out a military knife and meticulously severed the head of the blood corpse, murmuring something under his breath. Lin Wanner strained to listen and soon discerned that he was intoning, color cards come, from all directions they arrive." Crack! The head split in two, revealing cards nestled within. They were the ever-familiar, colorful cards. Qin Lang picked up a card and examined it. Everything was as he had surmised. Bullet resistance aura. Within a 50-meter radius, allies gained significant resistance to ordinary bullets, with greater numbers resulting in increased stamina consumption. Without a second thought, Qin Lang tore the card and absorbed its knowledge. It was not that he doubted Lin Wanner, but her current stamina was insufficient to wield such a potent skill card, which could easily drain her. Moreover, he was reluctant to entrust his life to another. It was far better to rely on oneself. Thus, Qin Lang secured 3 layers of protection: super recovery body, protective bracelet, and bullet resistance aura. Quite comfortable, he mused. How could one possibly meet their demise? Qin Lang was not being reckless. unless he went mad and single-handedly confronted the Black Bloodheart. These 3 legendary cards were ample for him to navigate the first phase of the apocalypse with ease. By the way, Wanner, you should use these 2 cards. Qin Lang handed 2 silver cards to Lin Wanner, one being abundant stamina and the other long sight. They were silver cards designed to enhance stamina and vision, offering remarkable value. All right, Lin Wanner exclaimed joyfully as she utilized the cards. For the next few days, don't categorize the cards. Rest early. You must replenish your energy to prepare for the significant battle ahead. Are you referring to the Black Bloodheart? Lin Wanner paused, taken aback. Yes, it's highly probable that Old Li will bring everyone from the camp with us to confront the Black Bloodheart tomorrow. Lin van was momentarily stunned, instinctively recalling the camp members outside, resembling refugees. But do they possess any combat prowess? We have no fighting capability. We can't even engage in a brawl. You're clearly sending us to our doom. As dawn broke and the sky lightened, when Li Zhengqi announced the plan for the entire camp to unite in an assault on the Black Bloodheart, dissent erupted immediately. Chiefly, this task of seeking resources has always been undertaken by your men. Why must you involve us this time? Exactly. We have never fought those monsters. Even the stench makes me feel nauseous. How can we possibly fight? Uncle Li, she is only 18. She can't fight. Li Zhengqi's expression remained impassive, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd. I believe you have misunderstood. This is a notification, not a discussion. If you wish to eat and drink, you must put forth effort. What is effort? It is actively battling the monsters. Anyone who does not wish to fight and merely desires a life of ease. I'm sorry, but please leave. From today onward, the camp will not support idlers. Chapter 24. The truth lies within the range of a handgun. The camp's refugees were not blind. They could clearly sense that Li Zhengqi's attitude today was markedly different from usual, and the voices of opposition diminished significantly. Soon, someone stood up to point out the critical issue at hand. Li, it is not that we are unwilling to fight alongside you, but we truly lack combat experience. As a university professor, I have only ever engaged with books. To suddenly wield weapons and slay monsters seems rather unreasonable, does it not? Surely, we must be afforded some time. Professor Wang spoke the truth. We are indeed inexperienced in battle, and facing those monsters would undoubtedly lead to our demise. Yes. We are not opposed to fighting, but at least allow us 10 days to half a month for practice. Li Zhengqi anticipated that this group of naysayers would employ such rhetoric. He scoffed. Practicing for 10 days to half a month? Do you not find that amusing? Has it even been that long since the monsters first appeared? Regardless, I have already issued the orders. We shall depart shortly. Those willing to join me may approach Chun Chi to register and receive weapons. I shall not compel anyone against their will. Shao Qi, this matter is entrusted to you. Chun Chi licked his lips and acknowledged, understood, boss. After organizing his affairs, Li Zhengqi waved to Qin Lang from a distance. Do you have a moment to chat? Qin Lang nodded and sat down on a portable bench in front of the RV. Lin Wanner, being considerate, brought over 2 cups of coffee before retreating into the vehicle. How many people do you think will be willing to accompany you? Qin Lang took a sip of his coffee and tossed a cigarette to Li Zhengqi. Li Zhengqi quickly caught it, lit it, and drew a deep breath, revealing a blissful smile. Such matters are trivial. What truly matters is your confidence in eliminating that Black Bloodheart. Please, share the details with me. I cannot make any reckless claims, Qin Lang replied with a smile. What I can guarantee is that the Black Bloodheart promises substantial rewards. If fortune favors us, and we truly manage to shatter it, the cards we acquire could easily suffice for 30 individuals over 10 days to half a month. Such bounty. Li Zhengqi's eyes widened as he straightened his posture. Young man, how do you know so much? Have you previously? Well, where do you think this RV came from? Qin Lang had anticipated this inquiry and had prepared his response. All right, having a successful case makes things easier. When do you plan to act? Li Zhengqi exhibita considerable excitamen. Qin Lang observed this enthusiasm and silently sighed. Ignorance breeds courage, but the Black Bloodheart is not so easily vanquished. My plan is to depart this afternoon, resting at the gas station where we first met for half a day, and then commence our official operation tomorrow morning. The reason for the half-day pause is twofold. First, the distance is considerable, requiring several hours of travel, and people need to conserve their energy. Second, I only possess a vague understanding of the Black Bloodheart's location, and finding it will necessitate some time. Most importantly, attacking the Black Bloodheart, Blood Corpse, Night Demon, and other monsters during the day poses no enhancement to their defensive capabilities. Although the drop rates may be lower, safety is paramount. Qin Lang, with meticulous thought, had accounted for every detail. Very well, it is settled then. We shall depart together this afternoon. Li Zhengqi extinguished his cigarette with force and stood up to leave. Before long, it was midday. Qin Lang was inside the RV, enjoying a dish of chicken stew with mushrooms. After several days of hot pot, he craved a change in flavor when suddenly he heard the sound of an argument outside. As I drew back the curtain, it was no surprise to see yet another incident arising from Li Zhengqi's side. At this moment, the members under Li Zhengqi had divided into two distinct factions, one led by Li Zhengqi, Qin Shi, and Huang Shan, consisting of over 30 individuals. The other led by Professor Wang, comprising around 100 people. The catalyst for the quarrel was lunch. Li Zhengqi, while it may be tolerable for adults to miss a meal or two, how can you bear to let so many elderly, women, and children consume such nutritionally void food? Professor Wang lamented, pointing at the cans nearby. Does your conscience not ache? Have we so quickly forsaken the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Li Zhengqi scoffed. Professor Wang, spare me your moral high ground. I made my stance abundantly clear this morning. Those willing to join me in battle will have ample food and drink. If it weren't for your incitement of fear and despair, claiming that it's better to huddle together than to face death, we wouldn't have a single soul unwilling to join our cause. It's evident to me that you have become addicted to free handouts. Of course, I do not impose my will. This is your own choice. Glug glug. Qin Shi finished a bowl of instant noodles, slurping down every last drop before casually tossing the bowl aside. Brothers, eat quickly. Once we finish, we shall go hunt monsters. Oh, and let me tease you with tonight's menu. Mapo tofu, braised ribs with green beans, sauerkraut fish, boiled fish, braised pork, and roasted lamb chops. To enhance the persuasion of his words, Qin Shi produced a handful of blue food cards from his pocket, nearly causing Professor Wang's group to drool with desire. These dishes, mundane in times of peace, became coveted delicacies in a world overrun by monsters and facing severe food shortages, each dish eliciting salivation. How dare you, Li Zhengqi? You hoarded so many food cards. A middle-aged woman emerged from the crowd, fuming. We thought of you as a good person, yet you've been indulging behind our backs. You must hand over those cards, otherwise, no one leaves. Yes, hand over all the cards. Do whatever you wish. We shall not intervene, shouted a dozen robust men, their sleeves rolled up, clearly ready to seize the opportunity. You refuse to join me in battling the blood corpses, yet you are all too eager to snatch food. The cards are right here. Who dares to take one? Li Zhengqi sneered repeatedly, utterly disillusioned with this group, regretting not having encountered Qin Lang sooner. What will you do about it? There are over 100 of us, and only 30 of you. Do you truly believe you stand a chance in a real fight? A young man retorted, grinning. Puffed. Qin Shi couldn't hold back his laughter. What are you laughing at? The young man snapped. Qin Shi shook his head, suppressing his mirth. I laugh because you are a bunch of fools. As his words fell, Qin Shi raised his handgun. With a resounding bang, a bullet pierced through the young man's left eye, exiting through the back of his head, his body crashing to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. In the midst of an eerie silence, Qin Shi's laughter pierced through the stillness as he brandished his pistol and addressed Li Zhengqi. Boss, I believe I've mentioned that this contraption is far more effective than mere reason. Chapter 25. The Annihilation of the Black Bloodheart. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Step forward and let me see if your fists are tougher than my bullets. As Qin Shi waved the firearm mockingly, anyone who was aimed at instinctively averted their gaze, unwilling to meet his stare. Professor Wang, do you have something to say? Speak your mind. Do not hold back. I have nothing to say, Professor Wang replied, fear evident on his face as he retreated into the crowd. He had intended to negotiate with Li Zhengqi's group using his silver tongue, but he never anticipated they would abandon protocol and resort to violence. What could he possibly say now? Boss, let us leave. It's a waste to arm these ingrate wolves. Qin Shi had long harbored disdain for these people. Li Zhengqi rose, his sharp gaze sweeping across the assembly. You are on your own. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Lang led a convoy of over 60 individuals back to the gas station. After clearing the surrounding area of scattered corpses and ensuring it was completely safe, he finally called for everyone to set up camp and rest. This is our battle plan for tomorrow. Do you have any questions? Qin Lang pointed at the region circled in red on the map. Brother Qin, I have but one question. Huang Shan, the third in command of Li Zhengqi's team, raised his hand. Ask away. If our joint operation succeeds, how will we divide the cards we seize? This was a concern shared by all. Qin Lang nodded, 60-40. I take 60. You take 40. Why only 40? Huang Shan furrowed his brow, eager to voice his thoughts, but Li Zhengqi interjected with a smile. No problem. The information regarding the Black Blood Heart was brought by Brother Qin. It is only fair that he receives a larger share. Currently, with just over 30 of us, even 30% would be more than sufficient. Oh, uncle, are you truly that generous, asking for only 30%? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, prompting Li Zhengqi to laugh. Hey, I was just joking, don't take it too seriously. With their banter easing the atmosphere, Qin Lang sobered. Returning to the matter at hand, there is a crucial issue at hand. While I can ascertain the general location of the Black Blood Heart, I am unaware of its exact whereabouts. Therefore, after the battle commences, I will require individuals with reconnaissance skills to infiltrate and locate it. Currently, my team lacks such personnel. Huang Shan's lips twitched slightly. If I hadn't been injured, I could take on the role of scout. If it comes to that, I shall volunteer, Chen Shi offered, his talent being whirlwind leg, which allowed him to run swiftly, making it difficult for ordinary blood corpses to catch him. No, this is not like our fight against the horde on the bridge. Did Brother Qin not mention that the Black Blood Heart typically breeds bizarre blood corpses? Simply being fast is insufficient. One must possess certain offensive and defensive capabilities. If necessary, I shall take on the role of scout, Li Zhengqi shrugged. However, the suggestion was promptly dismissed by Qin Lang. No, you and I are the main offensive forces against the Blood Heart. It is best not to expend energy on other tasks. I personally believe that Huang Shan is the most suitable candidate. However, old Huang has yet to fully recover. Li Zhengqi furrowed his brow. I happen to possess a special medicine and a stimulant. The former will restore Huang Shan's health to its peak condition, while the latter can be used for life-saving purposes in times of crisis. Qin Lang produced 2 silver cards from his pocket and handed them over, stating that these were his most treasured supplies, which he had been reluctant to use until now. Li Zhengqi, with a face full of resignation, asked if he had thought this through beforehand. Qin Lang shrugged, asserting that aside from Huang Shan, it would be difficult for anyone else to fulfill this task. Huang Shan smiled broadly, graciously accepting the silver cards, assuring everyone that they would witness his performance the following day. By the time the strategic deployment was concluded, evening had already fallen. In preparation for the impending battle, Qin Lang generously provided 30 blue cards worth of food for everyone, filling the camp with laughter and high spirits. After a night of silence, the following morning dawned. As the first light broke, the convoy began its advance towards the highway. At 6:20 a.m., they arrived at the location of their first encounter with a horde of corpses. After several days of exposure to the sun, the bodies had nearly desiccated, emitting a repugnant stench. Li Zhengqi's pupils constricted, and he could not help but gasp in shock. He had heard numerous accounts of Qin Lang's encounters with such hordes. Yet hearing about it and witnessing it firsthand were 2 entirely different experiences, especially with the presence of night demons and winged demons among the corpses, creatures he had never before seen. Truly, it was a formidable team. As Li Zhengqi marveled at the sight, a dull gunshot suddenly pierced the air. He looked up to see a winged demon plummeting from the sky, having been shot in the head. Further ahead, he spotted Qin Lang standing atop a vehicle, wielding a dark green lacquered giant sniper rifle, for which a wisp of smoke was rising. We have been discovered. Everyone, stay alert and prepare for combat. Qin Lang warned before sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to conserve energy. The sniper rifle he cradled was named the Forest Wolf Sniper Rifle, a golden card-level firearm. Time passed slowly. 10 minutes later, dozens of winged demons formed a dark cloud, sweeping towards the convoy. The distant echoes of the bloodthirsty corpses roared as they surged forward with alarming speed. Prepare for defense. With Li Zhengqi's commanding shout, the group tore apart the cards they had prepared, swiftly constructing a makeshift trench within mere seconds. Armed personnel with firearms and bows took their positions, ready to unleash their attacks as soon as the horde fell within range. On Qin Lang's side, equipped with the ultra-long-range Golden Card Firearm Forest Wolf and the Golden Card Talent Sharpshooter, he began executing headshots from an extraordinary distance. The winged demons in the sky were knocked down one after another. How impressive! Chen Shi could not help but swallow hard. He was aware of Qin Lang's prowess, yet he had never anticipated it to be to such an extent. If he had known that the strength Qin Lang displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg, he would surely have been awash with astonishment. As the swarm of winged demons fell in rapid succession to Qin Lang's onslaught, the morale of all combatants soared, and they launched their ground offensive, unleashing a barrage of bullets and arrows that swept through the masses of corpses like a scythe through wheat. It wasn't so terrifying after all. It merely appeared daunting at first glance. Shun-Chi licked his lips and joined the fray. Li Zhengqi glanced back at Qin Lang, who was sitting atop the vehicle with his eyes closed, and whispered, "Do not underestimate them." The battle between humans and the horde of corpses raged on for over 10 minutes. The humans maintained a dominant stance, despite the overwhelming numbers of the undead. They could not breach the defensive line formed by bullets and arrows. However, at that moment, a sudden transformation occurred. A dozen massive night demons leaped high from behind the horde, landing in the arena. Armed with formidable muscle, they charged through the hail of projectiles towards the human ranks. Chapter 26. Total Annihilation. Stop them. Do not let them through. Wang Guei shouted, leading a group of men wielding riot shields into the fray. This was their first direct confrontation with the night demons. To claim they were unafraid would be a lie, yet for the sake of survival, they had to endure their fears. What are you standing there for? Hurry and help. Seeing Wang Guei lead the charge, Li Zhengqi urged his comrades to assist. Soon, dozens of fully armed young men formed a human barricade. Boom! Bang! Although the night demons possessed immense strength, they were injured upon landing and could muster no more than 60 to 70% of their combat prowess. A few attempted to break through the human wall, but without exception, they were toppled to the ground. Among the ranks, a few bold and keen-eyed men quickly targeted the heads of the night demons, managing to slay several amidst the chaos. Excellent. Qin Lang, who observed the distant scene, nodded in approval. The growth of Wang Guei and his group exceeded his expectations. If their harvest this time proved bountiful, he would not hesitate to select a few elites for further cultivation. Brother Xiaoqin, I'm off then? Huang Shan, having taken a special medicine and rested for a night, was nearly fully recovered. Do not push yourself too hard. It would be ideal to find the black blood heart. If not, it is of little matter. Your life is paramount. Understood. Huang Shan chuckled and dashed towards the right side of the wheat field, soon disappearing from sight. Activate the aura to alleviate their pressure. Qin Lang instructed Lin Wanner, who promptly summoned the aura. A visible green halo rose from beneath the feet of the crowd, invigorating those who had felt fatigued just moments prior. Is this the recovery aura skill? Li Zhengqi was thoroughly impressed. In a mere span of minutes, Qin Lang had completely transformed his perception of the strong. Not only did he exhibit terrifying long-range combat capabilities, but even the small celebrity within the RV turned out to be an ace in her own right. Fortunately, Qin Lang could not read minds. Otherwise, he would have found it amusing, for Lin Wanner was merely a tool he had cultivated, nothing more. Under the united assault of over 60 individuals, the night demons were swiftly vanquished. Yet a new challenge emerged. While the humans battled the night demons, the horde of corpses surged forward, unimpeded by the once effective barrage of bullets and arrows. The barbed wire and makeshift barriers of cement bags proved utterly futile in halting their advance. This is untenable, boss. There are too many of them. Our firepower is insufficient. Shun-Chi shouted. Even if it is insufficient, you must hold the line. Li Zhengqi cast another glance towards Qin Lang, only to discover a multitude of remote-controlled drones surrounding him, each laden with explosives. The sheer quantity of explosives was staggering, nearly causing Li Zhengqi's eyes to widen in disbelief. Qin Lang deftly maneuvered the drones to deliver the explosives into the throng of corpses, and, as the thunderous explosions erupted, a vast area was drenched in crimson. Wang Guei, Qin Lang intently commanded as he controlled the drones. The weapons are prepared for you, and the ammunition is included. Fire with all you might. Wang Guei hastily wiped the blood from his face and noticed a white metallic box beside the RV. Upon opening it, he found an array of small-caliber submachine guns, along with a substantial stack of ammunition. Distribute them to those you can trust. Qin Lang did not spare a glance at Wang Guei, who acknowledged with a nod and summoned a few daring young men to retrieve the weapons. With the addition of 5 submachine guns, their firepower surged dramatically, establishing a solid defense amidst the dual assault from the sky and ground. Boss, it seems the horde is retreating. Wang Guei shouted. Unable to breach their defenses after prolonged assault, the undead opted for withdrawal once more. Pursue them. Do not let them escape. Annihilate them completely, Did you hear that? Total annihilation. Brothers, charge. Wang Gue bellowed, leading the charge. Should we follow? What if they encounter the night demon? Lin Wanner expressed her concern. Qin Lang shook his head, asserting that even if the night demon was present, it would likely remain near the Black Heart. Lin Wanner, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding. Despite not engaging in close combat with the Horde, the prolonged activation of her aura had drained her stamina, her clothes soaked in sweat, revealing glimpses of her pink bra. You should take a shower and change, then rest. Reminded by Qin Lang, Lin Wanner blushed, realizing she was on the verge of an embarrassing situation, and quickly retreated into the RV, where the sound of running water soon followed. Has there been any news from Lao Huang? Qin Lang inquired loudly. He contacted me 5 minutes ago, still searching, came to reply. Tell him to be cautious. Understood. After a brief interval, Wang Gue and his team triumphantly returned, beaming with smiles. Xiaobao, I'm back. Wang Gue exclaimed as he lifted the little one into his arms, brandishing a green card. This is an electric Ultraman model. Once we're done, I'll ask Uncle Qin to let you play with it. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Xiaobao nodded appreciatively. Wang Gue's smile faltered slightly as he sighed. For the next while, he led his team in clearing the battlefield. According to their agreement, both parties were to collaborate in this task, culminating in Qin Lang distributing the cards. However, given that Qin Lang's team had exerted the most effort during this skirmish, and with Li Zhengqi's concerns about his members potentially hoarding cards and causing unnecessary complications, he wisely relinquished this right, leading his 30-plus members aside to smoke and rest. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie on the round table crackled to life with Huang Shan's urgent voice. I've found it, the Black Heart. It's at the Song Family Ancestral Hall. It has discovered me. Boss. Monster. Help me. Help. Li Zhengqi inhaled sharply, exclaiming, Little Qin, something has happened to old Huang. Nearby, a small village called Songjia Village, named after the predominance of the Song surname among its residents, lay shrouded in a thick, gray mist. Despite the distance of several hundred meters, one could palpably sense the aura of malevolence and dread that enveloped the area. Damn it! I can't see a thing. Li Zhengqi slammed his fist into the ground, unable to come to terms with the grim reality of Huangshan's demise. Old Huang was not only adept in both offense and defense, but he also had remarkable speed, bolstered by the stimulants provided by Little Qin. How could he have fallen here? Even if he encountered a night demon, he should have been able to escape. The Black Blood Heart is an upgraded version of the ordinary Blood Heart, typically birthing not only blood corpses and night demons, but also monsters endowed with unique abilities. Old Huang must have faced a creature of extraordinary speed. Qin Lang placed a comforting hand on Li Zhengqi's shoulder, offering his condolences. Li Zhengqi, Siga, pondering their next course of action. Should they charge into the Song family ancestral hall and confront whatever lay within? Chapter 27. The Anomaly. Do not act so impulsively. Good things come to those who wait. What is the rush? Despite being separated by hundreds of meters, Qin Lang could sense the presence of terrifying entities lurking within the mist through his dangerous intuition. While he was confident in his survival, this mission was primarily to acquire cards rather than to test their survival skills. Thus, there was no need for recklessness. Returning to the highway, Qin Lang noticed that the group had rested sufficiently and beckoned them to proceed to Songjia Village. Only Lin Wanner, a few defenseless children, and several severely injured individuals remained at the scene. Perhaps due to their recent victory over the horde of corpses, both Wang Gue's team and Li Zhengqi's team appeared somewhat carefree, their faces devoid of tension. Some even joked about holding a celebratory feast after defeating the Black Blood Heart that night. Qin Lang observed silently, saying nothing. Friends, do you comprehend what we are about to face? Little Qin, is something the matter? Li Zhengqi noticed the unusual expression on Qin Lang's face and inquired with curiosity. Qin Lang smiled and shook his head, tossing a gold card to him. Li Zhengqi caught the card, momentarily taken aback. What is this? Ordinary cold weapons inflict minimal damage on the Black Blood Heart. This weapon is for you to use. Please return it once you are done. The weapon Qin Lang provided was the blood pattern gun, which had emerged from their initial encounter with the Horde days prior. He had the Black Blade for now, so it was of no immediate use to him. Li Zhengqi accepted without hesitation, tearing open the gold card, and within seconds, a blood-red metallic spear appeared in his grasp, its tip glinting ominously sharp. Follow my lead, and regardless of what you see, do not act recklessly or panic, Qin Lang cautioned before stepping into the mist-enshrouded Songjia village. Though only a single step separated them, It felt as if he had crossed into another realm. In this dim, gray expanse, sunlight dared not penetrate, and the vast Songjia village lay in a profound silence. "Boss, I need to tell you something," Wang Gue approached, accompanied by a woman in her early 20s. "What is it?" Qin Lang glanced at him. Hu Chunli is from Songjia village. She knows the location of the ancestral hall. Qin Lang smiled. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Hu Chunli felt somewhat anxious. She first bowed to Qin Lang before pointing in a direction. "The ancestral hall is just at the end of this road. Take a left, and it should take approximately 10 minutes to reach." Qin Lang nodded, acknowledging that having a location was certainly better than aimlessly wandering about like a headless chicken. "Hu Chunli, right? I'll remember your contribution." With that, the group slowly made their way toward the ancestral hall. "It's so quiet here. It's making me a bit uneasy," Li Zhengqi murmured. "Boss, have you noticed? We've seen quite a lot of blood along the way, yet we haven't encountered a single corpse," Chen Qi whispered. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and halted. Had it not been for Chen Qi's reminder, he might have overlooked this most apparent clue. From the arrival of the apocalypse to now, it had only been a little over 10 days. Even if the villagers of Songjia village were slaughtered by blood corpses, it was inconceivable that not a single body remained. Whether they were blood corpses or blood hearts, they only consumed human flesh and blood, not like capitalist monsters that devour everything, leaving no trace behind. This was highly suspicious. Could it be that we've struck gold? The corners of Qin Lang's mouth twitched. He contemplated a possibility, the only possibility. Suddenly, the ground trembled, followed by the sound of something heavy grinding against the earth. "Prepare for battle," Wang Gue shouted, and the members immediately huddled together. The noise emanated from the direction of the ancestral hall. "Hiss!" That Li Zhengqi's voice trailed off. A colossal creature lifted its round head from 100 meters away. When the group finally discerned what the creature was, their faces turned ashen with fear, some even weeping in terror and wetting their pants. It was an enormous centipede-like monster, its body rivaling that of a high-speed train. What was even more grotesque and horrifying was that this centipede was entirely composed of human limbs stitched together, an unspeakable blend of the bizarre and the terrifying. "Old Huang." Li Zhengqi's eyes turned red. He clearly saw the face of Huang Shan, who lay there with unclosed eyes on the left side of the centipede's head. "I'm scared, oh my. Run." A burly man, completely paralyzed by fear, dropped his weapon and fled. Li Zhengqi wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Qin Lang's hand. "Let him go. Forcing such a person to stay would be futile in battle." "What on earth is that thing?" Li Zhengqi gasped. "It possesses the attributes of a black blood heart." Qin Lang sighed, unsure whether to feel relieved or disheartened. It is well known that the black blood heart is an upgraded version of the blood heart, and upon its evolution, it has a chance of manifesting unique characteristics. This variant is often referred to as an aberrant black heart, an even more troublesome entity than the ordinary black blood heart. Had Qin Lang known that the black blood heart within the Songjia ancestral hall was an aberrant one, he would never have sought such perilous excitement. But since he was here, there was no reason to flee. Damn it! The centipede had evidently detected the presence of a human group, writhing its body and swiftly crawling towards them. The human limbs haphazardly embedded in its robust form moved with alarming vitality, some clearly belonging to infants and young children, mimicking crawling gestures despite not touching the ground. "Fire! Fire!" Wang Gue, though audacious, could not endure the sight of such a grotesque creature. Without waiting for Qin Lang's orders, he fired the first shot, bullets ricocheting off the centipede's body and splattering blood. Yet, it was merely a fleeting spectacle of blood, failing to impede the centipede's relentless advance. Even with Qin Lang's Forest Wolf sniper rifle, it could only create a minor wound, insignificant against a creature stretching several hundred meters in length, akin to a mere tickle. "Oldly, buy me some time." Qin Lang withdrew his sniper rifle into his spatial ring and brandished his ghost fire motorcycle. Li Zhengqi understood Qin Lang's intent, gritting his teeth. "Hurry there and back. I can't hold this abomination for long." 5 minutes. Without further ado, Qin Lang mounted the motorcycle and surged forward. "Capture the leader first. While everyone draws fire, I'll infiltrate and eliminate the sinister entity." Everyone heard the call. 5 minutes. "We only need to hold out for 5 minutes. Fear not. I shall shield you." A roar erupted from Li Zhengqi as he leapt high, wielding his blood-patterned gun and thrusting it fiercely into the centipede's head. The gun penetrated half a meter deep, yet proved utterly futile. With a powerful flick, the centipede sent Li Zhengqi, along with his weapon, hurtling away. "Boss!" Chun Chi exclaimed in shock, his legs entwined in a whirlwind as he pursued. Bang! 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 A rapid succession of gunfire erupted. Chun Chi lowered his head, staring blankly at the body riddled with bullets, collapsing in a pool of blood. Chapter 28. The Sacred Slaughter. Until his last breath, Chun Chi could not comprehend how this monster could wield a gun. The very creature that shot him was the centipede. In the midsection of its grotesque body, numerous human hands clutched pistols and submachine guns, firing indiscriminately as if these arms had once engaged fiercely against the dark heart. Shao Qi. Li Zhengqi crawled from the rubble, witnessing what he considered his younger brother, Chun Chi, fall victim to a stray bullet. Enraged beyond control, he howled to the heavens, disregarding everything as he charged back towards the centipede, plunging his blood-patterned gun with all his might into its body. The centipede, however, was indifferent to Li Zhengqi's assault. Its head, composed of countless human skulls, crashed down upon the crowd like a mountain, an onslaught that was utterly impossible to defend against. On the other side, Qin Lang swiftly arrived at the Song family ancestral hall, gazing upon the towering black heart before him. He drew his black knife, ready to strike. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air as two night demons emerged from behind to launch a surprise attack. In an instant, Qin Lang's blade severed the night demons in two, and without looking back, he stepped into the ancestral hall. At that moment, no monsters lingered near the black heart. The scene lay bare before Qin Lang's eyes. A slight smirk graced his lips as he raised his knife in both hands, striking fiercely at the black heart. The black blade sliced through the shell without hindrance, and in the next moment, a copious amount of viscous, foul-smelling black blood gushed forth, staining him entirely. Fortunately, the defensive capability of the mature black heart was not particularly formidable. Qin Lang wielded his blade repeatedly, cleaving through the thick exterior. Simultaneously, the attacked black heart emitted a piercing explosion of sound. Both the advanced blood heart, on the verge of transformation, and the black heart would instinctively release a cry for help upon sustaining damage, summoning monsters from within their territory. However, the current situation was dire. The horde had been eradicated, leaving only the colossal human centipede as a potential savior. As expected, the centipede, engaged in a fierce battle with the human team from behind, heard the explosive sound and frantically twisted its body, crawling towards the Song family ancestral hall. "I won't let you escape. I won't let you escape." Li Zhengqi, akin to a celestial being descended to earth, stood atop the centipede, his feet deeply embedded in its flesh to stabilize himself against being thrown off. With his freed hands, he repeatedly stabbed the centipede's body with a blood-patterned gun, but despite the area becoming a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, it proved futile. In an instant, the human centipede had returned with Li Zhengqi to the Song family hall. From its elevated position, it gazed down upon the now shriveled black heart, which resembled a puddle of black water, countless human faces simultaneously displaying expressions of despair. "Old Li, I'm here." Suddenly, Qin Lang's voice echoed from the alley. Li Zhengqi was taken aback, drawing out his blood-patterned gun as he leaped to the ground and dashed towards the ghost fire, urging, "Let's go, hurry." In that moment, the mobility of the ghost fire motorcycle was maximized. No matter how fast the centipede moved, it could not match the speed of the ghost fire. In the blink of an eye, Qin Lang returned to the village, where he was met with the sight of a few dozen trembling humans, while many others had been ground into a bloody pulp during the battle. "Let's go," Qin Lang shouted. "Quick, quick!" Wang Gui forcefully pounded his trembling legs, which were paralyzed by fear, struggling to organize the others to escape. Just as the group fled the scene, the centipede pursued them, its corpulent body rearing high, with countless faces contorted in expressions of extreme fury. "Can we defeat it?" Li Zhengqi's capability to lead the camp was not unfounded. Even at this moment, he remained undaunted. "I don't know, but let's test the power of my newly learned skill." Qin Lang swung the black blade. In the next moment, the centipede's colossal head descended like a mountain, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. Qin Lang let out a mighty roar, and the black blade suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance. Whoosh! The immense arc of the blade, radiating blinding light, shattered the centipede's head into fragments. Boom! The centipede crashed heavily to the ground, its countless human arms and legs convulsing incessantly, nearing its demise. "What is this?" Li Zhengqi's mouth fell agape. words failing to capture the astonishment swelling within him at that moment. Was this truly the level of destructive power that humanity could wield? The sacred slash. Just as I touched upon with the black heart. Qin Lang chuckled, pulling out 2 cigarettes, igniting one, and offering it to Li Jingqi. This skill's power exceeds my expectations. We have succeeded. Succeeded? Li Jingqi gazed blankly at Qin Shi, and the numerous bodies reduced to mush, sorrow welling up within him as tears streamed down his cheeks. A man does not shed tears lightly. It is only because the moment of heartbreak has not yet arrived. As the darkness of the black blood heart dissipated, the haze enveloping Song family village lifted with the twilight. Qin Lang had long since cleansed the blood from his body and donned a fresh set of garments. While Wang Gui sat before him, his gaze lowered in silence. In this dire engagement, Wang Gui's team had suffered the loss of 13 members and 3 severely wounded. Li Jingqi's team faced a graver toll, with 16 fatalities and 5 critically injured. Of the 60-odd warriors, fewer than half remained. The camp was intermittently filled with the sounds of weeping. Distribute these cards among the others, allowing them to rest well. In this apocalyptic world, death is an unavoidable reality. Qin Lang generously offered cards of varying worth, the lowest being green, with the majority being blue and a few silver. Wang Gui nodded, taking the cards back to the crowd. Old Li, this is your team's share. Qin Lang presented a stack of cards along with a wristband. Li Jingqi glanced at the cards, raising an eyebrow. What is this wristband? Well, it contains 2 color cards. One is the Holy Slash, and the other is this electronic defense wristband. It can withstand attacks as long as you use a silver car battery, which suits your combat style perfectly. Qin Lang's audacious words nearly made Lin Wanner, who had turned her back to roast meat, lose her composure. The electronic defense wristband was clearly secondhand. Li Jingqi shook his head. I have no use for this. Do you think I am as affluent as you, casually using a silver card battery? Just trade me for a few practical gold cards. Oh, what kind of gold cards do you desire? Let me see if I have any. Qin Lang nonchalantly placed the electronic defense wristband back on his wrist. Lin Wanner interjected, my gold card talent is Barbarian, and my color card talent is Heart of the Tribe. I focus on physical attacks, and the blood pattern gun suits me well, so I'll keep it. You could decide on the rest. Li Jingqi, being carefree by nature, paid little heed to the details. Besides, with both the black blood heart and the centipede eliminated by Qin Lang, it was already quite generous of the opponent to share spoils with him. He was a man content with what he had. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lang slapped the table. I actually have gold cards that would suit you perfectly. Wait here, I'll find them. Returning to the vehicle, he opened his spatial ring and sifted through a multitude of gold cards, finally retrieving 2, Javelin Champion and Precise Throw. Qin Lang handed the cards to Li Jingqi. There are no cards more fitting for your talents than these. Why are Javelin Champion and Precise Throw suitable for me? Li Jingqi asked, bewildered, as he had only witnessed javelin competitions at sports events and had never even touched one. The essence of the barbarian, talent lies in its strength, arm power, and endurance. Heart of the Tribe significantly amplifies these attributes, while the effectiveness of the Javelin Champion card hinges on the user's strength and arm power. The greater these abilities, the mightier the output. As for Precise Throw, its name speaks for itself as a passive talent that enhances accuracy. The combination of these talents could yield a qualitative transformation. Li Jingqi listened, perplexed, yet, as these were cards highly recommended by Qin Lang, he hesitated not, and, in a daze, utilized both cards. There is nothing particularly special about them. Although Li Jingqi has gained 2 golden talent cards, he does not perceive any significant difference from before. Do you see that load-bearing pillar? Use all your strength to throw the blood-patterned spear at it, Qin Lang directed, pointing to a sturdy stone column 30 meters away. Let me give it a try, Li Jingqi replied, picking up the blood-patterned spear and attempting to throw it. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air erupted. He hardly aimed, yet the spear seemed to possess a will of its own, transforming into a streak of light that struck the stone pillar with a resounding crack, embedding half its shaft within. This throw not only startled Wang Gui and his companions, who were resting nearby, but also left Li Jingqi himself utterly astonished. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, struggling to believe the reality before him. He was acutely aware of the enhancements provided by the Barbarian and Heart of the Tribe, but it was inconceivable that they could yield such terrifying damage. Were the 2 cards Qin Lang provided truly this formidable? Li Jingqi inhaled sharply, questioning if this was still the same self he knew. Now, do you believe? Qin Lang patted Li Zhengqi on the shoulder, advising him to practice whenever possible. All right, thank you, Brother Qin. Li Zhengqi cheerfully ran over to retrieve the blood-patterned spear amidst the envious gazes of those around him. Why does your thrown spear possess such tremendous power? Lin Wanner asked, envy glimmering in her eyes. Compared to Li Zhengqi, her mechanical bow felt like a mere toy. That is because all his talents currently align perfectly. Creating a positive chain reaction came the explanation. Perfect alignment? Positive chain reaction? Lin Wanner inquired, her expression one of curiosity, as these terms were foreign to her. Regrettably, Qin Lang offered no further elaboration, smiling as he returned to the camper. I'm going to take a nap. I'm a bit tired. It's always like this. Leaving things half-explained, Lin Wanner pouted. Qin Lang merely chuckled at her remark. It was not that he enjoyed teasing or leaving her in suspense. Rather, the explanation of those two terms was far too intricate. Besides Li Zhengqi, there were no other suitable examples to illustrate his point, so he chose to set it aside for now. After all, what need does a mere tool have for such knowledge? Reclining on the soft bed within the camper, Qin Lang opened his spatial ring, gazing at the 3 colorful cards inside, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Indeed, the alien entity had bestowed upon him a total of 4 colorful cards, one of which he had already utilized, the holy slash that had effortlessly slain the human centipede. The remaining 3 were Spirit Pool, Master Mechanical Manipulation, and Mobile Fortress. Skill, Holy Slash. Open your eyes wide. This slash is not only powerful, but also exceptionally stylish. Usage conditions, sword-type weapons. Learning conditions, strengthen with 2 colorful cards or 20 gold cards. Passive, Spirit Pool, increases the user's innate capacity by establishing a spirit pool within the body. Usage conditions, activate the 8 meridians. Talent, Master of Mechanical Manipulation. No longer will my mother worry about my ability to pass the second driving test. Vehicle, Mobile Fortress, a fortress-class camper, boasting superior defensive capabilities and spacious internal activity space. The value of these 4 legendary colorful cards is immense, each one undeniably at level 0. This Supreme Slash requires no elaboration. It compensates for his deficiencies and skills to the utmost extent, significantly enhancing his burst damage potential. The Spirit Pool, while lacking in offensive and defensive capabilities, doubles his mana, greatly improving his sustainability. This bolstered Qin Lang's resolve to pursue the Qi refinementist path, eagerly awaiting the acquisition of the final golden card, Yin and Yang meridians. At that juncture, his combat prowess would undergo a transformative leap. Let us not forget the divine level card, Qi manipulation technique, resting within his spatial ring. As for the cards, Mechanical Control Master and Mobile Fortress, they currently hold little value. The former is rendered useless, as there are no dark gold or higher mechanical devices available for manipulation. Learning to drive merely serves as an exercise in futility, akin to using a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito. Regarding the Mobile Fortress, he already possessed a sturdy little caravan, rendering the fortress merely a substitute. In addition to these 4 colorful cards, he had a dozen golden cards, half acquired through Black Blood Insights and the other half from slaying the night demons. It was indeed a profitable day. Qin Lang perused these golden cards, but found none suitable for Lin Wanner. As for whether Wang Gui and his group should invest in cards to enhance their abilities, Qin Lang had made his decision. It was time to optimize the team. Otherwise, should they encounter a creature like the human centipede again, they would not only fail to exhibit their combat potential, but also become a liability. The following morning, after a night of rest, the sorrow etched on the faces of the people had somewhat diminished. As dawn broke, individuals began their morning routines. Qin Lang descended from the caravan and greeted Li Zhengqi, who responded with a wry smile. I have a habit of sleeping in cultivated during my working days. It was always Xiao Qi who called me. May you find peace. None of us wish for such an outcome. Qin Lang tossed him a cigarette. What are your plans? Will you return to the tavern? Li Zhengqi shook his head repeatedly. What would I return there for? Just the sight of those ingrates infuriates me. I pondered this matter all night, and if you would not mind, I intend to have my brothers join you. That would be best avoided. Qin Lang chuckled, gently refusing. I am accustomed to solitude. Solitude? Li Zhengqi's expression turned peculiar, as if questioning the nature of the company surrounding Qin Lang. My relationship with them is not as intimate as you perceive. I have laid down 3 rules. In the face of grave danger, I would abandon them without hesitation. Moreover, Any cards acquired must first be handed to me for distribution. Qin Lang smiled with a hint of mischief. I am quite the autocrat. Li Zhongqi, instead of taking offense, sighed. If I could see through the essence of the apocalypse as you do, I would not have traversed so many detours. In a world where individual strengths vary greatly, advocating democracy without autocracy is akin to foolishness. Qin Lang's expression remained neutral, internally marveling at his companion's insight. So, you are willing to join me? Qin Lang ventured. Absolutely. Li Jingqi replied with a firm nod. Chapter 30. Arrival at Haicheng. Old Li, welcome aboard. From now on, that is how I shall address you. Qin Lang beamed, shaking Li Zhongqi's hand vigorously. He was genuinely elated. The value of Old Li, this thrower of barbarians, undoubtedly surpassed that of two colored cards, holding profound strategic significance. Henceforth, I hope that Brother Qin, no, our leader, will take good care of us. Old Li chuckled, and the shadows in his heart gradually dissipated. After breakfast, Qin Lang gathered everyone and articulated his thoughts. The perilous nature of yesterday's battle was evident to all, and the monsters we will face henceforth will only grow stronger, leading to an increasing number of casualties. I now offer you a chance to choose freely. You may remain here, and I will provide you with a certain quantity of resource cards to ensure your survival for at least a month. Alternatively, you may choose to continue following me. I reiterate, I cannot guarantee your safety. Whether to stay or depart, please respond by 2 o'clock this afternoon. With that, Qin Lang retreated to his mobile home to rest. Outside the camp, the crowd exchanged glances, engaging in hushed conversations. Why do you look at me with such eyes? Do you wish to stay? Qin Lang inquired, casting a glance at Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner, somewhat irritated, replied, I certainly do not wish to remain. It is perilous outside, and should you depart, I would undoubtedly perish alone. Qin Lang remained non-committal, and Lin Wanner, resting her chin on her hand, mused, I simply cannot fathom why you suddenly wish for them to stay. We must form an elite team. I do not expect every member to contribute as significantly as you and Old Li, but at the very least, they must not hinder us in combating the monsters. Many panicked during our battle with the centipede yesterday, and some even fled. Although Lin Wanner did not partake in the final confrontation, she had heard from others that many unforeseen events transpired on the battlefield. I wonder how many will choose to remain, Lin Wanner murmured, observing the group conversing outside the window. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the results were in. A total of 25 individuals chose to stay, while only 3 men and 3 women decided to accompany Qin Lang, notably excluding Wang Gui. This outcome was both expected and surprising. True to his word, Qin Lang promptly instructed Lin Wanner to hand over 500 white and green cards to Wang Gui. Boss, Wang Gui was conflicted. He genuinely wished to follow Qin Lang, yet he could not bear to leave Xiao Bauer behind. If he were to fall in battle, who would care for her? I understand your dilemma, Qin Lang said, patting Wang Gui on the shoulder. The firearms will remain with you for self-defense. You possess combat experience. And as long as you do not act recklessly and maintain clear roles, I believe you will thrive. However, do not be overly timid. When action is required, take it. Idleness leads to ruin. Thank you, boss, Wang Gui replied, his eyes glistening with tears, his voice choked with emotion. The road ahead is long, my friends. May fate allow us to meet again. Qin Lang offered a brief farewell, driving the camper onto the highway, followed closely by the truck driven by Old Li. Within the truck were 6 individuals, 3 of whom were members of Old Li's team. The Wu brothers, Wu Fei and Wu Tian, along with the university student Lin Mo. The remaining 3 hailed from Wang Gui's group, the couple Li Lei, Han Mei, and the nurse Hu Chunli. The scenery along the highway resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland, with abandoned private vehicles and remnants of the deceased scattered about. Along the way, they encountered a small horde of 5 or 6 blood corpses. Before Qin Lang had a chance to intervene, Old Li single-handedly dispatched them all. Surely, Old Li possesses the prowess to confront the night demon in a duel, thought Lin Wanner with envy. You underestimate Old Li. In a life-or-death struggle, he could easily handle 4 or 5 night demons. Old Li's strength was indeed remarkable, and Lin Wanner's eyes sparkled with admiration. He has enhanced his color card talents, and all his enhancement cards are positively linked. His combat prowess is undoubtedly top tier. Qin Lang casually explained. It is no exaggeration to say that Old Li's fighting ability is equivalent to that of a small unit armed with cold weapons. As evening descended, the small vehicle rolled into Haicheng, a city once renowned for its tourism that had now transformed into a desolate ghost town. A pervasive sense of lifelessness enveloped the city, creating an oppressive atmosphere. "Oldly, we shall camp here for the night," Qin Lang announced as he parked the vehicle in front of an abandoned nightclub. "Received," Oldly replied, stepping out of the car. "Countess nightclub? Ah, I've been here before." Qin Lang shot him a glance. "Weren't you a security guard? How did you afford to enjoy yourself at a nightclub? You think too much of it. I would have starved relying solely on my security wages. Occasionally, I worked as a driver. It was during one of those gigs that I came here with my boss. He hired 5 women, and I waited from 9 in the evening until 4 in the morning. Quite the memorable experience." As Oldly recounted this, he cautiously pushed open the large door with his blood-patterned gun in hand. The moment the door creaked open, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils, nearly causing him to retch. "What on earth is that smell?" Qin Lang peered inside, revealing hundreds of decayed corpses, most infested with wriggling maggots, clearly having been dead for some time. In addition to the human remains, there were numerous blood corpses and several night demon carcasses. This place had once been a camp, now ravaged by the horde. "Take a look among the corpses for any cards. I will check upstairs," Qin Lang instructed as he ascended to the 2nd floor of the nightclub. The scene here was no different from downstairs, with dried blood and bodies strewn about. After inspecting the premises and ensuring no monsters lurked within, Qin Lang returned to the ground floor. Old Li, brimming with excitement, handed him a dozen cards. Not only cards, but quite a few. Qin Lang smiled as he accepted them. "Tonight, we shall stay on the 2nd floor. Li Lei and Han Mei will take the first shift. Do Wu and Xiao Wu the second, while Lin Mo and Hu Chunli will cover the third. Each shift will last 3 hours, and it is imperative that everyone gets adequate rest." "Understood," came the collective response as they nodded in agreement. "By the way, during your breaks, please write down your pre-apocalypse professions and specialties for me. I have a use for them." "Professions and specialties, huh?" The group exchanged glances, and upon realizing Qin Lang's intent, their faces lit up with excitement as they eagerly agreed. After dinner, Qin Lang found Old Li on the rooftop, smoking amidst a scattering of cigarette butts and a pile of empty beer cans. "Drowning your sorrows in drink?" Qin Lang inquired as he settled beside him. Old Li chuckled lightly. "Why would I be so pretentious? I'm just bored. Would you care to join me?" Qin Lang declined, stating that it was not yet the appropriate time for drinking. "You, so young, why do you carry such heavy burdens? You seem less like someone in their 20s and more like a grizzled old man in his 50s. Qin Lang did not contest Old Li's assessment, silently sighing within. Anyone who has managed to survive for 5 years in an environment rife with intrigue and extreme suppression during the apocalypse would likely transform into someone akin to him. He enjoyed engaging in idle conversations with Old Li because he greatly envied the carefree nature of his existence. Suddenly, Old Li let out a soft gasp. Qin Lang turned to follow his gaze and saw 2 pickup trucks slowly approaching from a distance, with 3 or 4 fully armed men and women occupying the truck beds. Chapter 31. Su Yun and his Sanctuary. "Is that?" Qin Lang squinted for clarity and was astonished to recognize a familiar face in the passenger seat of the front truck. Su Yun. In his previous life, when he found himself in Haicheng over 2 months into the apocalypse, Su Yun had already risen to the position of leader of the largest community, the Heavenly God Community, commanding a group of no fewer than 100 formidable individuals. Qin had served as a search team member for an extended period until the community was ultimately devastated by a tide of corpses, forcing him to leave and subsequently encounter Feng Xiaoni. Could they possess information about Xiaoni? Qin Lang pondered, retrieving a flare from his spatial ring and tossing it into the air. As the flare struck the ground, it illuminated the street as bright as day. The 2 pickup trucks came to a synchronized halt. "Boss." The driver glanced over at Su Yun. Su Yun, in his early 30s, a graduate of a martial arts academy, possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, yet the muscles beneath his short sleeves instilled a sense of intimidation. Raising an eyebrow, he lifted his walkie-talkie. Go investigate the situation. We need to ascertain whether this is a rescue mission or a trap. Proceed with caution." "Understood, boss." With a snap, a man emerged from the rear vehicle, clad in a dark green tactical vest, wielding a pistol in each hand as he cautiously approached the flare. "I bear no ill will." A voice echoed from the opposite building. Upon uttering this, Qin Lang leaped directly from the 3rd floor, landing gracefully and raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Huang Er furrowed his brow, holstering his weapon. "Who are you? What do you want from us?" "I am searching for a woman named Feng Xiaoni. Have you seen her?" Air, hand in the walkie-talkie, Su Yun replied calmly. Our leader wishes to speak with you. Huang Air tossed the walkie-talkie to Qin Lang. Our sanctuary lies in the southern part of the city, housing several hundred individuals. I cannot guarantee that the woman you seek is among them. Would you care to accompany us and find out? How many individuals do you have on your side? Counting myself, there are 9 in total. I would be immensely grateful if you could allow me to visit your sanctuary. Not an issue. We shall await your arrival. As the communication ended, the driver frowned. Boss, these individuals are of unknown origin. Why are you leading them to the sanctuary? Have you forgotten what happened previously? Su Yun smiled and said, Do not let a single encounter with a snake instill a decade-long fear of ropes. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, not everyone is malevolent. Did he not clearly state that he is searching for his family? But who can ascertain the truth of his words? Even if it's a fabrication, they are merely 9 individuals. What is there to fear? Su Yun appeared nonchalant. Indeed, came the reply. The command from Qin Lang was to be obeyed without question, and everyone complied thoroughly. Soon, they boarded their RVs and military trucks, following Su Yun in her pickup. Such extravagance, with 9 people traveling in 2 large vehicles, certainly indicated they had some means. Su Yun narrowed her eyes. Haiqing was a modest city. Within an hour and a half, they arrived at the shelter. In comparison, this shelter was significantly larger than the one previously managed by Old Li, having been converted from a public hospital. The nearby walls and fences had been reinforced, with guard posts staffed at intervals of several dozen meters. The garden boasted an abundance of flora. Qin Lang noticed a rack displaying cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers. Were they truly beginning to cultivate crops in such a bizarre manner? Qin Lang was taken aback. The arrival of strangers inevitably drew the attention of the locals, who peered down from various floors. It was unclear how many people resided there. Lin Wanner looked on with wide-eyed curiosity. There must be at least 200 or 300 people. They certainly chose their location wisely. In times of adequate resources, a large hospital can easily accommodate thousands. Gulme, let's go down for some fresh air. All right, Lin Wanner cheered. Having been cooped up in the vehicle, safety felt stifling. After parking, Qin Lang exited and extended his hand to Su Yun in gratitude. No need for formality. Which shelter did you come from? We just arrived in Haiqing today. All of us from Xing City. Xing City? Su Yun was taken aback. In this post-apocalyptic era, where monsters roamed freely, to drive several hundred kilometers in such circumstances indicated either a lapse in sanity or unwavering confidence in one's abilities. These individuals were certainly extraordinary. Su Yun's evaluation of Qin Lang and his companions elevated. Please wait a moment. I will arrange for an announcement. What is the name of the person you're searching for? Feng Xiaoni, 20 years old. Understood. Su Yun instructed Huang La to make the announcement while she guided Qin Lang and the others through the hospital. Through their conversation, Qin Lang learned that the hospital shelter currently housed over 400 survivors, a group Su Yun had seized from another team 10 days prior. BZZ now broadcasting a search notice. Feng Xiaoni, female, 20 years old. If present in the shelter, please proceed to the hall. Someone is looking for you. BZZ, the sweet voice of a woman echoed from the hospital's loudspeakers. Do they even have a professional announcer? Qin Lang raised his thumb in admiration. Su Yun laughed heartily. She was originally a hospital announcer. When the apocalypse struck, she could not evacuate. By the way, what is the situation in Xing City? Similar to Haiqing. I wonder when this life will find its conclusion, Su Yun sighed. After waiting for over 10 minutes without sight of Feng Xiaoni in the hall, Qin Lang surmised that she was likely not in this shelter and prepared to leave. Su Yun Dao suggested, Qin Lang, perhaps we should rest here for the night. In the morning, I can have someone assist you with the broadcast. Falling asleep at this hour might not be wise. Qin Lang chuckled. Very well. Let us sleep in the vehicle outside. As he watched Qin Lang and his companions depart, Huang La murmured, Boss, what do you think of their strength? They're not weak. These 9 individuals are impeccably clean. They're undoubtedly hunters, not mere survivors. We should warn the brothers in the camp not to provoke them unnecessarily, Su Yun Dao cautioned. Understood. That night, Qin Lang and his group settled down in the hospital shelter, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, a sudden chorus of alarmed cries erupted outside, followed by the shrill sound of sirens. Qin Lang drew back the curtains to find it was raining. Countless blood droplets, large and small, fell from the sky, crashing onto the ground and buildings. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Chaos ensued both inside and outside the hospital. Damn it. What bad luck. It's only the second day, and already it's raining blood. Old Lee grumbled as he emerged from the tent, armed with a blood-patterned rifle. Unperturbed, Qin Lang raised his military binoculars to scrutinize the sky, his heart leaping with joy. This was no ordinary blood rain. It was a rare dual rain day. Card rain and blood rain were occurring simultaneously. Chapter 32, Dual Rain Day. Everyone, get into the RV. We're going hunting. Qin Lang beckoned his companions into the vehicle. Who among you could drive? I can. So can I. Both Li Lei and Lin Mo asserted their driving capabilities. My father sells vegetables in the community. I've been driving since I was a teenager, delivering vegetables around the neighborhood. Though a university student in his early 20s, Lin Mo boasted nearly a decade of driving experience. You should have mentioned it sooner. Come here. Qin Lang directed Lin Mo to the driver's seat, signaling the others to climb atop the vehicle. When I instruct you to turn, follow my directions. Do you understand? Understood, boss, Lin Mo replied through the walkie-talkie. Right? The RV promptly departed from the shelter. These worthless bastards actually fled, Huang Lao exclaimed, slicing through a blood corpse and cursing in the direction the RV had taken. Su Yundao cast a knowing glance, thinking, fool. They're not fleeing. They're going hunting. Did you not see the military truck still in the yard? With a sigh, Su Yundao reflected on the 9-member team. Although they lacked a fixed base, they possessed a mobility and execution strength that surpassed his own, which relied on a stable shelter. They could depart at a moment's notice without any lingering concerns. Unlike them, when faced with blood rain, they had to first eliminate the monsters surrounding their shelter before they could organize a team to scavenge for supplies, an inefficient process. Meanwhile, Qin Lang drove the RV beyond the shelter's influence, engaging in combat against the blood corpses while collecting cards. Despite this being the first collaborative operation for the 9-member team, their synergy was remarkably harmonious. Old Lee, the barbarian, was adept at both ranged and close combat. Serving as a formidable shield, he charged into the horde of corpses, unleashing a flurry of reckless attacks, embodying a straightforward and brutal approach. Qin Lang and Lin Warner were tasked with providing remote assistance to Old Lee in eliminating the blood corpse, while the remaining members, Li Lei, Han Mei, Hu Chunli, and the Wu brothers, who had not undergone any enhancements and possessed low combat abilities, naturally took on the responsibility of collecting cards. As they fought and scavenged, within less than 20 minutes, they filled an entire backpack. This was more than 20 times more efficient than what Qin Lang could achieve alone. Turn right ahead. 500 meters. Qin Lang instructed Lin Mo, having spotted a golden card floating in midair. Understood, boss. In the next moment, the RV crushed the blood corpse and surged towards the designated location. Upon reaching the intersection, they were met with a dozen unfriendly gazes, not from blood corpses, but from another hunting group much like their own. Qin Lang gestured for Lin Mo to stop and called out, "Friends up ahead. How about we each take responsibility for a street and refrain from infringing upon one another?" The leader of the search party was a middle-aged man in his 40s. A robust cigar clutched between his lips, exhaling smoke while a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He replied with a chuckle, "No problem, my friend. If you happen to find any golden or colorful cards that you don't currently need, we can trade." "Oh, do you have the Yang Wei Yin Wei 2 Meridians golden card?" Qin Lang inquired. "Yes, we do. What do you intend to offer in exchange?" The middle-aged man responded. "We are short on ammunition. 30 silver cards for 1 golden card. Will you trade?" Qin Lang nearly laughed in disbelief. He had thought himself to be quite shrewd, only to realize the other party was even more cunning. A 30-to-1 exchange rate was akin to robbery. "I don't possess that many silver cards, only 15. I can also offer 10 blue cards. Shall we make a deal?" Qin Lang feigned innocence, his words imbued with a sense of harmlessness. After a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man begrudgingly replied, "All right, I'll take a hit. Come over for the trade." "Great, I'm on my way," Qin Lang said as he jumped down from the RV and walked towards them. Old Lee whispered, "Hey, are you sure about this? Be careful." Qin Lang waved his hand reassuringly. The two parties were merely 100 meters apart, and Qin Lang soon approached the opposing vehicle, raising the cards in his hand. "I have the cards." "Oh," the middle-aged man grinned, dropping his cards. "You can leave now." "What do you mean?" Qin Lang's eyes widened. "I came here to trade." "Where's the card I wanted?" "What do you want, you fool? Do you wish for death? Do you not understand the situation?" "Ha! As foolish as a pig." "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a cacophony of firearms of varying lengths aimed at Qin Lang, capable of transforming a person into a sieve in an instant. I can't believe someone as dim-witted as you has survived in this apocalypse for so long and even formed a team. TSK. The middle-aged man expelled a cloud of smoke. Sneering, I will count to 3. Leave the cart behind and get as far away as you can. Killing you would be a waste of bullets. Since you said it that way, then you can go to hell. Qin Lang sighed, abruptly drawing his black blade and executing a holy slash. In the next moment, a terrifying arc of light cleaved the middle-aged man, vehicle and all, in two. The others, realizing the situation, gasped and squeezed the triggers. Yet, in the face of a hail of bullets, Qin Lang neither flinched nor sought refuge. The projectiles that struck him merely left superficial wounds, and most astonishingly, these wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. This exemplified the extraordinary value of the super recovery body and bullet resistance aura. The firepower could be a tad stronger. I can endure it, Qin Lang remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Monsters! Monsters! The onlookers gasped as they witnessed the ammunition being depleted. Yet the young man before them remained unscathed. The remaining members of the convoy, terrified, turned to flee. However, Qin Lang was not inclined to grant them an escape. He retrieved a Forest Wolf sniper rifle from his spatial ring and pulled the trigger in rapid succession. With the enhancement of his marksman talent, silence soon enveloped the street, leaving behind 12 lifeless bodies with shattered skulls. In a bid to conserve time and ensure no cards were overlooked, Qin Lang hastily stowed the corpses into his spatial ring. His immediate priority was to scavenge for resources. The matter of looting the dead could certainly wait until the rain ceased. This gruesome scene instilled fear in Old Li and the remaining 6. How could Qin Lang remain unfazed by bullets? What was his limit? The torrential rain persisted for an hour and a half before finally abating. It was not until 2:30 in the afternoon that Qin Lang's small team of 9 returned to the hospital shelter, having spent a full 6 hours outside. It seems Brother Qin has gathered quite a bounty, Su Yun remarked with envy, his address shifting from Qin Lang to Brother Qin. Not too shabby, a small profit, Qin Lang replied, then inquired, Brother Su, have you remained at the shelter all this time? Su Yun shook his head, not quite. I ventured out briefly, but unfortunately found no valuable cards, as others had already claimed them. By the way, were there many search teams in Haichun? Did you encounter any? Of course we encountered them, but they have all been turned into corpses, Qin Lang replied, nonchalantly before asking, Brother Su, do you have any extra card for trade? What type do you need? Su Yun casually inquired. I require the Yang and Yin meridians, which I can exchange for cards of the same rank or 10 silver cards. Please wait. I will check with others to see if they have any. Additionally, I need some auxiliary gold and silver grade cards. I'll prepare a list for you to help me find. Not a problem. After Su Yun departed, Qin Lang returned to the open area to set up camp, simultaneously retrieving the bodies from his spatial ring to search for spoils among them. Chapter 33. Team Building. Qin Lang initially believed this hunting expedition would yield at most 1,000 cards. However, to his astonishment, the final tally reached an impressive 2,470 cards, including over 10 gold cards and more than 60 silver cards. After handing the blue cards and below to Lin Wanner for classification, Qin Lang then dedicated an hour to sift through hundreds of silver cards, ultimately identifying 60 talent cards, which he distributed to Li Lei, Han Mei, Lin Mo, Wu Fa, Wu Tian, and Hu Chunli. Nurse Hu Chunli, a former nurse at the municipal hospital, received cards including long-range healing 3, rapid surgery 3, stamina recovery, nimble hands, and quick shooter. Among the various talents, only quick shooter possesses offensive capabilities, while the remainder are purely supportive skills. Within a 50-meter radius, she can administer long-range healing. As long as the injuries are not fatal, she can rescue them. Once the set of talents is fully developed, one can choose pathways such as field medic, cleric, or doctor. The university student Lin Mo received a card from Qin Lang comprising driving skill 7 and stamina recovery 3. It was evident to the discerning eye that Qin Lang intended to train him as a driver, as evidenced by the allocation of 7 points to driving skill, elevating his proficiency to 3. Meanwhile, stamina recovery 2 ensures that he will not drive while fatigued under normal circumstances. Potential pathways upon completion include Giant Mechanic Controller and Master Operator. For the young couple Li Lei and Han Mei, Qin Lang prepared a set of melee talents titled Shield Bearer and a ranged skill called Sharpshooter Bow. This combination maximizes their close combat defense and range capabilities. making it an exceedingly cost-effective choice, with numerous potential pathways available later on, which need not be elaborated upon for now. As for the Wu brothers, Wu Fa and Wu Tian, Qin Lang provided them with the talents Sentinel and Scavenger. The former encompasses enhancements to sight, hearing, smell, and stamina, while the latter includes insight, meticulous observation, luck, and dexterity. These two sets of talents lack combat prowess, but are indispensable to a team. The former allows for early detection of danger, while the latter significantly increases card acquisition speed and efficiency during hunting expeditions with the team. Qin Lang, I too wish to improve. Lin Wanner gazed longingly at Qin Lang. I will not forget you. I've already prepared everything, Qin Lang said, producing 3 gold cards and handing them to Lin Wanner. They were Warm Aura, Cold Aura, and Purifying Aura. Initially, Lin Wanner felt elated. However, upon reading the descriptions of these 3 gold cards, she nearly burst into tears. Warm Aura continuously consumes stamina to raise the surrounding temperature. Cold Aura continuously consumes stamina to lower the surrounding temperature. Purifying Aura continuously consumes stamina to purify the surrounding air. Lin Wanner exclaimed, "What is this? An air conditioner and air purifier? Are you jesting with me? I know you are curious about the utility of these 3 auras. My answer is preparation for unforeseen circumstances. You will soon discover their purpose. Moreover, since they're gold cards, there must be a reason for that. Wouldn't you agree?" With a single phrase, Lin Wanner found herself at a loss for words. Although she did not voice her discontent, she was far from pleased with these 3 aura skills. Otherwise, Qin Lang would not shiver from the cold and sweat from the heat during his sleep. Surely this was the silent protest of a little fairy against him. Once all the supportive personnel cards were fully constructed, Qin Lang retrieved 2 gold cards and over 20 silver cards, which he handed to Old Li. The 2 gold cards were Street Fighting Enthusiast and Fervor. The former enhances melee attack power, while the latter, a skill, boosts explosive strength. Over 20 silver cards consist of Stamina Recovery, 7, Arm Strength Enhancement, 7, and Hardened Skin, 7. The requirements for upgrading talents and skills of colored cards and below necessitate the consumption of the same type of cards, totaling 248, 163, 264, 128, 256, and 512, with a maximum of 10. In the evening, Su Yun brought along a few individuals, including Huang Lauer, to inform Qin Lang of news that left him disheartened. They had inquired throughout the shelter, but failed to locate the Yin and Yang meridians that Qin Lang sought, though they had discovered a smattering of other miscellaneous cards. Although disappointed by this outcome, Qin Lang accepted it with equanimity. After all, the path of the Qi refiners was inherently one of cultivation. He was not in a hurry. Whether it was today or tomorrow mattered little. Since there is nothing to be found, I suppose I shall take my leave, Sugu, he stated. Su Yun was taken aback. Leave? Where do you intend to go? Perhaps just to wander about. I won't be departing from Haicheng anytime soon. If you happen to find Feng Xiaoni, do let me know. I shall reward you handsomely. Su Yun smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall certainly do that. However, it has grown dark, and the number of blood corpses increases at night. Encountering a night demon could be perilous. Su Yun was quite eager to keep Qin Lang and his companions from leaving. Old Li, with a brash demeanor, declared, "You needn't worry about that. For any night demon that appears, I shall slay them without hesitation." Huang Lauer scoffed. "Please stop boasting. Those night demons are swift and resilient. Only our leader can take one on single-handedly. Do you really think you can handle such a creature? I find it hard to believe. Hey, you." Old Li's irritation was palpable. "Old Air, be quiet." Su Yun admonished Huang Lauer, then turned to Qin Lang, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Since you have made your decision, I shall not insist. Regardless of whether you find the person or the cards, I will reach out to you. Thank you. Farewell." Qin Lang replied, summoning his companions to the vehicle as they departed from the hospital shelter. "Boss, are you really just letting them go?" Huang Lauer grumbled. "They must possess numerous cards. Even if they do, what concern is it of ours? Do you intend to rob them?" Su Yun shot Huang Lauer a glare. Huang Lauer shrugged nonchalantly. "If it comes to that, so be it. What is the worst that could happen? Are you afraid they'll report me?" "Boss, you are admirable in many ways, but your indecisiveness is troubling. This is a post-apocalyptic world. It's survival of the fittest." Su Yun shook his head. "Even in such a time, recklessness is not the answer. Stop overthinking. Gather your things and prepare for the hunt. Resources in the shelter are dwindling." "All right, I understand." Huang Lauer sighed. Once Su Yun had walked away, two men nearby remarked, "Second brother, I must speak candidly, though you may not wish to hear it. Su Laoda is indeed a good person, but he is ill-suited to lead. Those individuals who just left were clearly prime targets, and he failed to seize the opportunity. How can someone so indecisive effectively lead a shelter? And what do you propose?" Huang Lauer shot them a sideways glance. "I discreetly placed a tracker on their truck while they were absent during the day. Whether we proceed with this plan or not depends on your decision, second brother." Chapter 34. Huang Lauer's Night Raid. A large and a small vehicle navigated through the city. With Lin Mo as the skill driver, Qin Lang finally found himself liberated, leisurely sipping coffee while gazing out at the scenery. Along the way, they encountered 3 caravans that ventured out at night in search of resources, but each merely exchanged glances before parting ways. Those bold enough to scavenge for resources and confront monsters under the cloak of darkness were far from weak, and certainly not foolish. Recklessly attacking without knowledge of the opposing team's composition and strength could easily lead to self-destruction. Qin Lang was confident in his own abilities, yet he refused to engage in wanton violence for mere cards, a line he would not cross unless provoked. Their nocturnal expedition continued until the early hours, culminating around 2 in the morning. Qin Lang signaled Lin Mo to drive to the city center's entrance, where they would temporarily establish camp for the night. "The watch duty is yours, Do Wu," he said with a smile, tossing a bottle of beer to Wu Fa, who caught it with a hearty laugh, assuring him, "Rest easy, boss, I got this covered." The Wu brothers bore a striking resemblance to one another, yet their personalities were starkly contrasting. Do Wu was extroverted and carefree, while Xiao Wu was reserved and taciturn. "By the way, what do your parents do to bestow upon you such audacious names? Aren't you worried about repercussions?" Qin Lang remarked, having long pondered the question without finding the right moment to ask. Oldie was busy gnawing on a sizzling roasted lamb leg, and since their departure from the larger group, the quality of their rations had skyrocketed, with the worst being green card food, and more often than not, they indulged in blue card provisions. Wu Fa chuckled. "We weren't originally named this. I changed it after the apocalypse. How cool is that?" Oldie rolled his eyes, realizing the truth behind the names. "I figured as much. Any reasonable parent wouldn't give their child such outrageous names." "Boss, Li Tu, I'm off to stand guard," Wu Fa said with a grin, beckoning his brother to join him upstairs for duty. Qin Lang glanced at a nearby couple engrossed in each other and teased, "Hey, would you like to borrow my RV for a little while?" Han Mei's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly buried her head in Li Lei's embrace, who quickly waved his hands, suggesting they would consider contributing to humanity's propagation once they were settled. To the right, Lin Wanner was engaged in light-hearted banter with Hu Chunli and Lin Mo, their laughter punctuating the night, the subject of their conversation unknown. Observing this camaraderie, Qin Lang silently nodded in approval. Despite the team comprising only 9 members, it exuded a familial atmosphere devoid of any barriers. "Let us all get some rest. We have hunting to do tomorrow," he said, retreating into the RV to close his eyes and rejuvenate. Before long, Lin Wanner joined him, playfully making a face at the sleeping Qin Lang before snuggling into the blankets beside him. At 3 in the morning, 2 pickups slowly approached the city center. Huang Lauer lowered his military binoculars, licking his lips as he assessed the scene, noting that everyone appeared to be asleep. "Brothers, prepare to make your move, and do it swiftly and cleanly." "Hey, what about the women in their group?" inquired a lecherous-looking man. "That Lin Wanner. I want her first. The rest are inconsequential," Huang Lauer replied with a sinister grin. A convicted felon with a history of indecency, he had harbored sinister thoughts upon first laying eyes on Lin Wanner. Now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, he was determined to indulge himself. The group erupted into malicious laughter, a reflection of their shared history of criminality. "Let us go," he commanded. Huang Lauer seized his rifle and, accompanied by 13 fully armed subordinates, arrogantly strode forward. However, unbeknownst to them, the moment their vehicle entered the street, Wu Fa had already relayed the information to Qin Lang via intercom. At that moment, Qin Lang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the unexpected intruders. Based on his past experiences with Su Yun, he knew that Su Yun was not the type to engage in murder and robbery. In other words, this group must be acting independently. Seizing the initiative? Oldly raised his blood pattern gun. "No haste. It is prudent to ascertain their intentions before taking action. They are but a swarm of ants." Qin Lang scoffed. "Oldly, go engage them in conversation and discern their true motives." Within a 50-meter radius, I assure you. Your safety is guaranteed. With a snap of his fingers, he bestowed upon Oldly a bullet-resistance aura, akin to draping him in an invisible, all-encompassing bulletproof vest. Very well, Oldly swaggered out from behind cover, confronting Huang Lao Air's team alone. In the dead of night, fully armed, what are your intentions? Huang Lao Air, somewhat taken aback, had not anticipated that his actions would be discovered. Nevertheless, it made little difference. All present here were destined to perish. He decided to lay his cards on the table, smirking. Why ask when you already know? With so many of us and so many guns, what do you think we are here for? His gang followed suit, sharing in sinister laughter. Impressive. You aren't even pretending, Oldly remarked, cracking his neck. Very well. Let come. Huang Lao Air licked his lips. Aren't you renowned for your ability to take on the night demon alone? Let me see if your speed can outpace a bullet. Ha ha ha. As he laughed maniacally, Huang Lao Air pulled the trigger. Bullets rained down, clanging against Oldly, yet none found their mark, resulting only in minor abrasions. What? Huang Lao Air was greatly astonished. What is happening? Why do the bullets have no effect? Damn. That still stings, Oldly grimaced, rubbing his body vigorously. I stand here for you to shoot, and yet you cannot kill me. With such meager prowess you dare to engage in murder and robbery? Oldly erupted into laughter. Now it is my turn. Oldly grasped the blood-pattern gun and, with a simple yet powerful throw, launched it forward. Whoosh! The terrifying sound of air being sliced open filled the air. Huang Lao Air had no time to react, only feeling a flash before something passed by him. When he regained his senses and turned to look, he saw his comrade, Xian Shichong, with a fist-sized hole pierced through his chest. Cough! Xian Shichong spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Fire! Fire! Van Lao exclaimed in horror, frantically pulling the trigger. A dozen guns fired simultaneously. Despite the bullet-resistance aura, Oldly could not withstand the onslaught, blood erupting from his body. Yet, in the next moment, he was enveloped in a green glow, and miraculously, his wounds began to heal. This was remote healing, courtesy of Hu Chunli from inside the store. Had it not been for Oldly's clothes being riddled with holes, no one would believe he had endured a barrage from a dozen rifles. Are you a human or monster? Huang Lao Air was genuinely terrified, trembling all over. Could it be that this individual was indeed the strongest force within this team? Yes, it must be so. The 20-year-old lad was merely a diversion he had thrown out. However, the words of Oldly plunged him into utter despair. My boss's combat prowess surpasses mine by at least tenfold. You insignificant little rascals dare to extend your claws towards me? Prepare to meet your demise. Oldly, incapacitate them, but do not kill them just yet. They may prove useful, Qin Lang reminded from a distance. Understood. Chapter 35. Su Yun and Ding Yuan. In the sanctuary of the hospital, the busy Su Yun sat in his office chair, resting his eyes. As the leader of the refuge, he bore an overwhelming number of concerns each day. Slowly opening his eyes, he noticed the clock on the desk indicating it was 3:20 a.m. His brow furrowed slightly as he inquired with his assistant, only to learn that Huang Air's search party had been out for over 6 hours without return. Huang Air possessed numerous golden card talents, and the individuals he had taken were no weaklings, even if they encountered night demons. They should be capable of putting up a fight. Brother Su, you ought to rest early. You haven't had a full night's sleep in days, spoke his assistant. Ding Yuan, a woman in her mid-20s, Ding Yuan was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed an alluring physique. Her glasses paired with black stockings exuding a captivating charm to men of all ages. Yet Su Yun's gaze never lingered on her for more than 3 seconds. He merely rubbed his temples in fatigue. It's nothing. I have enhanced my stamina recovery. A bit of rest will suffice. How much food is left in the sanctuary? How long will it last? I just tallied it up. We should be fine for 3 to 5 days. Only 3 to 5 days left. Su Jun Sai He Vi Li. The number of individuals the sanctuary had to support was overwhelming. Even at the bare minimum, they would consume over 1,000 units daily. Let me give you a shoulder massage. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. Ding Yuan approached from behind and gently pressed on his shoulders. At that moment, Su Yun's phone on the table suddenly rang, displaying Qin Lang's name. Surprised, he answered, Little Qin, what brings you to call at such an hour? Is it your intention for Huang Air to ambush me? Came Qin Lang's icy voice from the other end. What? Su Yun sprang to his feet. At the temporary camp, Qin Lang ended the call, signaling for everyone to rest, as he would take the night shift himself. While the others mumbled their agreements, Not a single one felt sleepy. Who could possibly rest after an ambush? Are you planning to extort Suyin? Old Lee had just finished his shower and donned a dark green tactical vest, looking quite spirited, which caught the undivided attention of Qin Lang behind him. It was no surprise that a woman would be drawn to a man like Old Lee, who possessed both looks and strength. They attacked me. I must ensure they pay a price, Qin Lang complained as he tossed a cigarette to Old Lee. I told you to incapacitate them, not to smash their hands and feet. Do you hear the chaos outside? Who can sleep through that? Old Lee rolled his eyes. All right, next time you come. In the blink of an eye, dawn began to break, and a convoy arrived at the entrance of the temporary camp. Under the vigilant protection of Su Yun and his subordinates, they approached the entrance, fixated on the nearly lifeless Huang Lao heir and his dozen or so loyal followers. Their limbs had been shattered by blunt instruments, rendering them incapacitated. Although not fatal, recovery to a state of normalcy was virtually impossible. In other words, this group was effectively ruined. Su Ge, you owe me an explanation. What is the meaning of this? Qin Lang emerged with Old Lee. Su Yun took a deep breath and gestured for his men to lower their weapons. Huang Lao heir acted independently. While it does not directly concern me, I bear some responsibility. My management was lacking, and I apologize. I accept your apology, Qin Lang replied, spreading his hands. However, you must also provide compensation. Su Yun anticipated this response, offering a wry smile. Resources at the shelter are scarce. This 10 silver cards is the best I can currently offer. Only 10 silver cards? Are you trying to insult me? Old Lee exclaimed, eyes wide. Calm down, Qin Lang interjected, patting Old Lee's shoulder. He turned to Su Yun. I understand the difficulties of the shelter. Let us consider this a budding friendship. Even a grasshopper's leg is meat. I will take the cards, and you can take your people away. I shall pretend that last night's events never occurred. Thank you. Please assist them to the vehicle, Su Yun instructed his subordinates. Hastily departing. Quite impoverished, isn't it? Such a large shelter, yet they offer only this, Old Lee remarked disdainfully. When you were managing the shelter, couldn't you produce 10 silver cards? Qin Lang teased with a mischievous grin. Old Lee, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. Look at you, always stabbing others where it hurts. That's rather unkind. Qin Lang laughed heartily, embracing Old Lee's shoulder. Let us indulge ourselves and enjoy a feast of barbecued meat. Qin Lang was not in need of those 10 silver cards. What he truly sought was a trustworthy ally. With Feng Xiao and I yet to return, he was uncertain how long he would linger in High City. Offending Su Yun's team would yield no benefits for him. Inside the vehicle, Su Yun's expression was dark, as if he could draw water from it. I have warned you repeatedly not to provoke Qin Lang and his group. Why did you ignore me? Now, look at the outcome, total annihilation. Tell me what transpired last night. It is all my fault for misjudging their strength. Only the one surnamed Li confronted Huang Lao heir, who now regrets his actions. He recounted, his voice shaky as he relayed the events of the previous night. After listening to the account, Su Yun inhaled sharply, his mind racing with a singular thought. The power of Qin Lang's team far exceeded expectations. An alliance was imperative. They could never be adversaries. Boss, is this not the route back to the shelter? Huang Lao heir asked, taking a sip of water and staring vacantly out the window. With your limbs shattered, living is merely a torment. It would be better to be dead, to end it all, Su Yun remarked coldly. Boss, are you going to kill me? No, please don't. I have been utterly loyal to you, Huang Lao heir cried out in panic. If you were truly loyal, you would not have concealed such actions from me. No, boss, please, don't kill me. I beg you. Rest easy, Su Yun sighed, snapping his fingers. Instantly, countless thorny vines materialized, ensnaring Huang Lao heir, swiftly draining him of life until he was reduced to a desiccated corpse. Ding Yuan softly remarked, with Huang heir and the others gone, we have lost many combat personnel. If all else fails, we must resort to a plan. Su Yun massaged her temples, regretting not heeding your advice from the beginning, lamenting her indecision. You mustn't say that, Ding Yuan replied with a gentle smile. What I've always admired is your kindness and integrity. All right, let's stop here. I will deal with those behind us. Ding Yuan slowly approached the back of the truck and slipped inside. No, help, please. A harrowing scream echoed for a full 5 minutes, and when Ding Yuan emerged, she was drenched in a crimson mist. She licked the blood from her slender fingers, revealing a satisfied smile. Chapter 36, The Trading Terminal in Phase 2. With a swift motion, The blood-patterned gun emitted a streak of light that pierced through the body of a wretched night demon, which didn't even have the chance to scream before its life was extinguished. Dozens of blood corpses nearby charged towards the humans in a frenzy, only to be met with a rain of arrows, each one finding its mark. This small horde, consisting of 3 night demons and over 60 blood corpses, was swiftly decimated by the human squad. Throughout the encounter, Qin Lang merely observed from atop the RV. This marked the 3rd day in Haicheng, and with each skirmish, the coordination among Lao Li, Lin Wanner, and others improved significantly. As long as the number of corpses did not exceed 100, Qin Lang could comfortably remain aloof. Wow, this is quite a feat. We must have slain nearly 20 night demons, and this is the first time we've acquired a rare card. Lao Li's exultation prompted Qin Lang to turn and inquire, "What rare card?" "The trading terminal, what is it?" Lao Li asked, somewhat perplexed. "The trading terminal?" Qin Lang paused, then chuckled. "So we actually obtained this. What is its use?" Lao Li tossed the card towards Qin Lang. Catching the card, Qin Lang explained in simple terms. "This is a machine that facilitates remote trading. Its primary function is to trade cards with others who possess a trading terminal. And it can also convert and use cards into survival points, allowing the purchase of cards available within the terminal." He beckoned the others to board the vehicle and tore open the card, placing it into a designated slot for the trading terminal. With a flash of golden light, a machine about half the height of a person materialized. "This thing resembles a slot machine," Lao Li chuckled. It was understandable why Lao Li would say that, as the trading terminal indeed bore a resemblance to a slot machine, boasting an easy and efficient operation. It utilized a silver card battery for power, and cards intended for trading were inserted from the left side. Upon a successful transaction, new cards would drop out from the right side. Given that we are the only ones in the vicinity with a trading terminal, I'm not surprised by this outcome, Qin Lang remarked. The apocalypse had only descended upon humanity for less than a month. Most people were still struggling to meet their basic needs, making the rarity of items like trading terminals entirely understandable. Let's see what cards are available for purchase in the terminal. Qin Lang deftly operated the trading terminal, and soon a purchasing interface appeared, displaying a countdown timer of 5 hours, 41 minutes, and 35 seconds. Or survival points. Lin Wanner, the curious little one, approached Qin Lang, exuding a delightful fragrance. Unable to resist, Qin Lang inhaled deeply and replied, "Survival points are merely the digitization of cards. A white card is worth 1 point, a green card 10 points, a blue card 100 points, a silver card 1,000 points, and a gold card 10,000 points. The colorful cards are rather special, and thus cannot be recycled. Goodness, is there really a talent for barbarian for sale here? Wait, how much? 30,000 survival points." Oldie exclaimed in astonishment. "Why not just go and seize it?" The trading terminal primarily serves for equitable exchanges, and even with a price premium, it seldom exceeds reasonable limits. The card available for purchase refresh every 24 hours, with 99 resulting in losses. At present, this contraption seems somewhat superfluous. Qin Lang casually shut off the trading terminal to conserve energy, as the silver car battery is a form of hard currency that must be used sparingly. Even though his family is quite affluent, he has no intention of purchasing cards from the terminal. The prices are exorbitant, with a fixed recycling value of 1,000 points for silver cards, while the buying price fluctuates between 2,000 and 3,000, unless absolutely necessary, fueled by terminal cards. Of course, there are hard currency cards worth 1 point that could yield a small profit, but Qin Lang currently has no need for such trivialities. It is far more advantageous to obtain cards through defeating monsters. Casting a glance at the time, which was nearing 5 in the morning, he instructed everyone to rest. They had all grown accustomed to this nocturnal routine. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the RV, with old Li and others exclaiming, "What is going on? Call the boss." Having just finished breakfast, Qin Lang was in the midst of washing up when he heard the commotion. Without even putting on his pants, he wrapped a towel around himself and hurried outside. "Look," Old Li pointed toward the sky. Qin Lang raised his eyes and beheld the monstrous visage that had heralded catastrophic devastation for Earth, disintegrating at a visible pace, transforming into countless fragments that plummeted to the ground. The collapse of the monstrous face, did this signify that the apocalypse was coming to an end? Hu Chunli covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down her face. The Wu brothers and Lin Mo also expressed their exhilaration, while Lin Wanner discreetly scrutinized Qin Lang's demeanor, a serious expression soon dawning on her fair visage. Clearly, matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. The second phase has arrived so swiftly, Qin Lang murmured to himself. In his previous life, like the majority, he had sheltered at home to evade the bloodthirsty corpses, lacking any sense of time, only aware that the second phase of the apocalypse typically emerged after about a month. He never anticipated its onset would be so early. What does the second phase mean? Old Li inquired, glancing over. Qin Lang, expressionless, turned and re-entered the RV. The difficulty of survival had escalated. 5 minutes later, Qin Lang emerged once more, holding a military-grade telescope to observe the disintegrating monstrous visage in the sky, calling everyone to board the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of explosions erupted, as countless fragments of the monstrous face rained down like cannonballs upon the earth, obliterating building after building, and the previously quiet city was filled with anguished cries. It turned out that many survivors had been sheltering in their homes, struggling to survive on the meager supplies provided by a few card rains. What manner of creature is that? Old Li witnessed a family of 3 being viciously attacked and killed by a monstrous dog during their escape. The monstrous hound's physique was significantly larger than that of a blood corpse, drenched in blood, devoid of skin, revealing only sinew and bone. Its razor-sharp teeth and claws instilled fear in those who beheld it. These creatures were birthed from the grotesque fragments of disfigured faces, bloodhounds. Qin Lang raised his forest wolf sniper rifle and, from a distance of 1,000 meters, shattered the bloodhound's skull with a single shot. Howls echoed nearby as numerous bloodhounds, drawn by the gunfire, converged towards the small caravan, accompanied by a previously unseen creature, an imposing humanoid, sturdier than a blood corpse, yet weaker than a night demon, a first-tier blood corpse. As Qin Lang explained, he did not falter in his task. Bullets flew from his weapon, obliterating both bloodhounds and enhanced blood corpses. The others quickly regained their composure from the shock, instinctively forming a defensive line to commence the slaughter of the bloodhound pack. Old Li remained vigorous, sweeping through with a single shot to take down 3 bloodhounds. Against the overwhelming force, these new monstrosities posed no threat to the group. Soon, the bloodhounds and corpses on the road were entirely eradicated. At this moment, it was 7 in the morning. The sun was initially warm and gentle, yet suddenly, massive arms resembling mountain peaks crashed down from the heavens, causing tremors that resulted in further casualties. The chaos, bizarre and terrifying, persisted for over 3 hours, only halting as noon approached. The city, now riddled with devastation, was dominated by towering arms reaching into the sky. A chill wind swept through. Old Li tightened his tactical vest, feeling an unexpected coolness. Hu Qinli sneezed, exclaiming how cold it was. Was it snowing, even before August had truly begun? Lin Mo gazed at the snowflakes that landed in his palm, only to melt away quickly, lost in contemplation. Chapter 37. The Bitter Winter. As the heavy snow began to fall, the temperature in Haichang plummeted from a balmy 25 degrees Celsius to a frigid -15 degrees in a matter of minutes, quickly blanketing the ground in thick snow. Upon entering the caravan, Old Li and his companions were surprised to find the interior unusually warm, akin to a heated dwelling, maintaining a temperature of around 23 degrees. How curious. Is there air conditioning in this vehicle? I never noticed. Old Li mused, perplexed as he looked around. Approaching Lin Wanner, he discovered she radiated warmth like a large hearth, continuously emitting powerful heat. Old Li exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Wanner smiled, explaining. Qin Lang anticipated a drop in temperature and had me learn the warmth aura in advance. Warmth aura? Truly, our leader possesses foresight. Old Li praised, giving a hearty thumbs up. Qin Lang chuckled. I merely stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. Do not rejoice too soon. The caravan is limited in space. You will have to return to the house at night. Here, take these warmth cards. If you need anything, just ask me. That is certain. Old Li and the others nodded in understanding. Qin Lang distributed the pre-prepared cards for heaters, insulated tents, and sleeping bags to the group. A sudden drop in temperature by several degrees has left those unprepared for the cold to endure considerable hardship. How long do you think this extreme weather will last? Old Li gazed out of the window. I am no oracle. How could I possibly know? Qin Lang shrugged. In truth, he was aware that the snowfall would persist for approximately 3 months, with temperatures steadily declining. In the final fortnight, The mercury could plummet to a chilling -50 degrees, making survival in such frigid conditions a daunting challenge for many. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air while the biting wind howled. Yet, within a modest 80-square-meter home repurposed as a shelter, warmed by the dual embrace of 3 heaters and Lin Wanner's comforting aura, it felt as though spring had come. The group reveled in hot pot and beer, with old Lee sweating profusely, having shed his down jacket. Suddenly, the jovial atmosphere was interrupted by the sound of Qin Lang's phone, which had been hanging at his waist. It was Su Yun calling. "Little Qin, are you still in Haicheng?" Su Yun's voice trembled slightly. "I am. Is there something you need, Suga?" Qin Lang replied, savoring a bite of succulent beef rolled in sauce. "Do you have any cold-resistant cards there? This dreadful weather is unbearably cold, and my supply of cold-resistant cards is woefully insufficient. I do have some cold-resistant cards, but they are far from enough for 400 people. 400? I left the hospital shelter 2 days ago. There are only about 30 brothers with me now." Su Yun was speaking the truth. 3 days prior, after dealing with Huang Lauer and his gang, Su Yun had summoned all the leaders back at the hospital shelter for a meeting, ultimately deciding to leave. Before their departure, they had left a stockpile of resource cards for those remaining at the shelter, and whether those individuals would survive was now a matter of fate. "I see. But you know how difficult it is to procure resource cards. If you want cold-resistant supplies, you'll need to offer something in exchange." As Qin Lang spoke, he continued to eat rapidly, while Lin Wanner kindly added more meat to his bowl. 1 silver card for a complete set of cold-resistant gear, including clothing, pants, shoes, and socks. "Deal. Come over to collect it." Qin Lang provided Su Yun with the address. "Boss, are you not concerned about Lin Mo, this university student? Feeling a bit insecure with our address?" Oldly scoffed. "What do I have to fear? Even if they had the audacity, would they dare to rob us?" Qin Lang patted Lin Mo's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry. I'm here." Without adequate means of self-protection, Qin Lang would never divulge their address to outsiders, not even to old friends from past life. Half an hour later, several pickup trucks and box vans braved the snow and wind and arrived at the street corner. Su Yun instructed the others to wait outside, taking only Ding Yuan with him as he entered the room. Upon stepping inside, he was momentarily stunned. Is this heaven? How can it be so warm in here? Moreover, they were eating hot pot and drinking beer. Goodness, the disparity is astounding. Su Yun felt a surreal sensation wash over him. "Sugo, Miss Ding, would you care to join us for a meal? We have plenty of dishes." Qin Lang warmly invited them. Su Yun swallowed hard. "Thank you, but I won't eat. My brothers outside are still freezing. Let us exchange cards first. I need 10 sets." "No problem." Qin Lang promptly presented over 200 cards in white, green, and blue, forming a set of winter gear. Although Su Yun felt a pang of regret parting with his 10 silver cards, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and exchange them with Qin Lang. "Brother Su, if you do not mind, please take this pot of hot pot to share with the brothers. It will keep us warm." Su Yun glanced at the thick layer of grease and abundant ingredients within the pot, and without hesitation, cupped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, little Qin." The supermarket, situated just a street away from Qin Lang's shelter, had long been abandoned by its owner. After much contemplation, Su Yun resolved to temporarily take refuge there. Although the 10 sets of winter supplies were insufficient for the 30 individuals, it was better than nothing. At least with this gear, they would be spared the danger of frostbite. "Damn, it's finally getting a bit warmer." One of the younger brothers exhaled deeply after downing a large bowl of hot pot broth. "We don't know how long this snow will last. After we finish eating, I'll go hunting with Ding Yuan and a few brothers. You all fix this up and make sure no cold air seeps in." Su Yun was not the type to idly consume resources. He understood that in harsh conditions, one must venture out to scavenge supplies. Otherwise, even if they didn't freeze to death, hunger would claim them. "Boss, there's something I'm unsure whether to say." The bespectacled man in the group suddenly spoke. "Speak. They only have 9 people, while we have over 30. Why should we eat their leftovers?" "Exactly. Let us just take it from them." "I agree, damn it." This suggestion immediately garnered support from the others in the group. Su Yun, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, 3 days ago, Huang Lauer had the same thought as you, and he was wiped out by them alone. The scariest part is that the one who attacked him was merely a member of Qin Lang's team. We have no idea how strong Qin Lang himself is. Consider this. If he dares to disclose his location to us without any defenses, does that not imply he has confidence and is unafraid of being robbed? Perhaps he would welcome our attack, providing him the justification to eliminate us. Ding Yuan spoke softly. The 9 individuals next door are no pushovers. You should abandon those unrealistic thoughts sooner rather than later. She did not voice it, but her innate talent granted her a keen perception of danger. Having encountered Qin Lang at close range, she sensed only 4 words: invincible and unassailable. Chapter 38. Forming a team after lunch and a brief rest, Qin Lang decided to venture out for hunting. Lao Li wished to accompany him, but was firmly declined. He was one of the 2 high-level fighters in the team and needed to guard the shelter. As for Lin Wanner, her warm aura skill would be significantly less effective in an open environment, and the other supportive auras offered little substantial enhancement to Qin Lang at this moment. Thus, he chose to leave Lin Wanner with Lao Li and the others. I won't go far. I'll be nearby. Call me if anything comes up. Qin Lang instructed Lin Wanner and Lao Li before tightening his down jacket and stepping outside. Coincidentally, just as he rounded the corner, he spotted Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and 5 men emerging from the store, seemingly prepared to hunt just like him. Thank you for the hot pot, Brother Qin. Su Yun smiled and waved. Riding his motorcycle, Qin Lang approached with a beaming expression. Brother Su, are you off to hunt? Indeed, we are in dire need of supplies. If we do not eliminate some monsters soon, my team will either freeze to death or starve, Su Yun said with notable humility. He glanced at Qin Lang's motorcycle and suggested, Brother Qin, would you care to join us? Join forces? Qin Lang pondered for a moment, recognizing the merit in such a proposal. Although resources would be divided, the safety and efficiency of their endeavor would be significantly enhanced. All right, I excel in long-range sniping and can provide you with distant fire support, he replied, patting the sniper rifle encased in its holster on the motorcycle. Su Yun chuckled heartily. That is splendid. It perfectly compensates for our lack of long-range attackers. Without further ado, let's set off. Su Yun produced a golden card, tore it open, and tossed it onto the street, summoning a brand new snowmobile. As its name suggests, the snowmobile is designed for combat in snowy conditions, accommodating up to 10 individuals with ample space inside. Most importantly, it is equipped with a high-powered air conditioning system. Otherwise, venturing into the biting cold for hunting would render standard vehicles impractical, and the occupants would surely suffer from the frost. Seated inside, Qin Lang and Su Yun's group began to cruise slowly along the road. The terrifying apocalyptic scenery along the way cast a pall of silence over the group. After approximately 20 minutes, they halted the vehicle at the roadside upon a teammate's suggestion. Su Yun retrieved a military-grade binoculars for a closer look and spotted a dozen bloodhounds and a first-tier blood corpse aimlessly wandering near a collapsed building 500 meters ahead. Shall I take the lead, or would you prefer to engage? Qin Lang, whose expectations had risen considerably, expressed his disinterest in such ordinary monsters. Would you allow us to take the first shot? Su Yun ziplit gautotens. Qin Lang nodded, gesturing for them to proceed. 5 fully armed men retrieved crossbows from their backpacks and approached the pack of dogs on foot. The bloodhounds, possessing keen senses, quickly detected their presence, barking furiously as they charged forward. However, the 5-man team was not to be trifled with. As the bloodhounds entered effective range, they unleashed a flurry of bolts, accompanied by the sharp twang of their weapons. 7 or 8 bloodhounds fell to the snow, convulsing as they succumbed to their wounds. After 2 rounds of fire, only a few bloodhounds remained standing. With a swift motion, 2 of the more robust members unsheathed their long knives, dispatching the remaining bloodhounds with decisive strikes. While the group collected cards from the defeated hounds, Su Yun maneuvered the snowmobile closer to pick them up and continued onward. During the subsequent half-hour, the group encountered several more skirmishes. However, due to their limited numbers, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and Qin Lang found no opportunity to engage. I see now, Brother Qin. You are waiting for something larger. The blue cards no longer captivate your interest, Su Yun jested. Brother Su, you are only partially correct. While blue cards do hold little allure for me, the primary concern lies with my sniper rifle. It produces a significant noise, and I fear it may attract too many monsters. As Qin Lang spoke, it seemed to unveil a new realm for Su Yun. She smacked her forehead in exasperation, exclaiming, "How foolish of me to forget such a simple solution. Why waste fuel? We can simply create some noise to lure the monsters over and eliminate them. We are well stocked with ammunition, with Ding Yuan and me in close combat and Xiao Qin, the sharpshooter, handling ranged attacks. We need not fear the horde of corpses." Qin Lang smiled silently, thinking to himself that she had finally grasped the idea. Su Yun drove the snowmobile to the entrance of shopping mall and promptly honked the horn. The shrill sound echoed through the desolate streets. A minute later, one of the team members suddenly wore a grave expression, saying, "Boss, they're coming, and in great numbers. They're converging towards us. Prepare for battle." Su-Yun raised her rifle and climbed atop the vehicle. At that moment, Qin Lang also retrieved his sniper rifle. A chilling howl echoed as dozens, even hundreds, of bloodthirsty dogs appeared at the periphery of their vision, followed closely by a large horde of first-tier blood corpses. "Seems a bit overwhelming," Su-Yun grinned. "But the more there are, the more exhilarating the slaughter. I can't wait for tonight's feast." The group laughed, exchanging their crossbows for rifles. Observing this scene, Qin Lang nodded approvingly. It was no surprise that Su-Yun was a leader of the largest community in Haicheng in her previous life. However, he remained curious about the skill she had enhanced that allowed her team to face the oncoming tide of corpses with such confidence. As they spoke, the horde had already entered their firing range. The group opened fire. The rapid sounds of gunfire filled the air as bullets rained down upon the mass of bloodthirsty dogs and corpses, accompanied only by their agonized cries and the clattering of spent shells. Yet the sheer number of the undead was daunting. Undeterred, they trampled over their fallen comrades, quickly closing in on the snowmobile. Su-Yun clenched her right fist, and an astonishing scene unfolded. Vines, thick as arms and towering several meters high, sprouted from the snow, ensnaring and striking at the approaching bloodthirsty dogs and corpses. Each creature that touched the vines was crushed without exception. "This is my skill, killing vines," Su-Yun explained with a smile to Qin Lang. "A druidic skill." Qin Lang nodded, recognizing the impressive area of effect power of the skill, an invaluable asset in the early days of the apocalypse. With the killing vines safeguarding their front, the group's morale soared, and they fought with renewed vigor. Soon, a significant portion of the horde was vanquished. It's going to be hard not to indulge tonight. This is absolutely exhilarating." One of the younger members of the team laughed heartily while reloading his magazine. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked down at his chest. A furry claw had pierced through his spine and emerged from his chest. "What the hell is that?" The team gasped in shock at the sight of their comrade being lifted high by the creature, the owner of that claw looming ominously before them. Chapter 39. The 8 Meridians Unveiled. Before my eyes loomed a colossal creature resembling a spider, its round body adorned with a 2-meter-tall heart of blood. Dozens of furry appendages served as its primary means of movement and attack. Qin Lang recognized this beast at once. In his previous life, it was dubbed the Centipede, a creature whose speed and lethality surpassed that of a night demon. Most terrifying of all was its instinct to hunt, which enabled it to elevate its own rank by preying upon monsters. This particular centipede was drawn to the battlefield by the pungent scent of blood from the slain creatures. With a swift motion, its sharp appendages tore a man asunder, and amidst the downpour of crimson rain, the centipede collided forcefully with a wall, causing it to collapse instantly. It then lunged at several individuals with its vicious limbs. Qin Lang, being the quickest, sheathed his sniper rifle and drew forth a black blade from a spatial ring, executing a decisive strike that severed one of the creature's appendages mid-attack. The remaining members of the 5-man team were not as fortunate. 2 of them fell victim to the creature's assault, while the last 2, in a panic, opened fire on the centipede. Unfortunately, the power of their rifles proved inadequate against such an elite creature, merely inflicting superficial wounds. "Boss, help!" cried the man closest to Qin Lang, as one of the appendages decapitated him, while another was swatted away and plunged into a mass of corpses, where a pack of bloodhounds descended upon him, tearing him to shreds in an instant. "Damn it!" Su-Yun seethed with fury, dispatching half of her vines to attack the centipede, but the creature's limbs were razor-sharp, effortlessly severing the vines. "You handle the corpses. This beast is mine." Qin Lang twirled his blade and leaped down, delivering a holy slash. The centipede, sensing the potency of the attack, attempted to evade, but was a fraction too slow. In the next moment, half of its body disintegrated in a blinding radiance. How powerful! So terrifying! Su-Yun and Ding Yuan gasped in astonishment. They were well aware of Qin Lang's strength, yet they had not fathomed he had reached such heights, capable of annihilating even such a formidable creature. Having successfully executed his attack, Qin Lang did not hesitate. He pursued the wounded centipede and delivered another holy slash directly into its massive heart, extinguishing its life entirely. With his current physical state, Qin Lang could unleash the holy slash thrice within a short span, sufficient to vanquish a formidable entity of 9,999 strength. What luck! Qin Lang decisively stowed away the 2 cards and returned to the ice and snow battle vehicle. The 5-man team had been completely wiped out, leaving only Qin Lang, Su Yun, and Ding Yuan aboard. Lacking firepower for suppression, Su Yun's vines alone could not clear the multitude of blood corpses and bloodhounds, and it appeared the vines would soon be torn apart. At that moment, Ding Yuan let out a low growl. Her down jacket expanded, and suddenly, her smooth skin was adorned with numerous dark green, scale-like formations. Her strikingly beautiful face transformed into a grotesque visage as her talent unfolded. In merely 2 minutes, the alluring Ding Yuan morphed into a green-skinned, half-lizard being, plunging into the horde of corpses, carving a bloody path with her resilient scales and sharp claws. Impervious to the attacks of both bloodhounds and blood corpses alike, the close combat prowess is by no means inferior to that of Old Li. With the transformation ability, Qin Lang sheathed the black blade and drew forth a rifle to assist Ding Yuan in exterminating the horde of corpses. The ensuing battle unfolded with little suspense, as hundreds of monsters were vanquished in less than 20 minutes through the coordinated efforts of Qin Lang and his companions. Once restored to her human form, Ding Yuan sat half-naked in the snow, gasping for breath. She had sustained injuries, though fortunately, they were not severe. Ding Yuan, are you all right? Su Yun quickly removed her down jacket and draped it over Ding Yuan, embracing her. The latter, fatigued, shook her head, her eyes filled with contentment. Qin Lang, not one to be stingy, casually tossed Su Yun a new down jacket card. Rest in the car and avoid catching a cold. Thank you, Su Yun replied, her gaze brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Ding Yuan echoed with a nod. While the two rested to regain their strength, Qin Lang began to scour the battlefield, collecting cards scattered about. Unfortunately, most were white or green, with blue cards being scarce and silver cards appearing only occasionally. However, adhering to the principle that even a grasshopper's leg is meat, he deemed it prudent to gather whatever he could. I've recovered. Let's go collect cards. Ding Yuan's face was pale. The prolonged transformation into a lizard man had severely drained her stamina, leaving her feeling weak all over. You stay here to rest. I'll handle it, Su Yun said, exiting the vehicle to search for cards among the corpses. The remainder is yours. My share is already sufficient. Qin Lang stretched lazily. Having secured a colorful card from the skirmish, which he considered a significant profit, deeming it unnecessary to compete with Su Yun for the white and green cards, as that would reflect poorly on his character. As Su Yun scoured the battlefield, a dozen figures swayed into view from the opposite residential area. Upon closer inspection, they were survivors, many of whom appeared emaciated, wrapped in bed linens, shambling like the undead toward the battlefield littered with corpses. They regarded Qin Lang and his companions with a mix of reverence and trepidation. To them, Qin Lang and his allies were akin to deities of war. For how else could they have felled such a multitude of monsters? Can you spare some food? We beseech you. It has been ages since we last ate, and I have children at home. A chorus of voices pleaded as a group of survivors knelt in unison, their desperation palpable. Were it not for their unbearable hunger, they would never have dared to emerge to beg. Rise, I shall provide, Su Yun sighed, producing a small stack of white and green cards from her pocket and tossing them toward the group. Thank you, thank you. The survivors bowed deeply, collecting the cards and helping one another back to their community. He has always been so gentle. Ding Yuan observed the scene outside, her eyes filled with admiration. Qin Lang silently lit a cigarette, recognizing Su Yun as a paragon of kindness in this apocalyptic landscape. By the time the trio returned to the street, evening had descended. Little Qin, I wish to trade for more supplies. I've obtained a card that you happen to need. Su Yun suddenly spoke, handing Qin Lang a gold card. Upon seeing the card, Qin Lang realized it was the very card he sought. Yin and Yang meridians. What do you wish to exchange for? Medicines, food, and warm clothing. Agreed. Come to the shelter later to collect it. I will return to prepare. Qin Lang nodded, deeming it a reasonable request. Thank you. Su Yun handed him the card and, accompanied by Ding Yuan, entered the shelter of the store, while Qin Lang mounted his motorcycle and returned to the civilian refuge. At last he was back. Goodness, you were out for 4 hours. Were you hurt? Hu Chunli shouted, to which Lao Li responded. Hu Chunli raised her hand and cast a remote healing. Qin Lang chuckled. I'm unscathed. Lao Su's side lost 5 people. He recounted the afternoon's experiences to everyone, during which Su Yun came by for supplies. Generously, Qin Lang provided him with 2 silver car batteries and several sets of winter gear. Grateful, Su Yun took the cards and happily left, suggesting that if they ventured out for hunting again, he would include them. Qin Lang readily agreed. Both Su Yun and Ding Yuan possessed remarkable combat prowess and would make excellent allies. In his heart, Qin Lang considered the possibility of recruiting them, although he found no immediate opportunity to do so. Inside the RV, warmth enveloped the space like spring. Qin Lang quickly took a hot shower and then retrieved a card to study. With the successful activation of 8 meridians, he adeptly learned Qi manipulation technique and spirit pool, noticeably enhancing his overall physical attributes. Delighted, he opened his skill panel, dazzled by the vibrant array of talents and skills. He had never engaged in such prosperous battles before. By the way, what was that colorful card from earlier? Qin Lang rummaged through his spatial ring to extract the colorful card he had scavenged from the centipede monster. As he examined the card's description, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Chapter 40, An Old Friend in a Foreign Land. For an entire week, the heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating, with temperatures plummeting to a chilling -20 degrees. Outside, the snow accumulated to a meter thick, blanketing the entire city in a pristine white. During this time, Qin Lang and Su Yun's team conducted 2 hunting expeditions, yielding satisfactory results for both parties. One morning, as Qin Lang enjoyed a peaceful slumber in the warm RV, his phone rang at the bedside. Unsurprisingly, it was Su Yun inviting him to hunt. Just as Qin Lang was about to accept, he heard Su Yun's voice calling from outside. "Little Qin, the sun is shining. Time to get moving." With a resigned expression, Qin Lang replied, "Give me a few minutes. I need to brush my teeth and wash my face." Yawning, he made his way to the bathroom, where Lin Wana eagerly inquired, "Are you 3 going? Take me with you. Why would you want to endure the harsh weather outside?" Qin Lang replied, his mouth full of foam, speaking indistinctly. "Staying in the shelter is so boring. Look, I've gained weight." Lin Wana pointed to the scale, which was nearing 50. It was noteworthy that her weight had been a steady 42, 5 before the apocalypse. "Ah, who understands our plight? With the apocalypse upon us, I somehow gained 15 pounds. And my face is rounded." Qin Lang burst into laughter. As the saying goes, if a woman weighs less than 100, she is either flat-chested or short. What is wrong with being a little plump? You only say that. If I truly became a big girl, you'd start to complain. Lin Wana puffed out her cheeks, vigorously shaking Qin Lang's arm. "Take me along, please. I promise I won't be a burden." After a moment's contemplation, Qin Lang concluded that this was merely an ordinary hunt, with negligible chances of encountering danger, and thus acquiesced. "Since you are so eager to join, very well." "Yay!" Lin Wana cheered, hastening to gather her gear. "Oh, Miss Lin is coming with us this time," Su Yun remarked cheerfully, discarding a half-finished cigarette before turning to board the vehicle. "Yes. She finds staying in the RV too dull." "Brother Su, Sister Ding," Lin Wana greeted sweetly. "Wana, come here and sit next to me," Ding Yuan said with a smile, taking Lin Wana's hand. Meanwhile, Qin Lang unfurled the map of Haicheng, numerous areas marked in red ink indicating those he had already scouted. These regions could be deemed safe zones, devoid of monsters and supplies, as long as there was no torrential bloodshed. The north of the city is nearly depleted of resources. "How about we head west?" Su Yun pointed at the map. "No problem. I have no preference," Qin Lang nodded, asserting that hunting was essentially the same regardless of location. "Before we proceed, I may need to take a detour to the neighborhood." "That's fine." Qin Lang was aware that Su Yun frequently delivered supplies to the survivors from the previous zombie horde. The snow-laden battle vehicle sped across the thick blanket of snow, as if gliding on air, soon arriving at the neighborhood. The once mountainous heap of corpses had long been concealed beneath the snow, rendering the site unrecognizable as the scene of a bloody conflict. Su Yun and Ding Yuan entered the community, but quickly emerged with furrowed brows. "What's wrong?" Qin Lang inquired. "There's no one here, nor any bodies." "They all left," Su Yun replied, her brows tightly knit. In this frigid weather, where could a group of ordinary, defenseless survivors possibly go? If there were no signs of a struggle, it was likely they had been taken by another shelter. Human beings are the most fragile yet resilient of species. Even in such extreme conditions, some manage to survive, and not in small numbers. "It seems there are still a few shelters in Haicheng," Su Yun conceded, not allowing it to weigh heavily on her mind. She had done what she could. The rest was up to the fate of those people. As midday approached, the quartet, having made a modest gain, stumbled upon an intact shop along the roadside. After securing the door, they set up an induction cooker to enjoy a hot pot. As the spicy broth began to bubble vigorously, The temperature within the room visibly rose. It's time. Qin Lang produced 2 beer cards, tearing them open and distributing cans of beer to the 3. Only you, Brother Qin, know how to enjoy life. Next meal is on me. They laughed, relishing their meal and drink. The atmosphere within the room warm and harmonious, entirely devoid of any semblance of an apocalyptic world. Just as they were nearing the end of their meal, the sound of tires crunching over the snow outside broke the tranquility. Upon stepping out to investigate, they spotted 3 snow vehicles approaching, from which emerged 7 or 8 individuals, fully armed and bundled up like dumplings, each wearing windproof goggles. What are you doing here? You've crossed the line, you know. One of them barked, aiming a rifle at the quartet. We harbor no hostility. We merely pass through and take a moment's respite. Su Yun elucidated. Boss, their cuisine is astonishing. They're indulging in hot pot and beer. How extravagant. Several subordinates ventured inside, their eyes turning red with envy upon discovering the sumptuous spread. What kind of family dares to feast on hot pot and drink beer in this apocalypse? Are you all picnicking here? Wanner, is that you, Lin Wanner? Just as the leader of the convoy was about to speak, someone behind him exclaimed, "Ah, who are you?" Lin Wanner paused momentarily, only recognizing him when he removed his windproof goggles. Brother Feng Yushu exclaimed, "Wanner, how did you end up in Haicheng? You've gained quite a bit of weight." Lin Wanner felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears, but managed to stifle it. The phrase "you've gained weight" undoubtedly carries a heavy impact on a woman. It turned out that Feng Yushu was Lin Wanner's manager and assistant, who was supposed to accompany her to Xing City. However, the apocalypse arrived without warning, leaving him stranded in Haicheng. Fortunately, he had joined a formidable shelter there and managed to survive unscathed until today. Ah, so we're all family now. The boss gestured for everyone to lower their weapons. Since you're friends of Old Feng, you are our friends as well. It's freezing outside, with so many monsters lurking. Come back to the shelter with us. Su Yun glanced at Qin Lang, seeking his approval, and upon receiving a nod, smiled. Wonderful. I never expected to find you in Haicheng. It's truly delightful to see you. Feng Yushu's face was alight with undisguised joy. What about Lily and Wenwen? Aren't they with you? These two were Lin Wanner's dedicated makeup artist and language teacher. Feng Yushu sighed. During the escape, they were caught by monsters. Lin Wanner shook her head in sorrow. By the way, Wanner, you haven't introduced us yet. Who are these 3? This is Qin Lang, and this is Su Yun, Brother Su. This is Ding Yuan, Sister Ding. Lin Wanner hurriedly introduced them. Hello, Feng Yushu replied, his smile somewhat peculiar. Chapter 41, True God Followers. As they made their way to the shelter, Feng Yushu subtly inquired about how Lin Wanner had managed to survive over the past month. Lin Wanner, astute as she was, refrained from elaborating too much, simply attributing her survival to good fortune and the kindness of others, having coasted along until now. When asked about the talents she had acquired, she humorously demonstrated the heating principle of a human air conditioner, amusing everyone in the vehicle. It seemed this young lady truly was fortunate, having endured little hardship. However, it was regrettable that she had crossed paths with them, for her good fortune was about to wane. The leader of the convoy, Zhao Gang, remarked, having listened to Lin Wanner's tale through a listening device, this fortunate lad Feng Yushu is quite lucky. Let us hope that by the time it's our turn, she hasn't been ruined. Why do you keep staring at that little star? I find Ding Yuan far more intriguing, someone commented with a chuckle. He. Praise the true God. Praise the true God. Half an hour later, the convoy returned to the shelter. So doing Vima? I can't believe the pedestrian street has been transformed into a shelter. Have you all been living here? Yes. We settled here just a few days after the apocalypse began, and we've been here ever since, Feng Yushu affirmed with a nod. You previously mentioned that your shelter accommodates over 200 individuals. How do you sustain daily consumption? Su Yun, a former leader of a large shelter, was notably sensitive to this inquiry. A shelter housing 200 people requires a minimum of 600 white cards daily, not to mention the considerable resources needed to withstand the biting cold of winter. Feng Yushu chuckled. Of course, we go hunting. We have 5 hunting teams, so gathering resources is not a challenge. Su Yun refrained from probing further, merely exchanging a knowing glance with Ding Yuan, both sensing the exaggeration in Feng Yushu's words. How much could 5 hunting teams procure in a single outing? Surely he was aware. As for Qin Lang, he remained silent, eyes closed in meditation. We have a rule here. Newcomers must be searched upon entering the shelter, and weapons must be temporarily surrendered. The guard, expressionless, obstructed the 4 of them. They're my friends from before the apocalypse. Please, let them skip the search, Feng Yushu hastily interjected. Oh, friends from before the apocalypse? The guard's demeanor softened slightly. Very well, but weapons must be surrendered. That is acceptable. Su Yun and Ding Yuan promptly handed over their rifles, while Qin Lang and Lin Wanner, with their weapons secured in spatial rings, remained empty-handed. You're all set. You may enter. As the four entered the shelter, the heavy iron door clanged shut behind them. Gulme, let me introduce you to the boss. Feng Yushu rubbed his palms together, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he led the way. As they followed, Qin Lang's gaze wandered, and through a glass window, he keenly observed a pair of eyes filled with dread. They belonged to a young boy, who was swiftly dragged away by a middle-aged woman and obscured by curtains. This place feels rather sinister, Qin Lang murmured. Indeed, the atmosphere is suffocating and lifeless. I am curious to see what they are up to, Su Yun replied, unperturbed. In conversation, they arrived at the entrance of a church. After notifying the guards, Feng Yushu cautiously stepped inside, bowing to a bald man clad in a golden robe. Boss, these are my friends from before the apocalypse. We found them while hunting. The bald man was rotund, standing at only 5'7" but weighing around 120 kilograms, resembling a ball. He smiled broadly as he assessed the four newcomers, his excitement palpable. Both Lin Wanner and Ding Yuan possessed striking beauty, a rarity in the shelter for quite some time. Greetings, I am Tang Ao, a devotee of the true God, and I currently manage this shelter. Welcome to the True God Shelter. The true God shall surely bless you. Tang Ao clasped his hands together, closing his eyes in reverence. Great true God, we thank you for guiding us to reclaim these four lost brothers and sisters. We are grateful to the true God. Feng Yushu fervently echoed his sentiment. All right, please take a rest. It's nearly time for our communion. Tang Ao gestured, and the group withdrew. Brother Feng, what is this true God? I recall you being an atheist, Lin Wanner remarked, feeling a strange discomfort, as if prickled all over. Feng Yushu remained unperturbed and explained, were it not for the protection of the true deity, we would not have survived until now. Do not underestimate the leader. His divine power is boundless, having single-handedly vanquished hundreds of blood corpses. Lin Wanner expressed her astonishment at such prowess, while Qin Lang and the others maintained a composed demeanor. After all, they too possessed the capability to eliminate small hordes of corpses. It was highly probable that Tang Ao had similarly enhanced his talent. Feng Yushu led them to a four-person room, which was relatively clean and tidy, the air infused with the scent of disinfectant. Please rest for a while and refrain from wandering about. I shall summon you when it is time for the holy meal, Feng Yushu remarked before turning to exit. What do you think of that charlatan named Tang? Su Yun inquired, glancing at Ding Yuan. The distance was a bit far earlier. I could not sense anything. Yet, it is unlikely he could surpass little Qin, she replied. That is not necessarily the case, Qin Lang countered, shaking his head. I never underestimate anyone. In this post-apocalyptic world, individuals seek spiritual solace, which leads to the rise of various religious factions. I can comprehend that. However, this sanctuary feels distinctly abnormal to me, especially the way that charlatan looked at you too, as if he intended to devour you whole. Did he? Lin Wanner genuinely had not noticed. They better not harbor any untoward thoughts, otherwise, Ding Yuan narrowed her eyes. Ah, there's a doll here. Lin Wanner scanned the surroundings and suddenly discovered a filthy doll toy beneath the bed, evidently overlooked by the cleaning staff during their tidying. She retrieved the doll and began to play with it, prompting Su Yun to furrow her brow. Let me see that. Here, Lin Wanner handed over the doll. Su Yun examined the doll closely, her pupils suddenly constricting. Ding Yuan whispered, Isn't this the doll you gave to Xiao Guai last time? I even stitched that patch myself. Who is Xiao Guai? Qin Lang asked with curiosity. Su Yun explained to Qin Lang, Xiao Guai is a little girl, one of the many survivors in the community. I periodically bring supplies to the area, and over time, I became acquainted with the residents. This doll was a gift I bestowed upon her. So, the community members were taken by the sanctuary, and they are now within its confines? Qin Lang pointed to the doll, noting, typically, little girls do not abandon their toys. Su Yun's expression turned fierce as she abruptly stood up, intending to leave, only to find the door locked from the outside. Why is the door locked? Open it. Su Yun shouted in fury. Chapter 42. The Holy Meal. After pounding on the door several times, a cacophony of sounds erupted as it creaked open. A cold gun barrel was pressed firmly against Su Yun's forehead. Do you want to die? What? Zhao Gang, who had recently been courteous, now bore a menacing expression. Do you believe I want to kill you right now? Su Yun's eyes were ablaze with anger. Are we prisoners? Why would I do you confine us? Zhao Gang struck Su Yun down with the butt of his gun, sneering, fool. You'll find out shortly whether you're a prisoner. Cause any more trouble, and I swear I will end you. Su Yun was about to retaliate when Qin Lang interjected, Old Su, do not act impulsively. Su Yun furrowed her brow and raised a doll in her hand. What about that child? Zhao Gang scoffed. How should I know? Bang! The door slammed shut. Ding Yuan retrieved a hemostatic patch from her belongings and applied it gently to Su Yun's wound. Su Yun, filled with remorse, apologized, I'm sorry. I acted impulsively just now. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence, until they understood the number and capabilities of their adversaries. It was prudent not to provoke conflicts. With only 4 of them present, and Wanner not being a combatant, it was essential to exercise patience. I'm deeply concerned about Xiao Guai, she expressed. Despite their inhumanity, they would not harm a child. You needn't worry, Ding Yuan reassured her. After approximately half an hour, Zhao Gang returned, flanked by 5 fully armed men, and reopened the door, announcing, the sacrament has been bestowed. Let us proceed. What about Brother Feng? Lin Wanner could not help but inquire. Zhao Gang cast a glance at her, but remained silent. The 4 were escorted under the watchful gaze of guns towards the dining hall, where they observed many others who had suffered similar fates, their faces etched with terror. Isn't a sacrament supposed to be a form of nourishment? Why are they so frightened? The group pondered in confusion. Soon, they joined over 100 others in the dining hall. Tang Ao, surrounded by a dozen armed men, opened his arms and proclaimed, Sisters and brothers, the sacrament has been granted. Please take your seats freely. Before the assembly lay nearly 100 covered plates, the contents of which remained a mystery. Are you deaf? Why are you standing there in a daze? Find a seat. Zhao Gang barked, jabbing his gun into Qin Lang's side. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Qin Lang's eyes, but quickly faded as he took a seat with the others. Once everyone was settled, Tang Ao clasped his hands in a sincere gesture, declaring, We thank the Almighty True God for bestowing this sacrament. Let us await with bated breath to see who is fortunate enough to be summoned. Let the feast commence. With a grand wave of his hand, the surrounding guards raised their rifles and lifted the covers. With a clatter, the dome was removed, revealing a simple meal of porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a small serving of pickled vegetables. Qin Lang noted that the food for Lin Wanner and the others was identical to his own. Suddenly, a woman cried out in distress, No, please. He is only 13. I beg you, spare my son. A gaunt man wailed, Please, let me go. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. The unexpected turn of events caused Qin Lang to furrow his brow as he glanced toward the source of the commotion. It became clear that not everyone had porridge and buns. Several plates were empty. Those with food could eat, while those without faced starvation. Qin Lang swiftly grasped the oppressive and suffocating atmosphere of the sanctuary. Tang Ao, maintaining a pious demeanor, questioned, Why do you fear? To be summoned by the true God is a dream cherished by many. Do not spout such nonsense. What rubbish about being summoned by the true God? None who have been summoned have returned alive. Another man retorted, standing defiantly. Brothers, let us unite. Kill him. Otherwise, it will be our turn. A voice suddenly rose from the crowd, and a dozen men brandishing knives lunged at Tang Ao. Tang Ao sighed softly. Those who forsake the true God shall face the punishment of divine light. Die, you fat fool. Go to hell. The man viciously plunged a dagger into Tang Ao's body. Yet in the next moment, the golden robe enveloping Tang Ao erupted with brilliance, propelling the assailant away. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Foolishness. I am a messenger of the divine, Tang Ao declared, lowering his arms with authority. These traitors must be executed without mercy. They are unworthy to behold the true God. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Several gunmen opened fire simultaneously, swiftly gunning down a dozen rebels. Gratitude to the true God. You may now partake in the holy feast. As for you, Tang Ao gazed upon the unfortunate men and women chosen by the true God. Follow me. I shall lead you to meet the divine. With that, he tightened his robe and began to depart. Is that robe made of colored card? Su Yun inquired uncertainly. Qin Lang nodded, having recognized the nature of the golden attire. It was a color card grade armor, the Holy Light robe, which possessed a passive triggered Holy Light barrier, similar in effect to a protective bracelet, with the sole distinction that the bracelet consumed silver card batteries, while the holy light robe drew on sacred essence. "What shall we do now?" Su Yin murmured. "With so many eyes upon us, we have no choice but to endure," Qin Lang replied, taking a seat. If he were alone, he could boldly confront the threat. For with the bullet resistance aura and the protective bracelet, he had no fear of the gunman. The issue lay in the presence of 3 burdens, should a conflict arise. He could ensure his own and Lin Wanner's safety, but the fate of the other 2 remained uncertain. The stamina expended by one person utilizing the bullet resistance aura differed greatly from that of 4, and even he could not sustain it for long. "I find myself increasingly curious about what this true god really is," Qin Lang remarked, rubbing the bridge of his nose with a smile. "Vanya, your brother Feng has indeed dug a deep pit for you to leap into." Lin Wanner's expression darkened. He had not been this sort of person before, and she regretted placing her trust in him. Soon, the time for the holy feast concluded, and the crowd was gradually escorted back to their chambers. Wanner. Feng Yushu suddenly appeared, his disingenuous smile inciting a desire to strike him. "Feng Yushu, I regarded you as a true brother, yet you betrayed me." Lin Wanner screamed. "You knew full well the dangers here. Why would you bring us into this?" Feng Yushu raised his hands and feigned innocence. "Wanner, you are mistaken. I did not betray you. In that moment, had you chosen not to come with me, you and your friends would surely have faced execution. I was aiding you." "Bah!" Lin Wanner spat contemptuously. No matter what Feng Yushu said now, her trust was irrevocably lost. Yet Feng Yushu persisted, sincerity etched upon his face. "I just spoke at length with the leader. He intends to offer you an opportunity to serve him out of respect for my standing. If you agree, you will no longer need to partake in the holy feast and will enjoy the same freedom of movement within the sanctuary as I and others do." "Serve him?" Suya narrowed her eyes. "What kind of service do you mean?" Feng Yushu chuckled. "We are all adults here. I shall not beat around the bush. The only service that women can provide to the leader is of a physical nature. If you 2 can satisfy him, he will undoubtedly offer you protection." "Feng Yushu, you shameless wretch." Lin Wanner was infuriated, delivering a sharp slap to Feng Yushu's face. His cheek quickly reddened and swelled, yet he bore no anger. Instead, he caressed his stinging face with a hint of ecstasy, saying, "Wanner, I must confess, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. I have dreamed of being struck by you. Please strike me a few more times. Consider it a humble request." "You are quite the perverse one." Lin Wanner retorted, her delicate face paling as she raised her hand to strike again, only to be halted by Qin Lang, who remarked, "Engaging with such a deviant only serves to reward him." Feng Yushu, clearly disappointed by the lack of reward, steadied himself and extended his hand, proposing, "Join us. Only the true gods can safeguard our survival in this apocalypse. And what if we refuse?" Ding Yuan crossed her arms. Her gaze lethal enough to have dispatched Feng Yushu thousands of times had it the power to do so. "I cannot fathom your reasons for refusal." Feng Yushu responded earnestly. "Here we have food, shelter, a perfect sanctuary, and divine protection. It is far superior to wandering aimlessly in the city. Do not forget, we are in the apocalypse. The shackles of civilization should have long been discarded. Come, let me open the door to a new world for you." "The decline," Qin Lang replied coolly. Feng Yushu shook his head, a pitiful, lamentable expression upon his face. "You have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Your refusal is not as simple as it seems. I offered you a chance to join willingly out of respect for my connection with Wanner, since you remain obstinate. We shall resort to force and take you by necessity." As he finished speaking, 5 men at his side immediately raised their rifles. "Wait," Qin Lang interjected with a wave of his hand. "Ah, are you afraid?" Feng Yushu smirked. "I wish to speak directly with Tang Ao, the esteemed follower of the true god," Qin Lang stated. "I see no necessity for that." Feng Yushu replied with a sly grin. "Old Feng, what are you dawdling about?" "The boss is growing impatient," Zhao Gang announced, entering with several others. "Coming right up," Feng Yushu replied, just as Su Yun, at Qin Lang's signal, snapped her fingers. In an instant, thorny vines erupted from the ground, lashing towards Feng Yushu and his men with ferocious speed, hardly allowing them time to react before they were reduced to mangled corpses. "Ah!" Zhao Gang exclaimed in shock, yet before he could issue a command to fire, a lizard man charged from a room, tackling him to the ground. Rows of toxic shark teeth sank deeply into his face, tearing away half of it, revealing a pulsating mass of gray matter. The lizard man spat out the bone fragments and licked its own eye with a crimson tone. "Ah! Ah!" The remaining gunmen, having never encountered such horror, were nearly paralyzed with fear and turned to flee. However, Su Yun, with a heart set on vengeance, did not grant them the luxury of escape. The vines swiftly ensnared them, binding them tightly. The deadly vines exhibited unparalleled offensive capabilities. Speak. What became of the previous occupants of this room? Was there a little girl among them? Su Yun demanded. I will tell you. Please do not kill me. One man screamed in terror. They were brought here yesterday. The boss took them to meet the true God, and they have not returned since. Su Yun's heart sank. A day and a night had passed, and it appeared the little girl was in grave peril. You often speak of an audience with the true deity. But what exactly is this divine being? Where might it reside? Speak swiftly, or I shall take matters into my own hands. In the church, we have yet to behold the true God. Apart from the leader, no one has ever seen what the divine looks like. I have divulged all that I know. Dear brother, please spare me. It is but a dream. Su Yun clenched his right fist fiercely. Crack! At the moment the vines vanished, dismembered corpses plummeted to the ground. Outside, over 30 gunmen remained. Can the two of you handle them? Qin Lang inquired. Su Yun replied, Little Qin, you underestimate us. Mere rifles cannot breach Yuan's defenses. I shall merely bide my time. I have been worried about both of you. Had I known your defensive capabilities were so formidable, I would have acted sooner during the communion. We must not delay. Wanner and I shall head to the church, while you two cleanse the area of gunmen before rendezvousing with me at the church. Agreed. Qin Lang raised his hand to bestow Lin Wanner with a protective aura of bullets, drawing his black blade as he stepped outside. Su Yun and the lizard man followed closely behind. Monsters! Lizards! The gunmen stationed outside, upon noticing the four, turned their gazes, only to be startled by the sight of the lizard man. They were mere ordinary individuals equipped with rifles, lacking any enhancements to their abilities. How could they possibly contend with Ding Yuan and Su Yun? The two charged forward, as if slaughtering chickens and dogs. Sister Ding Yuan's talent is quite terrifying. Lin Wanna marveled. She never imagined that the gentle, perceptive Ding Yuan possessed such a combat style. There must be a trade-off between strength and beauty. As Qin Lang approached the church, several nearby gunmen detected the two and forcefully squeezed their triggers. Yet, the bullets struck Qin Lang, only to be deflected without exception. He was unafraid of guns. He was a monster. Wow. One gunman was struck in the head by an arrow, plummeting from the rooftop. It was Lin Wanner's first act of killing. However, she bore no psychological burden, for she understood that these individuals were villains who deserved their fate. Calmly, Lin Wanner retrieved arrows from her quiver, unleashing a barrage of shots, swiftly eliminating all the gunmen atop the building. The two arrived at the church's entrance. The heavy doors stood resolutely shut. Crack! Qin Lang raised his blade and struck. The arc of holy light flashed, shattering the wooden door entirely. A chilling wind rushed into the church, causing the previously warm atmosphere to plummet. You all! Lin Wanner bit her lip with great force, as the sight before her was unbearable, delivering a profound shock to her spirit. Inside the church, over 30 naked men and women engaged in unspeakable acts, including Tang Ao himself. Tang Ao's gaze was cold and piercing as he regarded the uninvited guests, realizing what had transpired. Yet, he felt no fear. With a kick, he brutally dispatched a terrified woman beneath him, sneering, I had expected old Zhao to bring back 4 lambs, but it seems I have 4 fierce tigers instead. This is fortuitous, for I have not truly fought anyone in quite some time. Kulme, let me witness your strength, and see if you are worthy of being followers of the true God. You shall perish. Lin Wanner shot an arrow from a distance. As the arrow was poised to strike Tang Aomei's brow, he merely raised a hand, effortlessly grasping the projectile and casting it aside, shaking his head with a smile. Surely, you do not naively believe that mere talents can grant you unfettered freedom? He chided, Oh, ignorant souls, I am a true believer of the divine, an existence that is immortal and indestructible. Qin Lang, disinterested in further banter, raised his hand to unleash a sacred slash, eager to gauge his adversary's strength. A blinding radiance enveloped Tang Ao, only to dissipate in an instant. Remarkable, he mused, you are indeed stronger than the previous talent bearer I vanquished. Is this a legendary skill? What's its name? Tang Ao stood unscathed. Even the seemingly fragile golden robe he wore showed no signs of damage. Chapter 44. Tang Ao's Treasures. Peculiar. There was neither absorption of damage nor a rebound effect. It felt as though his strike had cleaved through nothingness. What exactly is his talent? Qin Lang's mind raced. But alas, in his past life, he had merely been a low-tier survivor with scant experience in battling formidable foes, having primarily contended with monsters and extreme weather, leaving him rather deficient in this regard. Once more, Tang Ao said with a smile, observing the two. At that moment, the gunmen had regained their senses and raised their rifles to attack Qin Lang and Lin Wanner. Unfazed by such assaults, the duo, equipped with the bullet resistance aura, stood resolute. You handle these gunmen. I shall deal with him, Qin Lang murmured. Understood, Lin Wanner replied with a firm nod, and amidst a hail of gunfire, she methodically eliminated the assailants, who stood no chance against her overwhelming prowess. I refuse to believe this, Qin Lang declared, stepping forward to deliver another strike. However, the outcome of his second sacred slash mirrored the first. The stone bull sank into the sea, vanishing without a trace. I warned you. I am a true believer of the divine, shielded by the divine, an existence that cannot be harmed, Tang Ao proclaimed. As he spoke, he slowly spread his arms, enveloped in a golden luminescence. Oddly, had he not been without trousers, exposing his small appendage, his appearance might have been quite imposing. You possess a merit, a modicum of strength. Now kneel and acknowledge me as your master, and I shall overlook the previous transgressions. There is no such thing as an immortal being in this world. Spare me your charade. Qin Lang scoffed, swinging his black blade towards Tang Ao's head. Stubborn fool. Tang Ao's expression twisted into one of ferocity. Rather than parrying the black blade, he raised his palm, aglow with golden light, and struck Qin Lang's chest with force. The blade fell. The palm struck. Both men narrowly avoided one another, absorbing each other's assault. Tang Ao's face contorted in confusion. He could not fathom how his strike, capable of flattening vehicles and shattering load-bearing columns, had no effect on this man. Could it be that his talent mirrored his own? Such coincidence is improbable, quite formidable. You drain the power of my ring with a single strike. What manner of creature are you? Qin Lang maintained an outward calm while his mind reeled in shock, hastily replenishing the protective ring with batteries from his spatial ring. Had it not been for this device, he surely would have sustained injury from that last blow. At this moment, Lin Wanner had already eliminated all the gunmen within the room. Su Yun and the lizard man arrived at the church simultaneously. The few dozen gunmen outside were no match for the two of them. Su Yun turned to Qin Lang, indicating that he seemed to require assistance. Ding Yuan attempted to speak, but her altered physiology only allowed her to emit peculiar sounds for the time being. Kneel down, or I will truly become enraged, Tang Ao declared coldly. Angry? Oh, your little appendage is hardly visible without a microscope. That can only be described as a deformity. So perhaps anger is warranted, Su Yun retorted, her demeanor seemingly refined, yet her words sharp and caustic. The lizard man grinned, clearly amused. Seeking death. Tang Ao detested jokes made at his physical expense, both before and after the apocalypse. He swung his hand towards Su Yun in a fit of rage. You hit the nail on the head. This has truly vexed me. Su Yun sidestepped, and during her evasive maneuver, her fingers curled, conjuring two tendrils that ensnared Tang Ao. Tang Ao's brow furrowed, sensing the formidable strength of the tendrils. Far from ordinary. Could it be yet another possessor of a colorful card ability? At that moment, the lizard man seized the opportunity to lunge at him, aiming for his face. Monster, get away from me. In the next instant, Tang Ao roared, breaking the tendrils and throwing a punch at the lizard man. With a resounding thud, his fist landed squarely in the lizard man's abdomen. Despite the thick protective scales, the lizard man was left severely injured, crashing several meters away and spewing forth a copious amount of blood. Ding Yuan. Su Yun gasped in shock. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Ding Yuan had reverted to her human form, disregarding the blood at the corner of her mouth. Be careful. His punches carry immense force. With another cough of blood, it was evident that her internal organs had sustained damage. Lieutenant Ding Yuan, Qin Lang instructed, shoving 2 silver cards of healing medicine into Lin Wanner's hands before raising his blade toward Tang Ao. I refuse to believe I cannot breach your defenses. Old Su, find him. Understood. Su Yun raised her finger, summoning 2 even thicker tendrils that whooshed toward Tang Ao. I detest anything coarse in this life. If you wish to fight, then come down and face me. Tang Ao scoffed, turning and leaping into the basement behind the podium. After him, Qin Lang was not about to let Tang Ao escape, pursuing him alongside Su Yun. The basement was dim, with visibility virtually non-existent. Qin Lang possessed night vision capabilities, rendering the darkness inconsequential, while Su Yun had equipped herself with a powerful flashlight. Soon, the two reached the basement's lowest level, where the air was thick with the stench of decay. It was astonishing to discover such an expansive space beneath the church, comparable in size to a parking lot. The beam of the flashlight illuminated a heap of human bones. Su Yun's lips twitched in horror. Although he had seen the deceased before, the sheer number of bones here was overwhelming. Thousands of them, piled into a mountain of skeletons. Not only Su Yun, but even Qin Lang felt a chill run down his spine. What had Tang Ao concealed in this basement? Had he truly killed all these people? As they passed the bone mound, the answer was revealed. At that moment, Tang Ao sat before a towering black heart, pulsating ominously. The tendrils of the black blood heart, numbering over a dozen, pierced the throats of those men and women on the verge of becoming jerky, a grim reminder of the empty plates during the noon communion. You have nurtured a black blood heart in the basement. Qin Lang's pupils contracted. The black blood heart? No, it is my treasure. Tang Ao finally donned his trousers and now held a magnificent crescent staff, his expression reverent as he declared, "Without the power it bestows upon me, I would have perished long ago. You would do well to show some respect." Just as Qin Lang brandished his blade, preparing to strike, a sudden sharp pain pierced his brain, a mysterious force invading his mind. Almost simultaneously, the spiritual energy within him boiled like water, instinctively resisting the assault of this enigmatic power. Soon, this force crumbled under the relentless onslaught of his spiritual energy, allowing Qin Lang to regain his composure and clarity of thought. This Tang Ao gazed at Qin Lang in disbelief. He could withstand even my mental attack? What manner of creature is this? I understand now. Qin Lang exhaled a heavy breath. This is the otherworldly black blood heart. It can bewitch the heart. Tang Ao chuckled nervously. No, you are mistaken. Bewitching the heart is my ability. Its power lies in transformation. As soon as Tang Ao finished speaking, the soft, yielding shell of the black blood heart slowly expelled a dozen cards in white, green, and blue. What is this? Qin Lang's eyes widened. As a heart-harvesting farmer, he had never encountered such an otherworldly black heart that could produce cards while still alive. Tang Ao was quite pleased with the astonished expressions on Qin Lang and Su Yun's faces, grinning as he said, "You all possess remarkable strength, especially you. I find you particularly intriguing. Would you care to collaborate with me? If we feed its survivors, it will continually produce cards. Do not think it can only transform these low-grade cards. Through my research over this period, I have discovered that the younger the transformed individual, the higher the probability of generating high-grade cards, particularly those just born or children under the age of 10. By the way, yesterday, a 6- or 7-year-old girl successfully transformed into a golden card. I have a rather audacious idea. We could join forces to expand and strengthen our sanctuary, ensuring that the women there become pregnant. Then, when they give birth, we can use the children for transformation. Although this process may be lengthy, it would allow us to steadily enhance our strength. What do you think of my proposal?" Tang Ao grew increasingly animated, his eyes sparkling with excitement, oblivious to the fury that ignited in Su Yun's gaze at the mention of the transformed little girl, her body trembling as she struggled to contain her emotions. "I must admit, your suggestion is quite alluring," Qin Lang replied coolly, "but I regret to inform you that I possess a strong moral compass." "A moral compass?" Tang Ao laughed. "Do not jest. We are in the apocalypse. Our only objective is to survive by any means necessary. Concepts of morality, law, and ethics are merely constructs devised by the strong to bind the weak. As the saying goes, the strong create the rules, and the weak abide by them. And we, my friend, are the kings of this apocalypse. The rules shall be written by us." As Tang Ao uttered these words, the staff clandestinely unleashed a mental assault, seeking to manipulate. Had it not been for Qin Lang activating the 8 meridians beforehand, thereby transforming into a bona fide chi refiner, he might have indeed fallen under its spell. No wonder you possess such strength. You must have significantly enhanced numerous legendary talents. Qin Lang refrained from immediate action, as the consecutive use of the holy slash had drained his stamina considerably, necessitating a brief period of recovery. "It's not as excessive as you presume. I possess merely 9 legendary cards, the remainder being gold cards. You are aware that in this apocalypse, survival is a challenge even for adults, let alone children. 9 legendary cards. A subtle twitch graced the corner of Qin Lang's mouth. While uncertain of the veracity of Tang Ao's claims, based on the abilities he had displayed thus far, it was highly probable that he possessed a balanced array of offensive and defensive capabilities, coupled with diverse means of attack. Quite the predicament. By the way, what were you two engaged in before the apocalypse? Surprisingly, Tang Ao began to indulge in casual conversation, stating, I was responsible for the cleanliness of this pedestrian street. I have a wife and 4 children in the countryside. To support my family, I have been laboring in Haicheng for many years. Upon returning home last year, I discovered my wife entangled with a village official. In a fit of rage, I confronted him, resulting in retaliation that left me with several broken ribs, and I spent a year in the hospital before barely managing to walk again. The subsequent events, I assure you, are beyond your imagination. Tang Ao pulled out a pack of cigarettes and began to smoke, exhaling wisps of smoke as he continued. Later, I collected samples from my 3 daughters and 1 son for paternity testing. Guess what? Not a single one was mine. Ha, that shameless wretch. If she were still alive, I would certainly drag her back. Since she so relishes bearing bastards, I would ensure she never stops until old age claims her. With a sharp motion, he discarded the half-smoked cigarette and extinguished it forcefully. Standing up, his expression frenzied, he demanded, What have you decided? Shall we be enemies or friends? It is far more fitting for us to remain adversaries. I truly despise hypocrites like you. Tang Ao sneered. In this apocalypse, who cares about moral boundaries? Having been a servant for far too long, you cannot stand tall anymore. You are mistaken. Principles are inconsequential to me. I merely detest middlemen profiting from the margins. If I eliminate you, wouldn't it be far more delightful to monopolize this dark heart? Qin Lang waved his black blade. A thought unspoken lingered. No one would be foolish enough to ally with a madman bereft of sanity. TSK, Tang Ao sighed. Then let us see if you possess the capability. He gestured forward with his staff, unleashing a beam of light, as thick as his arm, that surged forth. Qin Lang swiftly darted to the side. His previous position, now a gaping crater. Vine of death. Suyin had awaited this moment for long. He summoned numerous vines, ensnaring Tang Ao in layers. Ha, useless. Tang Ao, amidst the vines, cackled maniacally, shattering them effortlessly. His golden robe billowed without wind, crackling ominously. You have no idea the terror that I embody. Bolstered by 9 legendary cards. Before Tang Ao could finish his declaration, Qin Lang executed 2 successive holy slashes. As the brilliance faded, though Tang Ao remained unscathed in his original stance, Qin Lang distinctly sensed a notable weakening in his aura. This was precisely as it should be. No card can render one truly invincible. It merely varies in defensive thresholds. The foolhardy jester, Tang Ao sneered as he brandished his staff, unleashing beams of light capable of piercing steel and toppling trucks, recklessly exploding in the confined space. Caution! Qin Lang, agile as he was, adeptly evaded the onslaught of luminous attacks, but Su Yun was considerably less fortunate. During his frantic dodging, he was struck, collapsing amidst a pool of blood, his leg pierced and bleeding profusely. How are you? Qin Lang turned to inquire. I'm fine. Don't mind me, Su Yun growled, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. The truth was not that Su Yun was weak, but that Tang Ao was exceedingly formidable. What did 9 legendary cards signify? Even Qin Lang, a reborn being with extraordinary advantages, had not acquired such a multitude. Moreover, the druidic path lacked formidable defenses prior to mastering shape-shifting, making defeat rather commonplace. Tang Ao wiped the sweat trickling down his forehead, expressing his disdain. How bothersome, still alive after all this. I had no intention of employing this weapon, but given the current circumstances, it seems necessary to subdue you. Qin Lang retrieved a vibrant card from his spatial ring and tore it open. In an instant, a blazing long sword, the ever-burning sword, materialized in his grasp. A legendary weapon. Tang Ao raised an eyebrow, quite extravagant. Yet can it breach my defenses? I, immortal and indestructible. Oh really? Qin Lang chuckled, gesturing forward. The ever-burning sword, trailing a long tail of fire, pierced through Tang Ao's body in the blink of an eye. This. Tang Ao gazed down in disbelief at his rapidly healing form, astonished by the overwhelming power. This is merely the beginning. Qin Lang flicked his fingers, continuously directing the ever-burning sword to strike at Tang Ao, enveloping him in a blaze. Chapter 46. The Tide of Corpses. Just as Qin Lang had surmised, true immortality is unattainable. Under the relentless slicing of the ever-burning sword, Tang Ao became a human target, riddled with countless wounds in an instant. The legendary Holy Light robe finally shattered into golden shards after enduring the 16th strike. No, impossible. Blood began to flow from Tang Ao's body, and dread finally crept in. He realized that the young man before him seemed to possess inexhaustible stamina. While he himself had exhausted all defensive measures, his life-preserving talents depleted. "Stop! Let us talk! Don't kill me!" Tang Ao screamed amidst the flames. The only response was the increasingly ferocious, ever-burning sword, controlled by Qin Lang. When Qin Lang consumed the last drop of spiritual energy from his reservoir, Tang Ao lay scorched on the ground, emitting a burnt odor, utterly motionless. Huff! Qin Lang exhaled deeply. Despite Tang Ao's singular attack methods, his defenses were formidable, rendering him exceedingly difficult to defeat. Had it not been for his activation of the 8 meridians and his mastery of sword control and spirit pool techniques, significantly enhancing his combat agility and endurance. Coupled with the fact that the ever-burning flying sword was a weapon exclusive to the Qi refinement path, establishing a formidable chain reaction. The outcome of this battle would indeed have been uncertain. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Qin Lang swayed slightly, his legs giving way, and he sank to the ground. Glancing at Su Yun, he noted that the bleeding from his legs had ceased, yet he remained unable to rise for the time being. A strange sound suddenly emanated from the charred corpse. Qin Lang's pupils constricted as he witnessed Tang Ao rising once more, declaring his immortality. Just then, a tendril from the aberrant blood heart shot forth, piercing through Tang Ao's body. Tang Ao gazed at the writhing appendage in disbelief, blood spilling from his mouth, protesting, "No, no." His corpulent form rapidly shriveled before his eyes, transforming into a mere pile of bones. The aberrant blood heart, having absorbed Tang Ao's life energy, unleashed a terrifying aura that filled the air with dread. This is bad. Qin Lang realized the imminent danger. This was a sign that the aberrant black heart was about to ascend. It must not be allowed to succeed, or we shall all perish. Gathering every ounce of strength, Qin Lang rose, limping toward the black heart. Sensing the impending threat, the aberrant black heart pulsated erratically like a human heart. With a swift strike, the ever-burning flying sword sliced through the outer layer of the black heart, producing a piercing explosion that nearly caused Qin Lang to stagger and fall. Blood seeping from his eardrums. Ignoring the pain, he forcefully cut through the surface, revealing a fist-sized, egg-like core of the aberrant black heart, identical to the one he had previously harvested in Song Village, yet imbued with several times more energy. As Qin Lang swung his sword, an unexpected mutation occurred. From the writhing mass of flesh, a viscous claw emerged, gripping his arm tightly, preventing him from damaging the core. In that moment, a flash of memory from his past life surged through Qin Lang's mind. In his previous existence, he had encountered a creature known as the Sovereign, possessing intelligence on par with humans and terrifying combat prowess, rendering even the most fortified warriors as fragile as paper in its presence. A truly fearsome being. "I understand now," Qin Lang murmured. "You are the embryonic form of the Sovereign. You use Tang Ao to assist you in hunting. Once your body matures, you will eliminate him and absorb him as nourishment." No wonder I had never heard of Tang Ao in my past life. It is inherently illogical for a being of his strength to remain obscure. You are merely a step away from becoming complete, aren't you? The creature within the flesh stirred restlessly, acknowledging Qin Lang's insight. It was indeed not yet complete, just a fraction away. "Do not impede me if you are not complete," Qin Lang declared, swiftly severing the monstrous claw, and with a decisive strike, he cleaved the black heart core. With a sizzle, the aberrant black heart rapidly withered, transforming instantaneously into a pool of blood. Qin Lang stored the black-hearted core in his spatial ring and pulled Su Yun up from the ground. "We must depart swiftly. The tide of corpses is approaching." Upon seeing the two return to the surface, Lin Wanner shed tears of joy. "Where have you been for so long?" "I was terrified." "I have returned," he reassured her. "Ding Yuan, how are you? Can you walk?" "Not very well, but I should manage," Ding Yuan replied, her internal injury severe. Yet she forced herself to stand. Thus, Qin Lang supported Su Yun, while Lin Wanner aided Ding Yuan, and the four of them made their way out. Amidst the swirling snow, countless eyes fixated upon them. Is Tang Ao dead? Someone bravely inquired. Yes, you are free now, Qin Lang nodded. Wonderful. Tung, Ao is dead. We are finally free. No mura, uresho limaos forus. Ha. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of laughter and tears. Now is not the time for celebration. The tide of corpses is imminent. Quickly gather the firearms and prepare for defense, Qin Lang declared. What tide of corpses? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Boom, boom. The ground trembled as if an army was advancing toward them. What is that sound? Are monsters approaching? Fear washed over their faces. Ignoring their panic, Qin Lang instructed Lin Wanner, take the high ground. Let us ascend the bell tower. The church boasted a 6-story bell tower, the tallest structure in the pedestrian street. Upon reaching the top, they surveyed the surroundings. Even a seasoned warrior like Qin Lang could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. All directions were swarming with blood corpses, bloodhounds, and amidst the tide of the undead, many night demons and a few centipedes. It felt as though every monster in Haicheng was converging upon them. How can we fight this? Su Yun trembled, her spirit faltering. Qin Lang handed firearms and ammunition to the three, urging, fight as you must. In times like this, we cannot falter. He had already devised an escape route. Should they fail to hold their ground, they would take refuge in the safety cabin. With its defensive capabilities, it could withstand the tide of corpses for a time, being a structure capable of withstanding a nuclear blast. If the safety cabin were destroyed, he still had the mobile fortress. What a spectacle, Ding Yuan murmured, staring blankly at the dark mass of the tide. Suddenly, the defenses set around the pedestrian street crumbled, obliterated in an instant as the tide surged in. Chapter 47. Inside and Out. The scene before them surpassed any apocalyptic vision. The blood corpses, bloodhounds, and night demons summoned by the vile core were in a state of frenzy, devouring everything in their path, leaving destruction in their wake. The surrounding defensive structures were obliterated, and the majority of survivors had no time to react before being engulfed by the tide, their remains erased. While some were slow to react, others were quick. Dozens of men and women stumbled into the bell tower behind Qin Lang, their faces a mask of horror and despair, until Qin Lang threw rifles and bullets to them, prompting a realization. Those who wish to live, shoot with all your might. Qin Lang, gripping a rifle in each hand, initiated the assault below, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets that fell like rain, splattering ink upon the ground. In such an environment, the accuracy of hits was of little concern. Even a blind man would not miss his target. Witnessing Qin Lang's valor, the others joined the fray, sweeping through the masses of corpses with gunfire. With dozens of individuals firing simultaneously, the network of firepower proved formidable, swiftly claiming the lives of hundreds of bloodthirsty corpses and bloodhounds. Boom! Boom! Several night demons leapt onto the clock tower, howling to the heavens, as they struck down several men and women, who were immediately devoured without even a chance to scream. Do not lose focus. Target below. I shall handle those above, Qin Lang shouted, raising his arm, as the ever-burning flying sword sliced through the air with a hissing sound, effortlessly severing the bodies of the night demons, before spiraling back to rest beside him. Such strength! A glimmer of hope ignited in the hearts of the despondent. Suddenly, a vast expanse of dark clouds rushed towards them with alarming speed. Qin Lang glanced up, his heart sinking. It was a flight formation of hundreds of winged demons, including a dozen with silver wings, a sight he had never encountered before. The swarm of winged demons hovered above the crowd for a moment before diving down. Boom! In the next instant, a blinding flash of light erupted, annihilating dozens of winged demons, leaving no trace behind. Sweat trickled down Qin Lang's cheek as he grinned. The power of the supreme holy slash was undeniable, and it was currently his sole area of effect skill. However, its significant energy drain, compounded by 2 consecutive grueling battles, had left him utterly exhausted. The recovery of his spiritual energy and stamina was painfully slow. It appeared that conserving energy was no longer an option. Little Qin, I will find a way to clear a path for you. You take Ding Yuan and break through, Su Yun declared resolutely. Recognizing that continuing to defend would lead to certain death, only by breaking through could they hope for survival. I want to leave, Ding Yuan screamed. If we go together. Do not be stubborn. This is not the time for emotional decisions, Su Yun replied while reloading his magazine. My only regret is not accepting you sooner. Yuan, please do not blame me. Now is not the time for this. Ding Yuan bit her lip. I said, if we live, we live together. If we die, we die together. Qin Lang, are we all going to die? Lin Wanner's face turned pale. I feel so unwilling. Qin Lang discarded his jammed rifle, replacing it with a fresh one, silently sweeping through the masses of corpses. The safe shelter could be considered his final trump card. He truly did not wish to waste it here, yet it seemed there was no choice. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Qin Lang reached into his spatial ring for the card, a sudden horn blared from behind him. He turned to see an all-too-familiar military truck. Aboard the vehicle stood numerous individuals, led by none other than Old Li Jingqi. He wielded a blood-patterned gun, mowing down swathes of blood corpses, while a dozen gunners behind him swiftly fired at the encroaching undead. Old Li, Qin Lang activated his intercom. What the hell, boss? Did you poke a monster-esque nest? Why are there so many creatures? Can we break through if we coordinate from within and outside? It is hard to say, but we can certainly give it a try. Be cautious not to drive in too deep. You might get ensnared. Qin Lang assessed the distance between both sides. A desperate charge might yield a fair chance of escape. What about Brother Su and Sister Ding? Someone seized the intercom. We're still alive. We will follow Shao Qin's command. Stay close as we break out. Qin Lang retrieved over 20 grenades from his spatial ring, hurling them into the mass of corpses, accompanied by the cacophony of violent explosions. He and Lin Wanner leapt into the fray, with Su Yun and Ding Yuan trailing closely behind. Though injured, these two, having undergone enhancement, possessed physical resilience far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Vine of murder. Su Yun clenched his fist, summoning a dozen vines to fend off the bloodthirsty corpses assaulting the survivors. Even in such dire circumstances, he persisted in attempting to rescue others. Crack, crack. Two centipedes appeared ahead. Qin Lang, expressionless, summoned the last of his strength to unleash a decisive strike, severely wounding the two beasts. The flying sword surged forth, carving a bloody path. Don't panic, I'm here, Old Li shouted as he charged into the mass of corpses, resembling a human bulldozer. He fought fiercely, clearing a path, and soon reached the others. Hurry, hurry, I'll hold them off. Don't be reckless. Come back and regroup with us, Qin Lang cautioned, summoning everyone to follow. Without waiting for the 10 or so individuals to reach the truck, gentle green light flashed from their bodies. Hu Chunli, drenched in sweat, cast long-distance healing for the group, while the others exerted themselves to provide cover. Get in the car, Qin Lang called out, shouting to Old Li, come back. I'm coming. Old Li panted as he rushed over and jumped into the vehicle. Qin Lang positioned himself at the driver's footrest, forcefully slamming the door. Let's go. Boom. The military truck, designed to carry 30, was now overloaded with 67 individuals, hastily fleeing the pedestrian street shelter. Old Li, accompanied by Wu Fa, Wu Tian, and several of Su Yun's subordinates, distributed various supplies to the survivors, primarily warm-down jackets and food. Clad in thick jackets, they slurped warm instant noodles, moved to tears. Take your time eating. We may lack other provisions, but we have ample food and drink. Old Li inquired, where's the boss? I don't know. Ever since we returned. The boss has been in the RV with Sister. Wu Fa shrugged. Old Li scratched his face, and behind him, Hu Chunli softly said, the boss wants you to visit the RV. Oh. Old Li turned to leave, giving Hu Chunli a playful slap on the backside as he went, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she scolded. How annoying. Ha. Old Li beamed with pride. Boss, I'm here. He pushed the door open to find Qin Lang, Lin Wanner, and the nearly healed Su Yun and Ding Yuan inside the RV. What is going on? Old Li plopped down onto a chair casually. With a beaming smile, Qin Lang declared, all right, everyone is here now. I have something to discuss with you. As he spoke, he retrieved a card from his spatial ring. The mere appearance of this card captivated everyone's attention. It is widely known that cards currently come in only 6 colors: white, green, blue, silver, gold, and rainbow. However, Qin Lang presented a black card. More precisely, a dark gold card adorned with a circle of diamond patterns on its back, evidently far more valuable than the rainbow cards. What is this? Su Yun swallowed hard. Is it the dark blood heart's manifestation? Qin Lang nodded. Indeed. This is a dark gold card, named Team Glory. A dark gold card called Team Glory? What does that mean? It sounded peculiar, unlike any ability card. As Old Li rubbed his bald head thoughtfully, this dark gold card is not an ability card per se. Rather, the powers it bestows upon us differ from what one might expect. After a brief pause, Qin Lang elaborated upon its activation. It allows the creation of a small team comprising up to 6 members, which includes a captain, a vice captain, and 4 team members. As the card levels up, it can unlock additional team positions. However, given our current strength, achieving this is still beyond our reach. Dark gold cards are exceedingly rare. What purpose does this team glory serve? This was a question that piqued everyone's interest. Qin Lang patiently explained. First, the 6 members of the team can engage in short to medium-range mental communication, akin to the telepathic exchanges found in novels or encrypted conversations. The content of these exchanges is exclusively audible to team members, rendering it impervious to eavesdropping by outsiders, irrespective of their methods. This is an exceptionally practical ability. Suyin nodded in agreement. Secondly, the captain can choose to activate or deactivate team damage, meaning that team members need not worry about unintentionally harming one another when employing large-scale attack skills during combat. Lastly, the team gains access to a private storage space, 10 cubic meters for team members, 15 for the vice captain, and 30 for the captain, equivalent to 6 spatial rings. Upon hearing this, the crowd became restless, their excitement palpable as they rubbed their hands together. Not to mention, the mere existence of this private storage space is extraordinarily advantageous. In future battles, we can conveniently retrieve equipment directly from our spaces. 10 cubic meters is indeed substantial. Oli exclaimed. I was just lamenting the lack of space for my blood pattern gun. Boss, with such a treasure, why even hold a meeting? Just let us use it. Qin Lang shook his head. What I just shared were the advantages of this card. Now, I must discuss its drawbacks. The captain possesses the highest authority within the team, which includes the ability to expel someone from the group, monitor the enhancement status of team members, oversee the usage of their storage spaces, and even access items within their storage. I must make my position clear. I intend to be the captain. I will not relinquish this role to anyone else. The purpose of gathering you here is for you to consider this. Once you join the team, it is akin to shedding your clothing, exposing your body completely to me, leaving no room for privacy. Of course, this lack of privacy pertains solely to the enhancement aspects, not to suggest that I have any perverse intentions regarding your physical forms. Oldie lit a cigarette and replied nonchalantly, I thought it was something serious. With you selecting my talents and skills, it doesn't affect me in the slightest. Qin Lang laughed heartily. Do you think these words were meant for you? Don't flatter yourself. Su Yin smiled and remarked. Little Qin is speaking for both Yin Yin and me. Upon introspection, had it not been for today's events, I would have certainly pondered over this matter with great caution, perhaps even declined. However, having fought alongside him today, I have come to trust little Qin's character. A person who remains steadfast to their friends in times of peril is truly deserving of the captaincy. Such noble qualities are rare, not just in a post-apocalyptic world, but even in times of peace. Perhaps I am overstating, Qin Lang interjected, slightly bashful, coughing lightly. What about you, Ding Yuan? I have no objections. I fully agree. Without you, Su Yun and I might not have survived, Ding Yuan asserted, nodding vigorously. Then let us proceed with the card, Qin Lang declared, tearing open the dark gold card. Instantly, 6 tadpole-shaped pills appeared on the table, each the size of a thumbprint, 1 white and 5 black. The white represented the captain, while the black represented the team members. Qin Lang picked up the white tadpole and swallowed it. Without a moment's thought, Lin Wanner grabbed a black tadpole and swallowed it as well. The remaining 3 followed suit. Can you all hear me? Though Qin Lang did not move his lips, his voice resonated clearly in each person's mind. Wow, this is incredible. Does this count as a spiritual connection? Oldly remarked with a look of astonishment. Qin Lang replied. Currently, the maximum communication range can reach a diameter of 10 kilometers, which is far more convenient than using a phone. Su Yin added, it's not just convenient. It's extraordinarily so. Qin Lang continued, you can also engage in one-on-one or one-to-many communications. However, I must caution you that mental communication consumes spiritual energy, so it is advisable to use standard communication when not absolutely necessary. The group nodded in agreement. Boss, oh wait, Oldie exclaimed, patting his bald head and switching to normal conversation mode. There S1 left. Who do you plan to give it to? I'll leave the vacancy for now. I will allocate it to someone more suitable when the time comes. As for the vice captain position, I do not intend to appoint anyone at this moment. The vacancy should be reserved for the young lady. In a team with a singular voice, there is no need for a second in command. The others expressed no dissent. Qin Lang spread his hands and said, aside from that, there is nothing else. Make sure to rest well. In 4 hours, when night falls, we will head to Walking Street. Excitement lit up the faces of the group. A zombie tide signifies a wealth of resources. It must be farmed vigorously. Once old Li and the others exited the vehicle, only Qin Lang and Lin Wanner remained inside. Lin Wanner bit her lip, her cheeks flushed as she confessed. I feel like I'm holding you all back. Most of my talents are supportive and do not contribute much. Who says that? It is simply because you have not realized your potential. Qin Lang retrieved the holy light staff from his spatial ring and handed it to Lin Wanner. This was an item he had picked up after defeating Tang Ao, having tossed it into his spatial ring without a second glance. Upon inspection earlier, he found its charm ability to be quite potent. Are you truly giving me this legendary staff? Lin Wanner's eyes sparkled with joy. Yes, and when the opportunity arises, I will procure a few cards to enhance your spiritual power, solidifying your role as our team as control specialist. Excellent. Lin Wanner held the scepter with an affectionate grip, and suddenly struck by a thought, she dashed to Qin Lang's side and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Thank you. Woman, you're playing with fire?" Qin Lang remarked half-jokingly. Lin Wanner chuckled, "Indeed I am." "Oh." Qin Lang's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he approached her. Chapter 49. The Tide of Undead. Unbeknownst to them, evening had quietly fallen. The moon was obscured, and the howling wind carried with it a relentless snowfall. After a substantial 4-hour respite and ample nourishment, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and the others had fully restored their physical condition to its peak. As the heavy door creaked open, Qin Lang entered, accompanied by Lin Wanner, who clung to his arm. "Boss." Old Li, Lin Mo, and the others quickly rose to greet him. "Boss." Su Yun and Ding Yuan chimed in, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Yet their respect for Qin Lang was palpable. "Please sit, let's converse." Qin Lang gestured with a wave of his hand. Despite having rested for only 2 hours, he radiated vigor, as the accumulated tension and primal instincts buried deep within him had been released to their fullest extent, rendering him in a state even stronger than his peak. "Wanner, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Ding Yuan noticed Lin Wanner limping slightly. Lin Wanner's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly replied, "I'm fine, truly fine." "Chunli, come quickly, help Wanner," Oli called out, prompting Hu Chunli to raise her hand and cast a healing spell from a distance. Ding Yuan admonished, "Boss, you must learn to cherish the delicate. Don't be so forceful from the start." Qin Lang responded with a bemused expression. "Sister Ding." Lin Wanner was too shy to lift her head. "Stop teasing us. Let us discuss serious matters." Qin Lang sat down, stating, "In 10 minutes, we shall set forth to the Walking Street shelter to confront the horde of undead. Who among you wishes to join us?" The first part of his statement served as a notification, while the latter sought responses from the 20-odd fortunate souls who had escaped from the Walking Street shelter, which had dwindled from hundreds to just a handful. They exchanged fearful glances, emotions of trepidation evident on their faces. This was only natural. Having recently escaped from dire straits, the thought of returning was daunting for anyone. Fortunately, they were not foolish. They understood the extraordinary prowess of Qin Lang's team, where each member appeared akin to a superhero, wielding flying swords and summoning vines. Even trailing behind them to scavenge would ensure their survival. "I am willing to go. So am I." Some stepped forward to express their willingness, and soon, all 20 agreed unanimously to join the hunting party for the night. Qin Lang instructed Old Li to explain the rules and distribute firearms and ammunition. 10 minutes later, this formidable team of 67 set forth, brimming with determination, back to the Walking Street shelter. Qin Lang's worries did not materialize. Through military binoculars, he clearly observed a throng of monsters aimlessly wandering in the snow. It was no surprise, aside from their group, which other hunting teams in Haiqing would dare to confront a tide of undead. "Old Li, lead them over," Qin Lang commanded. "Understood." Old Li mounted his motorcycle, revving its engine and charging toward the horde, the horn blaring loudly. This astonishing scene nearly terrified the newly joined survivors, who might have thought the protagonist had lost his sanity. A few minutes later, Old Li successfully drew the attention of hundreds, if not thousands, of monsters, who charged back with terrifying roars. What were they waiting for? Fire. Dozens of rifles discharged simultaneously, unleashing an impressive power. The blood corpses and bloodhounds fell in droves. Even the incredibly resilient night demons could not withstand such a horrifying barrage, succumbing on the spot. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, winged demons were shot down with precision. It was Qin Lang who wielded his night vision, forest wolf, and sharpshooter abilities effectively targeting aerial foes. After a few minutes of intense gunfire, the sound attracted even more monsters. A few centipedes, treading upon a mountain of corpses, charged towards the crowd with astonishing speed. Charm of light. Lin Wanner raised her staff and pointed. One of the centipedes hesitated momentarily before pouncing on its companion, its side-like pincers piercing through with lethal precision. This was the legendary weapon S, Charm of Light Staff, ability, consuming mental energy to briefly control intelligent creatures, while proving ineffective against mindless beings. Qin Lang gave a thumbs up, saying, "Old Su, Ding Yuan, Old Li, you may proceed, but be cautious not to let the monsters get too close and harm anyone." Su Yin responded, "Understood." Ding Yuan affirmed, "Got it." Old Li shouted, "Let us see who can kill more. Charge!" With Qin Lang's signal, the three of them leaped into action, effortlessly cutting through the monsters like butter. Blood corpses and bloodhounds fell before them, as if they were made of paper. And even the night demons couldn't withstand a single shot. Whether human or monsters, onlookers could only stare in disbelief. Previously, at the bell tower, Qin Lang and his companions were either injured or exhausted, lacking the opportunity to showcase their true prowess. Now, in peak form, they effortlessly annihilated hundreds of monsters with their initial strike. What struck terror into the hearts of the onlookers was the realization that this team was led by Qin Lang, the young man standing atop the vehicle. Throughout the ordeal, he had merely focused on shooting down the winged demons, without engaging directly. If his subordinates were this fearsome, how formidable must he be? They could scarcely fathom it. "I took down 154. Old Li exclaimed, drenched in blood and laughing maniacally. "Old Li, that seems a bit exaggerated. My killing vines are an area attack skill, and I've only managed just over 100, Su Yin replied skeptically. Ding Yuan added, "Boss, you can see clearly who has killed more." Qin Lang interjected, "Old Li has accounted for 134, Ding Yuan 77, Su Yin 141. I have it all recorded." Old Li then performed a disappearing smile act. Su Yin laughed heartily, exclaiming, "The smile hasn't vanished. It's merely transferred to us." "Ha ha ha ha," Qin Lang remarked. "Old Li took down 6 night demons, while you took 2. Li smiled, and Su remained silent. For the next few hours, everyone operated in a state of complete relaxation. As dawn approached, the battle that claimed the lives of 67 souls drew to a close. They had successfully returned to the pedestrian street sanctuary, which had been nearly razed to the ground by monsters. The only intact structure was perhaps the sinister church. Qin Lang commanded, "Old Li, Old Su, arrange for people to scavenge the spoils, ensuring nothing is overlooked. Should anyone be found hoarding goods, let it serve as a warning to others." Old Li and Su Yun responded affirmatively. "Let us return indoors to warm ourselves." Qin Lang took Lin Wanner's delicate hand and led her back to the RV, which soon began to shake violently. Once the gates to the new world are opened, they cannot be closed again. When Qin Lang reappeared before the gathering, it was already noon. Dozens had congregated in the church to escape the cold, sharing a hot pot meal. With 6 people per table, they had set out 11 full tables adorned with an array of meat rolls, vegetables, and a plethora of beverages, including beer, spirits, and fine wines. Truly a feast for the senses. Qin Lang was never stingy with basic provisions when it came to those who had contributed. While his team, including Su Yun, had grown somewhat weary of hot pot, the 20 newcomers, upon tasting their first hot pot since the apocalypse, burst into tears. Chapter 50. A Calm Existence Amidst the Apocalypse. Eat well, why are you crying? You look utterly pathetic. Stick with the boss, and you'll have hot pot and barbecued meat every meal. Old Li, having finished his meal, strolled through the crowd, making a point to warn, "I must say this up front. Anyone caught betraying our trust, like hiding cards instead of turning them in, will find me unyielding." With that, he seized the hair of a gluttonous man at the table, yanking him away from his meal. The man, bewildered, stammered, "What's wrong with me?" Old Li spread his hand, demanding, "Hand it over, or shall I search you?" The man hesitated, trembling as he removed his shoe and extracted several silver cards hidden within. He fell to his knees, pleading, "I'm sorry. I want to do it again." Old Li acknowledged his apology, but retorted, "You have no future." With a swift motion, he fired the blood-patterned gun, which pierced the man's skull, leaving a haunting silence in its wake. Old Li instructed the Wu brothers to remove the corpse, reclaiming the blood-patterned gun as he remarked, "I hope this is the last time I must turn my weapon on one of our own." Inside the RV, Qin Lang drew the curtains. acknowledging the burden placed upon old Lee to assume the role of the enforcer. Lin Wanner wrapped her warm, delicate arms around him, cheerfully noting without rules. There could be no order. It was his choice to hoard the cards. Qin Lang shrugged, pressing down firmly, reminding himself of the lessons learned from past experiences. For the remainder of the day, no one dared to hide cards, and by evening, the battlefield was cleared. All cards were handed over to Qin Lang, amounting to 7,000 or 8,000 in total, while some would undoubtedly remain undiscovered. The heavy snowfall and the frigid temperatures made it impractical for anyone to dig through the bodies to retrieve cards. Qin Lang, though not benevolent, could not bring himself to treat people as mere beasts of burden. Qin Lang, I have distributed the cards suitable for you into your private storage spaces. Make sure to utilize them promptly. As the captain, he held the authority to access everyone's private storage spaces and, naturally, to place items within them. Oldly wow. Thank you, boss. Is this for real? Su-Yun. So many cards. Thank you, boss. Ding Yuan. Thank you, boss. Lin Wanner kisses. After distributing the cards to several key members of the team, Qin Lang personally sought out Lin Mo and the others, crafting a set of bespoke upgraded cards for each of them, ensuring that every card was well considered and could create a positive chain effect. Boss, I have a question that has been on my mind for quite some time, and I wonder if you could enlighten me. Suddenly, Qin Lang received a mental communication request from Su-Yun. Go ahead. We can enhance our combat power through cards. Does that mean that as long as we have enhancement cards, if we fortify ourselves with 1,000 or 800 of them, we could become superhuman? This question was pivotal, prompting Qin Lang to include the others in the mental communication session. Not quite. To the best of my knowledge, each person's physique and potential vary, and there's a certain limit to the number of cards one can wield. Currently, at the onset of the apocalypse, we cannot afford to be choosy. We must utilize whatever we have. In the future, however, we must strategically employ our cards to avoid wasting slots. Of course, this is not something we need to concern ourselves with at this moment. Old Lee, the boss is truly knowledgeable. Thumbs up. Su-Yun, now that you mention it, I understand. It feels like building a character in a game. Qin Lang, what do you mean? Su-Yun, in short, back when I was working, I enjoyed playing games during my downtime, where there were various professions such as paladins, thunder mages, barbarians, and so forth, creating a powerful character within limited skills and talent slots. Qin Lang, that's roughly the idea. Since we're all here, let me outline your professions and team roles. Old Lee is a throwing barbarian, abbreviated as throwing man, positioned as a frontline damage dealer. Old Su is a druid, focused on control and group attacks. Lin Wanner is a halo priest, specializing in control, damage amplification, support, and healing. As for Ding Yuan, honestly, I haven't quite figured that out yet. Ding Yuan, boss, is that polite? Qin Lang, I'm just speaking the truth. You see, your offensive capabilities do not match Old Lee's. Your control and group attack abilities are virtually non-existent. While you do have some defensive capabilities, they aren't particularly high, making it difficult to assess. Ding Yuan, after I transform into a lizard, my raw physical defense will undoubtedly surpass Old Lee's. Being a frontline tank will be no issue. Qin Lang, I doubt Old Su would agree to you charging into the fray. However, if you insist on taking a frontline role, I have no objections. You two can discuss it. Once you reach an agreement, I will prepare a new set for you. After concluding this mental communication session, Qin Lang embraced Lin Wanner and drifted back to sleep. This is certainly not a matter of careless abandon. Rather, it is the case that the nearby monsters have been utterly exterminated. Should one insist on hunting monsters, one would likely have to venture near the giant arm, and the dangers there are undoubtedly greater than those posed by the alien Blackheart. Qin Lang has no intention of courting death in such a manner. In a cozy single room, Ding Yuan rested her head on Su-Yun's shoulder, expressing her reluctance to be a burden to the team. The apocalyptic environment will only worsen, and the more you protect me, the more perilous my situation becomes. I hope you can respect my choices. Su-Yun nodded in agreement, assuring her that he would never interfere with her personal decisions again. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Ding Yuan playfully flipped over, pinning Su-Yun beneath her. All right, it's settled then. Have you rested well? Su-Yun cleared his throat, confessing, I have an idea, but I fear you might call me a pervert if I share it. Do tell, she urged. Lizard men, I have yet to encounter one. That night, Qin Lang distinctly observed a lizard man grappling with a human under the warm orange glow of the shelter's second floor. Ultimately, the human ensnared the lizard man with vines. Qin Lang could only describe the scene with 6 words. What an absurd display of entertainment. Days devoid of monsters were both relaxed and tranquil. The only tasks for the people each day were to eat and drink, followed by lounging in the warm shelter. In a mere few days, every member of the 66-person team had gained 3 to 5 pounds, all sporting rosy complexions from their indulgence. On this particular noon, the temperature plummeted once again to a chilling minus 33 degrees. The city appeared to be on the verge of being engulfed by snow. A dozen snow vehicles sped through the white landscape, each occupant armed to the teeth. It seems that Haicheng has also succumbed entirely. We have traveled for quite some time now, and not a single trace of humanity or monster has been sighted. A man wearing goggles sighed, glancing at the woman beside him, whose eyes were the only visible part of her face. Sister, where should we head next? Should we take on the giant arm? We currently have no shortage of resources. There is no need to take such risks. Let us head to Xing City, the woman replied, shaking her head. Chapter 51. Chunjianghe. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. That morning, the nearly month-long snowfall finally ceased. Thank goodness it has stopped. If it continued, we would need to build snow shelters, Oldly remarked as he stepped out of the shelter, stretching luxuriously under the sun. One by one, people emerged to relish the long-awaited sunlight. Boss, sister-in-law. Greetings, boss. Greetings, sister-in-law. Upon seeing Qin Lang and Lin Wanner descend from the RV, the crowd offered their salutations. The heavens have truly favored us. I was just about to suggest some activities, and now the snow has stopped. How wonderful, Oldly said with curiosity. Activities? Where to? Qin Lang pointed towards the northwest, indicating the towering giant arm. What is the story with that? Isn't it a monster's lair? What? A monster's lair? Isn't that extremely dangerous? Upon hearing this, the newly accustomed individuals to a life of comfort displayed apprehensive expressions. Qin Lang chuckled. There's no need for such alarm. We will only be hunting nearby, without venturing into the depths of the giant arm, theoretically. We should not encounter significant danger. Moreover, always cowering in the shelter, you all seem carefree. Have you ever considered my feelings? Every day, how many resources are consumed by the humans eating and the horses chewing? Even the landlord's family is not well stocked. Qin Lao is right. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to use it. We cannot always be like pests gnawing on rice. When shall we depart, leader? A man with piercing eyes emerged from the crowd, exuding a sense of shrewd competence. We will set off in an hour, aiming to arrive by evening. Everyone get ready. Qin Lang clapped his hands, and the crowd immediately sprang into action, loading a truck with various necessities such as sleeping bags, electric heaters, and cookware. Fortunately, Qin Lang possessed several vehicle cards. Otherwise, all these supplies would have gone to waste. An hour later, the convoy was ready, moving majestically towards the direction of the giant arms. As evening approached, within a high-rise building mostly buried under heavy snow, a plump man huddled inside. Aside from the howling wind, the only sound was the monstrous roars, akin to sharp claws scraping against glass, driving one to distraction. You wretched creature, are you never-ending? If it weren't for the fact that I had previously slain a large spider and exhausted too much energy, I could easily sweat you dead with a single blow. He muttered, his bravado belied by the trembling of his body. Buzz! Just as a massive shadow was about to invade the interior of the building, a horn blared from a distance. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Upon hearing the sound, the shadow decisively turned and crawled in its direction. By heavens, I truly am the chosen one. I'm still alive after all. The plump man cautiously peeked out, murmuring to himself before wiping his eyes with his fingers, quickly revealing the full sight of the convoy in the darkness. It was a convoy of 8 vehicles, consisting of military trucks, RVs, and an array of snow vehicles. Why choose to endanger yourselves when life is good? With a wicked grin, he thought, rest assured, I shall make good use of your legacy. The plump man chuckled to himself and jogged towards the convoy, following the creature's footprints. In the passenger seat of the military truck, Wu Fa suddenly furrowed his brow. Su Ge, there's something up ahead. It seems something is approaching. Su Yin replied, Boss, there's a situation. Qin Lang commanded, stop the vehicle. Everyone prepare for battle. The convoy lined up, and everyone disembarked, arming themselves. Qin Lang also exited the RV with Lin Wanner, quickly approaching the military truck to retrieve a military telescope. Through the lens, he spotted a colossal creature charging towards them from a kilometer away. This monster resembled the centipede encountered at Song family village. Except the one from Song Family Village was artificially pieced together by the black-blooded heart's abilities, while the one before them was the authentic guardian of the nest. Measuring over 20 meters in length and 3 meters in width, an intimidating behemoth. The discovery of the winged demon indicated they were nearing a high-tier blood heart, and the sight of the nest guardian confirmed they had officially entered the territory of the nest. Oldly exclaimed in amazement, "What a massive centipede. This one doesn't look easy to kill." Qin Lang remarked, "We cannot let it come over. Otherwise, our vehicle will be in peril." Lao Li and Lao Su, accompagne me, and the rest remain on guard. With a nod to the two, Qin Lang mounted a motorcycle equipped with snow tires and boldly approached the guardian of the nest. The two parties soon encountered one another. Without hesitation, Lao Li raised his weapon and fired. A resounding thud echoed as the blood-patterned gun pierced through the guardian's body, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist. The guardian, in excruciating pain, let out a hissing wail and began to thrash its head against the ground. However, the others were well prepared and swiftly retreated, utilizing the agility of their motorcycles. Killing vines, Lao Su maneuvered to the side and unleashed his skill. Several vines materialized from thin air, ensnaring the guardian's body tightly. Seizing the opportunity while it was immobilized, Qin Lang leapt into the air, and the ever-burning flying sword erupted with a blinding radiance, shattering the guardian's head. By the heavens! The rotund figure watching this unfold was instantly petrified with shock, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Is this real? That was the guardian of the nest. A being capable of effortlessly demolishing a fully armed shelter of 100 people has been vanquished in an instant, even with the evidence before him. Chun Jianghe found it hard to believe, pinching his thigh in disbelief before turning to flee. Unfortunately, he was too late. Qin Lang, having noticed Chun Jianghe's presence while dispatching the guardian, swiftly pursued him on the motorcycle. "Spare me. I merely came to see what the commotion was about. I harbored no hostility towards you." Chun Jianghe, displaying remarkable candor, knelt down, arms raised high in surrender. Qin Lang scrutinized the portly man, forming a judgment in his mind. Anyone who could manage to grow rotund in a resource-scarce apocalypse could not be a coward. He must possess some exceptional qualities and warranted careful consideration. "What is your name, and why are you here?" Qin Lang inquired. "My name is Chun Jianghe. I reside here and have never moved," he replied earnestly. At that moment, Lao Li and Su Yun arrived as well. Lao Li remarked, "This little chubby fellow appears rather jovial, round as he is. I'm not fat. I simply have a large frame." Chun Jianghe retorted, then quickly adopted a pitiful expression. "Brothers, I bear no grudge against you. Surely you wouldn't engage in murder or pillaging. I truly have nothing on me. I swear on my dog. Rise. I had no intention of causing you harm. We are new here and wish to understand the situation in the vicinity." Chapter 52, The Uninvited Guest. "That is good to hear indeed." Chun Jianghe stood up, brushing the snow off his clothes. "You are quite different from the previous convoys. You exude the aura of formidable individuals." Qin Lang merely smiled at Chun Jianghe's flattery. "Have many convoys passed through here before?" "Indeed, especially when the snow first fell. There were convoys wandering here daily. Recently, however, it has been scarce. The hunting teams from the Iron Army occasionally patrol the southern region, but other than that, no vehicles have passed." "Iron Army?" "Yes, the Iron Army shelter. Their leader is called Wang Taijun, so you understand." Chun Jianghe was exceedingly cooperative, expressing his thoughts without reservation, and from his words, Qin Lang gleaned a wealth of valuable information. For instance, he detailed the nearby sanctuaries around the giant arm nest, identifying which was the most formidable and describing their operational styles with remarkable thoroughness. "You claim you are not affiliated with the 3 major sanctuaries. So does that imply you are a lone wolf?" "A lone wolf? My dear fellow, you jest. In this apocalyptic world, unless one possesses the extraordinary abilities of a protagonist from a novel, survival as a lone wolf is utterly implausible. I reside with a dozen brothers and sisters from my community. As resources dwindle, we have no choice but to venture out to hunt." Chun Jianghe glanced at the distant convoy and cautiously inquired, "Where are you headed? If it's not too much trouble, might you grant me a ride? My dwelling is quite far from here, and it would take several hours to walk back. If all else fails, I would gladly accept a motorcycle." "Hey, you chubby one, you do have some nerve. Are we such close acquaintances that you would request a motorcycle so casually?" Oldie rolled his eyes. However, Qin Lang let out a hearty laugh. "Very well. The more friends, the more paths open to us. I shall offer you a motorcycle, and on top of that, A few resource cards. As he spoke, he produced a number of white and green cards and placed them in Qin Lang's hands. This absurd scene left not only Qin Lang bewildered, but also caught old Li and Su Yun, who were well acquainted with his character, in a state of astonishment. Qin Lang was typically the type who would not act unless assured of success. His generosity today was quite unexpected. Then I shall graciously accept. A great favor is not to be taken lightly. Should fate allow us to meet again, I will surely repay you. Just be cautious of the Iron Army's sanctuary. Those individuals are utterly devoid of humanity. Farewell. With that, Qin Lang mounted the motorcycle and swiftly vanished from sight. Qin Lang stroked his chin, observing the unusual expressions on old Li and Su Yun's faces, and chuckled. What? Am I not allowed to perform a good deed? You are the leader. It's your prerogative. Old Li chuckled dryly, not wishing to dwell on such trivial matters. Qin Lang turned to glance at the now invisible Qin Lang, a slight smile gracing his lips. The reason he had bestowed both the motorcycle and the cards was that he recalled a formidable individual from his past life, named Qin Lang. Although his sanctuary's membership was limited, none dared provoke him. His Mage Legion was invincible, and even in the latter stages of this chaotic world, he remained at the pinnacle of power. Whether this chubby fellow was indeed that Qin Lang was uncertain for Qin Lang, yet did not hinder him from extending goodwill. If he were not, then the motorcycle and a handful of low-grade cards were mere trifles to him. If he were, it would be a significant gain. The worth of a bowl of porridge during times of despair far exceeds that of 1,000 gold pieces in times of prosperity. Let us retreat 5 kilometers and find a suitable place to camp for rest, Qin Lang commanded with a wave of his hand. Deep within a certain structure, what appeared as a blanket of pristine snow from the outside concealed a hidden world. Beneath the thick layer of snow lay a sanctuary constructed from ice and snow. Brothers and sisters, I have returned. Qin Lang cheerfully entered the ice house, distributing the cards obtained from the hunt to his companions. Jiang, why were you gone so long? We were all quite worried, especially Suihua, who had asked us over 80 times in just an hour, nearly wearing out our ears from her incessant inquiries. Laughter erupted among the group. The speaker is an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, whose long-term malnutrition has rendered him extremely emaciated. He once served as the gatekeeper of the community. Suihua rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, Old man, must you exaggerate so? I've only asked 6 times in total. Qin Lang chuckled. Everyone knows how much water Lute Dage's words carry. One must squeeze out the excess to truly listen. Laughter erupted once more. Suihua, concerned, asked Jiang, Are you all right? Are you injured? Rest assured, not a hair is out of place. However, today was rather perilous. Had it not been for the newly arrived convoy's adherence to martial ethics, I might have met with disaster. Qin Lang then recounted his encounter with Qin Lang and his group to his companions. What do you think of this convoy's strength? Inquired a bespectacled man. To be honest, they are remarkably formidable. I witnessed them effortlessly dispatch a giant centipede. I assessed their strength to be at least on par with the leaders of the Iron Army shelter. Pausing, Qin Lang tore open a packet of crispy noodles and began to chew, speaking indistinctly. I just wonder who is stronger compared to the Iron Army shelter. I hope they come into conflict and that our side prevails. I'm utterly weary of this life of hiding. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from above, causing ice and snow to cascade down. Qin Lang was startled, leaping up. What is going on? A heavy footfall resounded from the corridor as 3 men clad in warlord garb appeared at the entrance. The leading man removed his warlord hat and brushed off the snow. Smiling broadly, Qin Lang, I never expected to find you here. If it weren't for the tire tracks in the snow, I would have been oblivious to your presence right under the shelter's nose. The most dangerous places are often the safest, aren't they? What do you want, Zhang Bao? Qin Lang spread his arms protectively around his companions. I offer you 2 choices. Either come back with us, or I will kill you all right here. Zhang Bao's laughter carried an unsettling aura. We've never had any conflict with the shelter. We merely wish to survive. Returning to the shelter would ensure a more comfortable existence than what you endure now. Zhang Bao elegantly adjusted his white gloves. The Rose and Blade shelters have formed an alliance, and we need manpower to contend with them. Coincidentally, you're a rare combat talent. You have no idea how heartbroken the boss was when you led people away from the shelter. With his head bowed, Qin Lang remained silent for a long moment before sighing. All right, I will acquiesce to your wishes, but you must guarantee their safety. I cannot promise that, Zhang Bao replied. You know the current atmosphere in the shelter. Everyone is under immense pressure and in need of an outlet. Zhang Bao smiled amiably. Of course, you need not worry. Sui Hua is your woman. We will certainly not harm her. As for the others, Zhang Bao's lascivious gaze swept over several women in the crowd, causing them to tremble in fear. They had escaped from the Iron Army shelter, fully aware of the inhumane tortures women faced there. And how could they not be terrified? Chapter 53. The Master of Performance. I would rather perish than return to serve as your star slave. You are nothing but a pack of beasts. A frail woman in the crowd let out a fierce scream. Huh! Zhang Bao scoffed disdainfully. Your words hold no weight here. Qin Jianghe, have you made your decision? My patience is wearing thin. Behind Zhang Bao stood two similarly attired aides. The one on the left adjusted his single-frame glasses and smiled. Boss, Qin Jianghe's combat power is 447, a significant improvement. Zhang Bao nodded, recalling that when you initially defected, your combat power was barely over 300. It's astonishing that you have increased by 150 points in such a short time. Indeed, not to be underestimated. Qin Jianghe gritted his teeth. What are you trying to say? Zhang Bao, adjusting his white gloves, replied, My combat power stands at 870. Qin Jianghe's expression shifted dramatically, and in the next moment, Zhang Bao had closed the distance, gripping his throat tightly. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. I shall ask you one final time. Will you come with me or not? Enough. Stop. Sui Hua cried, tears streaming down her face. We will return with you. But please do not harm them. They are just children. Zhang Bao's face twisted in a menacing smile. That will depend on Qin Jianghe's performance in the upcoming battle. If he excels, the boss will naturally spare them. But should he falter, well, ha ha ha. You have 5 minutes. With that, Zhang Bao shoved Qin Jianghe aside and, flanked by his aides, exited the underground shelter. The snow had long ceased, yet the outdoor temperature remained frigid, the wind slicing through like a knife. However, the coldness of the wind was nothing compared to the chill in their hearts, for they were unaware of what awaited them. Just as the group prepared to board the vehicle to the shelter, one of the aides gasped. A man riding a motorcycle appeared in the snow, and before long, he was upon them. It was him. Qin Jianghe rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this not the very brother he had parted with not long ago? Why was he here? Hey, little fatty, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Qin Lang greeted with a cheerful smile. Zhang Bao raised an eyebrow. A stranger. Which shelter do you belong to? Neither. I came from the city, Qin Lang replied as he dismounted. So there are still survivors in the city, Little Zhua. At Zhang Bao's gesture, the aide known as Little Zhua understood and activated the combat power detector. Soon, the previously stern expression on his face transformed into one of astonishment upon seeing the numbers. What is the matter? Zhang Bao inquired, puzzled. The detector seems faulty. The numbers it's showing are quite absurd. Littles would tap the device, as if speaking to himself while attempting to answer Zhang Bao's question. How could anyone have a combat power of 5,500? That's nearly 3 times stronger than the boss. Zhang Bao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. It must be broken. 5,500 combat power? What a ridiculous joke. The boss's power at 2,000 already makes him a superhuman. 5,500 would mean the end of the world. Ha ha ha. Qin Lang, with a playful grin, remarked, In this freezing weather, where are you all headed? Little fatty, why the long face? Have you been taken hostage? If you find yourself in a hostage situation, simply blink. Qin Jianghe's chubby face flushed crimson, whether from the cold or anxiety. He exclaimed, Brother, this is none of your concern. It's best if you mind your own business and leave. Zhang Bao raised his hand confidently, asserting that the refuge was in need of capable individuals. Since we cross paths, allow me to test your mettle. Let us see if you possess the qualifications to join our sanctuary. With a graceful descent from his vehicle, he adjusted his white gloves and removed his military cap, handing it to the adjutant nearby. Venturing out alone at this late hour, your combat prowess must be commendable. I shall deliver 3 strikes. Should you withstand them, I will escort you back to the refuge to serve our leader. But what if I cannot withstand them? Then I must regretfully inform you that our sanctuary does not accommodate the inept. However, you possess a certain handsomeness. Even soldiers who cannot attract women manage to procure rubber dolls, so perhaps you won't be dismissed. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Lang's eyes as he spread his hands. I can only promise to do my utmost. Then here I come. Zhang Bao's form flickered as he launched a powerful punch at Qin Lang's chest. Qin Lang emitted a muffled grunt, staggering back several steps, gently biting his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of blood. What tremendous strength! Zhang Bao raised an eyebrow, impressed. Not bad. You've managed to block my first strike. Now brace yourself for the second. Suddenly, flames erupted from Zhang Bao's fist as he unleashed another blow. Poor Qin Lang flew several meters like a broken kite, crashing to the ground and leaving a deep trench in the snowy ground. Struggling to rise, he coughed up more blood. This is overwhelmingly powerful. Zhang Bao frowned slightly. Prepare for my third strike. Wait, please. Qin Lang pleaded. Esteemed officer, your punches are far too powerful. I genuinely cannot endure any longer. If this continues, I may perish. Have mercy. Do not make this difficult for me. Zhang Bao laughed heartily. Indeed, the wise recognize the times. My third strike is beyond the capacity of most. What is your name? Qin Lang. He replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, panting heavily, giving the impression that he was on the brink of collapse. Very well, get in the vehicle. Yes, sir. Qin Lang limpet atop. Chun Jianghe wore an expression of exasperation. Brother, do you even know where we are headed? Of all times, why do you choose now to show up? Qin Lang chuckled. Is it not to the Iron Army Refuge? He placed an arm around Chun Jianghe's shoulder. Little fatty, if a fight breaks out, ensure you protect those around you. Do not let them suffer collateral damage. A fight. Chun Jianghe froze, alarmed. Do not act recklessly. The Iron Army Refuge is the strongest in this area. Both Wang Taijun and the commander possess combat capabilities exceeding 1,000, with Wang Taijun himself boasting a strength of 2,000. You are struggling to withstand Zhang Bao's punches. If you choose to fight, do not drag us down with you. Is 2,000 strength truly formidable? Qin Lang quirked an eyebrow, flicking his fingers, and cryptically remarked, is it possible? I say possible, that the strength detector is malfunctioning? Huh, that's amusing. Are you implying that you possess a strength of 5,500? Chun Jianghe's words faltered abruptly as he recalled how easily Qin Lang and his companions had dispatched that formidable centipede not long ago. As if a beacon of light pierced through the darkness, he felt a surge of excitement. Could it be true that you possess a battle power of 5,500? Remember to safeguard your people. I will handle the rest. Just inform me who the significant figures are. All right, absolutely. Chun Jianghe nodded fervently, his hair standing on end in exhilaration. Chapter 54. Those who follow me shall live. Those who oppose me shall perish. By the way, how did you come to be here, my friend? After a moment, Chun Jianghe managed to suppress his excitement and inquired. Qin Lang chuckled. Would you believe me if I said it was mere coincidence? Chun Jianghe offered a wry smile, acknowledging it was just a coincidence. Indeed, Qin Lang was not lying. His presence near Chun Jianghe's refuge could be attributed to chance, yet it was equally plausible to deem it intentional. After parting ways with Chun Jianghe, Qin Lang instructed the group to set up camp and rest. He then ventured forth, patrolling the vicinity with caution, for they had entered the territory of the giant arms lair. Unbeknownst to him, curiosity piqued regarding Chun Jianghe's destination. He followed the tire tracks in the snow, fortuitously encountering Zhang Bao, who was leading the group back to the refuge. Since the two shelters were in close proximity, they arrived at the Iron Army Refuge in less than 20 minutes. Before their eyes lay a burgeoning fortress, its grand entrance adorned with hundreds of enormous blocks of ice. As the vehicles passed, Qin Lang recognized the chilling contents encased within, hundreds of female corpses stripped bare. The indignities they suffered in life were evident, their lower bodies rendered unrecognizable. And in death, they hung frozen at the entrance. A woman in the vehicle broke down in tears, recognizing one of the ice sculptures as her mother. These monsters! Chun Jianghe seethed, fury igniting in his eyes, as he muttered a curse under his breath. We've arrived. Let us disembark, came a forceful knock on the vehicle. As the group stepped out, Zhang Bao cheerfully announced, You two will accompany me to meet the boss. The rest will be taken to the basement. Do not fear. Chun Jianghe nodded resolutely, suppressing his tears as he bid farewell to the others. Please just kill me. I can no longer endure this. As the group advanced, they passed a wooden cabin from which horrifying screams of a woman echoed. Zhang Bao dismissed it nonchalantly, saying that's the cannon room, a place for low-ranking soldiers to vent their frustrations. We have better options. Rest assured, as long as you perform well, resources and women will be at your disposal. We even have stars among us. Surely you know of Chu Wei? Chun Jianghe appeared somewhat bewildered, while Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Chu Wei, a top-tier actress. In terms of status, she towered over Lin Wanner, a household name. She is merely a pet to our boss now, Zhang Bao remarked. Reminiscing about a recent liaison with Chu Wei, his face alight with delight. The apocalypse is truly wonderful. Social hierarchies have crumbled. With sufficient strength, one can have any woman they desire. Qin Lang found it difficult to refute that statement. Captain Zhang, the captain has returned. A group of armed soldiers greeted each other, their faces revealing disdain upon spotting Qin Lang. You fat fool, how dare you return? I thought you'd perished out there. Traitor, filthy scum. What pretense of integrity is this? In the face of their accusations, Qin Lang chose silence, quickening his pace to keep up with Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao, you have returned. A hoarse voice emanated from behind the tightly shut door. Zhang Bao promptly straightened, responding respectfully, yes, boss. I have returned. During my patrol, I found a former Captain Qin Lang and brought him and his people back. Additionally, I have brought along a rather capable little brother. Ah, splendid. Come in and speak. With a creak, the door swung open, and a warm breeze wafted from within. The expansive hall, spanning nearly 300 square meters, was as bright as day and as warm as spring. Nearly 100 individuals indulged in food and drink, while others engaged in clandestine liaisons in the dim corners, their partially disrobed attire revealing their status as captains. At the center, a robust man sat in a grand chair, adorned in metal armor, while at his feet knelt two young women, their necks adorned with chains, serving as footrests. One was the renowned actress Chu Wei, whose annual income exceeded 100 million in peacetime, and the other, slightly older and strikingly beautiful, bore a familiar visage to Qin Lang, though he could not recall her identity, likely another star or entrepreneur. Ah, Zhang, long time no see. Wang Taijun sat upright, his face a mask of sarcasm. It seems you've been living rather well outside. Not only have you not lost weight, but you've gained some. Qin Lang remained silent, lowering his head. I presume Zhang Bao has briefed you, so I shall not belabor the point. I am currently in need of manpower. As long as you genuinely pledge your service to me, the past will be forgiven. I, Wang Taijun, do not hold grudges. I understand. Thank you for your magnanimity, boss. Qin Lang nodded. Wang Taijun turned to Qin Lang. And what shall we call this young brother? This is Qin Lang. His strength is commendable. Zhang Bao handed a battle power detector to Wang Taijun. Boss, this detector has been frozen and absurdly shows his combat power as 5,500. Isn't that outrageous? Wang Taijun chuckled dismissively. In this frigid weather, it is normal for detectors to malfunction. Here, take this new one. Zhang Bao accepted the new device, tore it open, and placed it on his ear. I suspect your power is at least 400. Beep, beep, beep. A few seconds later, the detector displayed the number 5,500. Huh, what is this? Zhang Bao's expression turned incredulous. This is a new detector. How can the results still show 5,500? Wang Tiejuan's brow furrowed in disbelief. Nonsense. How could anyone possess such high combat power? Yet, the number remained glaringly present. Zhang Bao felt perplexed. Surely something was amiss. Smack! In the corner stood a captain, ravaging a woman. Upon hearing the words, he silently donned a detector. After completing the scan, he ceased his movements, furrowing his brow in disbelief. It cannot all be malfunctioning. My detector is also rated at 5,500. Wang Taijun frowned deeply, exclaiming, It's impossible. Could it be that you? Qin Lang smiled broadly. In the next instant, a blazing sword materialized in his previously empty palm, transforming into a fiery arc that pierced through Wang Tiejuan's body. Wang Tiejuan's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to utter something, but alas, it was too late. In mere seconds, he succumbed to eternal darkness. The once bustling hall fell into a deathly silence, with every gaze fixed intently upon Qin Lang. Boss! Zhang Bao rubbed his eyes in disbelief, screaming, You killed the boss. Qin Lang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the fiery sword swirling around him like a living entity. At that moment, his expression was solemn and dignified, devoid of any youthful demeanor. Those who follow me shall live. Those who oppose me shall perish, Qin Lang declared calmly. Chapter 55, The New Master. The hall, spacious enough to accommodate 100 people, was enveloped in utter stillness, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. All eyes were riveted on Qin Lang, each gaze infused with a complex array of emotions: fear, anger, astonishment, and hope. Gulp. The nearest onlooker, the plump Qin Lang, swallowed hard. He had envisioned countless scenarios of confrontation. Yet the current spectacle surpassed all his imaginings. Wang Taijun, the formidable leader who had rallied a powerful team since the onset of the apocalypse, triumphing over gods and demons alike, had met his end so effortlessly at the hands of Qin Lang, without even a chance to scream. What would transpire next? Qin Jianghe felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as if he were beginning to think more clearly. Qin Lang approached Wang Tiejuan's lifeless body, waved his left hand to absorb the corpse into his space, and then sat down upon the throne that symbolized power. After a moment of stupor, the two human dogs knelt down, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles, though their artificial tails remained still. Who is the captain? Qin Lang inquired of Qin Jianghe. The plump man hesitated before pointing to a man who had not even managed to put on his pants, exclaiming, "He is the captain." Roar. The man, fearing that Qin Lang might turn his wrath upon him, shuddered in terror. With a primal scream, he sprouted patches of gray fur, his muscles swelling grotesquely. Within mere seconds, he transformed into a towering direwolf, standing at nearly 2 meters high. Just when everyone anticipated that this captain would unleash his fury to avenge Wang Taijun, he instead turned and bolted toward the exit. What a joke. How could a captain with barely 1,500 combat power contend with a monster boasting 5,500? Avenging? What a futile notion. The priority was clearly survival. Did I permit you to flee? Qin Lang, unfazit, drew his forest wolf and aimed at the muscular hind legs of the direwolf, pulling the trigger. Bang! The direwolf's right leg was shattered, eliciting a mournful howl as it collapsed at the doorway. In agonizing pain, the creature quickly reverted to its human form, clutching its severed limb and wailing. Who are the 3 hands? Qin Lang disregarded the chief's repeated inquiries. Qin Jianghe pointed at Zhang Bao, noting that the shelter lacked a third in command, leaving only team leaders. Zhang Bao, drenched in sweat and trembling with fear, stammered, I did nothing. It was the Iron Army who compelled us to act this way. I am willing to serve you. Please spare my life." With that, Zhang Bao fell to his knees, prostrating himself fervently. In the face of mortality, what is dignity? Moreover, he possessed none to begin with. Qin Lang nodded, recognizing the wisdom in yielding to the circumstances. "Since you are willing to ally with me, I shall not take your life. In fact, I will bestow upon you tremendous rewards. Rise." "Thank you, boss." Zhang Bao et Kalim, la tête, and bowed a few more times before obediently stepping aside. The other 5 team leaders, witnessing this, hurriedly stepped forward and knelt in allegiance to Qin Lang. The notion of resistance was utterly absent. Among them, the highest combat strength was merely around 600 or 700. None exceeded 1,000. Who would dare extend a claw towards Qin Lang? Thus, within less than 10 minutes, Qin Lang effortlessly subdued the shelter. Ultimately, he had underestimated his own capabilities while overestimating the Iron Army stronghold. Even without stealthily infiltrating, a direct confrontation would have allowed him to breach the shelter, albeit with slightly more difficulty. "Dog, do you wish to live or die?" Qin Lang gazed at the chief, whose face was drenched in cold sweat. The chief, terrified, cried out, "Boss, I want to live. Please grant me another chance." "No, everyone here may survive, except for you," Qin Jianghe interjected urgently. Qin Lang inquired with curiosity. "Why is that?" Qin Jianghe responded passionately. "He has always been a henchman. Though he acted under Wang Tiejuan's orders, his misdeeds are no less than Wang Tiejuan's. Such a person must be eliminated." The chief trembled and dared not speak. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes. "By your reasoning, all team leaders should be executed, and the very existence of this shelter would be rendered meaningless." Qin Jianghe paused, wondering if that was not the case. "This is the apocalypse. You must accept the Darwinian principle of survival of the fittest. More importantly," Qin Lang snapped his fingers, "while I am speaking, do not interrupt. Do you wish to take charge?" Qin Jianghe's expression shifted, his heart quaking. Indeed, what authority did he have to influence Qin Lang's decisions? He was merely a lowly team leader. "Take this." Qin Lang tossed a silver card to the chief, whose eyes widened in astonishment. "An efficient healing potion. Thank you for sparing my life, boss." The chief hurriedly consumed the potion, and soon, his severed leg began to regenerate at an observable pace. "Zhang Bao, boss, I'm here." Zhang Bao saluted promptly, beaming with a smile. "Go with Qin Jianghe and bring everyone from the basement and the artillery room." "Yes, boss. However, speak. Do not hesitate," Zhang Bao cautiously replied, The women in the artillery room have mostly lost their ability to care for themselves. I fear bringing them here may offend your sensibilities. Are you worried about offending my sensibilities, or are you afraid that I might, in a fit of rage, eliminate all of you? Qin Lang chuckled coldly, declaring that he would not hold their previous actions against them. His word was his bond, and he would not waver. Zhang Bao wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging the leader's generosity, and promptly set off to carry out his task. Accompanied by 2 aides, Qin Jianghe and several ordinary warriors from the shelter, Zhang Bao ventured forth to gather the necessary personnel. Qin Lang turned his gaze to the group of captains below and inquired, "Speak up. What abilities do you possess?" The leader, "My ability is to transform into a wolf. Although it is a gold-tier talent, I have leveled up, and I can easily handle several night demons in a one-on-one confrontation," the chief captain hurriedly responded. "Very well. From this day forward, your code name shall be Wolf." The chief captain, or Wolf, nodded eagerly, proclaiming, "I am at your service, leader. My ability lies in surgery and a healing aura. I am the one who tends to the injuries of everyone in the shelter," another captain stated. "Then your nickname shall be Doctor." The captains took turns sharing their abilities, and Qin Lang bestowed upon them various monikers: Wolf, Doctor, Blade Master, Hawkeye, Warlord, Punisher, and War Chariot. It was undeniable that the team composition was quite reasonable, boasting frontliners, tanks, healers, support, and range fighters. Each of the 7 captains possessed remarkable skills. No wonder Wang Taijun had thrived thus far. "Boss, we have gathered everyone. They're all here," Zhang Bao announced as he entered the hall with a group of over 200 individuals. The group, led by Cui Hua, was bewildered by the unfolding events. Clinging tightly to Qin Jianghe's arm, Qin Lang's gaze fell upon the dozens of women, disheveled and missing limbs. They were slaves in the brothel. Chapter 56, Negotiation. Even someone as hard-hearted as Qin Lang could not help but inwardly sigh at the sight of the women's plight. Were it not for his imminent challenge against the giant armed nest, which required a substantial number of cannon fodder, he would have felt an overwhelming urge to raze the shelter to the ground. Humanity, no matter how virtuous, has its limits, yet when it comes to malevolence, there are none. These wretches shall not be allowed to live. They will serve a purpose for now. From this day forth, I shall be in charge of the shelter. I am unaware of the rules Wang Taijun established, but under my command, I will not tolerate any oppression of the weak. If you desire a woman, you must seek her consent. Should you dare to force the issue, do not expect me to show mercy." "Yes, boss," the captains bowed their heads in understanding. They recognized the fire of a new leader. "Xiaopang, here." Qin Jianghe stepped forward promptly. "Take a team and dismantle the brothel. It will serve as a temporary lounge. There are some supplies. Take them and distribute them to the women. As for them," Qin Lang pinched the bridge of his nose. He indeed possessed gold-tier cards that could restore the limbs of these mistreated women, but he could not justify such an expenditure. The cost outweighed the benefit. "Boss, leave them to me. I will assist them," Qin Jianghe sighed. "Do as you wish. Take these 2 with you as well." Qin Lang handed the dog leashes to Qin Jianghe. The former starlet and the woman of admirable demeanor had already been broken, making it nearly impossible for them to return to normalcy. Ensure everything is arranged in the shelter. Guided by the presence of the seated wolf, Qin Lang arrived at Wang Taijun's treasure trove. Upon opening the chest, his melancholic mood dissipated entirely. Wang Taijun had hoarded an abundance of cards, including 3 colorful ones, and over 100 gold and silver cards. Naturally, Qin Lang was not one to be modest, and he collected them all into his storage space. This method of acquiring cards was far swifter and simpler than slaying monsters for them. As night passed in silence, dawn broke the following day. Qin Lang was engaged in a mental exchange with Lin Wanner and Old Li, sharing his plans, when Zhang Bao rushed over, exclaiming, "Boss, trouble! The Rose and Blade shelters have sent their people. It seems they intend to attack us." Nearby the giant's nest, there were 3 shelters standing in a triangular balance of power, with the Iron Army shelter being the most formidable, followed by the Rose, and then the Blade. To avoid being bullied by the Iron Army shelter, the Rose and Blade had formed an alliance, a detail conveyed to him by Qin Jianghe. "Let us go outside and take a look," Qin Lang said, stretching lazily and leading the captains out of the hall. Approximately 100 meters from the shelter's entrance, nearly 200 individuals stood, each wielding weapons, their thick down jackets failing to conceal the murderous aura emanating from them. "Bring out Wang Taijun. Let us settle old scores and new ones today," a burly man bellowed, his voice echoing like a beast's roar. "That's the commander of the Blade Shelter." Nicknamed the Giant, with a combat power of 1390, Zhang Bao informed. Boss, I can easily handle this guy. The seated wolf was eager to showcase his prowess before Qin Lang. Let us attempt negotiation. Avoid conflict if possible. Qin Lang waved his hand, instructing them to remain where they were as he stepped out alone. His sheer audacity commanded respect from both sides. A stranger, who are you? What do you want? The giant inquired. Wang Taijun was slain by me last night. His body is right here, Qin Lang stated matter-of-factly, pulling Wang Taijun's corpse from his storage space and discarding it onto the ground. As the onlookers beheld the sight, they collectively gasped in shock. Boss, that's definitely Wang Taijun's corpse. I recognize him, even if he returned to ash, the giant remarked to the man in the vehicle. Lan Feng frowned, pondering the capabilities of this young man who could vanquish Wang Taijun, a terrifying figure with a combat power of 2,000. What is his combat power? I'll check what? The giant gasped in astonishment. Boss, the detector is malfunctioning. It reads 5,500. This is impossible. What? 5,500? Lan Feng could no longer remain seated. He seized the intercom. Chen Shui, our readings indicate 5,500. What about yours? Same here. Even combined, we cannot match him. No wonder he was able to kill Wang Taijun, replied a woman's voice from the intercom, melodious yet stern. What should we do now? Retreat? Lan Feng appeared astute yet lacked decisive judgment. The alliance of the two shelters was sustained by Chen Shui's deft maneuvering amidst their struggles against the Iron Army shelter's repeated assaults. I will speak with him and ascertain his intentions, Chen Shui declared, disconnecting the communication before descending from the snow vehicle. Boss! The entourage of subordinates quickly parted to make way for her. Standing at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, Chen Shui was clad in a thick white down jacket. Despite being enveloped in layers of clothing, her physique was undeniably appealing. Greetings, I am Chen Shui, the leader of the Rose Sanctuary. May I inquire your name, sir? Chen Shui spoke with utmost courtesy, aware of the formidable presence represented by Qin Lang, who possessed a combat power of 5,500, and she dared not offend him in the slightest. Qin Lang. Mr. Qin, we are most pleased that you have the capability to eliminate that vile creature, Wang Taijun. However, I am curious about your subsequent intentions. Please, have a seat and let us converse over tea. As Qin Lang produced several cards and tore them open, tables and 3 round stools materialized in the center of the venue. He then ripped open a silver card of tea leaves and tossed them into a teacup. Please, Big Brother Dao Feng is also welcome to join us. After a moment's hesitation, Lan Feng emerged from the vehicle. Lan Feng, leader of the Dao Feng Sanctuary. Please. The 3 then took their seats. As Qin Lang prepared the tea, he remarked, life in this apocalyptic world is arduous. Battling monsters is no simple task. There is no need for us to engage in internal strife and conflict. My proposal is that our 3 factions could unite and develop collaboratively. Your words are easy to say, but who will atone for the sins committed by Wang Taijun? Lan Feng Zidou, if you genuinely wish to ally with us. It is not impossible, but you must first hand over those captains. With a disdainful snort, Lan Feng expressed his skepticism. Qin Lang smiled gently, and why is that? Chen Shui interjected, they have aided the wicked. Their deaths would be of little consequence. You have no justification to protect them. Nodding in agreement, Qin Lang acknowledged, indeed, they deserve punishment. I am willing to surrender them to you for your own judgment. Are you serious? Lan Feng's eyes brightened. Do not rejoice too soon, for I have conditions. Qin Lang sipped his tea, feeling warmth radiate through him. Once I hand over the 7 captains, the loss of combat power sustained by your sanctuaries must be compensated. In other words, each of your factions must provide 3 combatants with a power level exceeding 1,000. Alert! Lan Feng spat out his tea in shock. What? Chen Shui's expression turned grave. Mr. Qin, are you mocking us? Qin Lang slowly shook his head. The reason I have spared them is that they possess the ability to combat the monsters. Qualities such as kindness, integrity, and gentleness are of no value in this world. I would choose the remorseless fighter over the benevolent weakling at any time. What say you both? Chapter 57, Alliance Achieved. Mr. Qin, I understand your point, but I must disagree. Those 7 captains of yours are stained with blood, their heinous deeds unforgivable. Many of my friends, family, and countless innocents have perished at their hands. It is utterly impossible for me to allow them to go free. Chen Shui shook her head vehemently. I share Chen Shui's stance. If you're truly earnest about forming an alliance with us, you must surrender those 7. With a resolute sip, Qin Lang downed the steaming tea and wiped his mouth. Suddenly, his gaze shifted towards the distant snowy terrain. In the snow hundreds of meters away, a colossal creature was evidently writhing, its entire form concealed beneath the snow, stealthily traversing the landscape. It appeared to be a gigantic centipede. This accursed creature has caught our scent. Everyone, be cautious. Lan Feng and Chen Shui also sensed the anomaly and tensed in response. Every encounter with the colossal centipede creature has dealt a severe blow to their team, with several hunting parties venturing out for resources, tragically meeting their demise at the hands of this gigantic beast. There is no escaping the reality that the giant centipede is a nightmarish presence for these inadequately armed small sanctuaries. One moment, please. With a cheerful smile, Qin Lang rose and strode purposefully towards the approaching giant centipede. Mr. Qin, what are you planning to do? This is tantamount to seeking death. Blue Maple and Chen Shui gasped in alarm. The colossal centipede, despite its combat power reading of merely 3,000, possessed a formidable exoskeleton and weighed several tons, making it far beyond the capability of any single human to defeat. Having resided in this area for nearly a month, they had encountered the giant centipede multiple times, and the best they could achieve was a retreat. To slay it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Boss, let me assist you. The wolf-like creature was eager to improve and demonstrate its worth in front of Qin Lang. Little did it know, it and the other leaders had already been sentenced to death in Qin Lang's mind. No need, Qin Lang waved his hand, summoning the ever-burning flying sword from his storage space. At that moment, the giant centipede emerged from the snow, its lengthy body rising to tower above the humans below. The sentient guardian of its lair, curious as to why this human did not flee, bent down, its numerous lantern-sized eyes fixated upon him. Should we not save him? Blue Maple whispered. No, Chen Shui replied. He is courting death, and it bears no consequence for us. Furthermore, his demise would not hinder our plans. Without Wang, Tianjuan's sanctuary, those leaders alone would not be our rivals. We can exact our vengeance. A sly smile crept across Chen Shui's lips. That makes sense. Blue Maple nodded, chuckling softly. He deserves it. At that moment, Qin Lang grasped the ever-burning flying sword with one hand, his voice cold. You have interrupted my conversation with my friends. As the words left his lips, a dazzling light erupted from the ever-burning flying sword. When the onlookers regained their vision, they beheld the giant centipede's head shattered by an unknown force, its charred body engulfed in flames. Qin Lang elegantly retracted the ever-burning flying sword and returned to his seat with a smile. Now, with no further interruptions, let us continue our previous discussion. Where do we leave off? A profound silence enveloped the space for a full 30 seconds. Chen Shui's face flushed crimson as she clenched her fists, her body trembling with excitement, and to her mortification, she lost her composure in front of the crowd. Fortunately, no one else seemed aware of her embarrassing secret. Miss Chen, what troubles you? Qin Lang inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. I'm fine. Chen Shui forcibly suppressed her exhilaration, her eyes glimmering seductively as she addressed him. Mr. Qin, your strength has transcended my comprehension. I shall no longer be so foolish as to propose conditions. I hope our 3 factions can form an alliance to collectively resist the monsters of this apocalypse. I wholeheartedly agree. Blue Maple chimed in eagerly, struggling to articulate the impact Qin Lang had on him. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Let us toast to the joyous alliance of our 3 families. Please, enjoy the tea. After several rounds of tea, he announced, I plan to venture into the depths of the giant arm for a hunt soon. I wonder if you too share this ambition. At that moment, Qin Lang proposed an idea that neither of the other 2 had dared to entertain. What? Hunt in the depths of the giant arm? Lan Feng exclaimed in disbelief. You must be joking. Do you have any idea how many monsters dwell there? Even the colossal centipedes on the outskirts number in the dozens or hundreds. Hunting seems more like courting peril. Yet, Chen Shui interjected, Lan Feng. Let Qin Ge finish his thoughts. I believe he possesses a sound rationale and a comprehensive plan. Qin Lang chuckled. A comprehensive plan does not exist, for plans seldom withstand the test of change. I'm not entirely aware of the situation in the giant arm. My notion is simple. We shall unite the full military strength of our 3 shelters to assault the giant arm's nest, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to crush it. In doing so, we stand to acquire a vast bounty of resources that could sustain us for quite some time, even if our shelters are brimming with inhabitants. The growing strength of the monsters makes life increasingly arduous for our shelters. His final statement struck a chord with Chun Shui and Lan Feng. Life in the shelters was more than just difficult. It was exceedingly arduous. The consumption of hundreds of resource cards daily was a harsh reality, compounded by the formidable strength of the monsters outside, which rendered hunting a perilous endeavor. Recently, both shelters have begun to witness tragic incidents of starvation, freezing, and illness, presenting a dire situation. Were it not for these circumstances, why would they risk an alliance to assault the Iron Army shelter? The pretense of vengeance was merely a facade. Their true objective was to seize the resources of the Iron Army shelter to prolong their own survival. The essence of humanity is cannibalistic. The means of survival may differ between a civilized society and a post-apocalyptic world, but the core remains the same. How do you know there are vast resources in the giant arm's nest? Qin Shui pondered, considering a singular possibility. At that moment, Qin Lang retrieved a cigarette, preparing to light it when a wolf suddenly dashed towards him, bounding with excitement. In an astonishing display, it used its furry paw to ignite his cigarette before scampering back, transforming into a human with an expression of pride. The remaining 6 captains observed this scene with a mix of envy and admiration, recognizing why he was the commander. His awareness was indeed commendable. Qin Lang, Lan Feng, Chun Shui, once a formidable commander of the Iron Army shelter, a being of over 1,000 combat power, now reduced to a mere playful creature. Qin Shui was left speechless. What are the odds of our success in destroying the giant arm's nest? She steadied her thoughts and inquired. Approximately 70%, Qin Lang replied nonchalantly, displaying no signs of anxiety. Should danger arise, he could simply flee. The lives of the personnel from the 3 shelters were of no concern to him. This matter is of utmost importance. Can you grant us some time to deliberate? Qin Shui suggested after contemplation. Of course. By the way, it would be rather inappropriate for you two to return empty-handed after coming such a long way. Shall we invite our brothers to the shelter for a hot pot before you depart? It's on me, Qin Lang offered generously. Hot pot. We must partake. Lan Feng exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm at the mention of food. Chun Shui nodded in agreement, feeling a chill and in need of a change of pants. Chapter 58, Defensive Warfare. Brother Qin, are you truly treating us with this? Chun Shui rubbed her eyelids, unable to believe her own eyes, feeling as though she were trapped in a dream. She thought Qin Lang's mention of hot pot was merely a formality and never anticipated that he would actually present over 100 silver, blue, and green food cards for their indulgence. Before her lay a veritable feast of dishes and meats, with the tantalizing aroma of roasted whole lamb and suckling pig wafting through the air, igniting the taste buds of all present, many unable to suppress their salivation. In truth, since the onset of the apocalypse, the majority of people had endured a life of intermittent hunger, with few fortunate enough to savor such exquisite cuisine. To be frank, canned goods and instant noodles had become gourmet meals. Miss Chun, you misunderstand. This is for the brothers. The real feast is prepared for you inside. Please come in, Qin Lang said, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner, signaling for Chun Shui and the core members to enter the room. Upon stepping into the brightly lit hall, they found the tables and chairs already polished, with 7 captains lined up, bowing in unison to welcome their esteemed guests. Qin Lang produced several gold cards, tearing them open, and soon the table was laden with an array of steaming dishes. Gold card for seafood feast, imperial banquet, bear paw, and tiger meat. An exquisite fowl, delicacies scarcely available in peaceful times, each capable of landing one in prison. Brother Qin, your generosity truly overwhelms us, Chun Shui said, deeply moved, her eyes glistening with tears. Do not feel any pressure. These cards are but a trifling matter to me. Do not just stand there, let us dine. Qin Lang gestured for everyone to take their seats. The 7 captains, led by Zhuo Lang, stepped forward in salute, proclaiming in unison, "Report, boss. Our duty is to maintain order in the shelter. We shall not eat." Qin Lang chuckled. Very well, I appreciate your awareness. However, I do not wish for my people to go hungry. Here, that's the arrangement. Once I finish dining with our guests, you may eat. Understood, boss. Zhuo Lang nodded vigorously. Our leader truly cares for us. The other 6 captains echoed in agreement. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Chun Shui, her cheeks flushed, set down her glass. Her once flat stomach now protruded, feeling as if it were at her throat. She could not eat another bite, fearing she would not return to the shelter today. Brother Qin, thank you for your hospitality. Regarding the joint assault on the giant-armed nest, I just conferred with Lan and the captains, and we unanimously agree to follow your lead from here on. Do not push yourselves, even if you decline. Our relationship remains unchanged, Qin Lang said earnestly. Brother Qin, you are truly kind, Chun Shui sighed. Since winter set in, our lives have become increasingly difficult. I fear you may laugh at me, but without a breakthrough, we will eventually starve. Now that you are willing to take us along, we are more than grateful. How could we possibly refuse? Indeed, let us gamble. Turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Better to die fighting than freeze or starve. Lan Feng, evidently imbozaitet. Salute. Then it is settled, Qin Lang nodded. You all shall rest in a shelter tonight, and we shall set off early tomorrow. Do not worry about winter gear. I will prepare everything for you. That sounds good. Chun Shui pondered for a moment before agreeing. The journey back would be excessively long, and should they encounter any monstrous beings along the way, casualties were inevitable. It would be far more prudent to rest within the sanctuary. Xiaopang, once you have completed your tasks, escort Miss Chun and Mr. Lan to rest, Qin Lang said, offering a brief greeting to Chun Jianghe. Understood, Chun Jianghe nodded silently, diligently gathering the leftover food to package for those in need. In the innermost chamber of the sanctuary, dozens of slaves, who had suffered inhuman torment and lost their ability to care for themselves, awaited nourishment. Chun Jianghe intended to deliver the food to them. A night devoid of literature passed, and the following morning saw a grand convoy of over 600 individuals departing from the Iron Army Sanctuary, en route to the giant-armed nest. All were armed with superior firearms and possessed ample ammunition. The trio of leaders, Qin Lang, Chun Shui, and Lan Feng, perched atop an armored personnel carrier, enabling them to survey their surroundings. Surrounding them were captain-level warriors, each boasting combat prowess exceeding 600. During their journey, the main force was beset by several small hordes of undead. Before they could employ their sea of people strategy, the hordes were swiftly obliterated by a barrage of rifle fire. The convoy set out at 8 in the morning, and by 11, they had officially arrived near the giant-armed nest. From their elevated vantage point, they beheld the towering arm reaching into the clouds, surrounded by countless dark specks, predominantly winged demons, alongside a few bizarre flying creatures. The ground below was littered with thousands of bloodied corpses, bloodhounds, night demons, and a handful of centipedes, the guardians of the nest. This is the first time I have observed the giant arm so closely. I had no idea it was riddled with so many openings, Chun Shui remarked, lowering her military binoculars, a shiver running down her spine as her trypophobia flared. This location is quite suitable. Let us establish a temporary stronghold here. With a commanding wave of his hand, Qin Lang urged the captains into action. In a matter of moments, a substantial fortification was erected, complete with numerous gun ports to ensure comprehensive coverage against any potential assault from the monsters. Now that everyone is prepared, let us commence, Qin Lang declared. Shouldering his forest wolf rifle, though internally, he felt far less composed than his demeanor suggested. In his past life, he had been rather inept in combat. Despite having participated in numerous grand battles at the sanctuary, he had only served in a logistical capacity, possessing only a vague understanding of the giant-armed nest's formidable strength. The success of their endeavor remained uncertain. First team, advance. At Qin Lang's command, dozens, led by the forest wolf, mounted snowmobiles and hurtled down the high ground. As they approached within a kilometer of the giant-armed nest, the nearby monsters were stirred into a frenzy, emitting blood-curdling roars as they charged forth. Turn back. The forest wolf bellowed, and the convoy swiftly veered towards the temporary stronghold. Qin Lang opted for the most traditional yet reliable strategy. By the time the forest wolf and his team returned to the makeshift fortification, the monsters had entered their firing range. Fire! Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour. Countless Molotov cocktails, grenades, and explosives erupted amidst the horde, creating a dazzling display of fiery sparks and crimson splashes. The terror of the tactic of overwhelming numbers manifests itself at this moment. Even formidable creatures like the night demon and the advanced creature known as the centipede cannot withstand the onslaught of hundreds of rifles, being reduced to mere fragments amidst the hail of gunfire. I've lost again, Chun Shui exclaimed inexplicably, while Qin Lang, with an expression of confusion, wondered what had been lost. In less than 10 minutes, The corpses of the monsters piled up into small mountains at the extreme range. A few large ones are coming. Captains, prepare yourselves, Qin Lang shouted. Dozens of nest guardians emerged from the thick snow, their enormous heads violently crashing down upon the defenses amidst the barrage of bullets. In Chapter 59, Within the Nest, the threat posed by the nest guardians is paramount for the majority of survivors at this stage. This is not only due to their robust exoskeletons, which can withstand most bullet attacks, but primarily because of their immense size. A single, simple yet brutal strike can reduce a 6-story building to rubble. This is why a solitary nest guardian with a combat power of 3,000 can sometimes annihilate a human shelter, with several individuals boasting over 1,000 combat power. Humans lack effective means to defend against their assaults. However, today the nest guardians miscalculated. Just as they prepared to launch a coordinated attack to eliminate the swarm of human ants, the captains emerged from the rear, wielding individual rocket launchers. Accompanied by the whistling sound of rockets slicing through the air, several projectiles struck the heads of the nest guardians, obliterating them utterly. These golden-card, individual rocket launchers were all supplied by Qin Lang, who spared no expense in his efforts to conquer the giant-armed nest. With the complete annihilation of the nest guardians, the Alliance achieved a zero-casualty defense, and under Qin Lang's direction, the team took a moment to regroup. Chen Jianghe, the logistics officer, along with his team, entered the battlefield to search for cards. If Qin Lang had to choose a few trustworthy individuals among the captains Chen Shui, Lan Feng, and others, it would undoubtedly be the logistics officer. He did not disappoint, quickly presenting 2 colored cards and a stack of golden cards to Qin Lang. As for the silver cards, and those of lesser value, Qin Lang had previously discussed with him that they could be temporarily kept aside. The most lucrative tasks should certainly be entrusted to the most reliable individuals. Both Chen Shui and Lan Feng eyed the cards in Qin Lang's possession with envy, but voiced no objections. Firstly, this squad was formed under Qin Lang's leadership, and secondly, he was responsible for 70 of the weapons and ammunition on the battlefield and 100 of the heavy assault weaponry, all solid investments of gold and silver cards, akin to a business transaction where the larger the investment, the greater the return. Lastly, Qin Lang himself possessed 5,500 combat power, which translated into absolute authority. After resting for an hour, Qin Lang signaled for the main force to leap over the mountain of corpses and continue their advance. The giant-armed nest was now within close proximity. Strange, I scouted this area earlier and saw nearly 100 giant centipedes. Why have we encountered only a dozen? Lan Feng murmured. They must be within the nest. When faced with powerful attacks, the giant-armed nest enters a defensive state. What we just defeated was merely the initial probing force to test our strength. The real feast lies ahead. Indeed, it is Brother Qin who possesses remarkable abilities. Were I in his position, I would scarcely dare to even contemplate such feats. Lan Feng gazed at him with admiration. Prepare the high-intensity flashlights. We shall proceed inside. With a grand gesture, Qin Lang directed the convoy to slowly enter the pitch-black cavern of the colossal nest. The interior space proved to be even more expansive than it appeared from the outside, eliciting an exclamation of astonishment from Chen Shui. As several illumination flares were launched, the interior was illuminated, revealing grotesque lumps of varying sizes on the fetid walls, resembling monstrous hearts, each harboring some unknown creature. Creak, creak, creak. Just as everyone was surveying their surroundings, a strange sound emanated from above. Someone raised a flashlight to investigate, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a massive spherical entity, which was promptly shot down by Qin Lang. What in the world is this? Lan Feng stared at the lifeless orb on the ground. Its scientific designation was I-Demon, known for its capacity for mental assault, capable of ensnaring the minds of the weak-willed. The presence of I-Demons often heralded the approach of a larger force. Qin Lang, well acquainted with this creature, provided a brief explanation. Boom, boom, boom. From the areas where the light could not penetrate, a series of thunderous roars erupted, and in the next moment, numerous bloody corpses and bloodhounds plummeted from above. The group reacted swiftly, managing the situation without significant casualties. However, unbeknownst to anyone except Qin Lang, the entrance had silently sealed itself during the chaos. Boom, boom, boom. A series of resounding footsteps echoed ominously, and dozens of flashlights illuminated the scene, revealing several corpulent monsters standing atop a high step. Towering at nearly 3 meters, they possessed limbs akin to those of humans. Yet each bore a single enormous eye that dominated their faces. Startling, such a feeble creature with a mere combat power of 1500. Let's see how I handle it. Qin Lang scoffed, transforming into wolf form. However, before he could launch an attack, 5 or 6 of these monsters leaped into the air, diving towards the crowd with the grace of Olympic divers, crushing several individuals into unrecognizable pulp upon impact. Open fire! Open fire! Flames of gunfire erupted, bullets striking the monsters and causing blood to spurt forth. Soon, the creatures were riddled with bullet holes. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, these monsters paid no heed to their wounds. After delivering a forceful blow to their own bodies, they charged recklessly into the throng, sending not only humans but vehicles flying in their wake. This was not mere figurative language. They were physically launching objects into the air. When a military truck soared over the heads of the crowd, the gravity of the situation became clear. They were no ordinary monsters. Their strength was several times that of the night demons. They were known as the behemoths. Qin Lang aimed his weapon at one behemoth's eye, calling out, "Aim for the eyes, avoid striking elsewhere, and be wary of their charging paths." Bang, bang, bang. The forest wolf's formidable power was evident, as the behemoth targeted by Qin Lang's gaze soon had its head shattered, its massive form collapsing heavily. Witnessing this, the others followed suit, unleashing a barrage aimed at the heads of the remaining beasts. However, the behemoth, though appearing clumsy, possessed an intelligence surpassing that of a nest guardian. As its companions fell, the remaining few shielded their eyes with one hand and charged forth, mercilessly trampling the humans. Simultaneously, countless bloodied corpses, bloodhounds, and night demons cascaded from above, engaging in fierce combat with the human forces. Chun Shui retrieved a golden violin from a large box. Her unique talent, battlefield musician, unleashed a rousing symphony that dispelled the fear within the hearts of the people. Their eyes glistened with fervor, adrenaline surged, and they bravely charged towards the monsters. Qin Lang cast a deep glance in her direction. He had to admit that Chun Shui's supportive abilities were remarkably formidable in large-scale battles. Witnessing her involvement, Lan Feng and the captains eagerly joined the fray. As an array of flamboyant skills were unleashed, modern warfare swiftly transformed into a fantastical conflict. Qin Lang refrained from engaging directly. He opted instead for long-range sniping with a forest wolf, conserving his strength to confront the apex predator of the giant armed nest food chain. Chapter 60. The Thousand-Armed Avalokiteshvara. As the battle raged on, an increasing number of humans who had not undergone card enhancement met their grim fate, and soon the ground was littered with the bodies of both monsters and men. At that moment, Qin Lang lifted his gaze, utilizing his night vision ability to peer into the dark heights above, where an oddly shaped entity was slowly descending. "I can't go on any longer. I must take a break." Chun Shui, drenched in sweat, set down her violin, having expended immense energy through prolonged performance of the battlefield score. "What's wrong?" Chun Shui noticed Qin Lang's unwavering gaze upwards and instinctively looked as well. A vague shadow drew ever closer, soon entering the illumination of the flare. As she discerned the form of the shadow, her brow furrowed. "What on earth is that?" Another day of dreadful luck, and it's the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. Qin Lang felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Since his rebirth, his fortune had been nothing short of extraordinary. Encountering 2 varieties of sinister creatures was one thing, but now, during his first assault on the giant arm nest, he found himself face to face with the most formidable and deadly level 0 monster, the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. As its name implies, this flesh and blood creature, towering at 2 men's height, was adorned with countless tentacle-like appendages that moved rhythmically, resembling human arms, giving it an almost bewildered appearance. What a bizarre creature! The captain, known as the Punisher, wielding a massive scythe, had just severed the head of a behemoth when he caught sight of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. Assuming it to be yet another minor foe, he charged forth with a battle cry, the scythe slicing through the air towards the creature's form. To his astonishment, the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara remained motionless, raising one tentacle that transformed into a shield upon contact with the scythe, resulting in a shower of sparks. "Wait, what? It can shapeshift?" The Punisher paused, bewildered. "Hey, someone check its combat power." The captain of the war chariot huffed and puffed his way over to his comrade, retrieving a combat power detector that beeped in response, indicating a rather unimpressive score of just 1,000. Oh, so it's merely an elite minor creature? Watch I take it down. The executioner nodded and charged forward with a fierce howl, launching a second assault. Meanwhile, the expression on the war chariot's face shifted dramatically, as dozens of shrunken numbers appeared within the lens. 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, 2,000, 3,000, and the highest reached an astonishing 6,000. No, retreat quickly. Alas, it was too late. The executioner was still mid-air when a tentacle transformed into a spear, piercing through his body, leading to his instantaneous demise. What is this? Those near the thousand-handed Guanyin swiftly retreated to the side. They witnessed the grotesque form of the flesh-and-blood creature splitting open, as the tentacle that had ensnared the executioner slowly delivered the corpse inside. Once the gap closed, the flesh creature began to writhe, accompanied by the sound of crunching and chewing, eventually sprouting new tentacles resembling scythes. Could it evolve by consuming humans? Chen Shui's face turned pale. If ordinary blood corpses can evolve, why couldn't this one? Qin Lang silently stowed away the forest wolf and drew his ever-burning flying sword, shouting, "Everyone, stand back. This is beyond your capability." Qin Lang leaped forward, quickly approaching the thousand-handed Guanyin. Upon entering the attack range of the holy slash, he struck with his sword. A blinding light flashed and vanished in an instant. When they looked again, where was the trace of the thousand-handed Guanyin? Howl, howl! Instant kill. The werewolf stood up, wiping its bloody, furry claws across its eyes. Truly impressive, boss. Zhang Bao hurriedly jogged over to curry favor. Long live the boss. Don't come closer. He is still alive. Qin Lang bellowed, and Zhang Bao's expression changed dramatically. However, there was no time to escape. A mass of liquid flesh tightly enveloped him. Boss, save me. Gurgle. Bao Ge. No. Bao Ge. The two aides of Zhang Bao were left dumbfounded. Flesh construct, thousand-handed Guanyin, leader of the giant arm nest. Difficulty level for defeat is high, possesses exceptional regenerative abilities, and has talents such as splitting, devouring, and mimetic learning. Qin Lang recalled all the information regarding the thousand-handed Guanyin, the most crucial point being that it feared fire, and his ever-burning flying sword happened to possess the fire attribute. This should be my only advantage. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Qin Lang instructed his two aides, "Grant me the aura enhancements." Ah, yes, yes. The two aides hurriedly bestowed 2 auxiliary auras upon Qin Lang. Although they lacked offensive capabilities, both had learned gold card-level aura support skills. At this moment, the thousand-handed Guanyin had completely digested Zhang Bao, restoring its original form and wobbling toward Qin Lang with its grotesque body. Go! Qin Lang formed his fingers into a sword, pointed, and the ever-burning flying sword shot forth, trailing a long tail of fire. The thousand-handed Guanyin raised its tentacles, transforming them into a shield for defense. But it misjudged the lethality of the ever-burning flying sword. The metal shields shattered like tofu, and the sword continued unabated, slicing away a large chunk of flesh from it. Enraged, the thousand-handed Guanyin suddenly accelerated, charging straight towards Qin Lang. He quickly dodged to the side, but during his evasion, several tentacles transformed into ropes, ensnaring his body and dragging him toward the gaping maw that suddenly opened. Prepare to be devoured. Qin Lang had long been prepared. He first ignited a large bundle of detonators. Then, using his Qi manipulation technique, skillfully maneuvered the detonators into place. In an instant, the mouth of the creature snapped shut, but it was already too late. A burst of flames erupted, and the thousand-handed Guanyin shattered into countless fragments. Qin Lang was also caught in the blast, sustaining injuries as he fell heavily to the ground, his clothes tattered, revealing a physique that was nearly flawless in its muscularity. Chen Shui stared in shock, gasping sharply as her body trembled. How, Wu? Boss, are you all right? The wolf rushed over, grasped Qin Lang, and flung him onto its back, swiftly retreating to the edge of the battlefield. I'm fine. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, Qin Lang flexed his arm, feeling the wound begin to heal. The wolf merely grunted in response. Qin Lang, attempting to lighten the mood, soon adopted a serious demeanor once more. The thousand-handed Guanyin was not an easy foe to vanquish. Even after being shattered twice, it could not be so easily defeated. True to his thoughts, the fragments that had been blown away began to writhe, converging towards a central point. Don't just stand there. Open fire on the fragments. Qin Lang commanded. He raised his rifle and began to unleash a barrage of gunfire, with the others following suit, reducing the remnants of flesh to mere pulp, preventing them from regrouping. After 5 or 6 minutes of relentless shooting, Qin Lang signaled for a ceasefire. Aside from a more distant area still engaged in combat, all was quiet on their front. At that moment, his danger sense manifested its utility. Sensing peril behind him, Qin Lang felt a shiver run down his spine. Without a second thought, he rolled aside, and upon rising, he found himself face to face with a half-meter-tall, gnome-like creature, wielding a dagger-like weapon. Chapter 61. The Core of the Nest. Upon seeing this gnome-like creature, a flicker of joy crossed Qin Lang's eyes. According to the research findings from his previous life, the thousand-handed guanyin could assume 2 ultimate forms, one of which involved splitting into numerous flesh gnomes. Although these gnomes possessed remarkable speed and lethality, they lacked the terrifying regenerative ability of their original form, which was precisely Qin Lang's forte, single-target attacks, coupled with his swiftness. With this thought in mind, Qin Lang flicked his fingers, sending the ever-burning flying sword slicing through the air. Though the gnome's speed was impressive, it lagged just behind the flying sword. As it leaped into the air in an attempt to escape, it was cleaved in 2, revealing a colorful card amidst the shattered flesh. Without a glance, Qin Lang tossed the card into his storage space and turned to observe the others. They were all under siege by the flesh gnomes. Even the captain struggled to fend them off, let alone the ordinary soldiers. In a mere few seconds, nearly 100 lives had been extinguished. Had it not been for Lan Feng, sensing the dire situation, returned to the rooftop to defend Chun Shui from the gnome's assault, she would have surely perished by now. Lacking the energy to tend to others, Qin Lang resolutely advanced forward, directing the ever-burning flying sword with his fingers as it weaved through the crowd, continuously slaying flesh gnomes. Any gnome that dared to approach was swiftly dispatched by his black knife, reducing them to mere fragments before they could close in. At this moment, Qin Lang embodied the perfect harmony of offense and defense, utterly flawless. Suddenly, eerie cries reverberated through the darkened sky as countless winged demons swooped down, launching an assault alongside the flesh and blood gnomes against the dwindling survivors. What had once been a formidable force of over 600 now dwindled to fewer than 100, rapidly diminishing at a rate of 5 or 6 souls per minute. Brother Jianghe, I am terrified. Suehua clutched Xiaopong's arm tightly. Xiaopong's expression was grave. Since their group of 10 lacked combat capability, Qin Lang had assigned them to the rear of the vehicle as support. Trembling with fear, they watched the bloody scene unfold outside through the car windows. Bang! Thud! Thud! Several winged demons landed atop the vehicle, their razor-sharp claws effortlessly piercing the seemingly sturdy steel. In an instant, the roof was torn off, and a demon shrieked as it impaled a woman's skull, lifting her into the air to share her flesh with its kin. The nearby winged demons, sensing a bounty of prey, rushed over with frenzied excitement, plunging the situation into peril. Regrettably, despite Qin Lang witnessing the chaos unfold behind him, he found himself powerless, having realized that amidst this swarm of demons lurked another leader, in addition to the thousand-handed guanyin. It was a dual leader lair. One could liken the probability of encountering dual leaders in a single nest to winning over 2 billion with a mere 100,000, with no taxes to pay. In the dimness of the air, a humanoid creature with wings and a forked weapon fixed its gaze upon Qin Lang. This was a white Azura, known for its formidable mobility and high single-target combat prowess, albeit with slightly weaker defenses. Seizing the moment while Qin Lang was preoccupied, 3 flesh and blood gnomes launched a surprise attack from either side and behind. Just as the dagger was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the detestable human, Qin Lang suddenly pivoted, executing a series of slashes. In a dazzling display of light, he reduced the gnomes and several winged demons hovering nearby to mere dust. Little Qin, save me. Chen Jianghe reached out desperately towards Qin Lang. Alas, he did not receive the timely assistance he sought. A winged demon pierced his skull. Enduring its ascent with Xiaopeng, the latter's considerable weight caused him to slip from its grasp, his lifeless body falling at Qin Lang's feet. Qin Lang gazed silently at the corpse, at a loss for how to respond. Chen Jianghe, a future pinnacle of strength, had met his end here. My rebirth has altered the fates of many. What of that young girl? Qin Lang's mood darkened considerably. Suddenly lifting his head, he found the white Azura mere inches away, leaving no time to evade. Yet, Qin Lang remained unfazed, swiftly activating his protective wristband. The fork struck him, merely pushing him back without inflicting any substantial harm. With a chilling screech, the white Azura retreated into the air, its already distorted face growing even more menacing. Do you think I cannot fly? Your opponent has never been me. Qin Lang turned away, and with a thunderous crash, the massive sealed entrance of the lair was violently breached, revealing dozens of fully armed men and women at the threshold. Among them were none other than the squad members who had maintained a psychic connection with Qin Lang over the past few days. Lin Wanner, Old Li, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and all the inhabitants of the sanctuary. Oh, so that is the white Shura, right? Xiao Su, it belongs to me. Do not even think of snatching it away. Old Li, exuding an air of authority, aimed his blood-patterned spear at the white Shura. From a distance of 100 meters, he launched a throw, and before the white Shura could react, it was struck down, crashing to the ground and thrashing in pain. Killing vines. Su Yun crossed her arms, and in the next moment, dozens of vines sprouted from thin air, ensnaring the nearby winged demons and flesh gnomes tightly. Kill. Ding Yuan transformed her body into that of a lizard, lunging at the nearest flesh gnome. They are. Chun Shui stared blankly at the unfamiliar faces surrounding her. Beside her lay the lifeless Blue Maple. Alone, Blue Maple had vanquished 6 winged demons and 2 flesh gnomes, exhausting himself to death. They're all my people. We have been saved. Qin Lang gestured for Chun Shui to descend. She leaped down, but before she could regain her balance, a dagger emerged from the darkness, piercing her waist. Chun Shui coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted immediately. The assailant was a half-dead flesh gnome, unnoticed even by Qin Lang. Chun-Li, save her. I'm on it. Hu Chun-Li hurried over to administer aid to Qin Shui. Meanwhile, with Old Li leading the charge, Su Yun and Ding Yuan, both at the pinnacle of their strength, allowed the shooters and archers behind them to attack with ease. In no time, the winged demons were annihilated, and the white Shura ultimately perished under the trio's onslaught. So many lives lost, Lin Wanner sighed softly. Through mental communication, she had already been privy to Qin Lang's plan to first expend the forces of the shelter, letting them lead the charge, and then initiate the final assault to minimize casualties. However, she had not anticipated the horror of the giant arm nest, of the 600 brought by the Alliance. Fewer than 50 survived, resulting in a mortality rate of 90. You gather the cards. I will go up to retrieve the items. Qin Lang instructed, ascending the spiral staircase. Along the way, he encountered some isolated winged demons, who, fearing him, scattered like birds and beasts. After climbing for a while, Qin Lang found the fist-sized core of the nest in the central area of the giant arm nest. Taking a deep breath, he used a small knife to sever its stem, holding it in his hands. Through the thin outer shell, he could clearly see the dark gold cards and colorful cards inside. Chapter 62, Safe House. As the nest core was removed, the vast giant arm nest began to tremble. Qin Lang dared not linger, quickly retracing his steps. By now, those responsible for cleaning up the battlefield were already waiting outside. Suddenly, Qin Lang's pupils constricted. In a corner, he discovered a half-naked corpse belonging to the former commander of the Iron Army shelter, Zhuo Lang. Among all the commanders, Zhuo Lang had left a particularly deep impression on him. Regrettably, Qin Lang could not recall how he had met his demise, but perhaps that was for the best, sparing him the need for personal involvement. Taking one last look at the sea of corpses, Qin Lang pressed his lips together and walked towards the team. Shortly after the convoy departed from the giant arm nest, it collapsed with a thunderous roar, transforming into a mire of filth. Qin Lang, do not be too hard on yourself. This is an apocalyptic world, inherently cruel. Even if you had not brought them to the giant arm nest, their survival through the harsh winter would have been uncertain. Your distress pains me deeply. A pair of warm little hands gently rested on Qin Lang's shoulder as Lin Wanner softly consoled him. Qin Lang averted his gaze, burying his head in her soft embrace. He did not regret leading the Alliance into the giant arm nest. Rather, he was concerned that Feng Xiaoni might meet a fate akin to Chun Jianghe's due to his rebirth. Lie down, do not move. I will take care of you, Lin Wanner said, tying up her long hair and cheerfully pushing Qin Lang down, while Lin Mo, acting with great decorum, drew the curtain. What should not be seen? Should not be seen. Are these cards truly for me? Chun Shui could hardly believe her eyes as thousands of cards lay before her, leaving anyone bewildered. This is what you deserve. I did not anticipate such heavy losses in the assault on the giant arm nest. I feel undeserving of this. With great difficulty, Chen Shui propped herself up. She was severely injured. Had it not been for Hu Chunli's timely rescue, her life would have already been forfeit. She was not yet healed, and movement caused her pain. From now on, you will manage the resources from the shelter. The consumption is substantial, so please accept these cards. Otherwise, how will you sustain so many mouths? Qin Lang paused before continuing. We shall reside in the shelter for a while until we find a new base. In a few days, I will help you develop a suitable set of skills based on your talents. Currently, your ability is purely supportive. Should you be approached, your life would be endangered. Chen Shui fell into a daze. Although Qin Lang's words were kind, something felt amiss. Suddenly alert, she exclaimed, "Wait, Qin Gu. You want me to use these cards to sustain a shelter for hundreds? That is simply insufficient. The shelter is filled with the elderly, weak, and infirm." Qin Lang spread his hands. "This is all I can offer. As you can see, I have many to care for as well." Qin Yi. Chen Shui grew anxious. "Take me with you. My talent with colorful cards may lack individual combat prowess, but in group battles, it provides significant support. It is definitely not as simple as 112. Bringing you along is not out of the question, but what about those in the shelter who are frail and ill?" He truly valued Chen Shui's talent, as her supportive effect in small-scale team battles surpassed that of various silver and gold corridors. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Shui suggested, "Perhaps leave the cards for them. Their survival is a matter of fate. The choice is yours. I am indifferent." As Qin Lang stood to leave, his arm was suddenly grasped by Chen Shui. He paused. "What is it?" "Qin Gu, Lin Wanner is your girlfriend, isn't she?" Qin Lang was taken aback, wondering what the significance of that was. Chen Shui's cheeks flushed. "I am a master's student in the music department of Berkeley College. I returned home to visit my parents, only to encounter the apocalypse. While I may not be a star like Lin Wanner, my lineage and background are undoubtedly superior to hers." Qin Lang furrowed his brow deeply. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" "I wish to be your girlfriend." "Excuse me?" Qin Lang's expression turned one of astonishment, taken aback by the suddenness of her confession. He truly had not anticipated this. "Though I am studying abroad, I remain steadfast and unyielding in my resolve. I do not seek to vie for affection with Sister Lin. Rather, my only desire is to live a good life." Chen Shui's eyes were filled with earnest pleading. "First, tend to your injuries. We shall discuss other matters later." With that, Qin Lang made no further delay and exited the room. It is undeniable that Chen Shui, in terms of appearance, physique, and beauty, is remarkably outstanding. Her sentiments, though abrupt, are not entirely unfathomable, for in battle, she has demonstrated extraordinary prowess. Every woman yearns to find solace beside a powerful man as a source of strength. In this apocalyptic world, love and desire serve merely as embellishments. To believe that I could be swayed by such trivialities would be exceedingly naive. Indeed, Chen Shui possesses an admirable figure. Qin Lang mused to himself as he rolled up a flake of snow and returned to the vehicle. At that moment, he failed to notice that behind him, Lin Wanner, her expression darkened, entered the room where Chen Shui was. Inside the vehicle, the temperature remained a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius. Qin Lang gazed at the nest core on the table, lost in contemplation. The nest core serves two primary purposes. The first involves slicing it open to extract cards that can enhance one's self or one's team. The second entails planting it, using human or monster corpses as nourishment to cultivate it, thereby generating an endless supply of monsters from which cards can be obtained through slaughter. Typically, nurturing the nest core is the most advantageous approach, though it comes with significant drawbacks. Firstly, it necessitates that Qin Lang prepares to establish a permanent base in a specific area, as the nest core lacks mobility and cannot accompany the vehicle. Secondly, the growth process of a nest core is exceedingly protracted. Even with ample nourishment, it may take 2 to 3 months, or even longer, before any benefits can be reaped. Rubbing his temples, Qin Lang reflected, "Given my current strength, as long as I avoid reckless behavior, I am unlikely to perish. Perhaps I should find a suitable location to plant it. That place would serve well as a long-term refuge. If all else fails, I can still extract cards later." "What? Boss, you can't be serious. You intend to use this as a shelter?" Oldly exclaimed incredulously. "May I inquire why?" "No." Qin Lang shot him a glare. Oldly rolled his eyes and patted his bald head emphatically. "Well, you're the boss. Your word is final. Then it's settled." Qin Lang retrieved a colorful card. "Safe house," from his spatial ring. This was something he had found on the very first day of the apocalypse, and today was finally the moment to utilize it. As the card was torn and cast forth, a courtyard of over 200 square meters materialized out of the snow. Upon opening the door, a vast courtyard revealed itself, complete with 4 areas suitable for planting and even a well, along with separate water and electricity systems. Wow, this house is magnificent. Are we all going to live here? Lynn Warner exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course. For considerable time to come, this will be our home. You all may choose your rooms. Chapter 63. Farming and Trade. This safe house, in addition to the courtyard, featured a main control room and 4 independent chambers, each equipped with a bedroom, storage room, and bathroom. The first residents of this haven included Lin Warner, Li Zhengqi, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and Hu Chunli. Logically, Hu Chunli should not have qualified to reside in the small house. However, given her connection as the companion of Old Li, a vital member of the inner circle, she must be treated with due respect. As the owner of the small house, Qin Lang naturally occupied the control room, where the 200-inch colossal screen served not only for cinematic enjoyment and gaming, but also for comprehensive surveillance of the interior and its surroundings within a 100-meter radius. Did it evoke a sense of home? Qin Lang reclined on the plush bed, smiling as he gazed at Lin Warner. With a sudden leap, Lin Warner dove into Qin Lang's embrace, exclaiming, "I am so happy." "Oh, hold on. Let's not rush into mischief," Qin Lang chuckled, playfully grasping his trousers to prevent Lin Warner from tugging them off. "There is a proper order to things. I must first attend to the most pressing matter." "And what is this most pressing matter?" Lin Warner asked, seated on the bed in a rather unrefined manner. "I'll be right back. You go take a shower." "Okay." Qin Lang stepped out of the control room and entered the backyard through a side entrance. The backyard was an independent and private area, equipped with defensive capabilities comparable to those of the control room. Most importantly, it housed 2 dedicated planting zones. Qin Lang buried the core of the nest into the soil, then retrieved several corpses from his storage space to cover the nest core. The vitality of such cores surpassed human comprehension, and their cultivation was remarkably straightforward, requiring no concern from Qin Lang. Having effortlessly completed the planting, he dusted off his hands and returned to the control room to celebrate love with Lin Warner. The following morning, Qin Lang meandered into the backyard, and the scene before him elicited a sense of wonder. The corpse covering the nest core was now permeated by countless black veins, which continuously absorbed nutrient from the body, significantly diminishing its size. It appeared that he was consuming a corpse roughly every 2 to 3 days. Nodding in approval, Qin Lang decided to place a dozen corpses atop it, all sourced from the nearby giant arm nest. This way, he would not need to visit daily, thus saving time, effort, and worry. Likewise, the 3 women, Ding Yuan, Lin Warner, and Hu Chunli, were also engaged in agricultural pursuits. They had planted tomatoes, potatoes, green beans, winter melons, pumpkins, and corn in the front yard's planting area. All these seeds originated from cards, making the planting process exceedingly simple. The only critical consideration was to select the appropriate season. For instance, during the frigid winter, one could not sow spring, autumn, or summer seeds, and vice versa. Over the ensuing half-month, Qin Lang scarcely ventured outside, devoting his days to gaming and cinematic escapades or enjoying intimate moments with Lin Warner, living a life far more comfortable than before the apocalypse. Oldly shared similar sentiments, often proclaiming in drunken revelry, "I love the apocalypse. It truly is fantastic." The elite of the safe house enjoyed a carefree existence. Yet this did not imply that those without the right to reside there led miserable lives. In truth, outside, figures such as Lin Mo Fa and Wu Tian orchestrated lively outdoor barbecues, and when boredom struck, they built snowmen and engaged in artistic endeavors, creating a scene reminiscent of the Harbin ice and snow world. In this icy realm, humanity has gradually forgotten the harsh realities of the apocalypse. As time passes, on a certain day, a fortnight later, the sun shines brightly yet fails to dispel the biting cold, with the outdoor temperature plummeting to -35 degrees. A convoy of 50 snow vehicles halts several kilometers away from Safe House. A man clad in a white fox fur hat sets down his military binoculars, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Beside him, a youth clad in a white trench coat exclaims, "Boss, I think my hunger is causing me to hallucinate. Why do I feel like they're having a party?" "You are not hallucinating. They are indeed celebrating. They've even built snowmen and created a slide. Goodness, it appears there is a ski resort behind them. What in the world is going on? I am utterly bewildered. The man in the fox fur tightens his already frozen scarf. Contemplating the audacity of those reveling in the apocalypse, there's only one explanation. Their enhanced talents and skills have rendered them capable of withstanding the harsh climate and most monsters, leaving them unafraid. The youth ponders aloud. So, boss, do you suggest we take a detour? Our food rations are insufficient. We must negotiate with them and gauge their disposition first. The man in the fox fur casually scoops up a handful of snow and tosses it into the air, where it astonishingly transforms into a small bird, fluttering its wings as it flies towards the shelter. At that moment, Lin Mo and his companions are engaged in a game of cards inside their tent when they suddenly hear the call of a bird and curiously step outside. What kind of bird is this? I've never seen one before. Chun Shuem marvels, her eyes wide with wonder. Cough, cough. The little bird clears its throat. Hello. What the heck? A bird spirit. In an instant, a dozen rifles are aimed at the little bird. The bird quickly interjects, wait, I'm not an enemy. We are a convoy from Wanghai City, facing a food shortage, and we hope to exchange for some resource cards. You may look west. Our convoy is situated there. Upon hearing this, the group looks westward, indeed spotting some dark figures on high ground. What do you intend to offer in exchange for our food cards? Lin Mo inquires. The bird replies, that depends on what you lack. Anything below a color card is negotiable. All right, wait here. I will inform the boss. Lin Mo pats his backside and strides toward the safe house. Negotiating for food cards seems feasible. Let us go take a look. Upon learning of this news, Qin Lang dons his clothing and approaches the door. Greetings, I am Deng Haifeng from Wanghai City, and I hope to engage in trade with you, the bird states. Certainly. What do you require? Please list your needs for my perusal. Qin Lang nods, recognizing that in this stage of the apocalypse, those who survive are astute. Few dare to initiate conflict, and he estimates that this trade is likely genuine. My required supplies are as follows. The bird spreads its wings, and suddenly, a snow tiger emerges from the west, halting before the group with a golden card in its mouth. The golden card is merely a symbol of our sincerity and will not be counted in the trade. With a crunch, the snow tiger's body disintegrates, revealing a thick list. Qin Lang picks it up and glances through it. The majority of their requested items are food, clearly indicating the exchange ratios. However, what perplexed those around was that all these provisions were of the blue card variety. It was the apocalypse, and merely having something to eat was already a blessing. Why be picky about food, insisting on blue card sustenance? Surely instant noodles and ham sausages could suffice? Old Li's critique was notably astute. In Chapter 64, Wang Wu, the little bird, with one wing shielding its face, dejectedly remarked, I have my own difficulties. This anthropomorphic scene elicited laughter from the onlookers, and Qin Lang chuckled heartily, sitting down on the ground and saying, what difficulties? Isn't it merely an overwhelming number of chaotic card enhancements that your body can no longer endure? The little bird was taken aback, exclaiming, how did you know? Not only do I know, but I also understand how to remedy this flaw. However, Qin Lang pulled out a cigarette and lit it. These insights come at a cost. If you're willing to pay a consulting fee, I can teach you, but you must come to me in person. The little bird paused, transforming into a flurry of snowflakes, dissipating into the air. Boss, do you think he might be deceiving us? The trench-coated youth's eyes widened. The man in the fox fur coat pondered for a moment. No, if he were lying, he would not know about our chaotic card enhancements. He truly possesses a means to fundamentally address our issues. But wouldn't face-to-face communication be perilous? The leaders of the shelters we've encountered have been anything but humane. The trench-coated youth expressed his concerns. They had journeyed from Wanghai City, encountering at least 10 shelters, the majority of which were led by brutal, depraved murderers. In rare exceptions, there were fanatical zealots who labeled those not adhering to their beliefs as cultists deserving of eradication. They had endured numerous inexplicable confrontations and had lost all faith in human nature. Even if it is dangerous, we must go. This is the only way to fundamentally resolve our issues. Surely, you do not wish for them to starve to death. The man in the fox fur coat sighed. I will accompany you. No, he firmly rejected. If they harbor ill intentions, at least you remain to lead the team. If both of us were to perish, how could you face the many classmates who have placed their trust in you? The trench-coated youth glanced at the men and women in the vehicle. Despite having struggled for nearly 2 months in this apocalyptic world, the exhaustion etched on their faces could not hide their youthful innocence. The eldest among them no more than 17 or 18 years old. Boss, if they dare to lay a hand on you, I would sacrifice my life to avenge you. The trench-coated youth's eyes brimmed with tears. Foolish child, if I were to be killed, what good would your sacrifice do? The man in the fox fur coat adjusted the youth's collar, noticing in his peripheral vision that the boys and girls in the snow vehicle had emerged, their flushed cheeks betraying their concern. Return inside, it is cold out. But, boss, perhaps we should reconsider. Indeed, boss, we can manage without food for a few days. The youth and girls chimed in. The man in the fox fur coat shook his head. I have made my decision and shall not waver. However, I hope to hear you call me teacher just one more time. Wong teacher. Woo-woo. We will miss you, Wong teacher. Oh, come now if you cry. One might think I am going to my demise. Is there some sort of misunderstanding? I am merely here to negotiate. Please don't bring me to tears. Wong Wu humorously remarked, waving his hand as he boarded the snowmobile, heading towards the shelter down the slope. Wong Wu, an utterly ordinary physical education teacher, earned a modest salary of 3,000 to 4,000, diligently paying off a mortgage of 2,000 to 3,000. In the face of the apocalypse, he fought valiantly to protect 67 students, leading the charge against monstrous foes, successfully repelling wave after wave of attacks. 2 months later, the convoy behind him still comprised 67 students, not a single one lost. This was a miracle in the end times. Greetings, everyone. I am Wong Wu, a physical education teacher from Wanghai City. Wong Wu removed his fur-lined hat and bowed deeply. Goodness, this is absurd. Boss, you were indeed correct. His combat power is 7,700. Surpassing even yours, Oldly exclaimed. Qin Lang shot him a glare and initiated a mental exchange. Oldly, your chatter is excessive. Once he enters the house with me, find a way to control those on the slope. Better to use diplomacy before resorting to force, and let us avoid casualties. Understood, came the responses from Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and Lin Wan-er. Qin Lang smiled. I am Qin Lang, the leader of this humble shelter. I am already aware of your concerns. Shall we discuss them within? My fees are rather steep, you know. Wong Wu replied. As long as the core issue can be resolved, the cards are not a problem. Generally when someone claims money is not an issue, it is invariably a sign that it indeed is. Qin Lang chuckled. Please, after you. He led Wong Wu into the safe house. Within this sanctuary, he enjoyed a significant home field advantage. Even if Wong Wu possessed a combat power of only 7,700, were he to face a creature of 17,700, it would be inconceivable. Is this not akin to paradise? Wong Wu mused, basking in the warmth of the courtyard and admiring the lush greenery. Mr. Wong, your words are quite flattering. Who am I to compare to paradise? Qin Lang lao ke tatili. I must apologize for my earlier statement. Wong Wu chuckled in response. There was an inexplicable connection. Upon first meeting Qin Lang, Wong Wu felt an affinity. After a brief exchange, he found himself quite fond of this younger man. In these dire times, those who could maintain a sense of humor were unlikely to be truly malevolent. A simple truth. Gurgling sounds filled the air as Qin Lang brewed a pot of tea. Sitting across from Wong Wu, he took a sip and, without hesitation, addressed the matter directly. The cards can indeed enhance one's combat prowess and improve survival odds in this apocalyptic landscape. However, that does not imply one should recklessly employ various levels of cards for self-enhancement. Such unconsidered augmentation can lead to severe repercussions on the body. A prime example is when the number of enhanced cards reaches a certain threshold. Consuming green or white card food will result in a loss of their original energy, essentially leaving one hungry and thirsty. At this juncture, the enhanced individual must resort to blue cards to replenish energy. This is precisely your current predicament. Wong Wu was so thrilled he nearly leaped from his seat. Yes, you're absolutely right. The current provisions of the white and green cards are utterly futile for us. Consuming them yields no benefit whatsoever. Mr. Qin, I implore you to guide me on how I might alleviate this predicament. Qin Lang lifted his teacup, a smile gracing his face, and replied, That depends on your sincerity. Mr. Wong. I understand. Wong Wu, being a savvy individual, hastily produced 5 golden cards and handed them over. Without a glance, Qin Lang accepted them into his storage space, stating, I shall first take the deposit. The remaining portion will be collected once I have resolved your issue. Wong Wu's lips twitched. Although this youthful leader was not a malevolent monster, he certainly embodied the traits of an avaricious merchant. You are the one in charge. Wong Wu conceded, already feeling a pang of regret. Chapter 65, A Leisurely Existence in the Apocalypse. You must have accumulated quite a few cards on your journey from Wanghai, particularly an abundance of these blank silver cards. Qin Lang retrieved a silver card from a storage space and handed it over. Wang Wu was taken aback, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, I have many, though I have long been unaware of their purpose. With a smile, Qin Lang explained, their function is to withdraw your enhanced silver cards and lesser talents. Given your current dilemma stems from having acquired an excess of haphazard skills, resulting in an overload of enhancements. It is merely a matter of extracting the superfluous ones to relieve the burden on your body. Is it truly that simple? Wang Wu was momentarily speechless. What did you expect? It's not overly complicated. Qin Lang squinted slightly. I possess a number of blank silver cards and am willing to exchange them at a ratio of 2:1 for golden cards. Would you care to consider? Wang Wu chuckled bitterly. That ratio is quite predatory. If it were 3:1, I might entertain the thought. You strike me as a man of integrity. I shall make the exchange. Qin Lang rose and shook Wang Wu's hand firmly. By the way, I also offer paid planning for enhancement directions. Should you be interested, my fee is 1 golden card per consultation. Enhancement direction planning? What does that entail? Wang Wu felt somewhat lost, being merely a hapless physical education teacher with little more than muscle in his brain. In simple terms, it involves constructing the strongest warrior using the fewest cards, ensuring that each talent and skill complements the others, thereby maximizing your team's combat effectiveness. Wang Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I am indeed eager to seek your planning assistance, but our supply of golden cards is limited. Even exchanging for silver cards may be a stretch. If that is the case, we shall discuss it later. By the way, this consultation requires a fee of 10 golden cards. All right, very well, Wang Wu said, wincing at the thought. Outside the safe house, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. Just as Wang Wu stepped out, he saw his students surrounded by a crowd of dozens. Alarmed, he shouted, what is the meaning of this? Qin Lang raised a hand. Please, Mr. Wang, do not be agitated. I harbor no ill intentions. If I truly meant to harm anyone, they wouldn't have been brought back. Wang Wu retorted, then you. Qin Lang replied with a grin. This is the apocalypse. One must not harbor malice, yet it is wise to remain vigilant. I prefer to maintain control over situations. You understand my meaning, do you not? Wang Wu nodded. They are my students. Do not harm them. Old Li, retreat, he commanded. Qin Lang called out, summoning everyone back. Earlier, while conversing with Wang Wu, Old Li and Su Yun had already communicated the events through their minds. There was no actual conflict, although some of the students appeared formidable. With combat powers soaring to 3,000 or even 4,000, they were not as strong as they seemed. Their leader, the trench-coated youth Du Jun, had sparred with Old Li and, after being easily subdued, urged his classmates to surrender. Du Jun was astute. He recognized that this group was not comparable to the shelter warriors they had previously encountered, clearly operating on a different level. Are you all right? Wang Wu inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Boss, we're fine. They mean no harm, and even suggested treating us to hot pot later. Du Jun replied with a grin. Wang Wu nodded, relieved. Did he provide you with a solution? Yes, he did. Wang Wu recounted Qin Lang's words to his classmates. However, we currently lack sufficient gold cards. We can only resolve one issue at a time and address the rest later. While the students were speaking, the shelter's inhabitants, at Qin Lang's behest, had already set up a large tent, laden with an array of hot pot ingredients. Fresh rolls of pork, beef, and lamb, assorted vegetables, and mushrooms were all laid out, with the most enticing being a pot of rich, fragrant broth. Wang Wu swallowed hard, his mouth watering. Old Li boisterously declared, our boss has stated that when guests arrive, they must be treated to fine food and drink. If enemies come, they shall experience the full extent of our hospitality. Since you're guests, please come in. Wang Wu bought deeply, Tangking Qin Lang. Qin Lang chuckled. No need for formality. Eat and drink to your heart's content. It's the least I can do. Boss Qin, what are you doing? Du Jun, with his extroverted nature, inquired. Oh, just preparing some grilled meat. We've had enough hot pot for now, Wang Wu responded. Du Jun replied, how very extravagant. Initially, the students were somewhat reserved while indulging in food and drink, but as the liquor flowed, they soon shed their inhibitions, revealing their true selves. Lin Mo, Wu Fa, and Wu Tan, who were merely a few years older than the students, quickly blended in, engaging in lively conversation. However, this was still a post-apocalyptic world. Many had lost loved ones, and after feasting, tears began to flow. I told you, one should not overindulge. When a person is hungry, they have but one worry, but once satiated, countless troubles arise, Qin Lang remarked, continuing to play a video game titled Baldur's Gate 10 on the large screen. Lin Wanner chuckled. So, do you wish to starve them? If they keep crying and ruin my mood, I shall let them go hungry. Qin Lang laughed heartily. There is something I've yet to mention to you. Oh, what is it? Tonight, I plan to sleep in the vacant room. Why is that? I intend to give Qin Shui a place to stay. Qin Lang furrowed his brow. Lin Wanner joyfully remarked. Look at your expression. Qin Shui has had her eye on you for quite some time. A man as formidable as you certainly deserves such attention. Worry not about me. No. Qin Lang shook his head. That is not my intention. I simply feel that with your understanding nature, how could I possibly allow you to sleep in another room? Is our bed not large enough? Lin Wanner leaned closer, teasingly saying, Oh, you are quite mischievous. Even if I were willing, would Qin Shui be? That is beyond my concern. Qin Lang embraced Lin Wanner, playfully pinning her down. Then go, bring Qin Shui in. All right, here, 1,000 words are omitted. The following morning, Qin Lang appeared in the courtyard of the safe house, with Lin Wanner on his left and Qin Shui on his right. Old Li was crouched by the well, brushing his teeth, and upon seeing them, he exclaimed with surprise. Qin Lang, not one to hold back, gave him a hearty kick. What's that exclamation for? I've never seen you so tidy before. Well, with a woman in the house, one must maintain cleanliness, Old Li retorted. How are the students doing? They haven't caused any trouble, have they? Everything is fine. They were exhausted from crying last night and fell asleep. Ding Yuan was concerned they might be cold in the tents, so she brought a small heater over. That's excellent. Qin Lang nodded, relishing the comfort of such a life. Chapter 66, The Vanished Team. After finishing his morning routine in the safe house, Qin Lang donned his down jacket and stepped outside. The safe house was equipped with a temperature regulation system far superior to central air conditioning. As long as the battery was charged, it maintained an optimal temperature for human comfort. However, upon opening the door, the stark difference in temperature between indoors and outdoors was nearly 60 degrees. Did you all rest well yesterday? Qin Lang waved at the group of students, who responded enthusiastically, expressing their gratitude for the hearty meals and restful sleep provided by their older brother Qin. Qin Lao, I have a matter to discuss with you. It may come off as abrupt, and if I say anything inappropriate, please do not take it to heart. Wang Wu hesitantly began. Go ahead, speak your mind. I must clarify, as long as it does not involve borrowing cards, I am open to negotiation. In this apocalypse, cards are everything. Wang Wu chuckled lightly. That is not the case. Our journey here has left us physically and mentally fatigued, and I wish to rest with the children for a while before we continue. That is no problem at all, Qin Lang replied cheerfully. I was worried it was something serious, making you so anxious. As long as you wish to stay, you may do so for as long as you like. I will take care of the heating, but regarding food, Qin Lang was certainly capable of providing food. In fact, the supplies he had acquired from the battle at the giant arm nest were sufficient to sustain 100 or so people for half a year. Yet, he wondered why he should bear that burden when they were not kin. Wang Wu quickly interjected, No need for that. We will find our own way. We are already staying with you, and it would be too presumptuous to consume your provisions as well. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. In this apocalypse, we must band together for warmth. After surveying the vicinity of the shelter and stowing away some corpses into storage, Qin Lang returned to the safe house to continue his daily life. You know how to play games too? Qin Lang observed Qin Shui, who was engrossed in playing with the controller, and felt a surge of delight. Qin Shui, flustered, hastily dropped the controller and stood up, cautiously stating, I truly enjoy playing games. Back when I was studying, I even did live streaming to earn some pocket money. I have over 400,000 followers. Oh my, you are quite the internet celebrity. Have you played It Takes Two? I have. Let us get started. Great. I envy your gaming skills. Lin Wanner, a novice to gaming, could only watch and envy. It truly was not her forte, and she failed to comprehend the joys of gaming. If only you had played more games during your school years, you wouldn't be left behind now. How annoying. Lin Wanner huffed as she playfully kicked Qin Lang with her small foot. Time flew by, and a week slipped away unnoticed. Qin Lang's life during this period was remarkably routine. Each day began with gaming and watching movies. Once he grew weary of playing, he would share the bed with the two girls, only to repeat the previous day's activities upon waking, relishing every moment. It was not that Qin Lang had grown complacent or lost his drive to strive. Rather, there were no monsters to slay. After finally settling down, he felt it was essential to enjoy life. Moreover, with the outside temperature plummeting to nearly minus 40 degrees, who would venture out a hunt unless absolutely starving? Ding ding ding. While Qin Lang was asleep, he was suddenly roused by the doorbell. Upon glancing up, he saw Wang Wu, shivering at the door. Qin Lang, I need to discuss something with you. Come in, Qin Lang replied, opening the door for Wang Wu, who had come wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. What is the matter? Wang Wu stretched his limbs and explained, I'd like to trade some ammunition cards with you. Since it's snowing, quite a few monsters have appeared. I plan to take my students out for hunting. If we continue to sit idly, we'll eventually run out of supplies. However, I don't have many ammunition cards on hand. It's snowing, huh? Qin Lang yawned, having been entirely unaware of this development. No problem. It's just ammunition cards. I'll personally sponsor you 200. Thank you so much. Wang Wu exclaimed joyfully. 200 ammunition cards would last them quite a while. I have one condition. My group should join in the activity as well. I fear they'll become rusty if they stay idle. Absolutely no problem. Wang Wu readily agreed. What was intended to be a routine hunting expedition turned into something unexpected, as by the following evening, Wang Wu and his nearly 100 companions had yet to return. I had an agreement with Wang Wu to check in every 3 hours at most, and now he's been out of contact for 6 hours. Something must have gone awry. Lao Li was quite anxious, especially since Hu Chunli had grown somewhat weary in the safe house and had accompanied Wang Wu. Su Yining furrowed her brow, remarking, this is indeed peculiar. A team of over 100, well-equipped and experienced in combat. Unless Wang Wu made a grave error and led them into a giant arm nest, there should be no monster capable of posing a threat to them. Even a horde of zombies will be manageable. What do you think, boss? Qin Lang closed his eyes in contemplation, refraining from responding to Su Yun's inquiry. He too sensed that something was amiss, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom what had befallen Wang Wu and his group. In the second phase of the apocalypse, the most terrifying threats, aside from the extreme cold, are the giant arm nests. If one were to identify another peril capable of endangering a team of 100, it would be the leader-level monsters residing within these nests. However, such creatures typically remain confined to the nests or their immediate vicinity. Wang Wu would never be foolish enough to venture there. Could they have fallen victim to an assault from shelter? Lin Wanner pondered this possibility. It was not entirely implausible. Regardless of what they were facing, we could no longer afford to wait. Have Lin Mo prepare the vehicle. We must set forth. Lin Mo was also part of the team, along with Wu Fa and Wu Tian. Su Yin let out a rueful smile. Are you suggesting that we are the last 6 left in the entire shelter? Indeed. Qin Lang pinched the bridge of his nose and declared, let us go. I'll drive. The safe house, with the current means available to humanity, is practically impenetrable, and a violent breach is utterly out of the question. Qin Lang harbored no concerns about the safe house being compromised. It could withstand nuclear attacks, and even old Li, with his formidable strength, would require at least 1.5 years of relentless effort to breach its doors. Thus, Qin Lang led the 5 companions into the sturdy camper van, tracing the tire tracks onward. The snow continued to fall outside, and fortunately, it had not completely obscured the traces, making the pursuit manageable. As for the various monsters encountered along the way, Qin Lang opted to evade them. Their mission was to rescue, not to hunt, and priorities must be clear. After several hours of driving, the camper van halted at a corner of a city that had clearly experienced a large-scale gunfight, where a multitude of monster corpses lay piled up. Their identification cards removed, clearly the work of Wang Wu and his group. Chapter 67. The Mushroom Cave. It has grown so dark. Should we rest here for a while and continue our search at dawn? Su Yin suddenly suggested. At that moment, it was already 11 p.m., and apart from the howling cold wind and the distant roars of monsters, there were no other sounds. The temperature had plummeted to -43 degrees, nearing the extreme limits of the second phase of the apocalypse. Qin Lang contemplated for a moment, then shook his head. We have no idea what Wang Wu and the others are experiencing. Finding them sooner will bring peace of mind. Let us get back in the vehicle. Qin Lang continued to drive the camper van, following the tracks. After 3 or 4 hours, the ground ahead suddenly transformed into a vast pit. Qin Lang reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes, but it was of no avail. In the next instant, both he and the vehicle plunged into the abyss. Damn, I'm going to die. Oldly groaned in agony. Qin Lang kicked open the car door and crawled out of the camper, his eyes widening in astonishment at the surreal scene before him. A mushroom cave? Such a place truly exists? Qin Lang rubbed his eyes vigorously, memories of the legends associated with mushroom caves resurfacing from the depths of his mind. It was said that beneath the monster-infested wastelands of the apocalypse lay a natural sanctuary known as the Mushroom Cave. Each mushroom cave had an unpredictable lifespan, lasting anywhere from 3 to 5 days at minimum to 7 or 8 months, or even a year at maximum. Within each mushroom cave resided an abundance of food and treasures. Heavens, what a beautiful place this is! Lin Wanner gazed in astonishment at the shimmering, mushroom-shaped flora before her. The others who had emerged from the vehicle were equally mesmerized. It was the snowmobile of Old Wang and his companions. A surge of energy coursed through Old Li as he pointed to the scattered vehicles behind them. Clearly, Wang Wu's convoy had encountered an unexpected collapse while traversing this area. Otherwise, the vehicles would not be strewn about haphazardly, but rather clustered together. Fortunately, the mushrooms below had cushioned the fall. Otherwise, the impact would have been severe. Old Li looked upward. What should have been a colossal sinkhole now resembled merely the opening of a well, hinting at its profound depth, a daunting climb to escape. Boss, you are well versed in various matters. What, pray tell, are these soft, squishy things? Old Li inquired, stepping on one of the mushrooms, which emitted a peculiar sound. They appear to resemble mushrooms. Tread cautiously, for there may be unforeseen dangers here. Qin Lang cautioned as he unsheathed his ever-burning sword, allowing it to hover protectively around him, signaling to the others to remain vigilant. The 6 of them proceeded along the path illuminated by the mushrooms, encountering an array of bizarre fungi. Some of these Qin Lang recognized from the Apocalypse Encyclopedia, while others were entirely unfamiliar to him. This mushroom is quite adorable, a rosy hue akin to an apple. I wonder if it is edible, Old Li remarked, pointing at a mushroom the size of his fist. Just as Qin Lang was about to interject, Old Li had already plucked it from the ground. Sizzle. Qin Lang shouted, "Throw it away. That's a bomb mushroom." As a throwing enthusiast, Old Li, with remarkable strength, hurled the bomb mushroom away, where it erupted in a burst of flames, resembling fireworks, a rather beautiful sight. Damn it. I told you not to touch anything. Why didn't you listen? Qin Lang scolded. Hey, my hand were too eager. Old Li scratched his head sheepishly. As punishment, you shall eat this mushroom, Qin Lang said, thrusting a black mushroom, about the thickness of a thumb, into Old Li's hands. Old Li paused, bewildered. What is this? You'll find out once you eat it. Qin Lang replied. Old Li hesitated, knowing that Qin Lang would not lead him astray, and finally swallowed the black mushroom whole. What does it taste like? Old Li? Su Yin inquired with curiosity. I can't quite describe it. It's somewhat reminiscent of eating century eggs, quite foul-smelling. Don't believe me? Smell my breath. Keep your distance. Su Yin quickly recoiled. Qin Lang, with a mischievous grin, asked Li Zhongqi, tell us, what is the most embarrassing thing you've ever done? Old Li stood stiffly as though possessed, declaring, the most embarrassing thing I've done in my life was when I served as a designated driver. On one occasion, I stole my inebriated boss's money and spent on a lady of the night, only to discover she was ill. I ended up spending tens of thousands to cure her. Ugh. Lin Wanner, Ding Yuan, and Shun Shui collectively expressed their disdain. Qin Lang and Su Yin laughed uncontrollably. What on earth have I just said? No, boss, what is this all about? Old Li's face turned crimson. I gave you a truth-telling mushroom. After consuming it, one cannot help but speak the truth, Qin Lang explained, pointing to a mushroom with a circular pattern above. This one is called a passive mushroom. There is no need to eat it. Merely touching it induces a profound sense of negativity, typically lasting from several seconds to a few minutes. Old Li chuckled, how amusing. As an inherently optimistic person, I certainly won't succumb to negativity. Let me give it a try. With that, he reached out to touch, only to suddenly kneel before Qin Lang, forcefully slapping himself across the face. I apologize for being a useless wretch. I am unworthy to exist in this world. Why did they perish while I remained? What right do I have to live? Let me die. I truly wish to cease existing, for I loathe wasting the precious air on this earth. The crowd gasped. This is terrifying. Just a moment ago, I felt no joy. I genuinely wished to end it all. Fortunately, Old Li, exhibiting his typically positive demeanor, regained his composure within a minute, thumping his chest and exclaiming, Fear not. Now is not the time for mushroom classification. We must urgently locate Wang Wu and the others. Qin Lang inhaled deeply and shouted, Wang Wu. His voice echoed into the depths of the mushroom cave, but after a long pause, no response came. Continuing deeper, the group pressed on for 2 hours until Qin Lang spotted a misty lake ahead, its edges littered with men and women sprawled out. Ah, Chun-Li. Old Li exclaimed upon recognizing who Chun-Li, but before he could rush in, Qin Lang seized him. Wait. This mist, is suspicious. Look at them. Following Qin Lang's gaze, they noticed the vibrant mushrooms sprouting from everyone's bodies. Could they be dead? No, they're still breathing. They must have been poisoned by the mushrooms, Qin Lang deduced. Recalling information from encyclopedias he had read, those affected by this particular mushroom toxin would not perish immediately, but without timely intervention. The mushrooms would absorb their nutrients through their skin, leading to a slow demise over the course of a week. Chapter 68. The Panel Mirror and the Mushroom People. What shall we do now? Everyone turned their eyes to Qin Lang. Do not panic. I have a plan. Qin Lang rummaged through his storage space and finally produced a golden card, handing it to Ding Yuan. An antibody for the toxin? Ding Yuan inquired, examining the card. Is this for my use? Qin Lang nodded. Once you transform into a lizard person, you will inherently possess toxin resistance. Coupled with this toxin antibody, you will be immune to most toxins currently present. You're the most suitable for locating the poisoner. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Yuan tore the card, a flash of dark green light enveloping her. You should transform and then venture into the toxic mist. All right. Ding Yuan's trust in Qin Lang was as profound as Su Yun's, and she promptly transformed into a lizard person, cautiously stepping forward. At that moment, the advantages of team honor became evident, allowing seamless mental communication. Otherwise, there would have been significant barriers to communication after Ding Yuan's transformation. Ding Yuan remarked, "The toxin indeed does not affect me, but what should I do now?" Qin Lang instructed, "First, carry them out from the toxic mist." Got it. Ding Yuan, transformed into a colossal lizard human, swiftly carried Hu Chunli and a female student out, gently placing them on the ground. Ever since Qin Lang had tailored a special suit for her, Ding Yuan's stamina and strength had become exceptionally robust, rendering fatigue a non-issue. Ding Yuan declared, "I shall continue." With that, she dove back in, methodically retrieving more individuals. Chunli, old Li, visibly anxious, clutched Hu Chunli, whose face was covered in mushrooms, tears threatening to spill. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. He had long harbored deep feelings for Hu Chunli. Do not disturb the mushrooms on her body, Qin Lang cautioned, explaining that what appeared to be mushroom-like growths were, in fact, part of their flesh. Only by eliminating the poisoner could they achieve complete recovery. Otherwise, they would be forced to use the special toxin serum, a rare commodity. Qin Lang possessed fewer than 20 such cards and preferred not to expend them here. With remarkable agility, Ding Yuan soon retrieved around 50 men and women from the lakeside. "I have checked thoroughly. There are only these people nearby. The others have vanished," she reported. "Have you searched the lake?" Qin Lang inquired. I'm a natural landlubber. I cannot swim," Ding Yuan admitted. Qin Lang, momentarily at a loss for words, handed Ding Yuan 2 gold cards, one for Diver Dave and the other for Gills Holder. The former bestows formidable diving abilities upon the user, while the latter significantly enhances breath-holding capacity. These cards worked in tandem, creating a synergistic effect. Ding Yuan, elated, exclaimed, "I understand now. No wonder you have been withholding more cards. You are allowing me room for development." "Indeed," Qin Lang affirmed. "A powerful team must not only be strong in combat, but also adept at handling various environments. Go down and investigate. If you encounter any monsters you cannot handle, swiftly return, and we will come to your aid." "Understood," Ding Yuan replied. The lizard human plunged into the mist, and soon the sound of a heavy object splashing into the water echoed. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the once dense toxic fog began to dissipate, and the mushroom-like growths on Hu Chunli and the others' faces slowly withered and contracted. "What is happening? Why this sudden change?" "You must ask Ding Yuan. She has certainly done something," Su Yun remarked. Yuan, what are you up to?" "The toxic fog has cleared," Ding Yuan replied. I'm back. Look what I brought." With a splash, the lizard human emerged, water cascading off it, revealing its right hand clutching a half-human-sized, anthropomorphic mushroom creature, evidently unconscious, its eyes bulging. As soon as I entered the water, this mushroom creature ambushed me, spraying poison in my face. In my fury, I delivered a few punches, and then it ended up like this. I'm unsure if it's alive or dead. Ding Yuan, having reverted to her human form, wrapped herself in a blanket Su Yun handed her, excitedly exclaiming, "Oh, I also discovered 2 items at the bottom of the lake, which I conveniently stashed in my storage space." Qin Lang chuckled, using his privileges to open Ding Yuan's storage box, where he indeed found 2 items, a shimmering mirror and a golden chest. "Wow, we've struck gold." Qin Lang was so exhilarated that he nearly leapt into the air, producing 2 items from his possession. Wow, this mirror is astonishing. It reveals the talents and skills I have learned, just as oldly described. The smile on Qin Lang's face could no longer be concealed. This was the panel mirror, an exquisite golden tool. We are destined for great fortune, as its name suggests. The panel mirror reflects each individual's attribute panel, and its most extraordinary feature is the ability to facilitate the storage and retrieval of any talent or skill at the mere expense of a silver car battery. In other words, with this mirror, Qin Lang could optimize everyone's talents and skills with minimal loss. Its long-term strategic significance is no less than that of team glory. Ah, I understand, Chun Shui exclaimed. It's akin to reconstructing characters in our games. Brilliant, Qin Lang responded, giving a thumbs up. What about that chest? Several gazes turned towards the golden box. If my guess is correct, it likely contains mushroom treasures. Qin Lang rubbed his palms together and approached the unconscious mushroom creature. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, the previously dazed mushroom creature suddenly awoke, shrieking in terror, babbling incoherently. Its short arms and legs flailed wildly, tears streaming from its large eyes. Is it crying? Sujun wunda unsetin. Qin Lang, could you refrain from killing it for a moment? I find this mushroom rather endearing, Lin Wanner pleaded. Young girls of Chun Shui and Lin Wanner's age often found it difficult to resist adorable creatures, especially this mushroom person, who stood half a meter tall, round-bodied, and with short, stout limbs, perfectly fitting the definition of cuteness. It seemed as though the mushroom could comprehend Lin Wanner's words. As it ceased its struggles and turned its head away, sobbing towards her, it appears to understand human language. Qin Lang released it, and the mushroom creature scurried over to Lin Wanner, only to trip and tumble in its haste. Oh, don't be afraid. I won't harm you. Are you hurt? Lin Wanner gently rubbed the mushroom's head, and it clung to her leg, weeping profusely, then pointed at the group of individuals lying on the ground and gestured towards Ding Yuan. Ding Yuan shot at a glare, causing the mushroom to become tearful once more. How peculiar. I haven't heard a word, yet I comprehend its meaning, Lin Wanner remarked, astonished. Chapter 69. The Terrifying Existence. It must be that this little mushroom is using a skill akin to unobstructed communication, Qin Lang contemplated aloud. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the later stages of the apocalypse. Certain unique monsters could engage in telepathic communication or seamless interaction with humans, even becoming companions. Naturally, this required humans to possess taming or summoning skills, a path well suited for Su Yun. What is it saying? It claims it did not intentionally harm these bipedal creatures. They intruded first, and it had no choice but to retaliate. Also, Lin Wanner paused, managing a wry smile. It mentioned that the lizard creature is a villain. Ding Yuan shot at a glare and retorted, Who are you referring to? Babble, babble. The mushroom people evidently harbored a profound fear of Ding Yuan, hastily seeking refuge behind Lin Wanner. All right, do not frighten it. Inquire where the others have gone, Qin Lang remarked with a smile. After a brief exchange with the small mushroom being, Lin Wanner articulated, the remaining individuals have pursued the lizard monster. A lizard monster? Could it be that, apart from mushrooms, there exist other creatures within this cavern? Qin Lang expressed his astonishment, for this was news to him. Lin Wanner continued. It claims that the lizard monster preys exclusively on mushrooms, serving as the nemesis to its kind. Its parents and kin perished at the hands of the lizard monster, leaving it as the last of its kind. Then we must hasten, lest Wang Wu and the others encounter further peril. After pondering for a moment, Qin Lang decided to leave Su Yun and Ding Yuan to tend to the injured while he, along with Old Li, Lin Wanner, Chen Shui, and the mushroom being, ventured down the path in pursuit. The mushroom creature appeared clumsy, yet it was not particularly swift in its running. Fearing it would lag behind, Lin Wanner opted to carry it as she sprinted, communicating all the while and relaying this information through their mental connection to the others. They pursued for nearly half a day, and fortunately, each individual had enhanced their stamina. Otherwise, merely traveling would have exhausted them. Suddenly, as Qin Lang prepared to halt for a respite, a thunderous roar erupted ahead. I will go ahead. You follow closely, he declared, leaping forward. Minutes later, he arrived at the scene. There, over 50 individuals led by Wang Wu were besieging a throng of lizards. To be precise, these creatures bore a resemblance to crocodiles, having little in common with lizards. The vast clearing was strewn with the carcasses of these monsters, while Wang Wu's group seemed to have suffered no casualties. That must be the nest, Qin Lang observed, his gaze fixating on a circular wall at the far end, riddled with numerous holes, hundreds, in fact, through which the monsters had evidently emerged. What a peculiar species. Qin Lang's brow furrowed as he suddenly recalled the name of this creature. In his previous life, such monsters were referred to as crocodiles, known for their lack of formidable offensive and defensive capabilities despite their overwhelming numbers. Typically, they dwelled underground, making their appearances above ground exceedingly rare. What troubled Qin Lang was that, as per the texts, crocodiles were social creatures, with every nest housing a crocodile king and queen. However, the strength of the king and queen remained uncertain, as they were exceedingly rare and records on them were scarce. Wang Wu, Qin Lang shouted from atop a mushroom. Upon seeing Qin Lang, Wang Wu's face lit up with joy. Qin Lao, what brings you here? You have been missing for so long. I was concerned for your safety. It is Qin Deji. Qin Deji has come to rescue us. The students rejoiced, including Lin Mo, Wu Fa, and Wu Tian, who all wore expressions of delight. Do not kill them. Let us leave quickly. The mushroom toxins in their bodies have been neutralized. Qin Lang weighed the pros and cons, ultimately deciding against recklessness. In the second phase of the apocalypse, surface monsters could be slain indiscriminately, but these subterranean creatures, which persisted through the latter stages of the apocalypse, would likely prove to be a more formidable challenge. Let's linger a while longer. The cards on these crocodiles are of high quality, at the very least, green cards with plenty of blue and silver cards as well. The ascent of Wang Wu in the realm of slaughter is an opportunity that only a fool would disregard. I permit your departure, so cease your prattling. These are mere trifles. Should we slay too many, it may provoke something far greater, and we shall all perish. Qin Lang felt a surge of anger. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu immediately signaled his companions to cease firing. Is there indeed something larger? For the sake of prudence, we should retreat swiftly. Xiao Du, gather the cards while we provide cover for you. Squad leader Du Jun nodded, beckoning a few classmates to scavenge the spoils from the fallen, while the scattered crocodiles seized the opportunity to retreat into their lairs. We are destined for fortune, boss. Look, a gold card. Du Yun exclaimed vite le chaume, raising the gold card high. Just as Wang Wu was about to commend him, unexpectedly, a formidable spherical wall behind Du Jun shattered, and an incomprehensibly immense claw emerged, seizing Du Jun in an instant. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Du Jun's smile lingered on his face even as his body was ground to dust. There was no time for rescue. Xiao Du. Wang Wu's eyes blazed crimson. Du Jun was among his most cherished students. Flee. This is beyond our capability to confront. Qin Lang gasped in horror. In the instant Du Jun was crushed. A chilling sensation coursed through him, an instinctual warning that if he lingered any longer, he would surely meet his demise. The creature within was undoubtedly an entity that could obliterate all. My heavens! This monster possesses a combat power of 60,000. Someone in the team, equipped with a combat power detector, exclaimed in disbelief. What does 60,000 even signify? It is beyond comprehension. This is not a foe that humanity can contend with at this stage. It is a being as terrifying as a deity. Run. Without a second thought, Qin Lang turned and fled, colliding with Lin Wanner and Chen Shui, shouting, if you wish to live, run with all your might. Though the group reacted swiftly, a dozen students and members of the original Su Yun team lagged behind, ensnared by that monstrous claw. Their struggles and screams cut short as they were reduced to mere dust. Fortunately, that horrific entity seemed to possess a limited range of attack. After a few minutes of frantic escape, the dreadful aura dissipated. Yet, he dared not pause and sprinted back to the edge of the small lake. At that moment, the poisoned and unconscious individuals had awakened, albeit weakened. The little mushroom claims it has a method to lead us out. We must follow it, Lin Wanner stated. The group arrived at the site of the fallen vehicle, and under the little mushroom's guidance, they stood atop the towering mushrooms. The little mushroom performed a peculiar dance, and shortly thereafter, the mushrooms began to grow upward, swiftly transporting everyone back to the snow-covered ground. It is all my fault. I should not have been so greedy. Though they had narrowly escaped death, Wang Wu suddenly knelt, weeping profusely. Chapter 70. Reconstruction of the card deck. Dual core. Qin Lang did not intervene as Wang Wu and the students expressed their emotions through tears, instead standing quietly by, observing. As a team that has endured 2 months of survival in the apocalypse, the loss of a comrade for the first time is indeed a profound sorrow. Old Wong, there's no need for you to feel excessive guilt. No one could have anticipated such an event. After witnessing their tears for a considerable while, Qin Lang finally spoke words of comfort, expressing gratitude for their swift escape. Otherwise, all of them might have met their fate within. Teacher Wong, this is not your fault. Please do not cry. The speaker was an exceptionally beautiful student named Sun Yin, the vice class leader, whose tears had frozen upon her face, leaving streaks of sorrow. One day, I will eliminate that creature below and avenge Xiao, Du, and the others, Wang Wu declared, striking the ground with fervor. Qin Lang's lips curled slightly. All right, Old Wong, the other students have been infected by mushroom toxins and their health is deteriorating. We must hurry and return them to the camp for rest. In this bitter cold, we cannot afford to lose anymore. After finishing his words, Qin Lang boarded the RV, followed closely by Lin Wanner and a few others, who were still cradling the little mushroom creature. What does this mean? Qin Lang inquired with curiosity. Lin Wanner seemed somewhat bashful. Qin Lang, may I keep it? The little mushroom said, my entire family has perished. I am afraid and wish to accompany you. Qin Lang pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering whether they were truly embarking on the journey of pet ownership. As long as it brings you joy. Lin Wanner beamed with delight, exclaiming, thank you. You are the best. The little mushroom raised its short, stout arms and gave a thumbs up, cheerfully chirping, Gugwa. Lin Wanner added, it is very happy. It says you're a good person. Ah, Qin Lang felt quite uplifted. Although they had lost over 10 individuals during this outing, they had also gained the panel mirror and the mushroom treasure. Although the contents of the mushroom treasure remained a mystery, the value of the panel mirror alone had justified their efforts. To put it bluntly, albeit a tad callously, even if Wang Wu's group had perished entirely, the endeavor would still prove profitable. With Lin Mo having rejoined the team, the driving duties naturally fell to him, liberating Qin Lang's hands. He then asked Lin Wanner to inquire about the method to unlock the little mushroom's treasure. Such treasures often harbor complexities that are not immediately apparent. Attempting to forcefully pry them open could lead to disastrous consequences, leaving one bereft of both possessions and peace. Initially, the little mushroom, with an intelligence akin to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, was reluctant to assist. However, after being persuaded by Lin Wanner, it ultimately consented to help unlock the treasure. The little mushroom danced before the treasure chest, chattering incessantly. Finally, with a resounding bang, the seemingly sturdy lock shattered into fragments, and the mushroom treasure chest was opened. Upon gazing inside, Qin Lang's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. The chest was brimming with a substantial stack of cards, the foremost being a dark gold card, followed by 3 colorful cards, and then a plethora of gold and silver cards. The RV erupted with exclamations of astonishment. Qin Lang picked up a card to examine it, and soon comprehended its significance. This was an entire set of cards, with the centerpiece being the dark gold card, Mushroom Shepherd. The colorful cards included Mushroom Throwing Technique, Mushroom Formation, and Mushroom Eater, while the gold cards featured an array of mushroom seeds. According to the annotation on the Mushroom Shepherd, this was a versatile deck, boasting both offensive and defensive capabilities, along with formidable crowd control potential. As Qin Lang raised his eyes, he was met with countless eager gazes within the vehicle. Lin Wanner, Chen Shui, Old Li, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, all looking on with anticipation. Qin Lang chuckled, I am particularly suited for this mushroom person. What do you all think? The response was a chorus of derisive laughter, and the group dispersed. Discontent? Not at all. Qin Lang was undoubtedly the core of the team. His strength symbolized the strength of the team itself. Besides, who would be foolish enough to lend an epic golden card to another? That would be sheer folly. Come here. Let me give you a hug. He beckoned the little mushroom person. The creature, astute enough to recognize Qin Lang as the leader, obediently approached him. Qin Lang playfully ruffled the mushroom person's head, finally understanding why Lin Wanner was so enamored with it. The texture was delightful, springy, reminiscent of the bouncy balls he played with as a child. He playfully squished its face into a heart shape and said jovially, how about we call it Zai from now on? Sound great. I was pondering what to name it, and Zai is lovely. Lin Wanner was the first to raise her hand in agreement. The little mushroom person, however, seemed less than pleased with the name Zai, but that was of little consequence. No one consulted its opinion. Silence reigned as they returned to the shelter. Since their departure, only a day had passed. Aside from some accumulated snow, Everything remained unchanged. "You all wait for me outside," Qin Lang instructed as he entered the secure cabin alone. His task now was to utilize the panel mirror to optimize his talents and skills. He would retain essential cards such as the Golden, Heavy Fist Fighter, Night Vision, Superhuman Stamina, Danger Sense, and Sharpshooter, discarding those that were no longer relevant as superior alternatives existed. Most importantly, aside from a few indispensable passives, the gold cards no longer caught his interest. Given that Qin Lang's core cards comprised only 8 Meridians, and Mushroom Person, the construction was straightforward. In less than an hour, he had reconstructed a set for himself featuring 2 cores and no weaknesses, embodying a perfect Nonagon warrior. Qin Lang's current enhancement status included Alchemist Pathway, Color Card Spirit Pool, Color Card Chi Manipulation, Gold Card 8 Meridians 2, Mushroom Person Pathway, Dark Gold Mushroom Person, Color Card Mushroom Throwing Technique, Color Card Mushroom Formation, Color Card Edible Mushroom, Gold Card Biologist 2, Miscellaneous, Dark Gold Team Glory, Color Card Holy / Color Card Super Recovery Body, Gold Card Superhuman Stamina 4, Gold Card Athletic Talent 3, Gold Card Eagle Eye 2, Gold Card Plague Survivor 2. After much deliberation, Qin Lang ultimately resolved to discard Sharpshooter and Bullet Resistance Aura. Although the latter was a color card, conventional firearms posed little threat to him at this juncture, making it unnecessary to squander that card slot. It would be far more suitable for Lin Wanner or Chen Shui. As for parting with Sharpshooter, it was primarily due to the acquisition of Mushroom Throwing Technique. Though its potency remained unknown, it was undoubtedly superior to the golden card, thus eliminating his lack of ranged attack options. "Let us proceed with this for now. I'll assist the others." Qin Lang yawned and made his way toward the door. At this moment, a group of individuals outside the tent had donned their combat power detectors, engaging in hushed whispers. "If you lose, there will be no excuses. Who do you look down upon? Those who make excuses are nothing but curs. I wager that after this enhancement, our leader's power will soar to at least 7,000. You underestimate our leader. I bet on 8,000. Just as Qin Lang emerged from the door, he was greeted by a cacophony of beeping sounds. Upon discerning their activities, he could not help but chuckle softly. "You fools, are you all so bored?" The response from the crowd was a collective gasp of astonishment. "What? Is this for real?" Chapter 71, Old Lee's Choice. "If anyone is to be deemed outrageous, it is you," Old Lee exclaimed, gazing skyward. 9,800 combat power. My goodness. Indeed, after recalibrating his talents and skills through the panel mirror, Qin Lang's power had nearly doubled, skyrocketing from 5,500 to an astonishing 9,800. In truth, Qin Lang had held back intentionally, ensuring his power did not exceed 10,000, as he understood that surpassing this threshold would likely necessitate the use of silver card for his daily consumption. Given the current circumstances, such extravagance was entirely unwarranted. The combat power detector was reliable for assessing monsters, but it was decidedly unreliable for evaluating humans. Qin Lang had long wished to alert them to this fact, and found an opportune moment to express it today. Many auxiliary and passive talents were not factored into combat power. If they truly measured strength by this standard, they would inevitably suffer the consequences. Yet, at this juncture, the crowd was far too preoccupied to heed his words, rising eagerly to request Qin Lang to enhance and restructure their talents and skills. Old Lee, Old Su, Ding Yuan, you three should refrain from joining the fray. Your talents were all crafted by me. There is room for improvement, but restructuring is unnecessary, at least for now, as no better alternatives exist. Qin Lang's gaze fell upon Lin Wanner and Chen Shui. Come, let me assist you in reconfiguring your talents. Lin Wanner and Chen Shui beamed with joy, hastening forward to link arms with Qin Lang. I envision both of you as crowd controllers or range attackers, positioned at the rear of the battlefield. Therefore, Wanner, I shall assign you the role of a ranged attacker, while Schwerer, you will continue as a pure support focused on battlefield musician. The two women had no objections. They were not foolish and understood that Qin Lang's intentions were rooted in their utmost protection. I will first extract Wanner's talent skills. 2 hours later, Lin Wanner and Chen Shui emerged from the safety cottage. Outside, the beeping persisted, and Old Lee could only watch in envy. Prior to entering the cottage, Lin Wanner's combat power had barely exceeded 2,000. Now, it stood at 4,500. Meanwhile, Chen Shui, who had started with just over 1,000, had reached an impressive 4,700. marking a five-fold increase in power. This is the batch of cards Qin Lang has prepared for you. Lin Wanner and Chen Shui handed a considerable stack of gold cards to Old Li, Su Yun, and Ding Yuan. It's exhilarating, to say the least. I shall say this only once. Old Li was bouncing with excitement, while Hu Chunli, resting in the tent behind, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of despondency in her eyes. That night, as Qin Lang was engaged in a game of poker with the two women, he was suddenly startled by the sound of a quarrel emanating from the courtyard. Dressing quickly, he ventured outside, only to find Hu Chunli sitting on the ground, bloodied and bruised. Old Li was furiously cursing, spewing forth a torrent of vile words, utterly despicable in nature. Sister Chunli, Lin Wanner attempted to assist her, but Qin Lang interjected. He understood Old Li. Despite his numerous flaws, his temperament was generally stable. If he lost control, it was likely due to a significant issue. Old Li, what happened? Upon seeing Qin Lang emerge, Old Li tempered his agitation, lowering his voice. It's nothing, just a trivial matter that escalated. I apologize for waking you. What trivial matter? Qin Lang inquired with curiosity. At that moment, Su Yun and Ding Yuan, from the adjacent room, also stepped out, silently acknowledging the situation. Hu Chunli, disregarding the blood on her face, hurriedly exclaimed, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I should have provoked Old Li. I deserve to be beaten. This is all my own doing. Qin Lang, in silence, initiated a mental exchange. Old Li, you're the person I trust most. I do not wish for any concealment between us. If you choose to hide the truth from me, even if our bond is unbreakable, I will have to expel you from the team. This conversation was not conducted in secrecy, but was intended for the team, rather than a private discussion. Old Li fell silent for a moment before responding. Boss, I have nothing to hide. During dinner, Chunli was somewhat moody. When I asked her what was wrong, she refused to speak. Then she suddenly accused me, saying you only care for the elder and younger sisters, disregarding your brothers. Otherwise, you wouldn't elevate their combat abilities so high while merely giving her some golden cards to dismiss her. That's what led to our quarrel. And in a moment of weakness, I lost control and hit her. I figured she wouldn't dare to act up again. Qin Lang replied, I thought it was something serious. There's no need to be so angry over it. He closed the mental exchange and smiled. Since we're all awake now, why not step outside for a stroll? Everyone come along. As Qin Lang cheerfully exited, Lin Wanner and Chen Shui quickly followed suit. Su Yun cast a meaningful glance at Hu Chunli before embracing Ding Yuan and leaving the safe house. Panic-stricken, Hu Chunli exclaimed, Old Li, what's wrong with the boss? Old Li sighed, what else could it be? He is definitely angry. I'll keep you safe. Let us go see. The leaders of Qin Lang's group rarely ventured out at night, so their sudden assembly startled the others, who emerged from their tents to inquire about the commotion. Qin Lang offered little explanation, simply stating, what I detest most is betrayal, especially from those who, having received benefits they do not deserve, become increasingly greedy. Old Li, since Hu Chunli is your woman, I cannot take action myself. You must eliminate her in front of everyone. Old Li was taken aback. What? Boss, you can't be serious. Meanwhile, Hu Chunli was terrified. What? Boss, no, please don't kill me. I promise I won't dare again. That evening, I indulged in alcohol, and my drunken ramblings were merely the result of inebriation. Suddenly, Lao Li began to tremble. He truly could not bear it. After all, they had been together for so long. How could one claim there were no feelings? Yet, it was completely inappropriate for Hu Chunli to whisper sweet nothings and sow discord amongst comrades. With this thought in mind, Lao Li abruptly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. Lao Li, open your eyes and look at me. I am Chunli. I am pregnant. I carry your child. Hu Chunli wept. Lao Li shuddered, and in an instant, tears streamed down his face. I have a child? Yes. I truly carry your child. Lao Li embraced Hu Chunli tightly, exclaiming, how wonderful. Lao Li, am going to be a father. Ha. Thank you, Chunli. If only we had met under different circumstances. Hu Chunli cried. Lao Li, will you forgive me? I promise to be a good wife and mother. Yes, I forgive you. I believe in you. You will undoubtedly be a good wife and mother. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Lao Li struck Hu Chunli's skull with his palm, shattering not only her head but her very essence. In this way, one ought to feel no pain, Lao Li thought. Chapter 72. Sun Yin's Self-Recommendation. The cold wind howled, leaving the scene enveloped in an eerie silence. Those who witnessed this brutal act felt an icy chill in their hearts. Simultaneously, the onlookers gained a deeper understanding of Qin Lang. He was a powerful leader, a kind-hearted leader, a humorous leader, a magnanimous leader. Yet all these qualities were founded upon loyalty. Any act of disloyalty would be ruthlessly eradicated, even from seasoned comrades like Qin Lang, who had long since taken refuge in the safe house. Don't cry for too long. It will only invite ridicule. Qin Lang remarked to Lao Li before turning towards the shivering students in the biting wind. Without uttering a word, he retreated indoors. That night, Lin Wanner and Chen Shui, though silent, exerted themselves more than ever, unlocking numerous new postures. The following morning, as Qin Lang rose to wash up, he found Lao Li sitting in the courtyard, sipping tea with a despondent demeanor. Spitting out the toothpaste, Qin Lang casually remarked, "Our current team configuration is quite comprehensive: attack, defense, crowd control, and support. Yet we are lacking a healer. When you have a moment, perhaps you could scout among Wang Wu's students." Initially perplexed, Lao Li soon realized, that may not be appropriate. I'm of a certain age. Qin Lang chuckled and chided, "What are you thinking? I simply want you to scout for a healer. There is no need to overthink it. Of course, if you find a student of good character, then why not? In this apocalypse, who cares about age? It's merely an exchange of value." Lao Li rubbed his face, a wry smile appearing. Understood. In truth, these 18 or 19-year-old students were far more proactive than Qin Lang had anticipated. That very noon, as Lao Li took a stroll, several girls approached him, calling him Uncle Li with such enthusiasm that it left him quite flustered. They all sought to fill the void left by Qin Lang. Though they had never set foot in the safe house, they surmised that it must be well-equipped, lacking nothing. In a frigid environment outside, with temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero, sleeping in tents and sleeping bags could hardly compare to the comfort of resting indoors. "Teacher Wang, are you feeling any better?" asked the vice-class monitor, Sun Yin, as she entered the tent, carrying a bowl of warm century egg and lean meat congee. After a night's rest, Wang Wu had regained some energy, though he still appeared somewhat haggard. He nodded, gesturing for Sun Yin to sit. "Did you come to discuss something?" he inquired, sipping his congee. Sun Yin nodded slightly. "I would like to know your opinion of Brother Qin Lang." Wang Wu paused in surprise. "What do you mean?" Sun Yin explained. "Today, Uncle Li hinted that they are considering promoting a female student to become a healer within our group, and I wish to try for it." Wang Wu, taken aback, exclaimed in anger, "Nonsense! Do you have any idea what that entails?" Sun Yin's expression dimmed as she nodded. "I understand. Although I'm only 18, I'm quite aware of the realities. We, children raised in the era of the internet, tend to mature quickly. It's simply a matter of the dynamics between men and women. I can learn if I don't know." "You're speaking nonsense," Wang Wu exclaimed, angrily spilling the congee. "Sun Yin, how could a beautiful, quiet, and academically accomplished girl like you even entertain such thoughts? Do you think I cannot protect you?" Sun Yin lowered her head, murmuring, "How did Du Jun die?" Wang Wu was momentarily speechless, struggling for words before finally sighing. "I understand your point. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. I am neither your parent nor your relative. I can only offer my advice. After observing and interacting with Qin Lang's team over the past few days, I can attest to their formidable strength, perhaps the strongest in this apocalyptic world. As long as you harbor no treachery in your heart and contribute to the team, he will not only spare you any harm, but will also go to great lengths to protect you." Sun Yin's eyes brightened. "Thank you, teacher. I understand now." Wang Wu lowered his voice. "If you are resolute in joining Qin Lang's team, my advice is to align yourself directly with him, rather than seeking out old Li, who, despite his words, is merely his second in command." Sun Yin furrowed her brow, but Brother Qin already has Sister Wanner and Sister Shui by his side. "You possess your own advantages. After all, you are only 18, making you younger than they are." "Thank you, teacher. I will not forget your guidance." Sun Yin bowed deeply to Wang Wu and turned to leave when he reminded her, no one appreciates someone overly cunning. There is no need to craft a persona. Simply express what is in your heart, as it will foster greater trust. Do you understand? Sun Yin nodded in agreement. Outside, snow began to fall again, the flakes dancing gracefully in the air. Upon reaching the entrance of the safe house, Sun Yin pressed the doorbell. "Hello, Brother Qin. I heard from Uncle Li that your team is in need of a healer, and I would like to recommend myself." After a brief silence, the door to the safe house swung open. In that instant, a fragrant aroma reminiscent of earth and soil filled the air, and Sun Yin inhaled deeply, savoring this long-forgotten scent as she stepped inside. Meanwhile, the girls outside, who were trying to ingratiate themselves with old Li, cast envious glances at the unfolding scene. They're not foolish. How could they be unaware of Sun Yan's intentions in the safety house? As a girl, what else could she seek apart from that? Shameless Sun Yan, that wretched woman. Previously, she relished in feigning nobility and purity in class. Yet ultimately, she was the one who threw herself into the arms of others. Truly disgraceful, to be a harlot and still seek to uphold a fade. It is utterly revolting. The hushed curses of several girls inevitably reached old Lee's ears. Initially taken aback, he soon burst into laughter. The saying where there are people, there is a world rings true without a doubt. In moments of crisis, the student group stands united. Yet in a relatively comfortable environment, the inevitable intrigues and rivalries resurface, such as humanity. In the safety house, the courtyard was truly beautiful. Sun Yan surveyed the lush vegetables and fruits, basking in the gentle breeze, her fists clenched tightly. She could not bear the thought of leaving this sanctuary, for this would be her home in the days to come. Sun Yan, you can do this. She silently encouraged herself. Sun Yan, please have a seat, Qin Lang said, emerging in flamboyant beach shorts and a loose shirt, waving lazily. All right, Brother Qin. Sun Yan obediently took her seat. Qin Lang pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips as he eyed the tall and attractive girl before him. To be honest, he had no strong impression of Sun Yan. He only knew that her position in the student group seemed quite elevated, second only to Du Jun, making her the third in command. You mentioned wanting to be our team's healer. Compared to those girls outside, what advantages do you possess? To put it more bluntly, why should we choose you? Qin Lang asked with a smile. Chapter 73, Bullying. Sun Yan pressed her lips together and replied, before the apocalypse. My grades consistently ranked around the top 20 in my year. Not only that, but I excelled in sports and could play several musical instruments, such as the piano, halusi, and eru. Had the apocalypse not arrived so suddenly, I had a high probability of entering Tsinghua or Peking University. I am quite intelligent and learn quickly. Why is it that you excel academically, are skilled in sports, and possess multiple talents, yet the class monitor is Du Jun? Is he truly more outstanding than you? That is not the case. Sun Yan shook her head. My parents taught me from a young age that the tall tree is bound to be felled by the wind. I did not wish to vie for the position of class monitor with Du Jun. Is it that you do not wish to compete, or that you cannot? Qin Lang chuckled. This question plunged Sun Yan into a silence that lasted several seconds until she finally admitted, all right, I cannot. I have always been ostracized by my classmates. They envy my looks and achievements. Furthermore, I am not the type to squander time on social interactions. I believe students should prioritize their studies. School is not a place for making friends. It is evident that your psychological maturity surpasses that of your peers, yet that cannot serve as a compelling argument for me. At this juncture, the presence or absence of a healer is not crucial for the team. However, as conditions worsen, the importance of a healer will grow exponentially, making them an irreplaceable asset. For this reason, Qin Lang would not easily concede this position to a female student. I am 18 years of age, youthful and obedient, and fiercely loyal. I earnestly hope that Brother Qin might grant me an opportunity to elevate my existence beyond its current state. Everyone outside yearns for a better life. Do you comprehend what it signifies that you have taken the initiative to seek me out today? I am psychologically prepared. Sun Yan's cheeks flushed crimson as she awkwardly tugged down the zipper of her down jacket, revealing her fair neck, glistening with beads of sweat that slowly trickled down, leading to content that one must pay to view. Do you perceive me as a foolish man, overtaken by lust, incapable of moving past a woman? Qin Lang laukit, for you truly underestimate me. Let us depart and not disgrace ourselves here. Brother Qin, she implored, I urged you to leave. I shall not repeat myself. Qin Lang's gaze turned frosty, causing Sun Yan to involuntarily gasp, hastily bowing an apology before scurrying out of the secure room. It was only after her departure that Lin Wanner emerged, smiling as she remarked, she is merely a young girl striving for a better life. Why treat her so harshly? Qin Lang caressed Lin Wanner's smooth hand, remarking, things that come too easily are seldom cherished. Let us place them on the fire for a while first. Are you not concerned that I might take her in, thus threatening your position? After all, she is but 18. Lin Wanner chuckled softly. I am utterly devoted to you. Having been among your earliest followers, why would I fear her as a threat? Age may indeed be an advantage for women, yet it is not everything. I possess my own strengths as well. I find your eloquence increasingly impressive. Qin Lang nodded, smiling as he wrapped his arm around Lin Wanner's slender waist. Cool me. Let us return to our quarters for a brief respite. Noon arrived, and the heavy snow showed no signs of relenting. Sun Yin sat alone in her usual corner, dining on instant noodles and a sausage, sufficient to satiate her hunger. Sun Yin, what were you doing in the secure room this morning? Approached 5 girls, surrounding her. I sought Brother Qin to discuss a matter. What of it? Sun Yin replied calmly. Discuss a matter? Sun Yin, spare us the pretense. We are classmates, and we know precisely who you are. Have you not heard that Brother Qin is recruiting therapists? Hence your self-recommendation? One girl sneered, identified as Zhang Xingxing, notorious for her unruliness at school. Sun Yin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Zhang Xingxing, I underestimated you. I did not expect you to articulate idioms despite your poor grades. Who are you cursing? Zhang Xingxing retorted furiously. My grades are not poor. I simply have no desire to study. Very well. Sun Yin lowered her gaze. I indeed sought Brother Qin to join him, but I was turned down. Zhang Xingxing chuckled mockingly. Rejected indeed. Do you think Brother Qin is blind? That scent of yours permeates even through the door. What pretense of purity is this? Everyone knows you were involved with a wealthy boy from the second high school. I've heard you were even pregnant and betrayed by a man. Was it not particularly thrilling? Do not speak recklessly. I have never known any wealthy boy. Sun Yin lifted her head defiantly. In truth, I am aware that these rumors originated from you. Yet, I no longer care. The innocent shall remain clear. Do you have any further business? If not, I wish to eat. Eat this. Zhang Xingxing's round-faced companion suddenly pulled out a kettle and poured the foul-smelling yellow liquid into Sun Yin's bowl. A few girls burst into laughter. You lowly thing only deserve to drink this. Drink it. Zhang Xingxing sneered at the corner of her lips. Sun Yin did not argue. She tried to leave, but 2 girls pressed down on her shoulders from both sides. Star Sis didn't let you go. How dare you leave? What exactly do you want from me? Sun Yin demanded angrily. Unless you finish this, don't even think of leaving. If you keep this up, I'll call someone. Call someone? Huh. Shut her mouth. At once, one of the girls shoved filthy cloth into Sun Yin's mouth, then dragged her out of the tent. This scene was witnessed by the other students in the camp, but no one stepped forward. She's just pretty good at studying. What is so great about that? Always looking down on people. She deserves it. And I remember you chased after Sun Yin once. She's being bullied now. Aren't you going to help? A few boys whispered. Help her? Hell no. I did chase her, but she rejected me. That woman is fake. Said she didn't want a relationship in high school because she wanted to study hard. And only if I got into Tsinghua or Peking University would she consider it. Huh. With my grades? I'd be lucky to score 400 points. She humiliated me. Let her rot. Understandable. No wonder you hate her. Forget her. Watch the sausages, they're burning. Not far from the shelter, in the snowy clearing, Sun Yin was forced down on her knees. Her body sank into the snow. She tried to struggle, but her head and arms were restrained. You had your chance, but you wasted it. Don't blame me now. Today you'll pay. Zhang Xingxing declared. What they didn't notice was that their every move had already been recorded by a snow-white fungus hidden beneath the snow. Qin Lang did not intervene. He simply watched as the girls vented their cruelty on Sun Yin. As night fell, a blanket of snow covered the ground, and the distant howls of monsters echoed in the air. Sun Yin, battered and bruised, lay alone in a drafty tent. Her sleeping bag had been deliberately torn, allowing frigid air to seep in through the crevices, slicing against her skin like a blade. She could distinctly feel her life ebbing away. Her lips turned pale, and her bloodshot eyes grew increasingly bewildered. In her haze, she seemed to glimpse her father and mother beckoning her. Yanzi, hurry, come to us. Mom, Dad, I miss you, Sun Yin cried, reaching out from her sleeping bag. Yet her parents seemed to drift further away. Suddenly, she sensed that all the cold had vanished. Her body radiated warmth, almost to the point of perspiration. Sun Yin emerged from her sleeping bag, summoning all her strength to stagger toward the tent's entrance. A blissful smile illuminating her face. She was overjoyed. She could finally reunite with her parents. Dad, Mom, Yanzi is here. But she collapsed heavily into the snow, losing consciousness completely. 3 days later, Sun Yin opened her eyes, gazing in confusion at the entirely unfamiliar surroundings. She could not comprehend how she had ended up here or what this place was. A television program? She shook her sluggish mind vigorously, contemplating a possibility. Perhaps there was no apocalypse, nor any monsters. Everything was merely a dream, albeit an incredibly vivid one. So that was it, but what about my father and mother? The sound of footsteps echoed. Qin Lang appeared before her, wearing a radiant smile. Yin Zi, you're awake. Brother Qin? Sun Yin was taken aback. Who else would I be? In an instant, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She had realized where she was. Qin Lang's safe house. Brother Qin, if you rejected me, why did you save me? Sun Yin cried. Before I answer that, I have a question for you. Why didn't you tell Wang Wu about the abuse from your classmates? Isn't he always looking out for you? Or was there more to him than met the eye? Qin Lang was baffled by this question. Sun Yan's face bore a bitter expression. Wang Wu is a good teacher. I didn't tell him because I betrayed our team first. Before I recommended myself to you, I had already conveyed everything I needed to Wang Laoshe. How could I possibly have the face to seek his help? Oh, Qin Lang nodded, understanding. Sun Yin was struggling with her own conscience, revealing herself to be a clever girl, albeit one not overly cunning. You've been in a coma for several days. I've customized a set of cards for you, with the path being War Priest. I don't know if you play games, but the greatest advantage of this path is its versatility. It can withstand blows, deal damage, and provide support. Of course, we still lack core cards, so we'll have to acquire them gradually. Qin Lang handed a set of gleaming golden cards to Sun Yan. Yin Zi, welcome to my team. Brother Qin. Tears streamed down Sun Yan's face. She had never felt such happiness as she did in this moment. Outside the safe house. In recent days, Zhang Xingxing has been languishing in boredom. Ever since Du Jun and a dozen classmates were brutally slain by that ominous hand, Wang Wu's spirits have remained perpetually low. They haven't ventured out for hunting in over a week. Previously, there was the insufferable Sun Yin to vent their frustrations upon. But 3 days ago, that wretched girl mysteriously vanished, likely frozen into an icy block by now. The monotony is unbearable. Life was far more comfortable back at school. Skipping classes, playing games in internet cafes, and occasionally meeting affluent older gentlemen for a rendezvous. When will this end? Zhang Xingxing sighed as she gazed at the swirling snow. Isn't this what we anticipated when growing up? Mused a round-faced girl suddenly. Hey, stop dawdling. A horde of corpses is approaching from the north. The teacher has ordered us to prepare for battle. Hurry up. A boy burst into the tent, shouting. A group of students and original team members quickly seized their weapons and made their way to the high ground for defense. As expected, a vast expanse of bloody corpses and bloodhounds appeared below the slope, numbering in the thousands. This was indeed a horde. There's so many of them, and we have so few people. We definitely can't fight them off. Quickly notify Brother Qin to come help. The students exclaimed, visibly anxious. We've already informed him. Brother Qin said he won't abandon us and will send reinforcements immediately. We just need to hold on for a bit, came the reassuring response, calming everyone. Just as the horde was about to enter firing range, a woman enveloped in golden light emerged from the safety cabin, her brilliance blinding and obscuring her features. Clad in armor, she wielded a long-handled warhammer in one hand and a towering shield in the other. How dazzling! Is that Sister Wanner or Sister Dingyuan? What does she intend to do? Does she plan to confront the horde alone? The crowd murmured in confusion. Suddenly, the woman used the shield as a makeshift snowboard, gliding down into the horde, where a burst of light erupted from her warhammer, sending waves of bloody corpses and bloodhounds flying. Her combat power is 4,200. Odd. I recall that Sister Wanner and Sister Dingyuan had higher combat power than her. This is astonishing. The onlookers gasped. In a matter of seconds, hundreds of blood corpses and bloodhounds lay slain. The hammer-wielding woman rampaged through the horde with relentless fury, and within just 10 minutes, the entire horde had been annihilated by her alone. Bodies piled up around her like a mountain. How fierce! I adore you, sister. Wah! Sister, hug me. The boys were ecstatic, and the girls joined in the fervor, cheering loudly. Amidst the crowd, one person stood in awe, and that was Wang Wu, who had discerned the identity of the hammer-wielding woman. As the hammer-wielding woman returned slowly to the snow mound, a muffled voice emerged from behind her full-face armor. Clear the battlefield. No cards are to be hoarded. Violators will be punished. Yes, big sister. Zhang Xingxing exclaimed, jumping up. You are so cool. Are you Sister Wanna? The hammer-wielding woman, who had initially turned away, paused and turned back. Do you wish to know who I am? Of course. You're so impressive. We all want to know who you are. The students gathered eagerly, their enthusiasm palpable. All right then, she replied. The warhammer maiden nodded, removing her mask to reveal a beautiful yet resolute visage. Gazing upon her countenance, Zhang Xingxing and her companions collectively inhaled sharply, feeling as if the very blood within their veins had congealed at that moment. Chapter 75, The Benevolent Yin. Fear spread like a plague among the crowd, and all those who had once tormented her felt a chilling cold enveloping them, as if they had been frozen in place. This formidable warrior, boasting a combat power of 4,200 and single-handedly cutting through hordes of the undead, was none other than Sun Yin, the once revered academic goddess who had been ruthlessly humiliated by them. Sunday. The group of girls led by Zhang Xingxing trembled, their legs giving way as they knelt upon the ground, unable to articulate the multitude of words that choked in their throats. Sun Yin, towering above her classmates, gazed down at them with eyes devoid of any fury, her tone remarkably calm. Drink more water. You seem to be a bit overheated. Sun Yin, I was wrong. I apologize. Please, don't kill me. I will do anything you ask. Just spare my life. Zhang Xingxing pleaded, frantically bowing her head and wailing. Why would I kill you, or any of you? Sun Yan's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Rest assured, I shall not only spare your lives, but will also assist you in your recovery. It is not out of mercy, but from this moment forth, you shall all be my slaves. I will ensure you witness the vast chasm that separates us, for I shall become a being you cannot even dare to look upon. Who is in favor, and who is against? A profound silence enveloped the scene, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. Sun Yin donned her mask once more. Turning away, the armor emitted a heavy metallic clanking sound as she commanded, Go, collect the cards. Yes, yes. The students struggled to rise, rushing into the pile of corpses to gather the cards strewn across the battlefield. Yin, Wang Wu approached Sun Yin from behind. Teacher Wang, is there something you need? Sun Yin expressed her respect for Wang Wu, for he was indeed a commendable instructor. I am uncertain what conflict exists between you and them, but I believe it is time for me to take them away. Teacher Wang, did I fail to clarify? They're my slaves. Where do you intend to take my slaves? Your classmates. What nonsense is this about slavery? You cannot exploit your fellow students simply because you have enhanced your strength. Wang Wu's emotions were highly agitated. I understand you have often been ostracized in class, but this does not justify your enslavement of them. Teacher Wang. Sun Yin appeared to be smiling beneath her mask. You truly are adorably naive. You are utterly unaware of what they have done to me. What have they done? Wang Wu was bewildered, genuinely oblivious to the truth. He had never been informed, having berated himself in his tent for the loss of several students due to his negligence. I have no obligation to explain anything to you. I am weary. We shall be leaving shortly. Wang Wu clenched his fists. Buzz. The sharp edge of the long-handled warhammer was aimed directly at Wang Wu's head as Sun Yin rasped, I shall say this one last time. They are my slaves, and their lives and deaths are at my discretion. Sun Yin, how can you do this? Have you lost your mind? I am your teacher. Do you intend to kill me? Yin, how does this feel? With a cheerful smile, Qin Lang stepped out of the secure shelter, followed by a wobbling mushroom figure. Clumsy yet endearing. Brother Qin. Sun Yin knelt on one knee, exuding utmost reverence. Her life belonged solely to Qin Lang. Oh, rise, rise. There is no need for such formality among family, he said. Keep an eye on them while they collect cards. I wish to have a word with old Wang. Yes. Sun Yin replied, standing up. Old Wang, come. Let us converse privately, Qin Lang said, placing a hand on Wang Wu's shoulder as they entered the tent. Wang Wu, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Brother Qin, we are merely temporary residents here. Is it not excessive for you to keep us as your subordinates? Excessive? Qin Lang chuckled. You truly know nothing. The real excess is right here. Take your time to observe. I shall not disturb you further. With a flick of his wrist, he revealed a white mushroom. This is a projection mushroom, he explained, crushing it, and an image materialized in the air. In the scene, Sun Yin was being ruthlessly tormented by a group of students. As the footage played on, Wang Wu clenched his fists tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. He finally comprehended the depth of Sun Yan's hatred towards her classmates. If he were in her position, he would ensure that these brutes experienced a fate worse than death. Dear child, why did you not tell me about such treatment? Wang Wu cried out, finally grasping why Sun Yin had mentioned that her classmates were somewhat inflamed. Just days earlier, the only water she could drink had been from that source. From that day forward, the small shelter, housing fewer than 100 individuals, exhibited a stark division of class. At the pinnacle were the core members led by Qin Lang, Lin Wan'er, Old Li, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, Chen Shui, and Sun Yin, who all resided in the secure shelter. The second tier comprised Lin Mo, the Wu brothers, and former members of Su Yun's team, living in vehicles equipped with air conditioning and snow combat vehicles. The third tier consisted of students who had never bullied Sun Yen. They resided in tents with ample food supplies and heating equipment. While not exceedingly comfortable, it was at least bearable. The fourth tier was made up of over 30 students, led by Zhang Xingxing, who had tormented Sun Yen. Their tents, sleeping bags, and food were all inferior, barely ensuring they wouldn't freeze or starve. Just give me instant noodles and a heating lamp, and I will do anything you ask. Zhang Xingxing knocked on the door of a snow vehicle. The man inside raised an eyebrow. Anything? Indeed, anything will do. I'm utterly famished. Look at my hands. Frostbite everywhere. Zhang Xingxing was not an unattractive girl. In fact, her looks surpassed the class average, with only a few girls being more attractive. However, after days of hardship, hunger, and exposure to the elements, she had become emaciated. 3 buckets of instant noodles, 3 sausages, and 2 heating lamps. You either comply or get lost, the man said, raising an eyebrow. I'll do it. I'll do it. Zhang Xingxing exclaimed joyfully, eagerly entering the vehicle. After about half an hour, she limped out, cradling instant noodles, sausages, and heating lamps. Just as she was about to return to her tent, her face alight with joy, the sound of clanking steel armor echoed behind her. Zhang Xingxing stood frozen in place, hurriedly explaining, I'm simply too hungry. The woman in the armor cast a fleeting glance her way, saying nothing. A glimmer of golden light flashed from the warhammer, enveloping Zhang Xingxing. In an instant, she felt as though she were bathing in a hot spring. All her frostbite and bodily discomfort vanished in that moment. Thank you, Sister Yen. Zhang Xingxing knelt on the ground, hastily bowing her head. Sun Yen remained silent, moving ahead. The man in the vehicle, just finishing his indulgence and smoking a post-coital cigarette, quickly discarded the cigarette and stood at attention. This was a core figure, someone not to be trifled with. Greetings, Sister Yen. Sun Yen replied coolly. Next time, do not provide so much. Being hungry and cold allows you to serve better, does it not? The man instantly understood and chuckled. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Yen. Sun Yen nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 76. The Thawing of Ice and Snow. In this merciless post-apocalyptic world, time seemed to lose its significance. Qin Lang's daily routine consisted of either playing games in the secure shelter or checking on the growth of the nest core he had planted in the backyard. To his dismay, the growth rate of the nest core was far below his expectations. Although it had absorbed hundreds of corpses as nourishment, it had only reached a height of 2 meters. It appeared that it would take at least another 2 to 3 months for it to mature. Were it not for his peak combat prowess, with no monsters on the surface posing a threat to him, he might have been tempted to uproot the nest core to see what the dark gold card inside was. The backyard of the secure shelter contained 2 planting areas, one for the nest core and the other for various mushrooms, which were thriving abundantly. He had already amassed a considerable stock in his spatial ring. Through practice over time, he had gradually mastered the primary combat method of the mushroom shepherd pathway, regarding mushrooms as another form of ammunition. That afternoon, while Qin Lang was engaged in a game with Qin Shui, he suddenly received a mental communication from Su Yun. Boss, something has happened. You must come out and see. Qin Lang dropped the controller and dashed out of the secure shelter. As he looked up, he was greeted by a sky ablaze with crimson, as if something were burning. Countless fireballs of varying sizes plummeted, shaking the ground violently. What is that? Among the clusters of seemingly world-ending fireballs, a creature resembling a pockmarked spherical monster was spotted in the heavens. This creature was covered in tentacles, its body resembling a massive fireball, expressionless as it gazed down at the earth, suspended motionless in the air. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the monstrous visage that had appeared when the apocalypse first descended. Time flies. Has it already reached the 3rd stage? Qin Lang murmured, the torments of his previous life vividly replaying in his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Boom! A fireball crashed nearby, reducing a snow vehicle to splinters, but fortunately, the occupants had already emerged to witness the spectacle. Oh, there is something within the fireball. Amidst the charred remnants of the obliterated war chariots, a multitude of diminutive, ladybug-like creatures erupted, numbering around 100. Enveloped in flames, they surged toward the dilapidated tents where Zhang Xingxing and her companions huddled. Help! The clanging of metal echoed as Sun Yen sprang forward, wielding her war hammer with relentless fervor, sending the creatures flying. Though they were living beings, the impact of her strikes produced a sound akin to steel, attesting to their formidable defensive capabilities. Yet that was not all. Zhang Xingxing gazed in horror at the emergence of a humanoid monster from the inferno, its entire form ablaze, skin glowing a fiery red, and a singular horn protruding grotesquely from its forehead. While the ladybug creatures possessed a combat power of merely 200, this abomination boasted an alarming 1,200. A voice arose. Having conducted a battle power assessment, the monster spread its arms wide, spewing flames as it charged towards Sun Yin. Unfazed, Sun Yin raised her shield to block the creature's advance, then struck with her hammer, shattering its head. What oozed forth was not blood, but a substance reminiscent of magma, indicating it was not a carbon-based life form. Regardless of its nature, its combat power of 1,200 was woefully inadequate when confronted by a priest with 4,200 combat power, enhanced by a plethora of skills and talents, rendering it as fragile as paper. Fire demons and fire ladybugs, Qin Lang remarked coolly. The snow is about to melt. The fireballs rained down for a full 3 hours, and from the sky, one would witness the entire city ablaze, with most flames appearing as if they were alive, flickering and moving. The snow seemed to be dissolving. Was winter drawing to a close? Some noticed that the ice beneath their feet was beginning to turn to slush. Secure the vehicles with chains and attach them to the safety shelter, Qin Lang commanded. Once the accumulated snow melted entirely, the first threat to the survivors would be flooding. Uncertain if the shelter was waterproof or not, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that if it could withstand an atomic bomb, it could surely endure a flood. Donning a down jacket, he declared, "I shall go hunting. You all handle the scattered fire demons in the vicinity and report any developments promptly." He gestured to his head, taking only his dog and a few students to assist him in gathering cards. Creatures of this third stage, just recently birthed, posed no significant threat to him, especially given the presence of ice and low temperatures, thus negating the need for a collective assault, which would merely squander manpower. Consequently, there was no dissent regarding Qin Lang's decision. "You few come with me." Sun Yin signaled for Zhang Xingxing and 5 other students to follow her. Zhang Xingxing was resolute in her reluctance to accompany Sun Yin on the hunt, harboring a deep-seated fear of the hammer-wielding woman. However, she had no choice. They were slaves, and Sun Yin was their master. After resting for so long, it is time for us to stretch our legs. Su Yun and Ding Yuan exchanged smiles, calling forth several students from the 4th tier. It seemed a customary practice within the shelter to take students from the 4th tier to serve as slaves for card collection. "Big sister, second sister, what say you? Would you care to join me, Old Li, for a stroll?" Old Li bellowed. Lin Wanner chuckled softly. "Who are you going with? You have no companion by your side. I prefer to avoid conflict. I'd rather stay in the safe house and sleep." Chun Shui joined in the laughter. "Li Go, you may go hunting, but do take care of the girls around you. As for me, I shall not partake in this excitement. I wish to accompany Sister Wanner for a slumber." "Very well then, I shall take my leave. My dears, join me in the hunt. Hooray! Charge! Kill!" A few girls cheered with exuberance, following Old Li into the snow-laden battlefield. Old Li had become the notorious playboy of the camp, surrounded by several girls from the 3rd tier, indulging in his charms. He had never savored fine delicacies and was indiscriminate in his pursuits. Whether the girls were fair or foul, plump or slender, he consumed them all without reserve, as he was the core of the team and had no worries about resources. However, Old Li did maintain a boundary, confining his interest to the girls of the 3rd tier. The girls from the 4th tier were truly disregarded, having been thoroughly exploited for resources. "Let us hunt as well," Wang Wu called to the other students. As they passed the shelter of the 4th tier, he glanced at the pitiful expressions of those students inside and sighed. "Would you like to join me? If we gather plenty, I can share some with you." He felt no pity for these former students. After all, they had conspired against Sun Yin and reaped the consequences of their actions. Kindness and naivety are 2 different matters. "Thank you, Teacher Wang. We are willing to go." Chapter 77. The Marvelous Uses of Mushrooms. The rain of fire had just ceased, and the search for monsters became an exceedingly simple task. Within 5 minutes of venturing out, Qin Lang encountered a small group of fire-emitting creatures. Among the fiery entities were not only fire demons and fire ladybugs, but also 2 new types of monsters, one being a fire corpse that blazed with flames, and another, a small demon, over a meter tall, with wings soaring in the air. Qin Lang was quite familiar with these 2 creatures. The fire corpse was of little concern, possessing a mere combat power of 140. Aside from inflicting burns on nearby foes, it bore no difference from a blood corpse and could easily be dispatched with standard firearms. However, Caution was warranted with the small demon, which, despite its slow speed and flight altitude of only 3 to 4 meters, could unleash fireballs from its mouth for ranged attacks. A hit from such a fireball could result in disfigurement at best, with a combat power of 180. Gigi Gua, Zai, resembling an inquisitive child, tugged at Qin Lang's clothing and pointed at the swarm of monsters, conveying its fear. Qin Lang smiled, halted the vehicle, and gently patted the soft mushroom cap of Zai before lifting it up, confronting the horde of monsters head-on. The fire-based creatures were significantly hindered by the snow-covered ground, resulting in diminished speed and perception, such that they only realized Qin Lang was an enemy as he approached them closely, howling and lunging forward. Unperturbed, Qin Lang retrieved a fist-sized, crystal-clear ice mushroom from his spatial ring and handed it to Zai, who looked on in confusion, unsure of the purpose of the mushroom. In the next moment, Zai's body was hurled into the air by Qin Lang, who then executed a sweeping kick that struck Zai squarely in the waist. With tears streaming down, Zai transformed into a streak of light, plunging headlong into the horde of monsters. The instant the ice mushroom made contact with the swarm, a crisp crack echoed, and a vast expanse of beautiful ice crystals spread out, swiftly freezing dozens of creatures. Indeed, it proved remarkably effective against fire-type monsters. Qin Lang was thoroughly pleased with the power of the ice mushroom. He pointed forward, forming a sword with his fingers, and the flying sword darted through the throng of beasts, effortlessly slaughtering all the frozen monsters without breaking a sweat. As for Zai, half of his body was embedded in the snow, his large, tear-filled eyes brimming with sorrow. "Did you think I was unaware of your pilfering of my mushrooms?" Qin Lang squatted before Zai, giving the mushroom cap a few light taps with his fist. In response, Zai whined, "I swear I won't do it again." A few students, witnessing the scene, hurried into the monster pile to retrieve the cards, promptly handing them over to Qin Lang. They dared not harbor any thoughts of keeping them hidden. Despite the arduous circumstances, they were still alive. What could possibly be more precious than life itself? While Qin Lang celebrated his successful hunt, Sun Yin led a 6-member team to complete their own successful expedition. Although termed a 6-member team, it was more accurately described as one phoenix leading 5 chicks, for aside from Sun Yin, the remaining 5 were all slaves of the 4th tier. "Sister Yin, here are the cards." Zhang Xingxing carefully presented the cards she had collected to Sun Yin. Sun Yin silently accepted them, and, as Zhang Xingxing observed her, a glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes. Just as she was about to leave, a deep voice emanated from the imposing armor before her. "Did you think I was unaware of your clandestine stash?" At those words, Zhang Xingxing's body stiffened instantly. She turned her face, ingratiatingly pulling out a gold card. "Sister Yin, I forgot it was in my pocket." Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely on Zhang Xingxing's face, sending her flying several meters and causing her to spit blood. Sun Yin slowly approached Zhang Xingxing, towering above her. "Those who hoard are doomed. It is the rule of the sanctuary. But fear not, you are my most cherished slave. How could I bear to let you perish so?" As she spoke, the sharp end of her long-handled war hammer shimmered with a golden light, enveloping Zhang Xingxing, whose bones emitted a series of cracking sounds as they healed. "Sister Yin, I am sorry. I will never dare to do it again." Zhang Xingxing frantically slapped her own face, desperate to avoid experiencing that excruciating pain again. Sun Yin nodded. "Rise, let us move to the next location." "Yes, yes." Zhang Xingxing hurriedly scrambled to her feet. "Niu Yushan," Sun Yin suddenly called out. Niu Yushan paused, lowering his voice. "Sister Yin, I heard you sold your rear for a bucket of self-eating hot pot?" Niu Yushan, once the sports committee member and one of Sun Yin's suitors and tormentors, instantly turned pale. "What need is there for such behavior? If you're hungry, why not come to me? What I produce is far more nourishing than what you consume." Niu Yushan hung his head, fists clenched tightly. "Oh, are you thinking of striking me again? Ha ha ha, go ahead and try." Beneath the mask, Sun Yin emitted a frenzied laughter before turning away. "If we continue down this path, we shall inevitably be toyed with to our demise. She must be eliminated." 5 slaves exchanged glances before simultaneously lunging towards Sun Yin's back. It was supposed to be night, yet the world was illuminated as if it were day, all due to the ominous fireball in the sky. Qin Lang returned to the shelter to find Sun Yin seated on a bench, facing 5 individuals clad in scant clothing, suspended on a crucifix. Despite the warmth, the temperature plummeted below 20 degrees, and without enhanced abilities, they could scarcely endure it. Yet, each time they neared death, Sun Yin would cast a healing spell, restoring their bodies to a semblance of normalcy. It was futile to expend effort on this group, Qin Lang advised, retreating to the safety of the small shelter. Sun Yin contemplated this notion and, seemingly in agreement, broke the limbs of the five and discarded them into the tent. To the warriors of the third tier, she proclaimed, "I am a compassionate person. Make them comfortable, and tonight I shall treat you to a feast, roast or hot pot, you choose. But no killing. Rest assured, Sister Yin, we know our limits," the warriors replied, interlinking arms and entering the tent with mischievous grins. Soon, the air was filled with heart-wrenching screams from within. Shortly thereafter, Old Li and Su Yun returned in succession, their bounty substantial, though they had not secured any colored cards. They had amassed a plethora of gold and silver cards. "Boss, I just spotted a fireball cave to the north, teeming with monsters. I didn't dare to venture too close, merely observed from the outskirts. To my astonishment, there were numerous creatures with combat power exceeding 4,000. What kind of place is that?" Oldie exclaimed, as animated as ever. Qin Lang burst into laughter. "Thank goodness you didn't go in, otherwise. Your demise would have been most rhythmic. That is a fire nest, akin to the giant arm nest. If our numbers are insufficient, we cannot conquer it." Chapter 78. The hunting team outside the fire nest. Qin Lang sipped his beer and wiped his mouth, stating, "Although it is unrealistic for our team to conquer the fire nest with our current overall strength, clearing out the surrounding monsters is quite feasible. Now is the perfect moment, as all monsters are affected by the cold. Once this subsides, hunting them will become at least one tier more challenging." Oldie rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining with excitement. "When shall we venture to the fire nest? These past few months have been stifling. I, Old Li, crave a thrilling battle." Su Yun and Ding Yuan voiced no objections. It had become evident to me that, to survive in this apocalypse, one must hunt. To cower in one place and deplete resources will inevitably lead to either being consumed by the apocalypse or eliminated by rival shelters. There exists no third option. With consensus reached, Qin Lang declared, "Let us rest well tonight. At dawn tomorrow, we shall set forth to clear the outskirts of the fire nest." He distributed several gold cards among the group, each providing fire resistance, advising Ding Yuan to use two, being on the front lines, to avoid burns. The group accepted the cards, feasted heartily, and then returned to their quarters for rest. A night of silence ensued, leading to the dawn of a new day. Led by Qin Lang, 6 core members stepped out of the secure shelter, only to be astonished by the rapid melting of the snow beneath their feet, a phenomenon far swifter than they had anticipated. The convergence of warm and cold air formed a thick mist that enveloped the landscape. The temperature hovered around -14 degrees. Su Yun glanced up at the peculiar visage of the sun in the sky, pondering whether, after enduring such bitter cold, they were now destined for an oppressive heat. The team was not solely composed of simple-minded individuals like Old Li. "You are correct. It is indeed likely to be sweltering," Qin Lang remarked. "Based on the frigid winter temperatures, one can surmise that the scorching heat will exceed 42 degrees. Although I am deliberately underestimating it. I distinctly remember that during the third phase of the apocalypse, temperatures soared to around 45 degrees Celsius. Without adequate cooling measures, one would not only struggle to combat the monsters, but would also risk becoming a desiccated corpse under the sun. Heat is manageable, though. I once worked in Guangdong, where it often exceeded 40 degrees. It felt akin to being in a sauna. Even remaining still would result in profuse sweating." Oldie mused as he stamped his feet on the melting snow. "Brother Qin, how many individuals are we bringing along this time?" Sun Yin inquired. Qin Lang contemplated the matter. Even the monsters surrounding the fire nest possess considerable strength. Those with combat power below 1,000 would be ineffective in battle. Thus, we will only bring a few to assist in collecting loot while the others remain here. While Qin Lang was indifferent to the lives of these individuals, he did not wish to send them to their doom. Sun Yin acknowledged this with an "oh" and proceeded to the living quarters of the 4th tier, soon returning with a dozen trembling students. Leading the group was naturally Zhang Xingxing, with Niu Yushan at the forefront of the boys. "Get in the vehicles. Let us depart," Qin Lang called out. The group boarded the vehicles in succession. 3 snow vehicles and a military pickup truck, totaling 4 vehicles, set off. As Old Li had indicated, the fire nest was not too far from the shelter, merely an hour's drive. However, upon arriving at the scene, the team was taken aback to discover another group already engaged in combat with the monsters of the fire nest, numbering over 100. "Goodness, I thought we were the only survivors in the entire city. There are indeed others. Old Lee rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Sujun Vima? Humans are a simultaneously fragile and resilient species. Regardless of the environment, we endure much like cockroaches. While they were still marveling at this revelation, the combatants noticed the unexpected visitors and promptly retreated, their gazes sharp and scrutinizing. Beep beep. Old Lee activated the combat power detector, exclaiming, "Wow, their combat power is impressive. The lowest is 800 and the highest reaches 3,400. Hey, to the friends in front, we discovered this location first. If you wish to avoid bloodshed, we hope you will leave and not interfere with our hunt." A voice boomed from the 100-strong team. "You're talking nonsense. I discovered this place yesterday. How can you claim it as yours?" Old Lee retorted defiantly as he stepped down from the vehicle. The young man who had shouted was taken aback upon seeing Old Lee's combat power rating. 5,100 combat power? That is nearly on par with our leader. What do you mean by that? Are you insisting on contesting with us? The youth, Xiao Zhenhai, replied indignantly. There are not many survivors left in the city. There is no need for us to quarrel upon our first meeting. Why not sit down and discuss our differences amicably? Su Yun embraced Ding Yuan as they emerged from the vehicle, both possessing a combat strength hovering around 4,800. It was not that Qin Lang hesitated to invest in them. Rather, he simply lacked suitable cards. Si Xiao Zhanhai inhaled sharply, stunned at the presence of two formidable beings, each with a battle prowess of 4,800. If the core member of the opposing team had a maximum strength of merely 5,100, he would have felt considerably more reassured, for their leader was as powerful as a war god and capable of engaging in battle. However, if the adversary possessed two allies at the same strength, even their leader could not contend against three opponents. As for those with combat strengths in the hundreds or just over 1,000, after surviving in the apocalypse for so long, did he not understand that ordinary firearms were ineffectual against those with thousands of combat strength? Wait a moment. Xiao Zhanhai hastily called their leader to report the situation. What should we do now? Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. A woman's voice resonated from the other end of the line. My leader will be here soon. She will speak with you personally, Xiao Zhanhai announced. Very well. We shall wait. The only thing we lack is time. Ha ha ha. Old Lee laughed heartily, pulling out a cigarette to smoke. After approximately 20 minutes, a tank-like armored vehicle rumbled onto the scene. Under the awed gazes of all present, a woman clad in a pink down jacket, wearing a pink bunny-eared hat and a pink katana at her waist, emerged from within. Leader, leader, the crowd respectfully called out. The woman, standing at a mere 155 meters, appeared diminutive and endearing amid the robust figures of the men, yet she seemed strikingly out of place. This location was discovered by us first. What do you intend to do? The cute girl did not speak at first, exuding an air of tranquil grace. However, once she opened her mouth, Qin Lang instantly spewed a mouthful of coffee all over the car window. Old Lee, momentarily dazed, realized that while Northerners typically had accents, hers was remarkably pronounced. I ask you, do you wish to fight? The woman demanded, hands on her hips, her gaze piercing. Let us not resort to violence upon our first meeting. Let us converse amicably. I discovered this location yesterday, but due to insufficient preparations, I rested for a day. Now, I find it occupied by your people, and you expect us to leave? That cannot be justified. Old Lee coughed lightly, smiling amiably. You claim to have discovered first. Where is your evidence? The woman was exceedingly domineering. If you possess proof, you may depart. If not, what do you have to say? Do not presume that your 5,100 strength makes you formidable. Should you dare to seize, I shall strike you down. Oh, such a small stature, yet such grandiloquence. What makes you so impressive? Is it merely your 5,800 strength? Who do you think you are intimidating? Old Lee's temper flared. Who the hell are you calling small? The woman exploded with fury. Dare to repeat that, and you shall see if I do not strike you down. Seeing the woman enraged, the others hastily grasped their weapons, while the young man, Xiao Zhenhai, roared, conjuring a ball of black fire in his palm. Damn it! Apologize to my leader. Apologize? Old Lee spat onto the ground, incredulous. Does that even suit you? Damn it! The woman glared fiercely, spinning the hilt of her sword and assuming an aggressive stance. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. With so few survivors remaining in this apocalyptic world, was it truly necessary to resort to threats and violence upon meeting? Was there an intention to bully the weaker by virtue of greater numbers? The speaker was none other than Qin Lang, who leisurely emerged from his vehicle. Lin Wanner followed closely behind, cradling her child, with Chen Shui right beside her, while Sun Yan was the last to exit, encumbered by her heavy armor. A smile graced the woman's lips, and just as she was about to speak, Xiao Zhenhai suddenly inhaled sharply, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Be boss." The combat prowess of this individual is terrifying. What could possibly frighten you to such an extent? Chen Sisi remarked in astonishment, for Xiao Zhenhai was typically composed, rarely losing his demeanor. 99,800. Goodness. Chen Sisi gasped, her grip on the knife tightening, sweat forming in her palm. And those three women behind him each possess over 4,000 in combat strength. Xiao Zhenhai stammered. What do you intend to do? Chen Sisi asserted defiantly, though her confidence wavered. As the leader of the sanctuary, she understood better than anyone what a combat strength of 9,800 entailed. Previously, she had narrowly escaped defeat in a spar with another sanctuary leader boasting a strength of 6,000. This new encounter was even more alarming. In this apocalyptic world, monsters are endless. Rather than engage in feudal conflict, why not propose a division of resources? One half for each party, with no overstepping? Qin Lang suggested with a smile. Truly, a worthy leader. I accept this proposal. Chen Sisi conceded, seizing the opportunity. May I ask your name? Chen Sisi, with C representing thought. Chen Sisi, are you not the legendary single king of Haicheng? Oldly interjected suddenly. Chen Sisi was taken aback. What? You've heard of me? Indeed, before the apocalypse. I was a delivery driver, and you were renowned as the single king of Haicheng. Qin Lang appeared perplexed. Oldly continued excitedly. I never expected to meet my idol here. Huh? Qin Lang was even more bewildered. Oldly explained to the group that prior to the apocalypse, in order to make ends meet, he worked as a security guard and frequently took on driving jobs, spending a considerable period as a delivery driver. There was a legend in the delivery community of Haicheng about a female deity named Chen Sisi, who, for 3 consecutive years, managed to survive on only 4 hours of sleep daily, dedicating the rest of her time to deliveries. In the end, she amassed a fortune of 1.02 million, averaging 340,000 annually, 28,000 monthly, and 940 daily. Qin Lang both respectfully truly impressed. Chen Sisi felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, please, don't say that. While I did work harder than most during my time as a writer, the reality is that much of it was inflated, capitalist tricks to lure novices into working for them. No legitimate writer could possibly earn 1.02 million in 3 years. It's simply unrealistic. Old Li, unfazed, remarked that regardless of the circumstances, encountering a former idol was a rare opportunity, and he suggested they share a drink. Upon hearing about drinks, Chen Sisi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sure, that sounds great. Clearing his throat, Qin Lang interrupted their reminiscing. Miss Chen, are there other sanctuaries in Haicheng? Indeed. Chen Sisi nodded vigorously. In addition to my sanctuary, there are 2 others, one to the north and another to the northwest. They are quite close to each other. If you wish to exchange resources, I can introduce you. Both leaders are my friends. No problem. Let us exchange contact information. We must proceed with our hunt and not delay our important tasks. Of course. In that moment, Qin Lang exchanged numbers with Chen Sisi. As a boundary was drawn, the left side would belong to us, while the right side would be yours. What do you think? Leader Qin? Perhaps to showcase her skills, Chen Sisi drew her sword and executed a swift slash in midair. With a whoosh, the sword's energy carved a deep trench 0.5 meter wide, extending several dozen meters ahead. What a magnificent display of swordsmanship. Qin Lang applauded, settling the matter. Let's go. With a grand gesture, he led the group towards the nearby fire nest. Chen Sisi also reorganized her team and charged toward the fire nest once more. As a monster den, the entrance was teeming with creatures, boasting over 10 different varieties. However, only a handful posed a genuine threat, those being the clustered 4,000 combat power triangle fire demons and the 3,800 combat power mutated fire corpses. The remaining minions were negligible. Suddenly, Chen Shui drew her violin, and the moment the stirring music resonated, each individual was imbued with multiple beneficial auras, enhancing their attack, defense, speed, recovery abilities, and resistances. Sun Yan, acting as the war priestess, refrained from engaging directly in combat. She stood like an iron fortress before Chen Shui and Lin Wanner, ensuring that any monster daring to approach must first traverse over her lifeless body. After reassessing her talents, Lin Wanner had assumed the role of a sharpshooter, vigilant with her forest wolf sniper rifle as she scanned the surroundings. From a distance, Qin Cece observed and praised. Indeed, they are an elite hunting team. Just look at their scientific team configuration. They have a range for support, a tank, and ranged attackers at the rear. We must learn from them in the future. Xiao Jinhai, unimpressed, remarked, Leader, do not elevate others at the expense of our own prestige. In my view, their team is only formidable due to the Qin surname. The others are rather mediocre. Qin Cece Shan Glare? Oh really? Then take a closer look. Does Qin Lang appear ready to make a move? Xiao Zhenhai was taken aback and turned to look, his pupils narrowing. In his line of sight sat the man with 9,800 combat power, lounging on a mushroom-shaped stool, smoking, while only old Li, Su Yun, and Ding Yuan were responsible for the offensive. Damn, is he really acting that way? Xiao Zhenhai muttered under his breath. That is not pretense. It is a display of true power. If you possess 9,800 combat power, you could do the same. Qin Cece huffed, enough of this. Prepare to organize the attack. We must minimize casualties. Indeed. Meanwhile, Qin Lang was not intentionally putting on airs. He primarily wished to observe from a spectator's perspective to identify any shortcomings in team combat for future optimization. After all, as the leader of the sanctuary, if he had to personally handle every situation, he might as well operate as a lone wolf. At that moment, Old Li and the lizard-transformed Ding Yuan had already plunged into the horde of monsters, provoking them to roar and charge forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blood-marked rifles, spears, and daggers were hurled in rapid succession, each weapon emitting terrifying sounds as they transformed into beams of light that swiftly pierced through swathes of monsters. Chapter 80, Tentacles. The battle erupted with immediacy, initiated by Old Li, who was at the core of the barbarians. Countless weapons, stored within his personal inventory, were flung into the throng of monsters like petals scattered by a celestial maiden, inflicting tremendous casualties upon them. Following closely was Ding Yuan, who had transformed into a lizardman. Lizardmen naturally possess formidable melee combat and defensive capabilities, and their shimmering, scaled skin offers considerable resistance to various toxins and climates. Thus, the fire-wreathed monsters could not harm her in the slightest as she plunged into their ranks, voraciously clawing and tearing at them. Although her efficiency in slaying monsters was relatively low, the spectacle was undeniably captivating. In a post-apocalyptic world so devoid of entertainment, who wouldn't wish to witness a thrilling display of carnage? The final participant was Su Yun, who found himself rather disheartened. His frustration stemmed from the fact that while the killing vines he commanded possessed crowd control abilities, they were utterly ineffective against fire-based monsters, which rendered his wooden vines completely impotent. He had barely slain a dozen creatures before his vines were engulfed in flames, necessitating further expenditure of his energy to summon them anew. After finishing his cigarette, Qin Lang discarded the butt into the snow and sighed heavily. As for the coordination among the three, it was difficult to classify as teamwork. They were, at best, entirely unrelated in their approaches. There was no sign of synergy or collective strategy. However, Qin Lang understood that this could not be blamed on them. Firstly, the opportunities for the four of them to fight together had been exceedingly rare, and secondly, there had been no monsters formidable enough to necessitate their collaboration. In a matter of minutes, Qin Lang had obliterated all the monsters in his designated area, collecting a plethora of gold and silver cards into his storage space. Had they not been teammates lacking the authority, they would have eagerly tossed their spoils into Qin Lang's storage box. Meanwhile, the situation on Qin Cece's side was drastically different. In the same span of time, and facing a comparable number of monsters, they encountered tremendous peril. Their defensive line, comprised of 100 members, crumbled under the relentless onslaught of numerous creatures, resulting in casualties. Initially, Qin Cece had intended to direct from a distance like Qin Lang, but upon realizing the dire state of affairs, she understood that her subordinates would be annihilated if she continued to observe passively. Reluctantly, she unsheathed her petite pink dagger and joined the fray. Surprisingly, this northern dynamo, standing at only 155 centimeters, wielded her weapon with such finesse that it was a joy to behold. Her simplest and most straightforward techniques, chop, sweep, pierce, stab, and slice, were executed with extraordinary skill, making her a veritable force of nature against the monsters. The adage rang true: the more delicate the weapon, the more ferocious the strike. After several minutes, Qin Cece's team completed their hunt, albeit with the loss of 7 or 8 members. Qin Lang, with a grin, pulled his companion from the mud beneath him. Miss Chun, we shall reconvene another day. Wait a moment, Chun Cece interjected, pointing incredulously towards the nearby fire nest. Is that it? After all that effort to clear the outside, aren't we going to investigate inside? Qin Lang shook his head vehemently. No, thank you. My greatest virtue is my contentment. Until I ascertain the strength of the creatures within, I shall not venture inside. I advise you to refrain as well. Chun Cece, unfazed, retorted, Leader Qin, I never expected your prowess to be so high, yet your courage to be so lacking. Having arrived at this juncture, it would indeed be illogical to depart from the treasure mountain empty-handed. If you choose not to enter, I shall lead the others forth. Should we happen to seize any valuable cards, do not let envy consume you. Qin Lang smirked. If I were the type to be envious, would it not be more prudent to simply annihilate your hunting team? If anyone else had uttered such words, Chun Cece would have surely reacted with fury. Yet in this instance, she found his reasoning compelling. After all, a battle power of 9,800 is not to be trifled with. Very well, you have spoken. Thus we shall prepare to enter. Chun Cece nodded, awaiting her team to collect their spoils. Hey, little sister, you would do well to heed our leader's advice. He cautioned against entering, and he has never misjudged a situation, boldly approached to offer his counsel. Chun Cece chuckled softly. Fortune favors the bold. In this apocalyptic world, mere survival equates to losing opportunities for self-improvement. To be overly cautious may only hasten one's demise. At that moment, Oldly transformed into a philosopher. Enough of your ramblings. We shall share a drink another day, but for now, you must depart. Chun Cece shot him an impatient glare. With a resigned sigh, Oldly wrapped his head and walked away, but scarcely had he taken 2 steps when a terrifying aura erupted from within the fire nest. Suddenly, dozens of pitch-black tentacles surged forth from the lair, ensnaring over a dozen individuals, including Xiao Zhunhai, Chun Cece, and Oldly, pulling them into the fire nest. What on earth is this? Oldly exclaimed in shock, swinging his blood-patterned gun at the tentacles. Yet, their resilience was astounding. The gun merely inflicted a minor incision, oozing a viscous black liquid. Damn it, Oldly. The events transpired so abruptly that even Qin Lang was caught off guard. By the time he gathered his wits to mount a rescue, Oldly and the others had already vanished into the inky abyss. Boss. Qin Lang immediately initiated a mental connection. What is happening? Oldly, are you all right? Disoriented and dazed from the fall, Oldly took a moment to regain his composure. He surveyed the dim cavern, where only a small area in the center was illuminated. However, the nature of whatever lay there remained obscured, shrouded by layers of fire that hindered his vision. Boss, I am fine. I am currently safe, Oldly replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang felt a measure of relief, but still cautioned, do not act recklessly. I will devise a plan to rescue you at once. Without needing to summon them, Lin Wanner and the others rushed over, inquiring about a solution. Having spent so much time together, they had forged a deep bond. Boss, let us charge in. Suyin, clench your fists. Not so fast. Qin Lang's brow furrowed slightly. Su, do you not sense an undercurrent of treachery? Su Yun sighed. Even if I do, we have no other choice but to march toward danger. Shall we merely abandon Oldly? Qin Lang chuckled softly, glancing toward another side. The warriors had already established contact with Chun Cece and Xiao Zhunhai inside the fire nest, gathering at the entrance. Let us wait a moment longer. Qin Lang remained unhurried, maintaining a mental connection with Oldly while relaying the events occurring outside to him. Oldly was somewhat perplexed. Boss, this is strange. I distinctly remember being dragged in here along with Chun Cece and a dozen others, yet I find myself completely alone. I've been shouting for ages, but no one is responding. Qin Lang replied. How could it be that you were the only one? Oldly insisted. I swear it's just me. I'll send you a photo. Before long, Qin Lang received the image. As he examined its content, he fell into deep contemplation. Do you still not see anyone else around you? He inquired, observing the soldiers gradually entering the fire nest. No, it's just me. What the hell is this place? It's pitch dark, Oldly complained while glancing around. The area was desolate, devoid of anything except for the solitary flame in the center. I understand now. This is a folded space, Qin Lang realized. A folded space? What does that mean? To put it plainly, although there is only one entrance to this fire nest, it comprises numerous independent spaces within. Each person who enters is randomly transported to a different area. Approach that central flame and take a photo for me, but please, do not disturb any creatures inside. To confirm his hypothesis, Qin Lang called Chun Cece. After several rings, she answered, and the phone was filled with the sounds of monstrous roars, clearly engaged in battle. "Boss Qin, please help me." Qin Cici's voice was frantic, drenched in blood. Surrounded by the corpses of several 2-meter-tall, grotesque monsters, they all bore the terrifying visage of rat-like features. Lying alongside 3 fallen soldiers who had been ambushed the moment they landed, losing their lives without a chance for rescue. "Find a safe spot and send me a photo. You've fallen into a folded space. I need to ascertain your location." "I understand. Just let me finish what I'm doing." Qin Cici quietly ended the call, facing a horde of rat men, their bodies ablaze and closing in on her. "Damn you, filthy rat. Don't think just because I'm short I'm easy prey." Qin Cici roared, her blade unsheathing in a fluid motion. A few minutes later, Qin Lang's phone received an array of photos, not just from Old Li, but also from Qin Cici and her other teammates. To facilitate sharing, Qin Cici had included all the living team members with phones in a group chat. 7 distinct spaces, each with a different type of monster. The images revealed 7 unique scenes. As for Old Li, I truly cannot discern whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. He had been transported to the core chamber of the fire nest. Qin Lang enlarged the photo sent by Old Li. Within the fiery core was a creature shrouded in a sanguine aura, resembling a human body with an octopus head. Its maw was adorned with a dozen black tentacles, gently swaying in the viscous liquid surrounding it. Clearly, this was an immature leader-level monster. "This is truly terrifying, boss. Hurry and save me. This thing possesses combat power of level 1. This is yet to hatch. If it does, I am doomed." Despite the mental connection, everyone can sense the terror that Old Li is experiencing at this moment. I surmise that it is desperately yearning to be born, which is why it actively attacks, dragging people into its fiery nest for sustenance. I must extinguish it before its birth. Otherwise, every soul inside shall perish without exception. Qin Lang inhaled deeply, uncertain whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. "Time is of the essence. Let us proceed." "No." Qin Lang raised his hand to halt the advance, realizing that entering this folded space with too many individuals would only disperse their forces. It would be more prudent to assault its exterior. "I shall personally rescue Old Li. But how can you ensure you reach the space where Old Li is located?" Su Yun inquired with confusion. "I have my methods," Qin Lang mused. He had always withheld certain vital information regarding the function of the dark gold card, known as Team Glory. One particularly significant ability he had not disclosed to anyone was that, as the captain, he could swap positions with any teammate at any time and place without their consent. In other words, if he found himself in danger, he could easily exchange places with a teammate, using them as a substitute to face peril instead. This was a cruel and inescapable power. "Old Li, close your eyes." "Huh? What?" Qin Lang activated position swap, and in the next instant, he found himself near the core of the nest, while Old Li appeared in the spot where Qin Lang had just stood, bewildered as he gazed at his companions. Everyone was startled. Old Li exclaimed, Boss. I've emerged, but where are you?" Qin Lang responded, "Quiet. I'm inside." "You all attack the outer layer quickly." Old Li, tears welling in his eyes, wiped them away with determination. "Understood, boss." Within the heart of the fiery nest, Qin Lang held his breath, focusing intently on the nearby octopus creature. He was not in the habit of wearing a combat power detector, yet he could distinctly sense the creature's aura intensifying, indicating that the battles in the other layers must have been exceedingly brutal. "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to escape." Qin Lang retrieved a dozen gleaming ice mushrooms from his spatial ring, employing his chi manipulation technique to place them around the firewall. Once all the ice mushrooms were in position, he struck the ground forcefully with his right palm, invoking ice explosion. This skill derived from the mushroom array under the mushroom shepherd pathway. Crack, crack, crack. The 16 ice mushrooms shattered simultaneously, unleashing a wave of frigid air that not only extinguished the flames, but also encapsulated the octopus creature within the blood heart in ice. Now to use the explosives. Just as Qin Lang was about to retrieve the explosive mushrooms, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up abruptly to see that the octopus creature, which had previously kept its eyes closed, had inexplicably opened them. They were pitch black, devoid of emotion. A chill gripped Qin Lang's heart. How could it still open its eyes, even while frozen? The next moment, Qin Lang was taken aback as the octopus creature effortlessly tore through what appeared to be a thin barrier and emerged from the blood heart, hovering in midair and gazing down at him. Matured? A sudden jolt coursed through Qin Lang's heart, But upon noticing the octopus monster's missing right leg, he inwardly nodded, realizing that he had overthought the situation. This creature was not a mature specimen, merely a juvenile that had been forced to emerge prematurely due to peril. If it was not fully developed, then he should possess the strength to engage it in battle. With a swift motion, Qin Lang summoned his flying sword, Reborn, which hovered in the air. The octopus monster's eyes widened in fury as its numerous tentacles lunged forward with incredible speed, resembling tightly coiled springs. It was too fast. Qin Lang found himself unable to react in time. Pain surged through him as he crashed to the ground, sustaining 9 wounds primarily on his arms and chest. Roaring in rage, the octopus monster launched another assault with its tentacles. Despite the seemingly straightforward nature of the attack, Qin Lang found himself unable to evade it. He had no opportunity to unleash the holy slash, and could only defend his vital areas with the Reborn sword. With a series of sickening sounds, blood erupted from his wounds as the tentacles retracted. Chapter 82. A grueling struggle outside the fire nest. Old Li and Su Yun, along with their group, organized a relentless assault on the exterior of the fire nest. Countless rockets were fired at the structure, yet their efforts yielded little effect, as the hardness of a shell far exceeded ordinary expectations. The rockets, capable of easily demolishing a civilian building, barely left a mark, merely chipping away at a thin layer of stone. This thing has resistance to thermal weapons. At this rate, we might as well abandon hope of breaching it. We need a different approach. Bring out the melee weapons. Ding Yuan decisively halted the futile attacks and rushed forward, clawing at the fire nest with her talons. To everyone's astonishment, she managed to tear off a substantial section of the stone shell with just a single swipe. Let us use cold weapons, Old Li shouted energetically, following suit with his blood-patterned spear, prompting others to imitate his actions and engage in physical attacks on the shell. Boss, please hold on, Old Li cried out anxiously. I know, Qin Lang replied. In the leader's chamber atop the fire nest, Qin Lang found himself in a precarious situation. He had never underestimated monsters, but he had to concede that the strength of the octopus creature exceeded his understanding. Despite their power levels being only a few hundred points apart, he had not been granted a single opportunity to counterattack and was entirely on the defensive. Were it not for his super recovery ability, continuously mending his wounds, he would have been rendered a mere pincushion by now. With another series of piercing sounds, a new wave of attacks approached. Gritting his teeth, Qin Lang recklessly executed a holy slash, determined to prove he was not to be trifled with. Boom! Light and darkness clashed in midair as several tentacles were obliterated by the radiance. The octopus monster howled in agony, nearly plummeting from the sky. The creature was fast, its attack power moderate, and its defenses average. Witnessing this, Qin Lang felt a surge of hope. If he could wound this beast, it meant he had a chance to defeat it. Seizing the moment while the octopus monster was still reeling from its pain, Qin Lang quickly rifled through a spatial ring and soon discovered 2 mushrooms, one red and one green, named Strength Mushroom and Speed Mushroom respectively. They were aptly designed to enhance his power and speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Lang swiftly consumed 2 mushrooms, barely allowing them to be chewed before they dissolved into a flavorful essence within his mouth. Instantly, he felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through his entire being. This was yet another skill derived from the Mushroom Shepherd pathway, known as Mushroom Feaster, which enabled the enhancement of various abilities through the consumption of diverse mushrooms. It is no wonder that this is a dark gold card, possessing capabilities for offense, crowd control, and support, rendering it extraordinarily versatile. Did you enjoy hitting me earlier? Today, I shall ensure you revel in your own demise, Qin Lang declared, forming his fingers into the shape of a sword, beckoning as the ever-burning sword ignited, trailing a long tail of flame as it arced toward the octopus monster. The creature flickered in midair, evading all of Qin Lang's strikes with remarkable agility. Its slick, bulbous head swayed, sprouting new tentacles from its maw, and its obsidian eyes fixated on Qin Lang once more. Suddenly, it furrowed its brow as a radiant light enveloped it. The octopus monster hastily attempted to dodge, but just as it escaped the heavenly slash, a brilliant blue object soared toward it. Before it could evade again, the shimmering item exploded, unleashing an intensely frigid aura that enveloped the creature, as if its very soul had been frozen in that instant. That was the ice mushroom. The heavenly slash had merely served as a distraction to draw the octopus monster's attention. The true lethal strike lay here. Got you, Qin Lang's expression remained stoic as he deftly maneuvered his fingers downward, unleashing the heavenly slash. The ever-burning sword erupted forth with blinding radiance from its elevated position. Boom! The octopus monster, unable to liberate itself from the biting cold and time, was engulfed in a cascade of sacred light. In that moment, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence. Simultaneously, within the other folded spaces of the fire nest, the monstrous beings that had been ruthlessly slaughtering humans ceased their attacks, raising their heads in unison, and began screeching as they ascended the spiraling staircase-like structures. Qin, drenched in blood and covered in wounds, hastily wiped the blood from her face, bewildered by the unfolding events. At the apex of the fire nest, Qin Lang, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, quickly consumed 2 stamina mushrooms and 2 energy mushrooms to replenish his body. It would be a lie to say he felt no pain. During his stay in the sanctuary, he had painstakingly cultivated those mushrooms, and now a significant portion had been consumed. Truly, it was a case of hoarding provisions for 3 months, only to engage in combat for 5 minutes. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated beneath his feet, followed by the sight of countless monsters of varying sizes surging in from either side. Entirely disregarding Qin Lang as they charged toward the location where the octopus monster had previously been, Qin Lang inhaled sharply, witnessing a mass of decaying matter where myriad tentacles emerged, latching onto the approaching monsters, causing those ensnared to rapidly wither away. It was sacrificing these creatures to replenish its strength. Not a chance. Do you think I would grant you time? Qin Lang exclaimed in desperation, commanding the ever-burning sword to unleash several more heavenly slashes. However, just as he prepared to exert his force, a colossal humanoid rat monster surged from his right, colliding with him and sending him sprawling. Damn it! Qin Lang seldom resorted to profanity unless utterly provoked. In the brief seconds during which he was knocked away, dozens of rat monsters had assembled, positioning themselves between him and the octopus monster. With a mighty roar, Qin Lang unleashed the sacred slash. The rodent monsters were powerless against such an onslaught, instantly disintegrating into mere fragments of flesh and blood. A chilling cry erupted. Turning his gaze towards the direction of the octopus monster, he beheld a gruesome pile of hundreds of grotesque corpses. As it absorbed the life force of its fallen kin at an astonishing rate, most infuriating was the relentless stream of monsters surging from the lower levels, offering themselves as sacrifices. It was imperative to deal with this threat swiftly, lest peril ensue. Qin Lang dared not show the slightest hint of negligence. Extracting his meager stock of mushrooms in one swift motion, he hurled the offensive varieties directly into the horde, while consuming the supportive ones without hesitation. Mushrooms could be cultivated anew, but a life lost could never be reclaimed. The potency of the mushrooms exceeded Qin Lang's expectations, often toppling dozens of monsters at once. And the octopus monster's absorption rate slowed, albeit slightly. However, the sheer number of creatures was overwhelming. While some offered themselves willingly, others frenziedly attacked Qin Lang. Despite his formidable strength, he was but one man, unable to guard against all sides. The situation grew increasingly dire. Suddenly, the most disheartening event unfolded. After feasting on a vast number of monsters' lives, the octopus monster floated back into the air, appearing even larger and more imposing than before. This was bad. A chill ran through Qin Lang's heart. The octopus monster extended its arm, its finger poised. In an instant, a black beam struck the returning flying sword, Everburn, with tremendous force. An indescribable, overwhelming strength sent Qin Lang flying, crashing against the wall with a thunderous impact. The wall shattered, and he was propelled outward, icy air rushing into his nostrils. Qin Lang coughed up a mouthful of blood as he heard old Li's alarmed shout. Damn it, boss. Brother Qin, holy healing. Chapter 83, The Power of Teamwork. He had been blasted out, and it turned out he was directly opposite the leader's chamber. Qin Lang grimaced in pain. Had he not summoned Everburn in time to shield his chest, that blow would have surely pierced his heart, leaving the efficacy of his super recovery body uncertain. With several holy healings descending upon him, Qin Lang's injuries rapidly mended, and he squinted at the octopus monster emerging from the breach. Damn it, boss. You were fighting that thing one-on-one? Old Li exclaimed, his face paling as he observed the data streaming from the combat power detector. A power level of 14. Nearly 3 times mine. How'd you manage to hold out for so long? 14. Qin Lang silently rolled his eyes, contemplating the absurdity of encountering such a formidable creature at the onset of the third stage of the apocalypse. Should he laugh or cry? The octopus monster loomed above, slowly advancing towards the group. It halted about 20 meters away, one hand resting behind its back while the other extended, slender fingers coalescing into a sphere of black energy. Scatter quickly. We must not confront its attacks head-on, Qin Lang bellowed, prompting the others to hastily retreat in all directions. The mouth of the octopus monster, adorned with countless tentacles, curled into a mocking grin. In the next instant, a dark mass surged forth, explosively creating a gaping pit, measuring several meters in diameter and seemingly bottomless. Strangely, black flames flickered continuously along the edge of the pit. Bang! Bang! Following the two gunshots, two bullet holes appeared on the octopus monster's body, dark ichor oozing from its wounds. This enraged the creature, which turned its gaze fiercely upon Lin Wanner, leaning forward and hurtling toward her. "Be careful, Wanner. Oldly," Qin Lang shouted, sprinting towards Lin Wanner. "Got it. Oldly wants to feast on grilled squid today." Oldly spat, shaking his arms as a spear materialized in his hand, which he promptly hurled at the monster. Despite the octopus creature's formidable offensive capabilities and proud speed, its physical constitution was not particularly sturdy. Otherwise, it would not have been injured by Lin Wanner as Forest Wolf. Faced with Oldly's thrown spear, the octopus monster dared not withstand it, emitting a peculiar cry as its tentacles swept out, ensnaring the spear. "I may not have much, but I have an abundance of spears. Let us see how many tentacles you possess." Oldly laughed heartily, continuously launching spears. He had a plethora of such throwable weapons stored in his spatial pouch, far more than he could ever use. Taking advantage of Old Lee's distraction of the octopus monster, Qin Lang rushed to Lin Wanner's side, commanding the ever-burning flying sword to strike. "Vine of death, bind!" Su Yun shouted, and the ethereal vines descended, ensnaring the monster's legs and yanking downwards, causing it to tumble into the snow. Ding Yuan, seizing the moment, attempted to pounce and bite, but was promptly halted by Qin Lang. In the face of such a disparity in combat strength, engaging in close quarters was perilous. Roar! The octopus monster frantically thrashed against the tangled vines when suddenly, a blinding light flashed above. The sacred slash descended, annihilating all. The octopus monster lay bloodied and mangled in the pit, yet such an attack was evidently insufficient to slay it. Enraged, it charged recklessly toward Ding Yuan, but unexpectedly, a war hammer struck it from the side, knocking it over. Smack! Sun Yin raised her hand, and the hammer returned to her grasp. A hallmark skill of the war priest, known as the rotating holy hammer. "Old Su," Qin Lang called out, prompting Old Su to again summon the Vine of Death, aiming to restrain the octopus monster once more. However, having learned from previous encounters, the creature no longer fled, unleashing its tentacles to sever the vines completely. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. This shot struck the monster squarely between the eyes. Ignoring the dark ichor streaming from its forehead, the octopus monster lunged ferociously at Lin Wanner. Boom! A towering shield appeared just in time between them, but the octopus monster, undeterred, charged headlong, colliding with Sun Yin. The impact sent both the monster and Sun Yin flying. It had underestimated Sun Yin, who had fully invested in defense out of fear of pain. This tower shield could withstand a barrage of several rocket launchers without issue. Dazed, the octopus monster struggled to its feet, only to find its legs ensnared by the vines, swiftly followed by a volley of spears flying toward it. Thud! Thud! Black blood continuously spurted from the creature resembling an octopus, and its wounds multiplied with alarming speed. The creature grew increasingly agitated. "Boss, its combat power has diminished by 2,000 points, leaving it with only 12, shouted Old Lee with excitement. Qin Lang nodded. After all, it was merely a solitary being. However, he cautioned against complacency, urging them to wear it down gradually. Qin Lang refrained from attacking, instead exercising patience as he directed the team, waiting for a favorable moment to strike. Old Lee dodge. "Yes, roll like a donkey. Wanner, retreat towards Sun Yin. Now's your chance, Old Su, entangle it. Ding Yuan, look for an opportunity to land a claw." What should have been an intensely perilous bloodbath was reduced to a large-scale game under Qin Lang's guidance. The two sides engaged in a struggle for nearly 10 minutes, during which the octopus creature's strength was further diminished, plummeting to 9,500. With a howling cry of despair, the creature lamented its fate. It should not be like this. How dare these insignificant beings drive me to such desperation? The sounds of bullets, spears, and hammers incessantly struck the creature, inflicting more wounds. It was evident to any observer that its end was nigh. You are formidable, but regrettably, we are even stronger. This is the power of teamwork. At long last, Qin Lang seized the opportunity and unleashed the holy slash from behind. The octopus creature turned its head, gazing in despair at the radiant light that engulfed it. With a thud, it collapsed, having lost its head and half its body, black blood staining the pristine snow. Qin Lang looked upon his unscathed team with a grateful smile. Fortunately, he had a strong and trustworthy team. Otherwise, defeating the octopus creature would have been utterly impossible. 14,000 combat power. Hardly impressive. I, Oldly, have yet to exert my full strength and still lay here. It's all rather dull, Oldly boasted, completely forgetting the disarray he had been in moments before. Unity is strength. The group wore smiles of triumph. As Qin Lang approached to commend them, suddenly, the octopus creature's corpse transformed into a cloud of gas and surged into Qin Lang's right hand. Instantly, a piercing pain radiated from his hand. Qin Lang gasped, nearly losing his balance. Sun Yan rushed to treat him, but her efforts were in vain. This was not mere injury. Qin Lang clutched his right hand, noticing what seemed to be a living entity writhing beneath the skin on the back of his hand. The pain persisted for nearly half a minute before gradually subsiding. Qin Lang was drenched in sweat, utterly drained of energy. Upon inspecting the back of his hand, he found a circular totem covering the entire area, with 89 segments remaining blank, while the remaining 19 prominently displayed the visage of the octopus creature. This is Chapter 84, The Curse and the Touch of Darkness. Are you all right? Everyone looked on with concern, as Lin Wanner cautiously helped Qin Lang to his feet. I'm fine. I just need a moment to rest. You all organize the spoils. Without waiting for Qin Lang to call him, Zai hurriedly trotted over, his chubby body diving into the snow, transforming into a mushroom-like stool. This scene elicited an amused chuckle from Qin Lang as he patted Zai's head, remarking on his newfound cleverness. Once the crowd confirmed that Qin Lang was unharmed, they felt reassured enough to summon the fourth-tier students to scavenge for cards. With the leader eliminated, the monsters within the fire nest posed little threat to them. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lang gazed at the totem that had suddenly appeared on the back of his hand, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Humanity harbors an innate fear of the unknown, and Qin Lang was no exception. He needed to return to the small house to discern the nature of this totem. As the others collected cards, Chen Cece and her subordinates emerged from the fire nest, suffering grievously. Over 100 had entered, yet only 20 remained, with a significant portion being the elderly, weak, or injured. You need not stay with me. Go assist Chen Cece in treating the wounded, Qin Lang said to Sun Yan, who stood steadfast beside him, her heavy armor resembling a metallic mountain. Sun Yan shook her head, declaring, their survival is of no concern to me. Qin Lang smiled and encouraged her, go on. The more allies, the better. Reluctantly, Sun Yan nodded in agreement. An hour later, having ensured no spoils were overlooked, Qin Lang and his group returned to the safe house. As for Chen Cece's team, they had gathered only a small number of cards, barely compensating for their losses before departing. Though they felt a sense of dissatisfaction, they dared not linger in their collection, especially with Qin Lang, a formidable figure boasting a battle power of 9,800, watching over them. The consequences of greed could be dire. Qin Lang could dispatch them with ease. In the safe house, before the panel mirror, Qin Lang contemplated the explanation regarding the totem on his right hand. Apostles Curse 19, although it has perished, its curse lingers within you like a maggot in flesh. Unless the remaining 8 apostles are slain, your suffering shall persist. Of course, one might view it positively. The curse inflicts pain, yet it also empowers you. You have acquired the skill Dark Touch. To his astonishment, Dark Touch was an epic skill. Qin Lang discovered an entirely new system in his talent panel. Apostle Path, Unknown, Dark Touch, Epic, Apostles Curse 19. Raising his right arm, he silently invoked Dark Touch. After a surge of excruciating pain, dark energy billowed from the totem on his hand, forming numerous black tendrils. These tendrils moved with the ease of his limbs. What thrilled Qin Lang the most was their ability to morph into various forms. soft vines, sturdy shields, and sharp spears, with a maximum attack range of 5 meters, significantly enhancing his combat prowess in mid to short-range confrontations. To validate the strength of these tendrils, Qin Lang conducted tests with Ding Yuan, Old Li, and Su Yun. The results were exceedingly satisfactory. Without employing any skills from other paths, excluding passives, he effortlessly subdued Ding Yuan, who exerted herself to the utmost, yet could not approach him. The second test subject, Su Yun, found his vines significantly weaker than the tentacles. The outcome of their contest saw the tentacles severing the vines, leading to a decisive victory for Qin Lang. The final tester was Old Li, renowned for his explosive power, who found himself utterly helpless against the shield formed by the tentacles, unable to breach its defenses. This ability was exceedingly formidable, and considering it was merely at 19, one could only imagine the potency of its full form. Was it the case that with each apostle vanquished, one could acquire new abilities, or perhaps enhance existing ones? Old Li expressed his astonishment. "You are thinking too far ahead. The pressing issue is that I have no idea where to locate the other 8 apostles," Qin Lang mused, feeling rather pleased. Following the tests, it was evident that the existence of the apostolic curse brought far more advantages than disadvantages. This will have to be left to chance. Let us rest for a few days first. Qin Lang paused and said to Lin Wanner and Ding Yuan, "May I temporarily borrow your vegetable garden?" "Oh, but those fruits have just begun to bear," Lin Wanner replied reluctantly. Qin Lang chuckled. "You seem quite fond of gardening. Here's the deal. Allow me to use it for a while, and I promise to create an even larger garden for you, one that will be brimming with fruits." "Really? You mustn't deceive me." Lin Wanner's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I swear." Hey, boss, I too wish to make a wish." Old Li scampered over. "What do you desire?" Qin Lang inquired with amusement. Old Li grinned mischievously. "Of course, I want to grow stronger. I can't possibly be a burden to you, boss. Can I?" "Fear not. Once I plant the mushrooms, I will distribute the cards among you." The cards obtained from the battle at the fire nest had all been stored in Qin Lang's spatial inventory, awaiting a convenient time for distribution. Upon returning to the safe house, Qin Lang uprooted all the plants in the 4 cultivation zones and planted an array of mushrooms instead. This skirmish had completely depleted the mushrooms he had stored for over a month. In the evening, as Qin Lang lay resting in bed, Old Li suddenly communicated through their mental link, "Boss, Chun Cece just sent me a message expressing her desire to join her shelter." Qin Lang, who had been slightly drowsy, instantly felt alert and sat up. "When did this happen?" "Just now. I told her this was too significant a matter for me to decide alone. It must be determined by you, boss." "Of course, we welcome her. How many people are with her?" After a few minutes of silence, Old Li replied, "Chun Cece mentioned that there are over 30 combat personnel with enhanced cards, while the remaining 100 or so are ordinary folk." "That sounds good. Send her our location and let her know that our shelter welcomes her addition." "All right." Meanwhile, in a concealed shelter hidden among the remnants of broken walls, Chun Cece was overjoyed to hear, "Qin Lang has agreed to our joining. Oh my goodness, this is wonderful. Quickly, let the brothers gather their belongings, take what we can and discard what we cannot." Xiao Zhenhai nodded vigorously, but just as he turned to leave, Chun Cece added, "No, let us not linger. Everyone should only bring the clothes on their backs and gather at the playground immediately." "Understood." Xiao Zhenhai hurriedly called upon the members of the shelter to assemble. Though reluctant to join another sanctuary, it is certainly preferable to facing death. Qin Lang is remarkably strong. Aligning with him cannot possibly be a misstep. Chun Cece, filled with excitement, rubbed her palms together, oblivious to a sparrow that had perched at the doorway. Suddenly, the sparrow spoke in human tongue. "Chun Cece, I have heard that many of your comrades fell during the assault on the fire nest. Initially, I was skeptical, but upon surveying the aftermath, I found that only 30 or so fighters remain." Chun Cece froze, swallowing hard, and inquired, "Why are you saying this?" The sparrow replied, "Do not be alarmed. Join my shadow sanctuary, and I shall reserve the position of captain of the 3rd squad for you. I need talents like you." Chapter 85. Chun Cece and Zhang Xingxing. "What if I refuse again?" Chun Cece's brow furrowed. "Then you shall be deemed ungrateful." The sparrow pecked at its feathers, continuing, "Considering your current circumstances, do you truly have another option besides aligning with me? Please do not tell me you intend to join the polar faction." "That is out of the question," Chun Cece retorted without hesitation. "Neither the shadow nor the polar factions align with my vision of a sanctuary. I have already made my choice, so I implore you to cease this pursuit." Why must you persist in testing my patience, woman? The sparrow's tone sharpened. You are the only one who has rejected me thrice, and yet remains alive. You must provide me with an answer today. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Chun Cece exclaimed, her anger flaring. Do you intend to kill me? Do you doubt my resolve? The sparrow's voice deepened ominously. We shall see if you survive today. The sparrow seemed to regain its composure, flapping its wings as it attempted to exit the room, only to be abruptly silenced as its body exploded mid-air, scattering into a mass of flesh. Old Lee, I've encountered a problem here. Could you assist me? Chun Cece decisively dialed Old Lee. Nightfall. The temperature remained below freezing. Yet the presence of the fiery creature in the sky accelerated the melting of the snow, creating numerous streams as the ground sank several meters. Led by Qin Lang, 7 individuals departed the safety of their shelter without warning, each piloting a snow vehicle in a singular direction, their purpose shrouded in mystery. Zhang Xingxing cautiously peeked out from the tent, her gaze sharpening. They have all left. This is our opportunity, perhaps our only chance. Shall we act or refrain? Let it be. We are merely ordinary people, and we cannot possibly contend against them. If we are discovered, we will all perish, spoke Wang Peng, a round-faced girl whose appearance had deteriorated due to prolonged hunger and cold, often resorting to barter with formidable third-tier warriors for resources. Now, she scarcely weighed over 80 pounds. Will remaining here not lead to our demise? Zhang Xingxing's eyes gleamed with malice as she surveyed her fellow students. This is the apocalypse, a world where strength reigns supreme. If we seize their sanctuary, we could obtain as many cards as we desire. Once we grow stronger, who would dare to bully us? Neo Yushan wore a sullen expression. Although the idea was sound, how could they possibly enter the safe house with so many watchful eyes outside? Even if, hypothetically speaking, no one was watching, they still would not be able to gain entry. Zhang Xingxing's lips curled into a smile as he surprisingly produced a colorful card from his pocket. A universal key. This card could unlock not only itself, but also any building beneath its tier. You actually concealed a colored card. How did you manage that? The students in the tent were utterly astonished. They were not trusted by others. Every time they retrieved a card, they were thoroughly searched. The notion of instantly using a card to enhance oneself was nothing short of fantasy for those tasked with their inspection war combat power detectors. If any discrepancy in combat power was detected, they would be executed on the spot. There had been a student who enhanced himself with a gold card, and now his grave was overgrown with 3 meters of grass. Zhang Xingxing chuckled, proudly patting his lower abdomen. The others instantly grasped the implication. Taking the plunge was fraught with danger, yet they had no other option. Neo Yushan immediately expressed his willingness. Wang Peng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, declaring he could no longer endure such a life. The remaining students, lacking strong opinions, had long been yearning to escape their dire circumstances, now that an opportunity presented itself. How could they let it slip away? All right, since everyone is in accord, I shall outline our strategy. Zhang Xingxing pointed to a few girls in the corner, designating them to handle the obnoxious men in nearby vehicles. You few will go to Wang Wu's tent and demand resources. Make as much noise as possible to draw their attention. Meanwhile, Yushan, Wang Peng, and I will breach the safe house. Once we have fortified ourselves, we will let you in. Xingxing, you won't abandon us, will you? One girl timidly inquired. I assure you on my honor. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, even the formidable Qin Lang requires a team. Betraying you would serve no benefit to me. Very well. We trust you. Now, let us set our plan into motion. The 4th-tier students immediately sprang into action. Inside a vehicle, Qin Lang's expression darkened. 20 minutes prior, Oldie had lost contact with Chun Cece. It was the kind of communication that had been flowing smoothly until it abruptly ceased. An ominous premonition gripped him. In truth, he did not particularly need Chun Cece, an embellishment in combat. Yet the events of the Fire Nest incident had demonstrated that her presence would significantly bolster the overall combat power of the shelter. Her value was no less than 3 colored cards. If anything were to happen to such a talent, it would be a profound loss. I'll be there shortly. Just half an hour more. Oldly glanced at the shelter's coordinates, cursing under his breath. Chun Cece, you must hold on. You cannot let anything go awry. Half an hour later, the air within the shelter was thick with smoke, the ground littered with corpses, remnants of fierce battles. Many familiar faces lay lifeless among them, including his deputy, Xiao Zhenhai. His death was particularly gruesome. His limbs had been severed, his body grotesquely mutilated, a spear piercing through his lower body and protruding from his throat, embedded in the snow. Chen Cc, we are coming. Where are you? Oldly bellowed, his voice echoing in the desolation. Yet, apart from the howling wind, there was no response whatsoever. Not a single survivor remained. Boss, look here, this is Chun Cc's broken pink katana. Oldly picked up a shattered blade, its edge cracked and dulled. This was done by the Shadow Sanctuary. Where's that sanctuary located? Qin Lang's expression darkened, heavy with discontent. Fresh blood had arrived, only to be extinguished before they could integrate. Who could endure such a fate? Not far, merely a half-hour's drive. Boss, are you implying? Oldly narrowed his eyes. My people, they dare to act against them. To the Shadow Sanctuary. Qin Lang settled into the vehicle, and two snow-covered war machines sped towards the sanctuary's location. Meanwhile, wow, this place is so warm. It feels like a dream. Zhang Xingxing, Niu Yushan, and Wang Peng successfully accessed the safety cabin. Upon entering, they were enveloped in a comforting warmth. Hurry, split up and search for the card. All right. The three students dispersed into different rooms to search. But their efforts led to profound disappointment. Though the cabin was filled with unfinished snacks and a plethora of clean clothes, not a single card was to be found. They even overturned the mattresses, yet no trace of a card remained. What does this door lead to the backyard? Zhang Xingxing furrowed her brow, retrieving a master key. Just as Wang Wu's voice suddenly broke through from behind. Do you realize how grim your fate will be if Qin Lang discovers this? Chapter 86. Heaven will not obliterate Zhang Xingxing. Zhang Xingxing froze, trembling as she turned around. A fleeting depth crossed her sunken, malnourished face, but she quickly knelt, tears streaming down. Teacher Wang, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated Sun Yin that way, but I have suffered consequences too, haven't I? Please, don't tell Qin Lang. If he finds out, I will truly perish. Zhang Xingxing sobbed, her face streaked with tears. Teacher Wang, do you remember last year when I was punished for smoking on campus? You advised me that young people inevitably make mistakes. But as long as one acknowledges and corrects them, they are good children. Why won't Sun Yin grant me a chance to amend my ways? Teacher Wang, please, as long as you don't inform Qin Lang, I am willing to do anything for you. I can help you. As she spoke, Zhang Xingxing reached for Wang Wu's pants. He was taken aback, hastily retreating, his expression turning grave. Zhang Xingxing, look at what you have become. Wang Wu lamented. Isn't this state the result of Sun Yin's actions? Do you think I truly enjoy serving those vile men? Teacher, the one I have always admired is you. But now I am unworthy. Zhang Xingxing wept, wiping the tears from her eyes. Please help us. Don't tell Qin Lang, will you? Her pleas caught the attention of Niu Yushan and Wang Peng, who rushed over, startled to find Wang Wu present, their legs feeling weak. Wang Wu took a deep breath. Do you not comprehend the kind of formidable figure Qin Lang is? Do you truly think you can keep this from him? I can plead on your behalf. And that is all I can do. Teacher, stop talking. Come with me. Wang Wu sighed, a mix of frustration and sorrow evident on his face. Had I known this day would come, I would have acted differently. When you conspired to bully Sun Yin, did you ever contemplate the repercussions you would face? Perhaps you genuinely regret your actions, but it is not the act of tormenting Sun Yin that you lament. Rather, you wish you had simply eliminated her from the outset. Wang Wu's words trailed off abruptly as he turned in disbelief, blood gushing from his mouth, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Embedded in Wang Wu's neck was a remarkably sharp steel needle, the size of a thumb, now fully plunged into his flesh. The assailant who struck from behind could only be Zhang Xingxing. Zhang Xingxing paid no heed to the blood staining her hands, erupting in maniacal laughter. Aren't you angry with me? Ah, that you blame me again? The entire world may cast blame upon me. But what have I done wrong? I simply detest Sun Yan's pretentious demeanor. Why should she be so attractive, excel academically, and be adored by so many boys? What gives her that right? Just because her parents are professors, while mine include a convict and a courtesan. If given the chance, I would torment her again. I would relish in her suffering. Wang Wu, you might as well perish. Zhang Xingxing stomped on Wang Wu's face, carelessly wiping the blood from her hands. Nearby, Niu Yushan and Wang Peng were splattered with blood, utterly horrified. Zhang Xingxing shot a disdainful glance at her two lackeys. Look at you two, so pathetic. What's the big deal about killing someone? You aren't afraid of monsters. Why fear a mere human? Exchanging glances, Niu Yushan and Wang Peng cautiously stepped over Wang Wu and followed Zhang Xingxing. Creak. The door to the backyard swung open. The trio entered. And Zhang Xingxing's gaze swept the area, her pupils suddenly constricting. Before her stood a colossal container, reminiscent of a tree hollow, yet akin to a miniature monster's lair. Surrounded by countless bones, hundreds of tentacle-like appendages, the thickness of a thumb, were entwined around some desiccated corpses, twitching slightly. What on earth is this? Why is something like this cultivated in the backyard? A chill ran down Zhang Xingxing's spine as she mustered the courage to approach for a closer inspection, her eyes brightening with discovery. Within the lair, she could vaguely discern a brain-like object, containing dark golden cards and several colorful ones. Heaven has not forsaken me. Zhang Xingxing. Ha ha ha. Elation surged within her, though she masked her exhilaration with a glint of malice in her eyes. Stepping back, she commanded, "Did I bring you here to stand idly? Come, see if there's anything valuable among these corpses." Niu Yushan shrugged, obediently moving closer, while Wang Peng, naturally indecisive, complied with Zhang Xingxing's orders. The two began rummaging through the pile of bodies. Zhang Xingxing, licking her lips, cautiously picked up a sturdy leg bone, weighing it in her hands to ensure it had sufficient heft, then brought it down forcefully upon Niu Yushan's skull. Niu Yushan had no chance to scream, collapsing directly into the heap of bones. "What? Yushan?" Wang Peng gasped in shock, her legs trembling as she instinctively recoiled, pleading, "Sister Xingxing, please don't kill me. I've always been on your side." Zhang Xingxing grinned maliciously. "Oh, did you think I was unaware? While you were in bed with those loathsome men, you were incessantly slandering me, claiming you were more alluring than I, more skilled than I. I shall show you allure. I shall show you skill. Yes, yes. I'm sorry. Please no. Ah, bang, bang, bang." The sound reverberated 7 or 8 times, and Wang Peng was left a bloody mess, teetering between life and death. The tendrils, like flies drawn to foul flesh, swarmed eagerly, greedily absorbing the fresh blood and meat from the two corpses. Zhang Xingxing discarded the bone club, cackling maniacally as she approached the core of the nest. Yet, before her hand could reach in to retrieve it, countless tendrils suddenly halted, then ensnared her, binding her in midair. "Ah!" Zhang Xingxing gasped in horror, wishing to scream for help, but found herself utterly helpless. The tendrils had already frantically invaded every orifice of her body, including her nose, mouth, ears, and lower extremities. She could only weep helplessly until her eyeballs burst from internal pressure, sealing her fate. Under the shroud of night, 2 snow vehicles arrived before a sufficiently large shelter. The sentinels immediately spotted them, shining their floodlights and demanding, "Who are you? Stragglers?" Qin Lang stepped down from the vehicle, squinting against the blinding light. "Where is Chun Cece?" "Wait." Shortly after, the sentinels returned with a few oddly dressed men and women. Among them, a young man clad like a Japanese ronin, with a sword at his waist, inquired, "What is your relation to Chun Cece?" "Stop the nonsense. Is Chun Cece in your custody? Is she alive or dead?" Old Li, known for his fiery temper, shouted, "What mad dog is this? Someone, where's the combat power detector? Let us see how much strength these people possess." The ronin scoffed, "Captain Liu, have you forgotten? We used all the batteries for warmth. The only operational detector is with the boss." Captain Liu slapped his forehead. "Ah, I truly forgot about that. But it matters not. Since you are accomplices of that wretched Chun Cece, you shan't leave. I'll use you to hone my skills." Chapter 87. The Death of C. "Practice on us? You think you can continue your foul-mouthed tirade?" Old Li was silenced by Qin Lang's raised hand. He stepped forward. "I have no time for your prattle. Hand over Chun Cece immediately." The lives of the others mattered little to Qin Lang. Even someone like Xiao Zhanhai, with over 3,000 combat power, could perish without concern. However, a team member with 5,000 combat power was one he must rescue. Captain Liu laughed heartily. "Oh, immediately, you say? What if I refuse? What will you do then?" His followers erupted in derisive laughter. "This kid really thinks he is someone important. Who do you think you are, ordering us around? Indeed, do you think our Captain Liu is a mere pretender? You know he possesses 4,000 combat power, a true powerhouse." Captain Liu smirked, slowly drawing his sword. "Want to see Chun Cece? No problem. Just endure 3 of my strikes without dying, and I'll take you to her." Qin Lang stepped forward again, his expression devoid of emotion. "I am genuinely losing my patience." And then, the 6th captain scoffed, "Can you really bite me?" Qin Lang extended his right hand, finger splayed, and uttered, "Die." A booming laugh erupted from the 6th captain, but in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. Possessing the talent of danger perception, He felt an irresistible aura of terror emanating from the man before him. However, it was too late to escape, as his body became rigid under the weight of this ominous presence. "Open your eyes wide. Our sixth captain is about to strike," he boasted, laughter echoing around him, oblivious to the tightening of the captain's pupils and the despair that flickered in his gaze. "No, no." He barely managed to force out 2 words, but by then, the dark tendrils had surged forth, transforming into a multitude of razor-sharp blades that pierced through the sixth captain's body. All laughter ceased in that instant, and as the captain breathed his last, Qin Lang stored his lifeless form within a spatial ring. With over 4,000 battle prowess, he would serve as fine fertilizer for the core of the nest. What has happened? Am I seeing things? Did I really witness the sixth captain being stabbed to death? A wave of disbelief washed over the onlookers. How could this be possible? The sixth captain is so powerful. Where'd he go? Why is he missing? Even when faced with the stark reality, no one could accept it. It was only when the dark tendrils ensnared the bodies of over a dozen individuals in midair that they began to feel the creeping dread, pleading for Qin Lang to spare them. "Qin Sisi, where is she? Is she alive or dead? I'll tell you. Qin Sisi refused to join our sanctuary, angering the boss, who, in a fit of rage, sent her to the amusement park. Amusement park? A male amusement park. The minion's forehead was lined with sweat. Time had passed, and Qin Sisi was likely dead. No woman could survive an hour in such a place. Boom! 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 Several bursts of blood mist erupted, leaving only the man who had answered questions alive. "Take me to your so-called amusement park." "Why, yes." The man was trembling, his legs quaking beneath him. Leading the way, he guided Qin Lang and his companions. Soon, they arrived at an entrance to a downward-sloping tunnel. The man stammered, "Big brother, this is the entrance to the amusement park. Go in." "Igrigages." The man fumbled for a flashlight, illuminating the path as they descended for several minutes. At the end, a faint light appeared, and through the heavy iron door, the harrowing screams of women echoed, sending chills down their spines. Such screams induced extreme discomfort among the 4 women in the group. "Oh, coming to the amusement park at such a late hour?" A man guarding the iron door wore a sinister grin. "I see. You all want to taste Qin Sisi's flavor, huh? You'll have to wait your turn. Is Qin Sisi still alive?" "Not much different from being dead." Suddenly, noticing a stranger, he exclaimed, "When did you?" His neck was pierced in an instant, leading to his swift demise. Qin Lang pushed open the iron door and peered inside. Bathed in dim light, the rusted iron bars reeked of decay and blood, revealing behind them women who had been tortured to the brink of madness, their bodies broken and minds shattered. The most grotesque aspects of human nature are vividly displayed within this amusement park. "You all stay here. I will search for Qin Sisi myself." Qin Lang pondered for a moment, concluding that it would be better not to expose the women around him to such sights, as it could easily distort their psyche. "We are fine. Our psychological resilience is not that fragile. You need not shield us too much," Lin Wanner whispered. Qin Lang chose not to respond further, advancing towards the final chamber. That room was bustling, crowded with at least dozens of people, accompanied by a cacophony of foul language. As Qin Lang pushed open the iron door, the scene that unfolded within almost shattered his formidable composure, sending chills through him. Not long before, Lin Wanner, who had confidently asserted her emotional fortitude, was now retching violently after witnessing the horror. Ding Yuan's face turned ashen as she clung tightly to Su Yun's arm. "Who the hell are you? Do you not understand the rules?" Someone shouted angrily. Qin Lang stepped inside, closing the iron door behind him. "Help! Help!" came the cries, echoing for a brief minute. When Qin Lang emerged, not a single soul remained alive. Chaos reigned among the corpses. "I killed her," Qin Lang stated matter-of-factly. The crowd nodded in agreement. For Qin Sisi, death was undoubtedly a mercy. Her plight had long surpassed the limits of human imagination. "I am filled with rage. I must kill." This refuge was teeming with vermin. They all must perish. "Big brother, I will lead you to the boss. I know where he is. Just spare my life. I have done nothing wrong," pleaded the man who had previously guided them. Suddenly, a tentacle pierced through his skull, and the man's body crumpled to the ground. Whether he had committed wrongs was irrelevant. What mattered was that everyone in this refuge deserved death. The eggs must be cracked. There were no lofty justifications, no notions of justice, goodness, or revenge. It was merely Qin Lang's desire to vent his frustrations. It was as simple as that. Deep within the refuge lay a room that was both opulent and warm. Surrounding the room were numerous display cases, showcasing a plethora of figurines and collectibles. The young man cradled a glass container, gazing at the exquisite eyeball inside, and remarked with a smile, "Cece, this cannot be blamed on me. If blame is to be assigned, it must be for your lack of discernment. You could have been with me, not only as my woman, but also as the captain of the third squad. And now look, your eyes have been gouged out, simply to provide 2 more orifices for others to vent their frustrations." "Boss, it's bad. Something has happened." A man tumbled in, breathless. "Calm down. Calm down. How many times have I told you? In times of crisis, maintain your composure. What sort of demeanor is this?" The young man carefully placed the glass container back into the display case. "What has happened? Wait, let me guess, has that wretched Cece been killed?" That would be expected. Although she had enhanced vitality and recovery abilities, even an Iron Man could not withstand the attentions of so many men. "No, it's not that, boss." The man's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as 5 or 6 individuals approached, claiming to be friends of Cece and were purportedly committing murder in the shelter. They were indiscriminately killing anyone in their path. "Friends of Cece?" The youth raised an eyebrow, seemingly struck by a revelation, and a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. "Ah, I understand now. This group must be the one led by that fellow Qin Lang, whom Cece mentioned, rumored to possess a combat power nearing 10,000? How laughable! Even someone as formidable as I am barely reaches 7,000. Is it conceivable that anyone could surpass me? Let the captains handle them. I'm tired and wish to sleep." "Boss, the captains are no match for this group." The man trembled in fear. The youth paused, pondering. If the 6th and 7th cannot deal with them, what the 4th and 5th? With a quivering voice, the man replied. The 4th and 5th captains were dispatched in a single encounter. The 2nd captain and the overall leader attempted to flee upon sensing danger, but they were given no opportunity and were pierced through without mercy. "Boss, you must think of something. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you sleepwalking? Gongzi has a combat power of 6,700, second only to mine, and he is on the Iron Man path, boasting the finest defense in the realm. Not even a rocket launcher could take him down. How could he be killed so easily?" The youth chuckled derisively. "I suspect you've been preoccupied with women and lost your wits." "Boss, I swear, I am not deceiving you. The captains are truly all dead. Enough. This jest is not amusing in the slightest. Leave, do not disturb my viewing." "But boss, get out." The man took a deep breath, but as he turned, his body seemed to petrify on the spot. 3 men and 4 women passed by him without so much as a glance. Beads of sweat, resembling yellow peas, dripped from his chin, and his limbs began to spasm from sheer terror. "I told you to leave. Why do you not obey? Are you seeking trouble?" The youth suddenly pivoted, only to find 7 unfamiliar men and women standing before him. "Are you Kaihu?" Qin Lang inquired, his expression impassive. Kaihu furrowed his brow, a bold thought emerging in his mind. Could everything his subordinate had just said be true? A chill ran through him as he hastily grasped the power detector on the sofa. With a beep, Kaihu's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. None among this group of 7 were trivial adversaries. The weakest boasted a combat power of 6,000, while the strongest male reached an astonishing 9,800. Buzz! Qin Lang's right hand manifested a dozen ebony tentacles. "Wait!" Kaihu screamed. "Please, there must be some misunderstanding. Cece had already intended to ally with me, yet she suffered inhumane torment at your hands. You assert that this is a misunderstanding?" Qin Lang's laughter was cruel, resonating chillingly. Kaihu swallowed hard. "Brother, I truly had no idea she was under your protection. Had I known, not even 100 of my bravest hearts would have dared to act against her. But now she is deceased, and discussing it further serves no purpose. I will compensate for your losses." "Oh, continue." Seeing that Qin Lang had not taken direct action, Kaihu felt a surge of courage and exclaimed excitedly. "Cece is merely a woman with a combat power of over 5,000, while I possess a formidable 7,000. Killing her would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. If you spare me, from this moment forth, I, Kaihu, will be your loyal subordinate. What do you think? I am incredibly strong." Qin Lang pondered briefly, acknowledging that this was indeed a tempting proposal. However, he had never placed faith in the notion of combat power. "Very well," he said. "If you can withstand 3 of my attacks, I shall spare your life and accept you as my subordinate." Kaihu rejoiced. "Absolutely, no problem at all. Just go easy on me, big brother." Deep down, Kaihu knew he could not hope to defeat Qin Lang. but he believed that enduring 3 attacks would pose no significant challenge. Yet, before his smile could fade, he observed a beautiful woman from their party continuously bestowing various enhancements upon Qin Lang. Big brother, this seems a bit unfair, he stammered. First attack, Qin Lang declared, disregarding him as he extended his right hand. Instantly, a multitude of tendrils twisted into vine-like forms and lunged toward Kai-Hu. It was clear that Qin Lang was emulating Su Yun's combat style. Kai-Hu, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily retreated, but the tendrils were far swifter. 2 ensnared his legs, toppling him, while another 2 morphed into razor-sharp blades and viciously struck at his thighs. With a sickening sound, his legs were severed, blood gushing forth. The cross-section as smooth as glass. Kai-Hu rolled in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face. Big brother, I concede. It hurts, it hurts. Hurts? Qin Lang chuckled. This is merely the beginning. By the way, how did you treat Chen? Oh, I remember now. With a snap, 2 of the tendrils transformed into sharp steel needles, slithering toward Kai-Hu. In a panic, Kai-Hu pleaded, Big brother, I was wrong. I truly was. Have mercy on me for the sake of my youth. I'm just a child. Child? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he nodded, and in the next moment, 2 tendrils pierced through Kai-Hu's eyes, the barbed needles extracting his eyeballs, aqueous humor and blood flowing copiously, drenching his face in crimson. The screams were harrowing and inhumane. Yet, Qin Lang showed no signs of halting. He intended to replicate all the torments Chen endured upon Kai-Hu. Soon, Kai-Hu's ears were similarly pierced, leaving gaping holes, and his nose was severed. To ensure Kai-Hu could fully empathize with his suffering, Qin Lang even transformed the tendrils to resemble male appendages. One must admit, Kai-Hu, with his fortified vitality from numerous restorative cards and possessing 7,000 combat power, exhibited remarkable resilience. It took Qin Lang over an hour of torment before Kai-Hu finally succumbed. Of course, Qin Lang would not waste the body, placing it into his spatial ring, as it would serve as excellent nourishment. Is he dead? Lin Wanner inquired with a grim expression as Qin Lang emerged from the room. Qin Lang nodded. Yes, they left the room an hour ago. They did not perceive Qin Lang as cruel, merely experiencing a sense of physiological discomfort. He decided to inspect the camp for any remaining threats and sought out resource cards, ensuring nothing was overlooked. We just searched, and the cards are all in the storage space. Oh, let us go then. Chapter 89, The Cow-Cat. Late at night, it was supposed to be a time for rest, yet the shelter was abuzz with activity. A group led by Lin Mo, Wu Fa, and Wu Tian encircled dozens of students in the snow, heedless of their cries and pleas for mercy. What has transpired here? Qin Lang disembarked from the snow vehicle, his brow furrowed. Boss, after you left, Zhang Xingxing and the others. Lin Mo recounted the events to Qin Lang in detail. Following the deaths of Zhang Xingxing and the others in the backyard of the cabin, the students outside, lacking leadership, were utterly lost and had unwittingly exposed their plans. They slipped into my safe cabin. Where are they now? I don't know. We didn't dare to enter. We only restrained the students outside. Lin Mo responded candidly. Qin Lang snorted coldly and rushed back to the safe cabin, where he immediately spotted Wang Wu lying in a pool of blood, already deceased. The backyard door stood wide open. Qin Lang drew out the ever-burning flying sword and cautiously approached, ensuring there was no danger before stepping into the backyard. Are these the bodies of Zhang Xingxing, Niu Yushan, and Wang Peng? 3 corpses suddenly emerged from the pile, and Qin Lang instantly recognized them. However, he found it peculiar how they had met their demise. To his understanding, the core of the nest only consumed the flesh and blood of corpses. How could it have devoured the living as well? Unable to make sense of it, Qin Lang chose not to dwell on it. As long as the nest's core was unharmed, he could set his mind at ease. He began to discard the corpses from his spatial ring, including several captains from the Shadow Shelter, Kai-Hu and Chen Cece. Despite Chen Cece's tragic end, Qin Lang did not wish to waste her body. Burying it would be a disservice. A corpse with over 5,000 battle power should not be buried in haste. Moreover, this could be seen as another form of inclusion. The sight of numerous high-level battle corpses sent the tendrils above the nest's core into a frenzy, as if they were famished, eagerly consuming the bodies. It seemed they were nearing maturity. Qin Lang communicated telepathically with the others, informing them that he would remain in the backyard to attend to some matters, while they should rest. As for the students who betrayed him, he entrusted their handling to Sun Yan. After all, he was indifferent to their fates. Whether Sun Yin chose to forgive or punish them was entirely her prerogative. A day and a night swiftly passed. Once the nest's core had devoured the final corpse, a creature emerged from the depths of the blood and flesh container hidden below the core. Its size was modest, no larger than the palm of a hand. A four-legged entity. Qin Lang instantly grew vigilant. It is well known that the most troublesome monsters in the apocalypse are not the colossal behemoths, but rather the small, agile creatures. These monsters share a common trait: astonishing speed. Once ensnared by such a creature, escape becomes impossible. It is best not to be greedy. If what is birthed is too formidable, and I am no match for it, that would be quite laughable. After careful contemplation, Qin Lang ultimately resolved to eliminate this creature swiftly to avoid any prolonged complications. However, the moment he thrust the ever-burning flying sword into the fleshly vessel, a creature within emitted a painful groan, soon revealing a furry head. To Qin Lang's astonishment, this was no monster. It was a mere kitten, a black and white cow cat, scientifically known as clouds treading on snow. Qin Lang had never placed faith in the figures produced by the combat power detector, yet, reluctantly, he donned it. To his dismay, the reading nearly caused him to spit blood. Combat power, 5. Are you kidding me? Grasping the kitten by the scruff of its neck, his mind buzzed with frustration. After investing so much time, effort, and countless corpses, he had ended up with a mere level 5 cat. Was that reasonable? The kitten, caught by its destiny, immediately froze in place. You better be of some use. Otherwise, I shall crush you. Qin Lang set the kitten down, and it struggled to rise, stumbling onto his shoe before promptly falling asleep, emitting gentle purring sounds. Qin Lang was utterly speechless. Within the safe house, Lin Wanner and Chun Shui cooed over the adorable kitten, questioning among themselves. Qin Lang, his head pounding, lay down on the bed without bothering to change his clothes. I am utterly exhausted. Everything can wait until I awaken. He slept for a full 24 hours. Upon opening his eyes again, he was greeted by the sight of a large, plump cow cat, its face turned towards him, its chubby cheeks even sagging slightly. What on earth is happening? Qin Lang gasped in astonishment. The cow cat nuzzled affectionately against his chin. You're awake, Lin Wanner exclaimed, Rushingen. This cat is extraordinary. I've discovered something remarkable. Which well-bred cat can grow from a mere pound to 20 pounds in just a day and night? Lin Wanner recounted the events that transpired while he slept. After Qin Lang drifted off, the little kitten snuggled up beside him. The two women, seeing how small the kitten was, dared not disturb it and allowed it to continue sleeping. Little did they know, after just a brief conversation, when they turned back, the kitten had visibly grown, far surpassing the pace of any bodybuilding regimen. However long you slept, it slept the same, only waking 5 minutes before you, Lin Wanner explained. No matter how much we shook it, it wouldn't stir. Cautiously, she reached out to pet the fat cat, which responded with a swift paw strike, hissing in protest. Feeling slighted, Lin Wanner lamented, Hey, why are you like this? Can't I even touch you once? Furrowing his brows, Qin Lang held the cat's head with one hand. The hefty feline licked its lips and began nibbling at its paws, displaying behavior indistinguishable from an ordinary house cat. Just as Qin Lang intended to observe more closely, the fat cat pressed its fluffy paw against his hand. Though it remained silent, Qin Lang understood its message. Hey bro, my affection comes with conditions. Are you trying to test me? Qin Lang's eyes widened, and he erupted with a curse. Who do you think you are? Hiss. The plump cat suddenly leaped up, arching its back, erecting its ears, and bristling its fur. Are you trying to play games with me, my friend? Exclaimed Qin Lang, utterly taken aback. The mere fact that such a creature had emerged from the core of their lair was disheartening enough. But to discover that the cat's demeanor was equally unpleasant was unbearable. Infuriated, Qin Lang shouted and lunged for the rotund feline, only to be astonished by its astonishing speed as it darted out the door like a whirlwind, effortlessly closing the door behind it. Qin Lang? Lin Wanner? Lin Wanner. This cat seems to have become sentient. Whose cat is this, causing such a ruckus? Came the furious shout from Old Li. Qin Lang rushed outside to find Old Li sprawled on the ground, while the plump cat squatted beside a hot pot, nonchalantly fishing out slices of meat with its paws. Chapter 90, A Scorching Beginning. As the cat feasted, it cast a defiant gaze at the onlookers, clearly unimpressed by their presence. At that moment, Old Li rose stealthily, extending his arms as he lunged at the cat. However, It was as if the cat had eyes at the back of its head. With a graceful leap, it kicked Old Lee squarely in the face. Bang! The astonishing scene that unfolded left everyone dumbfounded. Old Lee, a barbarian with over 6,000 combat power, was sent flying, crashing solidly against the courtyard wall. Wall damage level 0, 478. As the homeowner, Qin Lang received an immediate alert from the safety chamber. "I'll kill you," Old Lee yelled in a fit of rage, blood oozing from several deep claw marks on his face. The plump cat, unfazed, tilted its head to scratch its ear with its hind leg. As Old Lee conjured a spear to hurl at it, the cat leapt again, swatting the spear aside with its paw. This not only Old Lee, but even Qin Lang was left speechless. He removed the combat power detector and stored away, realizing how unreliable it was, never expecting it to be so utterly misleading. "You mean to tell me this has a combat power of 5? All right, Old Lee, you can't compete with it." Qin Lang halted Old Lee, having come to understand that the cat was merely toying with them. "Meow meow." The cat called out to Qin Lang, and in his ears it conveyed, "From this day forth, I am the master of this sanctuary, and you are all my servants." "Haha, you are quite capable, so I shall appoint you as my chief loyal servant." "Very well, a loyal servant, is it? Tonight, we shall feast." Qin Lang smirked, extending his tendrils toward the cat. The plump cat's pupils widened, seemingly reluctant to engage, and it turned to leap toward the courtyard wall. Anticipating its escape, Qin Lang had already transformed several tendrils into a net that swooped down from above. The cat was ensnared and landed on the ground. It had displayed no sign of panic, even yawning and mewing a few times. "What I mean to say is, I am not afraid of you. I simply do not wish to harm you. You should refrain from using that dark touch too often. The more you use it, the deeper the curse, and the more frequent its manifestations. Don't say I didn't warn you." Qin Lang furrowed his brow, dispersing the tendrils. "Do you know about the Apostle's curse?" While grooming its fur, the cat replied, "Not only am I aware, but I can also help you locate the other 8 apostles and assist you in lifting the curse. However, you are still too feeble at the moment. Should you encounter the other apostles, not only would you be incapable of vanquishing them, but you would also meet your demise. Of course, this could be considered another form of lifting the curse." Qin Lang crouched before the plump cat and inquired, "What exactly are you?" The fat cat, pausing to groom its paw, replied, "All I know is that you are my chief loyal servant. Beyond that, I know nothing." With that, the fat cat leaped onto Qin Lang's shoulder and declared, "I'm hungry. I desire meat. Roast or hot pot? Either is fine." "Oh." Qin Lang sighed in resignation. But since this rotund feline bore him no ill will and possessed formidable strength, his previous frustrations dissipated. At least he felt his efforts were not in vain. Outside the sanctuary, the fiery creature in the sky had been visible for several days, causing a significant rise in temperature. The snow on the ground melted at an observable rate, converging into streams flowing downhill. Had it not been for Qin Lang's foresight in connecting the vehicles and safety shelters, even the cars might have been swept away. What are the traitors? Qin Lang looked around and noted the absence of the 30-odd students from the 4th tier. Lin Wanner explained, "Last night, Yanzi took them away. Their whereabouts are unknown." Qin Lang nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Sun Yin possessed formidable self-preservation abilities, and her methods were ruthlessly extreme. Those students likely faced a grim fate. Yet, this was of little concern to him. A group of traitors. If they perished, so be it. It was a pity for Wang Wu, who had enhanced many cards, yet fell victim to a surprise attack. Later on, as Qin Lang personally prepared the barbecue, Sun Yin returned with a group of dazed students. They appeared as though their souls had been extracted, their eyes vacant. "Brother Qin, you are awake," Sun Yin said, removing her helmet to reveal a radiant smile. Qin Lang flipped the snowflake beef and casually asked, "What happened to them? Why do they look so terrified?" Sun Yin chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. I merely dealt with a few of the ringleaders in front of them, which took a day and night." "Oh," Qin Lang nodded, appreciating the ingenuity of her method. "You're just in time. Come and enjoy the meat." "Sure." Sun Yin took a hefty piece of beef and bit into it, exclaiming, "Brother Qin, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. It's a must. Everyone come and taste." Qin Lang beckoned the others to join, while Sun Yin, with a piece of meat in her mouth, retrieved some green food cards from her pocket and tossed them to the students. The students were momentarily stunned, then promptly knelt in gratitude before cautiously retrieving the food. "That girl, Sun Yin, though young, is quite ruthless. She is becoming increasingly formidable. Look at that crowd. Don't they seem brainwashed?" Oldly remarked. Qin Lang remained unfazed, responding, Yin Zi is talented. In this apocalyptic era, where order has crumbled, one cannot govern solely on compassion and kindness. These are merely necessary tactics. You are the leader. What you say is right. Oldly devoured his food with the voracity of Zhu Beiji consuming ginseng fruits, polishing off large chunks in mere moments. Oldly, what? Take care of your health. Qin Lang smirked mischievously. Oldly chuckled, casting disdain upon the few young ladies. With a firm grasp on his situation, he awaited the complete thawing of the snow. During this period, an unprecedented tranquility enveloped the shelter. There were a few more showers of fireballs and cards, and Qin Lang led a hunting expedition, intending to gauge the prowess of the hefty feline, Little Black. To his surprise, the plump cat merely lounged atop a certain creature's head, dozing off. It was only after Qin Lang had vanquished most of the monsters that the cat sprang into action, claiming the spoils. Time flowed gently, and before long, half a month had slipped by, with the snow entirely melted. In its stead, relentless heat prevailed day and night. The daytime temperatures soared to a sweltering 45 degrees Celsius, leaving those exposed dizzy and at risk of heat stroke. Fortunately, the nighttime temperatures were not excessively oppressive, lingering around 35 to 36 degrees. In the main control room of the safety shelter, comfort reigned supreme. Now, this is living, Qin Lang thought as he reclined in a vast portable bathtub, enjoying the air conditioning while watching a movie. Accompanying him in the bath were Lin Wanner, Chun Shui, and Sun Yin, each clad in swimsuits and savoring ice creams of various colors. Since the temperature had surged, Qin Lang and the three ladies had hardly experienced dryness. Meow. In one corner of the pool, the rotund Little Black let out a contented murmur, while below, the young creature emerged from the water, gleefully spitting out bath water, its eyes sparkling with joy. Chapter 91. The Guests. Under the scorching sun, the earth sizzled. Were it not for the numerous remnants of the civilized era still standing in the city, one might easily mistake it for a desert. A procession of several dozen individuals gradually appeared at the end of the street. They were clad in uniform attire, wearing wide-brimmed hats and heavy robes that provided maximum protection against the sun's searing rays. Boss, our water supply is dwindling. We can last no more than half a day. A young man with dark skin expressed his concerns. The leader, striding at the front, bore a long sword at his side, resembling an ancient warrior, showing no signs of halting his advance. We still have 50 kilometers to go. Everyone hold on. If we locate any monsters or a place to cool down, we shall rest, he instructed. Understood, boss. The young man jogged back to relay the message. The crowd murmured softly, but their chatter quickly subsided. They were acutely aware that without the boss Yan's attentive care, they would not have survived the long winter. Despite the dwindling numbers of their shelter, which had shrunk from nearly 1,000 to just over 50, they persevered. The group slowly ascended a slope, and Boss Yan's weathered eyes suddenly narrowed in disbelief as he retrieved a military-grade binoculars. Before him stood a shelter constructed of massive stones amidst the ruins. Though the stone walls were tall and thick, he could still discern signs of human activity within, even catching sight of individuals frolicking in a swimming pool. Little Zhu, Yan, the leader, summoned his deputy, SSS-NGCI, and, pointing uncertainly towards the direction of the shelter, queried, "What do you see?" "I suspect my eyes are deceiving me. Perhaps it is a mirage." SSS-NGCI eagerly took the military telescope, nearly leaping with excitement, his cracked lips quivering slightly. "Boss, you're not mistaken. It truly is a shelter. There's water. Water. Can you believe it? They've even constructed a swimming pool. What a waste of precious resources." Upon hearing of the water, the crowd behind them surged forward, their previously dull eyes igniting with avarice as they gazed at the stone shelter. "Boss, should we?" I gestured in a manner reminiscent of a beheading. Yan shook his head, admonishing, "I have warned you countless times. We must maintain absolute rationality when we are unaware of the enemy's strength and numbers. How many weaklings do you think remain in this post-apocalyptic world?" I nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, "You are right, boss. I'm just disoriented from the sun. Let us go and take a closer look." Yan brushed off the dust from his clothing and made his way towards the shelter. Simultaneously, in the control room of the safe house, Qin Lang took a bite of ice cream before rising from the indoor pool, exclaiming, "It's been ages since we had any guests. Let us go see." "Guests?" LNWNR. CHN Su and SNYN exchanged glances. They were not like Qin Lang and had no knowledge of the happenings outside the shelter. However, since Qin Lang had mentioned it, they knew he must have a reason. The three women promptly donned their alluring bikinis and jogged after him, not out of exhibitionism, but simply because of the sweltering heat. We are survivors from HNGCHing, seeking a sip of water and a shaded place to escape the heat. May we? Yan arrived at the entrance of the shelter and plainly articulated his request, then began to wait patiently. Before long, the iron gate, designed to deter the unwary, swung open. Old L, embracing two curvaceous bikini-clad students, approached with a grin. Ah, survivors from HNGCHing, merely seeking water and a place to cool off? Indeed. Yan nodded in affirmation. Old L activated the strength detector and scanned the crowd, relaying the data telepathically to Qin Lang. The leader possesses a combat strength of 6,600, the deputy 4,700, while the others range from 1,000 to 3,000. Let them in. Come in. Old L waved his hand, instructing the nearby girls to fetch some water cards from storeroom. You two have been so well-behaved these past few days. I'll reward you with ice cream, but don't overindulge. Be mindful of your stomach. Each may have a maximum of 3. Hee. Thank you, Brother L. You are the best. The two students skipped away, returning shortly with over 100 white water cards in hand. Here you go. Old L handed the water cards to Yan. Yan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you immensely. What should I call you? Are you in charge of the shelter? They all call me Old L. In this area, I call the shots, he replied, gesturing expansively. Yan nodded earnestly, distributing the water cards to his companions while engaging in casual conversation with Old L. Oldly was inherently a gregarious individual, readily engaging in conversation with Big Yan, his words flowing like a river. Why do you wish to visit the ancient city? Oldly inquired with keen curiosity. The ancient city, formerly known as Haidu Ancient City, is situated to the north of Haicheng, approximately 34 kilometers away. Before the apocalypse, it was considered a decent tourist destination, blessed with mountains and seas. However, its current state was a mystery to him. Big Yin hesitated momentarily before replying, This matter is not something I should disclose to you, but since you, Brother Li, have shown such kindness, I would not wish to deceive you. I obtained this information from a colorful card, which suggests that treasures lie within the ancient city. Treasure? Is that true? Don't be pulling my leg. I haven't read much, Oldly exclaimed animatedly. To be honest, I cannot ascertain its authenticity. We must see for ourselves. Big Yin responded. Can I take a glance at that colorful card? Well, Big Yin chuckled awkwardly. It seems a bit inconvenient. My apologies for being presumptuous. Please, relax. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. By the way, I have this to help you cool down. Oldly retrieved a large blue mushroom from his storage space and handed it to Big Yin. What is this? Big Yan's eyes sparkled as he felt the chill emanating from the blue mushroom, which was refreshingly cool to the touch. Thank you, Brother Li. Not at all. It's merely a loan for your use, and I shall require its return later. Oh, and this item is not for consumption. It is solely for cooling purposes. Oldly waved his hand dismissively before returning to the pool, where he immersed himself and relayed the information regarding the treasure in the ancient city to Qin Lang. Oldly remarked, I believe he might be deceiving me. We have obtained numerous colorful cards, but where is there any treasure card? Qin Lang replied, just because you haven't seen it does not mean it does not exist. I doubt he is deceiving us, but whether it is indeed treasure remains to be seen. In Qin Lang's memory, as the apocalypse progressed, information cards indicating locations of treasures, nests, and items would indeed manifest. However, in his past life, he had been too weak to compete for these treasures. Chapter 92, Summer Seafood Buffet. Should we not investigate this treasure? Staying cooped up in a shelter is quite dull. Oldly expressed his enthusiasm. In truth, it was not just Oldly who felt this way. Su Yun and Ding Yuan shared similar sentiments. Life in the shelter was indeed comfortable and joyful, yet this was the apocalypse, and they had no idea what harsh climates or monsters awaited them. To remain idle would ultimately lead to their demise, with no other outcome possible. We must go. But we should first ascertain the details of the information on that colorful card. Some thoughts remained unspoken by Qin Lang. The information regarding treasures, nests, and items corresponded to varying levels of monster strength. Among them, the most formidable were the caves, followed by nests, while treasures and items were of lesser concern. That should be simple enough. Later, I will extract information from Big Yin, Old Lee declared confidently, having already devised a plan to elicit information from Big Yin. He beckoned the two girls over and whispered conspiratorially in their ears. On the other side of the shelter, in the shadows, with the continuous release of chill from the ice fungus, much of the oppressive heat has been dispelled, and the air temperature hovers around 38 to 39 degrees. Zhu Changkai discreetly stowed away the combat power detector and lowered his voice. Boss, Old Lee possesses considerable combat strength, around 7,000, while the rest are merely trivial. Few exceed 2,000. Should we? Yin Laoda shook the nearly empty water bottle and drank the last remnants, wiping his mouth. Xiao Zhu. They graciously provided us with water and lent us the giant mushroom for shade. Is it right to repay kindness with hostility? But boss, we've encountered. Zhu Changkai hesitated. Yin Laoda chuckled and shook his head. The nature of this is different. Those shelters we've obliterated, weren't they all vile perverts to the core? Look around. Aside from those few youngsters over there, the expressions on the faces of the others are one of freedom, comfort, ease, and respect. We must never slaughter such a sanctuary, even if we possess the capability. In this apocalyptic world, there are no laws or rules. Yet we must hold onto our moral compass. Understood, boss. I was wrong. Yin Laoda smiled, patting Zhu Changkai on the shoulder. You are not at fault. You are merely too young. Now, rest up quickly. We still have to travel tonight. But it's so comfortable here. I wish to stay a few more days. Zhu Changkai lamented, though he felt helpless. Yin Laoda closed his eyes, resting a hand on the ice fungus. He remained oblivious that had he uttered even a single incorrect word, this journey through the apocalypse would have been prematurely concluded. Are you truly benevolent? Or have you discovered a listening device within the ice fungus? I shall await your revelation. Qin Lang remarked with a smile as he turned to enter the house. Nightfall arrived swiftly. The area near the safe house was arranged with neatly set dining tables. Curious, Yin Laoda bit into a crisp snack and inquired about the purpose. A soldier from the shelter pointed to a nearby sign that clearly read Summer Seafood Buffet. This is our meal for today, the soldier stated before returning to his duties. Yin Laoda stood there, dumbfounded, fixated on the 7 characters on the blackboard. Strange. Very strange. This combination of words, though each individually recognizable, left him utterly bewildered. Brother, this is the apocalypse. Are you all insane for eating so well? What shocked Yin Laoda and his companions further was yet to come. First, a large bucket filled with ice-cold mung bean soup was wheeled out, prepared in a metallic round pot typical of canteens. Following, there were 3 enormous tubs of ice cream in strawberry, taro, and original flavors, exuding a frosty mist. Lastly, a plethora of seafood arrived. Arctic clams, ice shrimp, scallops, king crabs, and salmon, all fresh and succulent. As for the post-meal fruits, they were simpler. Chilled watermelon, bayberries, peaches, durian, and a platter of bananas, around 7 or 8 varieties in total. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Zhu Changkai, unable to contain his emotions, wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. Boss, I want to eat. Yin Laoda, filled with indignation, retorted, look at your lack of ambition. Do you think I don't want to eat? What a remarkable degree of affluence this shelter possesses. Ah, Bigley has arrived. Let us maintain decorum and refrain from rushing to partake in the feast at the first invitation, lest we become the subject of ridicule. Just as Big Yin issued this reminder, Old Lee approached, offering him a cigarette which he lit before saying, Big Yin, we are about to commence our meal. You all are welcome. Thank you, Brother Lee, but this is too generous, Big Yin replied. Oh, not at all. I meant to suggest that we begin dining now, as it may be cooler for your journey later. I have prepared water for you as well. Big Yin froze momentarily, his lips twitching in disbelief. Zhu Changkai behind him was nearly brought to tears by the sheer lack of hospitality. Is this how one treats guests? A modicum of politeness would suffice, allowing us to feign refusal. There was no grace offered. It was utterly unacceptable. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Big Yin swallowed hard and murmured, Oh, in that case, we shall take our leave. Thank you. Don't mention it, Old Lee said, casually placing a hand on Big Yin's shoulder. By the way, Big Yin, I am quite intrigued by the treasure of the ancient city you mentioned. I would love to discuss it over the meal. However, considering that it pertains to your livelihood, I hesitate to impose. As the saying goes, a gentleman must tread carefully. Regardless, travel safely, and I wish you great success. Wait a moment. Big Yin, not one to be easily outsmarted, grasped Old Lee's arm. Brother Lee, I too wish to converse regarding the treasure of the ancient city as a token of my gratitude for your hospitality. Shall we discuss it while we dine? Old Li beamed with delight. Why wait? Let us invite the others to join us. Look at them. They are practically starving. With great enthusiasm, Big Yin gestured, and dozens of individuals rushed towards the buffet, devouring whatever they could grasp. What manners, what decorum, what image could possibly outweigh the importance of satisfying their hunger? Witnessing this spectacle, onlookers could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. Even the most humble of students scoffed at the scene. They even felt that serving as a slave in the shelter would be preferable to associating with these nomadic individuals. Who would have believed they could find a target for their disdain? My brothers and sisters have endured too much hardship alongside me. I shall make amends, Big Yin seethed, trembling with indignation, yet forcing a smile. Old Li, generously, patted his shoulder and said, let's not dwell on this. Now, what exactly is the story behind the treasure of the ancient city? Chapter 93, A Diary. At this juncture, Big Yin could no longer conceal the truth. He led Old Li to a nearby tent, retrieving a colored card marked with a special insignia. This indicates the location of the cave. Having recently received a briefing from Qin Lang, Old Li immediately recognized it as the cave, which is currently the most perilous and challenging area, even more so than the nest. Brotherly, do you have specific information about this card? Big Yin inquired, sensing something unusual. Old Li did not withhold the truth, nodding in affirmation. How should I put it? This place offers substantial rewards, but the risks are equally high. High risk, high reward, Brotherly. Would you be interested in joining us? Since the location has already been compromised, it is evidently impossible to monopolize it any longer. The astute leader, Yin, has chosen to form a team. Allow me to ponder this. As you can see, my shelter comprises only a handful of individuals. If we suffer further losses, Old Li, shall become a mere figurehead. Your assertion holds merit. Yet this is a post-apocalyptic world where failure to grow stronger leads to inevitable elimination. Brotherly, give it some serious thought and provide me with your response by dawn. I fear the longer we wait, the more complications may arise. Certainly, Brother Yin, do go and have something to eat. As Old Li feigned disinterest, he discreetly communicated the location of the cave to Qin Lang, who was online. Qin Lang remarked, it's 43 kilometers away. If we drive, we can reach it swiftly. Although we lack the precise coordinates provided by the card, it may take some time to locate it. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should return before dawn. Old Li inquired, do you mean we should get there first? Su Yin interjected, this plan is quite clever. Regardless of what lies within the ancient city cave, we should investigate it ourselves rather than allowing others to seize the card. Qin Lang reassured Old Li, I apologize for imposing on you to remain at the shelter. Should any issues arise, I will promptly switch places with you. Old Li lamented, I wish to join as well. Qin Lang responded, rest assured, if we manage to acquire a valuable card, you shall certainly receive your share. Your contribution is indispensable. With a plan in place, Qin Lang swiftly rallied the group to action. Half an hour later, the six, led by Qin Lang, stealthily departed the shelter under the veil of night. Upon reaching a distance from shelter, Qin Lang retrieved a van adorned with a golden card and set off toward the ancient city cave. Along the way, they evaded monsters as much as possible, allowing Lin Wanner to execute ranged strikes only when absolutely necessary. Why ranged attacks, you ask? The rationale is straightforward. These fire-type creatures typically explode upon death, inflicting minimal damage to humans but posing a lethal threat to vehicles. A single misstep could lead to an explosion, which is precisely why Yin and his group approached the shelter on foot. Their vehicle had already been obliterated on the road by monsters. 2 hours later, the van arrived at the ancient city. This historically rich tourist destination had long since transformed into a desolate ruin. All around, monstrous figures swayed, emitting heat and flames. It must be nearby. Let us search, Qin Lang mused as he retracted his military binoculars, gazing upon a park where stone monuments lay in ruins. Surrounded by withered corpses, both human and monstrous. Tents riddled with holes indicated that this location had once served as a shelter. Meow. The plump cat, Xiaohe, which had been napping on Qin Lang's shoulder, suddenly stood up, stretched lazily, and leaped to the ground, its sagging belly swaying with each movement. What have you discovered? Qin Lang inquired with a smile. Having spent some time together, he found that Xiaohe, despite its occasional haughtiness and penchant for mischief, had no other significant flaws. There is a formidable presence beneath us, the cat declared, scratching the ground. Beneath us? Are you suggesting we begin digging from here? Foolish. That would surely alert the entity below. We must locate an entrance to gain access. Allow me to investigate further. The plump cat, Xiaohe, plunged into the ruins without waiting for Qin Lang's response. Qin Lang wore a look of helplessness. Indeed, cats are the most disorganized and undisciplined creatures in this world, even in their mutated forms. In comparison, the portable stool cat is somewhat more endearing. After searching for more than half an hour, Su Yun used her deadly vines to lift a massive boulder, revealing the entrance to a cave beneath it. Be cautious. The strength of cave monsters is often several times, even a dozen times, that of surface monsters. Qin Lang cautioned before raising the shimmering ice mushroom in his hand and leading the way inside. A few minutes later, they arrived in the cave. In contrast to the mushroom tunnel, this place was far more eerie and foreboding. Apart from their illumination devices, darkness enveloped them. Su Yun tossed out several cold flames and flares to dispel the gloom. What is that? A house? Is someone living here? Ding Yuan pointed ahead, where a cluster of buildings stood 100 meters away. Upon approaching, they confirmed these were indeed houses, showing clear signs of human habitation. The canned goods had dried up. Had the inhabitants left, or had they perished? Qin Lang murmured to himself, illuminating the area with the ice mushroom, when he suddenly discovered a thick diary beneath a dusty pillow on a bed behind him. Opening the aged diary, he was greeted by elegant handwriting, suggesting its author was a young woman. In the apocalypse, time slips away easily. I no longer remember which day it is. Today, the leader took us hunting, and we killed many blood corpses. We had a hearty meal of instant noodles and canned food, delicious. Unfortunately, Uncle Song was bitten. Without serum, he is destined to leave us. Strangely, I cannot bring myself to cry. Perhaps I have become numb after witnessing too much death. It was evident that this diary was written in the early days of the apocalypse. Lacking the patience to read every word, Qin Lang flipped to the latter pages. Compared to the initial graceful script, the handwriting now appeared hasty and disheveled, indicating the author had fallen into dire straits. Snow has begun to fall. The temperature is plummeting, and we have lost over 10 people to the cold. The snow shows no signs of stopping. Guiting could no longer endure this life and took her own life. TSK, how fragile. Having fought to survive this long, she chose to end it. I despise her. Today, a major incident occurred at the shelter. The second-in-command went out hunting 3 days and nights ago and has not returned, presumably dead. The leader is deeply saddened and has erected a simple grave for him. By the way, dinner tonight was delightful. I love feasting. It's so cold, unbearably cold. The temperature has dropped to minus 50 degrees. Yet everyone seems to have grown younger, as they have all been frozen to a state of infancy. I can hardly believe I have survived this prolonged winter, but I have a terrible premonition that the apocalypse will not end so simply. That fiery creature in the sky, does it foretell a coming rise in temperature? As the ice and snow melt and the temperature rises, it feels so pleasant. I am nearly dying of heat, damn. Chapter 94. Qin Lang and his team of 5. Just as Qin Lang was engrossed in the diary, Su Yun made a discovery. He tucked the diary into his storage space and walked over. Beneath the luminescence of the frost mushrooms, vast patches of desiccated blood stained the walls. The volume of blood suggested that the carnage was not the work of a solitary individual. At least 7 or 8 lives had been extinguished within this chamber. Su Yun surmised that the inhabitants of this underground sanctuary had met with a massacre, rather than departing under ordinary circumstances. The decision to seek refuge from the sweltering heat by constructing a shelter within a cave was akin to quenching one's thirst with poison. Withdrawing his gaze, Qin Lang resumed his search for further clues. Should there be none, they would proceed deeper into the cavern to confront whatever dwelled within. As the group dispersed in response to his command, Qin Lang seated himself upon the bed and retrieved the diary once more to peruse its contents. Today, the leader discovered a cave. It is indeed a splendid location, with a temperature of merely 35 degrees, although it is shrouded in darkness. It is far preferable to being scorched into a husk above ground. This marks the 7th day since the leader relocated the sanctuary into the cave, and all seems well. Wang Lily has never mentioned her ability to dance, yet last night, for reasons unknown, she performed ballet within the confines of the room. On the 10th day since our move into the cave, I can distinctly sense that something is amiss, though I cannot articulate precisely what it is. I must persuade the leader to take us away from this wretched place. The leader rebuffed my suggestion, and the others are equally unwilling to depart. What can I do? I am merely a fledgling with combat prowess barely exceeding 2,000. I cannot survive alone on the surface. Wang Lili is dead. The leader is dead. Wang Meng is dead. They have all perished. Itu shalmaid malasiang. This concludes the final page of the diary. The hasty scrawl and the frenzied narrative style left Qin Lang somewhat shaken. Gazing at the diary, its pages punctured by a pen, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What had they endured? What did the term abnormal signify? Had something sinister encroached upon them? Caution is warranted. At an unknown moment, Xiao He manifested at his feet, sniffing the air before leaping onto Qin Lang's shoulder, its black and white fur bristling with tension. Is the adversary formidable? Qin Lang, too, adopted a vigilant stance. Uncertain, yet evidently not weak. Xiao He arched its back, assuming a combative posture. Hastily, Qin Lang summoned the others to regroup, but a bizarre occurrence transpired. Despite his earnest attempts at mental communication, aside from old Li in the sanctuary, no one responded. This is dire. Something has gone awry. A pang of alarm struck Qin Lang as hard as he swiftly summoned his flying sword, Everburn, and dashed from the room in search of the others. Meow. Xiao He suddenly emitted a pained cry. Qin Lang spun around to witness a dozen thick vines erupting from the void, lashing down with wild ferocity. These were unmistakably Su Yun's killing vines. Qin Lang quickly retreated, wielding Everburn to execute a horizontal slash. As the vines were severed and vanished, he beheld 5 familiar faces: Su Yun, Ding Yuan, Lin Wanner, Chen Shui, and Sun Yan. Yet, unlike their usual selves, their pupils were pitch black. Mental manipulation? The creature here excels in psychological assault. A singular possibility dawned upon Qin Lang. Hiss! Transformed into a lizard-like creature, Ding Yuan lunged towards him, surrounded by a myriad of colorful halos, all emanating from Chen Shui. Suddenly, a bullet pierced through Qin Lang's shoulder, causing him to shudder in excruciating pain. The relentless barrage of gunfire erupted from Lin Wanner, a skilled marksman, and at such a close range, evasion was futile. He was compelled to utilize his dark tendrils as a shield for defense. However, while he managed to withstand the bullets, he was unable to fend off the dual assault from Su Yun and Ding Yuan, one approaching and the other retreating. In mere moments, Qin Lang found himself embroiled in an unprecedented struggle. He possessed the ability to eliminate any adversary with a single strike, yet he was rendered powerless. These were his closest allies, his dearest companions. Could he truly bring himself to harm them? Rendering them unconscious might be a viable option. Yet he lacked the capacity to do so. Caught in a dilemma, Qin Lang was hindered, while the opposing quintet unleashed a torrent of chaotic abilities upon him. As if they were free of cost, he attempted to incapacitate Lin Wanner first, only to be sent flying by a single blow from Sun Yan. Damn it, how could I have overlooked mental defenses? Regret gnawed at him as he remembered the plethora of protective cards he possessed, which he had refrained from utilizing, fearing that they would enhance his companion's combat prowess excessively. In hindsight, he had underestimated the creatures lurking in the third phase of the Apocalypse caverns. Yet, this was hardly his fault. In his previous life, he was merely a lowly survivor, a mere footnote in a sanctuary, and had never encountered such perilous realms, leading to a significant gap in his understanding. To restore normalcy among his companions, there were typically 2 approaches. The first involved employing a similar mental attack to forcibly disrupt the opponent's assault. Regrettably, Qin Lang had not mastered such skills and had to abandon that course of action. The second option was to eliminate the source of the mental assault. By targeting the instigator, his comrades would naturally return to their senses. Mental attacks share a common trait. The caster must be in close proximity. The closer they are, the more potent the effect, and vice versa. Xiao He, can you locate it? Do I really need to remind you? I have been trying to lock onto it, but it keeps moving, offering no opportunity. It darted left and right, making it impossible to pinpoint. Just give me a specific direction. Hurry. Qin Lang was nearly overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the 5 foes. Fortunately, his dark tendrils provided remarkable defense. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured or worse in this predicament. There, Xiao He raised a paw, indicating a direction. With determination, Qin Lang executed a divine slash in that direction. A brilliant radiance enveloped a vast area, and through this luminous veil, he glimpsed the creature lurking in the shadows. The creature was relatively small, measuring just over a meter in length. At first glance, it bore some resemblance to the bee crocodile he had encountered in another cavern. But upon closer inspection, it It was an entirely different species, resembling a chameleon, with an ebony body and only its eyes gleaming white. Found you. Qin Lang's eyes sparkled with delight as he prepared to unleash his second sacred slash. However, to his astonishment, his right arm was suddenly ensnared by creeping vines, which materialized from the void, wrapping around him in layers upon layers. Old Su, you are truly infuriating. Qin Lang could not help but curse aloud. Although he appeared to be ensnared by the vines and in peril, he was, in reality, quite safe, as he was shielded by another layer of protective, eggshell-like armor. Courtesy of the touch of darkness. Entangled by them, how am I supposed to slay that chameleon? Qin Lang pondered deeply. Chapter 95. Is the cave really this bountiful? It did not take long for Qin Lang to discover an opportunity. The five-man team, under mental control, though fierce in their assault, lacked the wisdom inherent to humanity, specifically, the capacity for adaptability. They resorted to employing their most potent skills in a crude and straightforward manner. For instance, despite being ensnared by the killing vines, the relentless assault from the five did not wane in the slightest, resulting in over 90 damage being inflicted upon the vines. Su Yun, having repeatedly utilized the killing vines, began to show clear signs of exhaustion. It seems I have fallen into a cognitive trap. To deal with them is quite simple. I merely need to maintain my defense until they tire themselves out. After all, they cannot breach the protection of my touch of darkness. With this realization, Qin Lang felt a surge of confidence, crossing his legs and sitting down upon the ground. How long can you sustain your vigor? As it turned out, Qin Lang's strategy proved successful. After defending for less than 15 minutes, the five-man team's assault came to a complete halt. Each of them lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, utterly unable to rise, all completely drained. Now it's my turn, Qin Lang thought, casting a glance at the black chameleon. Sensing the dire situation, the chameleon retreated into the shadows. Yet, Qin Lang had no intention of letting it escape. He illuminated the path ahead with a sacred slash and swiftly hurled several ice mushrooms. The chameleon's speed was indeed remarkable, but it was crucial to remember that the ice mushrooms inflicted area damage. When the fifth ice mushroom detonated, the chameleon, caught unawares, was instantaneously frozen. It struggled with all its might to escape the icy grip, but the nearby, ever-burning flying sword had already come slicing through the air. With a decisive strike, the chameleon's head was severed, its body tumbling down from the rocky wall. Qin Lang surged forward, snatching the colorful card from the chameleon's head before the small black creature could react. An awkward expression crossed the chubby face of the small black creature as it pretended to wash its face. Qin Lang chuckled softly and returned to the area where the five-man team had been stationed. How curious. What is happening to me? Why do I feel so fatigued? Have I fallen asleep? I share the same sentiment. I feel utterly exhausted and nauseous. Brother Qin, what transpired? What has happened to us? With a smile, Qin Lang tossed out a monitoring mushroom, eager to uncover the events that had unfolded. Several minutes later, having reviewed the entire battle, the five individuals wore expressions of unmistakable embarrassment. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that this predicament was not entirely their fault. Ding Yuan whispered, "The card constructs are all created by the boss. If you do not provide us with mental protection cards, what can we do?" "Indeed," Su Yin replied, clapping her hands. "Boss, this is your oversight." Qin Lang chuckled, amused, yet chose not to argue. He distributed several mental protection gold cards to each person, instructing them to notify others immediately if they felt any sharp pain in their heads, as mental attacks are among the most insidious forms of assault. "Understood, but boss, why weren't you controlled?" "I follow the path of the Qi refiner, which inherently grants me strong resistance to mental attacks." The others nodded in understanding. After resting briefly to regain their strength, they continued onward. Just as Qin Lang had surmised, the cave was not home to just a single chameleon, but rather a dozen of them. With the loss of their primary offensive capability, the chameleons posed little threat to the group, who effortlessly dispatched them. Upon reaching the end of the cave, Qin Lang kicked a treasure chest, and with a click, it sprang open to reveal a dark gold card. "Ah, this dark gold card belongs to someone in our team." Qin Lang glanced around before smiling and tossing the card to Su Yin. "For me?" Su Yin exclaimed with joy. "You are a druid. This dark gold card is Transformation, Rampaging Bear. If I don't give it to you, who else would I give it to?" "Boss." Su Yin's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. "I must study it at once." Of course. Su Yin tore the dark gold card apart, and upon successfully mastering it, Her body trembled and transformed into a towering 3-meter-high brown bear, standing an impressive 5 to 6 meters tall. A true behemoth. Let me see how much your combat power has increased. Oh, quite impressive. Qin Lang nodded, congratulating Su Yun on becoming the second member of their team to reach 9,000 combat power. Su Yun declared, let us go, hop on. I'll carry you all out. I feel an overwhelming surge of strength. Old Li, panicking, exclaimed, wait, what good thing did you all acquire? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? You'll find out when we return, Qin Lang replied, waving his hand. Let us go. The 5 of them climbed onto the bear's back, and the giant bear galloped with incredible speed, far surpassing that of a vehicle, reaching the surface in the blink of an eye. Brother Su, how long can you maintain this bear form? This feels amazing. I don't even want to ride in a car anymore. Not only Lin Wanner, but the other 3 women shared the sentiment, finding the bear's fur exceptionally soft and pleasant to the touch. Su Yun replied, without engaging in battle, I can maintain this form for several hours. However, in combat, it might only last about 10 minutes. Since you're reluctant to ride in a car, I'll carry you all back. Old Li lamented, oh dear, you're truly going to give me a heart attack. If this happens again, I swear I won't stay behind. It's utterly torturous. In the early morning, Yin Laoda looked regretful. Since you do not wish to go, I shall not insist. Thank you, Brother Li, for your care. I hope we may meet again someday. It is essential, Brother Yin. I wish you a bountiful treasure hunt. Should you encounter failure, fret not. Return to the sanctuary. While we cannot promise daily feasts of sumptuous delicacies, we can certainly ensure an abundance of ice cream and ample green bean soup. Old Li thumped his chest, the sound resounding. Brother Yin, deeply moved, felt tears welling up, and with a grateful bow, expressed his heartfelt appreciation. We shall take our leave now. Travel safely, and know that the doors of our sanctuary are always open to friends. Farewell. Old Li waved as he watched them depart, until they vanished at the end of the path. Go on then, but how could you take my frost mushroom too? Qin Lang suddenly appeared behind Old Li, his tone laced with melancholy. Is there truly such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Boss, what intriguing discoveries have you made? I am nearly beside myself with curiosity. Oh, nothing much, Qin Lang replied with an air of composure. Just a dark gold card and 7 or 8 colored cards. That's all. What? Old Li's mouth fell open in disbelief. Is this cave truly so bountiful? In the 96th chapter, retreat was not an option. 1 colored card can enhance your attack power. I've already placed it in your box for you to retrieve. There are also several gold and silver cards. As for what else you may need, simply ask me when the time comes. Qin Lang stretched lazily, fatigued from a night of toil. I'm off to sleep now. Thank you, boss. I would gladly offer my heart for you. Old Li performed a crisp salute, having spent recent days mingling with younger students and, in his idle moments, indulging in many ancient comics. Qin Lang was indeed weary. He fell into slumber the moment his head touched the pillow. Meanwhile, Brother Yan's team reached the cave entrance by midday. Upon seeing the vehicles parked nearby, an ominous premonition crept into his mind. Could it be that we have been outpaced? He hurried down to investigate. 2 hours later, Brother Yin sat at the cave entrance, his face ashen, utterly defeated. Not only had they failed to acquire colored or gold cards, but the opposing party had left them with neither blue nor green cards. Let us think positively. At least we acquired 2 vehicles, Zhu Chengkai remarked, unsure of how to console him. What shall we do next? Brother Yin, his head pounding, pressed his temples. Let us return. We must seek out Old Li. At least we can survive in their sanctuary. Zhu Chengkai hesitated. Boss, while Old Li is a good man, will he permit us to stay long-term? Whether he will allow it or not, we shall only know upon our return. Our foremost goal is to survive. Brother Yin, unable to conceive of another solution, gathered everyone and began the journey back. The back and forth took the better part of the day. By the time Brother Yin and his companions returned to the sanctuary, night had fallen. Old Li, having anticipated their return, greeted them with great warmth. Upon learning of their intention to temporarily reside in the sanctuary, he first expressed his welcome, then followed with concern. Although we still have some supplies, they will only last us a month or 2. With the sudden influx of additional mouths to feed, resources will become strained. With a conflicted expression, Old Li suggested, let us organize a joint hunt in the coming days to gather more cards and simultaneously optimize our organizational structure. Certainly, the last sentence was left unspoken by Old Li, merely echoing in his mind. The shelter does not accommodate idlers. This is a rule that Qin Lang established early on. Each individual must possess intrinsic value. Even the most marginalized students, who at the very least provide emotional support and a means for other warriors to unleash their primal desires. I am at your disposal. Big brotherly, Old Yin declared, thumping his chest with vigor. Under the night sky, the safety cabin's courtyard was filled with people. Qin Lang spread out a hand-drawn map, a creation from the Lawless brothers. At first glance, these two brothers seemed like mere phantoms within the shelter, offering little value. In truth, their contributions were significant. Not only could they stand guard and prevent ambushes, but after learning from the Cartographer series, cards that Qin Lang provided, they had transformed into professional map makers. Centered around the shelter, the map clearly marked areas with high monster density and nests within a 20-kilometer radius. Old Li, tomorrow you will lead them to tackle a small fire nest. Qin Lang pointed to a region marked in red on the map. The monsters surrounding this small fire nest had a strength ranging from 2,000 to 4,000. As long as you don't venture inside, your current personal strength should suffice for self-protection. Old Li picked at his teeth. Boss, you're being overly cautious. Why choose this small fire nest? Wouldn't it be better to go for a larger one? Besides Old Yin and that fellow named Zhu Changkai, the rest of this group is of little consequence. Their survival or demise matters not much to me. They have just joined us, and we shouldn't lead them to their doom. Losing 3 or 4 of them is acceptable, but we must not be too ruthless. Suyin paused, adding, moreover, the boss intends to lead us to tackle the large fire nest personally. What? You're not taking me along? Old Li protested, displeased. Boss, is it fair to favor some over others? If I, Old Li, have erred in any way, please enlighten me. I am willing to amend my ways. You cannot exclude me, nor isolate me. Qin Lang chuckled and scolded. Go on, go on. Who has the time to isolate you? Our circumstances simply do not allow for it. Besides, I cannot remain in the shelter indefinitely. Should I venture far for hunting, there must be a deputy capable of carrying the banner, right? Old Li scratched his head. Ah, well then, I am reassured. Off to rest you go. With a wave of his hand, Qin Lang dismissed everyone. 2 days later, 2 hunting teams departed from the shelter in succession. The hunting team led by Old Li included the Lawless brothers, Lin Mo, over 30 warriors, and all 50 members under Old Yin as command, while the completely non-combatant students were left behind in the shelter. On Qin Lang's side, he brought along a cat, a mushroom, and a 5-person team. At noon, under the blazing sun, the temperature soared to a staggering 45 degrees Celsius. Qin Lang appeared near the fire nest, bare-chested and clad in beach shorts, flanked by 5 companions dressed similarly, with the 4 women in matching bikinis, both eye-catching and alluring, while Suyin wore a flamboyant pair of beach shorts paired with a short-sleeved shirt. The outer clearing should pose little difficulty, but we must remain cautious of the larger monsters inside, Qin Lang stated as he lowered his military binoculars, addressing the group. Shall we commence? Suyin clenched her fists, the sound echoing with a fierce intensity, her eyes ablaze with an insatiable thirst for battle. Let's go. Qin Lang commanded with a sweeping motion of his hand. In an instant, Suyin transformed into a raging giant bear, charging into the horde of monsters with a thunderous roar. With her nearly invincible combat prowess, she obliterated swathes of creatures, be they fire demons, fiery corpses, or minor fiends. Each one faced only a grim fate, either being pulverized or shattered to pieces. The power of the dark gold card was simply formidable. Qin Lang mused. If not for the overwhelming number of core cards he had to cultivate, learning the bear transformation would certainly be an option. On the other side, led by Old Li, the battle raged with relentless ferocity. Within a mere 10 minutes of skirmishing, several warriors had been injured or perished. Even with the formidable presence of Yin Laoda and Zhu Changkai at the forefront, they could not alleviate the onslaught faced by their comrades. Confronted by swarms of fire demons and corpses, the 100-man brigade found themselves retreating in disarray. The oppressive heat rendered them incapable of enduring the relentless area damage dealt by the monsters. Old Li, perhaps we should withdraw, Yin Laoda exclaimed, his heart heavy with the loss of his comrades. Withdraw? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. Old Li bellowed. Fight fiercely. Anyone who dares retreat shall face my wrath. Fearful of Old Li's terrifying strength, the 100-man brigade, despite the urge to flee, steeled themselves for the imminent clash with the monsters. As the battlefield advanced, the intensity of the fight escalated, and casualties became inevitable. We can't continue fighting. There are too many monsters. Yin Laoda's desperation brought tears to his eyes. Among the brothers he had brought, half had already fallen, and a small number were burned and unable to fight. In other words, after less than half an hour of combat, only a handful of elite warriors remained capable of continuing the fight. Old Li, clearly aware of the situation, nodded and said, "Let us temporarily retreat to regroup and tend to the wounded. I will hold the line here." With that, he retrieved his spear and blood-pattern gun from his storage space, hurling them into the throng of monsters. In the midst of the chaos, Yin Lauda cast a glance at Old Li, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. The monsters, which had taken the brigade immense effort to defeat, fell before Old Li as if they were little more than paper. One thrust of his spear could pierce through 5 or 6 creatures. Even more astonishing was his use of blue mushrooms that emitted a chilling effect. Upon landing in a monster swarm, they burst open, instantly freezing several creatures into blocks of ice, while hundreds more could not even approach him, falling effortlessly to his prowess. Why do you allow your brothers to face death when you possess the power to eliminate the monsters yourself? Is this intentional? Zhu Changkai, being youthful and impetuous, shouted without thinking. Old Li tilted his head, stepping towards Zhu Changkai and grasping his neck tightly, spitting words laced with fury. "What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that. Brother Li, he is still just a child. Do not stoop to his level." Yin Lauda intervened hastily, wrapping his arms around Old Li's to restrain him. "Damn it, I only spare you because of your standing, but ask around the sanctuary. Who dares to speak to me in such a manner?" Old Li pushed Zhu Changkai aside, exclaiming, "Indeed, I possess the capability to eliminate monsters. But if every task must fall upon my shoulders, then what am I? The lord of the shelter or merely a caretaker?" Zhu Qingsai's face shifted through shades of pale and flushed. "Hurry and apologize to Old Li," admonished Boss Yen. Zhu Changkai turned his head away, muttering softly, "Why should I? Ispuka, no falsout." If he had acted sooner, we wouldn't have lost so many lives. They were all brothers who walked this path with us. A hint of sarcasm graced Old Li's lips, yet he felt no anger. For in Zhu Changkai, he saw a reflection of himself from months prior, a time when he bore no difference from Zhu. Later, reality demonstrated that in this apocalyptic world, playing the saint only serves to drag oneself down without any benefit. After a half-hour's rest, the search for cards would commence. The rules remained unchanged. Any who dared to hoard would face dire consequences. Bossian paused, then cautiously asked, "Old Li, how shall we allocate the collected cards? All cards shall be submitted to me for distribution. Is this not the standard procedure for every shelter?" Old Li's expression turned peculiar. Boss Yin stuttered, momentarily at a loss for words. "How did you allocate them before?" Old Li inquired. After a brief hesitation, Boss Yin replied, "Everyone freely collected cards, depending on luck." Old Li chuckled. "Oh, it seems your luck must be quite fortunate. Have you perhaps acquired a skill or talent that allows you to discern the quality of the loot?" Boss Yin, caught off guard by the revelation, visibly panicked. "No, that's not the case." "Fear not. It's not something to be ashamed of," Old Li reassured, stroking his chin. "Let me take another guess. Your talent must be the colorful card talent, battlefield scavenger. Am I correct?" Boss Yin gasped, his eyes widening to the size of copper bells. "How did you? Huh, I truly guessed right." Old Li clapped a hand on Boss Yan's shoulder. "Come, help me locate where the colorful cards are." With a resigned sigh, Boss Yan's pupils sparkled momentarily as he shook his head. "No colorful cards, but there are plenty of gold cards concentrated over there. The battlefield scavenger is indeed a formidable auxiliary talent." Through mental communication, Qin Lang felt exhilarated upon learning that Boss Yin possessed this talent. In a world where cards reign supreme, the battlefield scavenger is undeniably a godly level talent. For it not only reveals the colors of cards within corpses, but also uncovers those lost within buildings. "I believe I am quite suited for this talent." Ding Yuan eagerly volunteered to learn. "No, you are not suited for this. Scavenging is better suited for men. I shall take on this task." Qin Lang replied without a second thought, provoking an eye roll from Ding Yuan. Su Yun burst into laughter, comforting Ding Yuan while remarking, "If Boss Yin knew that his talent was reserved for us, he would surely be infuriated. Such a statement rings true. Godly level talents rightfully belong to the worthy, and his meager combat prowess could hardly wield it." Qin Lang surveyed the field strewn with corpses, then glanced at the massive inferno where the fire blazed. The mushroom ammunition was too scarce. There would be no actions taken today. "Let's return home and revisit this later," he concluded. Agreed. A group of individuals, having completed their task of cleansing the battlefield, found themselves seated upon the back of Su Yun, who had transformed into a colossal bear. as they galloped back to their sanctuary. Unbeknownst to Qin Lang, shortly after their departure, a dozen men and women appeared near the fire nest, each enveloped in a shimmering azure aura. A woman, her face obscured by a veil and wielding a staff, stepped forward from the ranks and traced a circle in the air towards the fire nest, instantly revealing the scene within. "Disperse," she commanded, and the vision vanished. Turning to another woman, she remarked, "Sister, within lies a creature of combat strength 17, an Inferno Demon King. The ones who vanquished the surrounding monsters must be from that relatively weak sanctuary nearby. Otherwise, they would not have spared the leader." The woman, her eyes the only visible feature, surveyed the group with a hint of hesitation. "Sister, I must go and slay it," exclaimed a young man in goggles, his urgency palpable. "Why must it be you?" The first woman retorted. "Sister, allow me this chance. In 15 minutes, if I do not defeat this Inferno Demon King, I will willingly offer my head to you as a night pot." The speaker was a tall, imposing figure, easily measuring 2 meters in height. "I need but 10 minutes. The goggle-wearing youth cried out in desperation. The woman, evidently their leader, smiled gently and said, "Enough of your bickering. Let Xiaoding go. You have 10 minutes. Sister, you are the best." The goggle-wearing youth exclaimed in sheer joy, leaping into the air, whereupon his body erupted in a dazzling display of lightning before he plunged into the fire nest. "Sister, are you still worried about that person? I must say something you may not wish to hear. If he were truly as ordinary as you describe, he would not have survived to the 3rd stage. He likely perished in the 1st. "Silence," the leader hissed, lowering her voice. "You know I dislike such talk, so refrain from continuing. He's alive. I can feel it. Sister, I've done it." The youth, now enveloped in crackling lightning, emerged from the fire nest, brandishing the severed head of a sizable monster in one hand while clutching the core of the fire nest in the other. "Very well, let us proceed to Jinghai."